calculated move. Empress Dowager Li stood before the Xianning Palace, gazing upward at the three gilded characters Xianning Palace elegantly inscribed on the plaque. In the blink of an eye, this palace gate had remained sealed for a decade. Two eunuchs exerted their strength to push open the palace doors, and a wave of stale air rushed forth, causing a pang of sorrow to well up within Empress Dowager Li. The gates had been closed for 10 years, marking the passing of the Empress Dowager, a full decade gone. It was said that she was wise and compassionate. In truth, she had merely emulated the late Empress Dowager in every aspect. Inside the palace, a thick layer of dust lay everywhere, a testament to the passage of an entire decade. Empress Dowager Li treaded upon the dust, leaving a distinct imprint with each step. 10 years ago, the palace was rife with turmoil and strife. Yet this place remained a sanctuary, a bastion of tranquility and warmth. This palace was the most comforting and dependable refuge for her. Yet before the passing of the Empress Dowager, she had left behind a decree to seal off this residence, forbidden anyone from approaching for 10 years. The Empress Dowager's departure had been sudden at that time. The emperor had just ascended the throne, and the court was in turmoil. In her final moments, Empress Dowager Li had been gripped by fear and anxiety, nearly unraveling. In the ensuing decade, she governed on behalf of her son, navigating an arduous path. Whenever exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her, she would find solace outside these gates, leaning against the door, sitting alone for a while. Sometimes until midnight. It was the late Empress Dowager who had sustained her through these trials. Fortunately, she had endured. The emperor had matured, the court had stabilized, and now, a full 10 years had passed since the Empress Dowager's departure. She longed to relocate here, envisioning a future where her days mirrored those of the late Empress Dowager, immersed in recitations and nurturing flowers, becoming the steadfast and chore of tranquility within this palace. Empress Dowager Li approached the grand hall and gazed up at the tightly shut doors, before turning and hastening towards the adjacent small Buddhist hall. The Empress Dowager spent nearly all her time in this humble sanctum, peacefully transcribing scriptures or reciting prayers. She would accompany her, brewing tea, grinding ink, and cutting paper. This small Buddhist hall was the place she cherished most dearly. Upon entering the hall, Empress Dowager Li was struck dumb with astonishment. The walls were adorned with glaring, blood-red demonic symbols, clawing at the air as if the very hands of hellish fiends were reaching out towards her. The towering statue of the Guanyin, made of mutton-fat jade, had been shattered into a heap, and the long table, usually piled high with handwritten scriptures, stood desolate and tied. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Empress Dowager Li felt as though her soul had been ensnared, her gaze fixated on the impeccably clean long table. She approached it step by step, unable to restrain her hand from gently caressing its surface spotless. How could this be possible? Suddenly, a fierce, chilling wind swept up from the ground, and in her terror, Empress Dowager Li stumbled, falling backward. Her head struck the heavy iron fish in the center of the room, and a rush of blood surged forth. A deafening ringing filled her ears, accompanied by distant screams that grew ever closer, yet felt increasingly remote. Li Xia leaned against the porthole, lost in thought while gazing at the crystal-clear river waters. The early spring breeze carried a lingering chill of the fading winter, brushing against Li Xia's face with a pinching bite. She looked down at her plump, small hands, her chest tightening with an overwhelming sense of despair. She had been schemed against, yet felt utterly powerless to counteract it. With her chin resting on the windowsill, she succumbed to a profound melancholy. Her recollections of the period preceding her family's tragedy are now exceedingly vague. She only remembers that the following summer, her father was apprehended and escorted to the capital for accepting bribes and unjustly causing a person's demise. After her father's arrest, her mother, accompanied by her 4 children, hastened towards the capital, embarking on a calamitous path that would lead to their family's ruin. The river breeze against her face seemed even more biting than before. A sense of oppression and restlessness weighed heavily on Li Xia's heart. Very well, considering the present circumstances, what course of action should she undertake? Li Xia gazed once more at her chubby little hands, realizing that she would be merely 6 years old when the destruction of her family commenced next summer. Why are you weeping again? Does your head ache anew? Fifth brother Li Wenshan moved closer, displaying a solicitous concern that I am not weeping. Li Xia replied dispiritedly, resolving not to indulge in such futile displays of emotion. Observe how strong the wind is. You might catch a chill if it continues to blow. Shall we close the window? I could regale you with a tale, fifth brother continued, attempting to ingratiate himself with his younger sister. His sister must have been thoroughly frightened. Her spirit had likely not fully returned. I acquired a captivating book recently. The stories within are exceptionally enthralling. Before Li Xia could respond, Li Wenshan began narrating a story with exuberant gestures. It is not enjoyable in the slightest. Sixth brother Li Wenlan, who had been listening to the story with his cheek resting on his hand and nibbling on the end of a writing brush, Ted, I shall inform father that fifth brother is frightening people with ghost stories again. Li Xia tilted her head to observe her sixth brother. His rosy lips, pearly white teeth, and luminous black eyes, combined with his adorable pout, evoked a strong desire within her. "Oh, embrace and kiss him." Li Xia appeared somewhat lost in thought. It had been so long since sixth brother's untimely demise that she had almost forgotten his visage yet. It done do upon her that he had been remarkably handsome and charming, reminiscent of the young emperor. "Let us all take a moment to rest, indulge in some soup, and savor pastry," came the gentle voice of her sister, Li Dong. Turning her head, Li Xia saw her sister lifting the curtain to enter the rear cabin. In her memory, her sister always wore a warm smile, exuding an enduring gentleness that made her all the more endearing. "Sister, hug!" Li Xia exclaimed, raising her arms to leap into her sister's embrace. This was the sister who had cherished her the most, the one she missed dearly. When her mother passed away, Li Xia was merely 7 years old. In the confines of the Ofu's rear quarters, her sister had protected and cared for her like a hen shielding her chick. Until that fateful year when Li Dong was married off to a faraway land and tragically fell ill on the journey. Behind Li Dong stood the maid, Su Yi, who carried a tray adorned with a silver pot, several cups, and a plate of pastries. How old is the 9th young lady now? Still in need of sisterly embraces. How embarrassing, Su Yi teased, setting down the tray and playfully tracing her finger along her cheek to jest at Li Xia. Nestled in her sister's embrace, Li Xia wrinkled her nose at Su Yi, indicating her indifference to the playful jibe. Let the younger sister eat first. Sixth brother gazed longingly at the pastries on the plate, yet he held out to Li Xia first, declaring, "Sister's pastries are the most delectable of all." Chapter 2. An ally. Li Xia delicately offered a piece of pastry to Li Dong, exclaiming, "Sister, eat. You care for me the most. And I care for you the most. And me, your fifth brother, I care for you the most as well." Li Wenshan interjected, leaning in with an exaggeratedly wide-open mouth. "You just said you care for me the most." Li Wenlan pouted. Li Wenshan mumbled through the pastry that Li Xia had placed in his mouth. "Among the brothers, I care for you the most. Among the sisters, I care for Xia the most." Nestled in her sister's embrace, Li Xia nibbled on the pastry, watching Siyu as she smiled and tidied up the crumbs that the sixth brother was dropping while eating. She observed the fifth brother affectionately ruffling the sixth brother's hair, and gazed at the sixth brother, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a sovereign, as he pushed the fifth brother's hand away while munching on his snack. The warmth in her heart was matched by a deep-seated sorrow. In the dead of night, Li Xia lay beside her sister, listening to the sound of flowing water outside, her eyes wide open as her thoughts drifted. The tragedy that befell their family stemmed from their father's wrongful judgment in a life-and-death lawsuit. After she ascended to the position of Empress Dowager, an investigation was conducted into the matter. It was a case of spousal murder. The stepmother reported that her stepson had killed his wife. Although there were witnesses, there was no physical evidence, leading their father to sentence the stepson to exile. On the night the verdict was delivered, the stepson hanged himself in prison. The stepson had a biological sister who stormed into the county office with a bag of evidence, crying out for justice. Upon accepting the case, the authorities discovered that it was the stepmother who had cruelly ended her daughter-in-law's life, framing the stepson for the crime. During interrogation, the stepmother confessed, revealing that she had delivered 500 taels of silver to the county office. Consequently, their father was released from prison. Indeed, their father had made a grave error in his judgment. However, not only was there no mention of the 500 taels on the confiscation list, but the entire list, when totaled, did not amount to 500 taels of silver. Wuga firmly believes that her father would never commit such an act, even if he were corrupt. He would never take a life for the sake of money. She does not remember her father well, but her faith in Wuga remains unshaken. According to the testimony from her stepmother, on the night she submitted the petition, a man named Lian Gui approached her and, with just a few words, revealed the truth behind the case. He mentioned that he was a brother to Wudong, a trusted servant of County Magistrate Li, and promised to assist her in framing the case as one of a stepson murdering his wife, allowing her to receive 500 taels of silver. She expressed her fears of being deceived, but only when she personally witnessed Wudong speaking to her and her father, who nodded in agreement. Did she hand over the silver, a large chest filled with gleaming silver ingots, directly to Lian Gui? After her father was imprisoned, Wudong vanished without a trace. And despite her years of searching, she has found nothing. Who exactly is Lian Gui? Years have passed, making further inquiries nearly impossible. At the time, her father's legal assistant, Wu Huai, and the financial clerk, Lu Yud, were both relatives and had prior convictions. They were undeniably implicated in this case. Yet, after her father's imprisonment, both clerks returned to their hometowns, only to meet their demise in separate drowning incidents. She has meticulously reviewed all records and accounts from the year her father served, scrutinizing them multiple times. Apart from this case, all matters concerning taxes, labor disputes, and other affairs appear to be pristine, as if washed clean. After her father's imprisonment, the acting county magistrate was Wu Yoguang, who took the first step from being a clerk to an official. 2 years later, he was transferred to Dinghai County, subsequently rising to the position of prefect. However, following the death of concubine Su, Wu Yoguang was discovered to be corrupt and ultimately perished in prison. She was unable to uncover the truth behind her father's corrupt actions that led to the wrongful death of others. Now, what should she do? Li Xia gazed at her small hands. She was merely 5 years old. If she were to tell her father that Wudong and his 2 advisors would eventually bring him harm, he would undoubtedly think she had lost her senses. She was far too young, far too young. The Empress Dowager once stated, "When one's strength is insufficient, seek an alliance with those who share common interests." She needed an ally, and her 5th brother was the perfect choice. He loved reading tales of chivalry and was fascinated by the stories of deities and spirits. Having nearly worn out the classic of mountains and seas, he might be able to comprehend the matter of the soul's return, and moreover, he possessed a naturally generous heart. The following morning, after breakfast, Li Xia tugged at Li Wenshan and looked up at him. "Fifth brother, I have something to discuss with you." "All right. What is it? Speak." Li Wenshan plopped down in front of Li Xia, his smile radiant. Li Xia turned her head to survey their surroundings. The boat was quite small. With the 4 siblings cramped in the front cabin, it served as their daytime living quarters, and at night, they would draw a curtain in the middle, with her and her sister on one side, and her 5th and 6th brothers on the other. If she were to speak to her 5th brother here, even in hushed tones, her sister, 6th brother, and Suyu would hear every word clearly. Her sister was already tilting her head to observe them. "It's very important," Li Xia said earnestly. "Let us speak on the deck." Li Wenshan scratched his head in hesitation. After all, the last time she fell into the water was when he took her to the deck to play and lost sight of her for just a moment. "I promise I won't run around. If it helps, you can hold me," Li Xia proposed. "It's exceedingly important. We must discuss it on the deck." "Well, all right then." Li Wenshan reluctantly agreed, understanding that his younger sister, who had always been lively and playful, must have grown weary after being cooped up in the cramped cabin for 3 to 4 days. She was determined to find a way to coax him into taking her outside for some fresh air, and he could not bear to refuse her. Thus, he held her firmly in his arms, standing in the middle of the deck, ensuring she did not venture too close to the edge. He helped her into a cotton cloak. Li Dong stood up, wrapped Li Xia snugly in the cloak, and instructed her, "Just stay in the center of the deck and let 5th brother hold you. Don't be naughty." Li Dong's words were met with a compliant nod from Li Xia, who appeared exceptionally well behaved. Upon reaching the bow of the deck, Li Xia playfully patted her brother's face and said, "Fifth brother, put me down so we can talk." "Absolutely not." "Then you must squat down. I fear that if you hear my words, you might be so startled that you would toss me into the river," Li Xia said, wrapping her arms around his neck with utmost seriousness. Li Wenshan found her words quite startling, and he coughed. All right. I'll squat down. Now, speak." He squatted, encircling Li Xia with his arms, looking at her with an expression of helplessness. What? What do you mean?" Before Li Wenshan could finish his sentence, Li Xia's chubby hand covered his mouth. "We mustn't let anyone else hear." 5th brother did not comprehend her urgency. Li Wenshan gently removed her hand, sincerely admitting, "Cough, cough, cough." He remained in a daze for a while, coughing even more vigorously, while simultaneously reaching to check Li Xia's forehead. "Are you feeling feverish?" Xia? Chapter 3. The destruction of the family. Li Xia brushed aside 5th brother's hand and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "The essence of higher learning lies in the cultivation of virtue, in fostering the welfare of the people, and in striving for the utmost goodness. Knowing when to stop leads to clarity. Clarity brings tranquility. Tranquility fosters peace. Peace enables contemplation. Contemplation yields understanding. Every matter has its beginning and end, and every event has its course. Recognizing the order of precedence brings one closer to the path of wisdom." Li Wenshan was taken aback. This was the very book he was studying, and she was merely 5 years old. 5 years old. She had yet to fully grasp her letters. How could she recite such verses? This is inconceivable. He stared blankly at his younger sister in his arms. Li Xia met his gaze, her sudden, overwhelming aura reminiscent of a sovereign surveying their subjects. He felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and proclaim her greatness. Li Wenshan swallowed hard, struggling to articulate his thoughts. His throat constricted, and after a series of coughs, he finally managed to speak. "Sister, This is something I must tell father. No. Li Xia sees Li Wenshan. Are you frightened, fifth brother? With a hint of trepidation, he nodded vigorously. His sister's demeanor was utterly strange and fearsome. Was he now contemplating that he must be possessed by some malevolent spirit? Li Wenshan hesitated for a moment, then nodded in earnest. Fifth brother surely sensed that he was still himself. He had faith in him, but what of others, especially the adults, who often overthink matters? If he were to inform father, would father believe such a thing? And mother, too. They would undoubtedly think he had fallen under a wicked spell and would seek out someone to exorcise him, subjecting him to torment. Or worse, they might even resort to burning him alive. These words evoked memories in Li Wenshan of the harrowing experience from last year when he fell ill for half a month. The old lady had sought the help of a shaman to exorcise the spirits tormenting him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He enveloped Li Xia in a protective embrace, reassuring her, "Do not fear, Xia. Brother Wu will not allow anyone to torment you." Yet, he pondered, "But what about you, Xia?" Li Wenshan gazed at his sister, his heart heavy with concern. The two advisors hired by their father were of dubious character. Upon arriving in Hengshan County, they deceived their father, accepting bribes and misleading him into misjudging a murder case. When the authorities uncovered the truth, their father was imprisoned, and their home was ransacked. "I will speak with father," Li Wenshan began, but he faltered, unable to rise due to his numbed legs. "What can you say to father before anything has transpired?" Li Xia grasped him tightly. After the family was pillaged, their sixth brother fell ill and soon passed away. Their father preceded him in death, while their mother followed shortly after. Li Xia remained silent for a moment, clutching brother Wu. Her whispered words were steeped in despair. Li Wenshan felt a chill run through him, every hair on his body standing on end, as goosebumps erupted on his skin. This was not merely calamity. It was the annihilation of their family. What, precisely, is the case? He croaked, his throat constricted. Li Xia leaned against brother Wu's shoulder and recounted the details of that case. "All of this was uncovered by brother Wu," she added at the end. "In the life I lived before, there were things I could share, but most remain unspoken, even to you, brother Wu. Moreover, I am unwilling to reveal that you later became a eunuch. It is a sorrow too profound for me to articulate." "Wudong," Li Wenshan gritted his teeth, feeling the weight of his father's unwavering trust in him. "Hush." Li Xia placed a pudgy hand over Li Wenshan's lips. "What should we do?" Li Wenshan, being of a hot-blooded nature, felt a surge of anxiety, with veins throbbing on his forehead. "Fifth brother, I vaguely recall that when we passed through Liangzhou Road, our uncle sent someone over. Also, he must have been promoted to the Transport Commissioner of Jiangnan East Road by now." "Really? The Transport Commissioner of Jiangnan East Road? That's a prestigious position. Indeed, it is a time of great ambition for him. Our uncle must have sent someone, but why and what was said? I cannot remember it all." Li Xia was filled with regret. In her earlier days, she had been lost in frivolity, knowing far too little. Yet, thinking of their connection to their uncle and the family estate, the hope that had ignited in Li Wenshan was swiftly extinguished. No matter how strained their relationship with their uncle and the estate might be, their father was still the son of the Duke of Yongning, the uncle's own brother. If anything were to happen to their father, the uncle could not remain unscathed. Moreover, it was true that the uncle had lost his position as transport commissioner due to their father's troubles and had been demoted to southern Shaanxi. "Then shall we seek the uncle's assistance?" "Yes." Li Xia nodded fervently. "We must carefully contemplate how to solicit his aid effectively. Little sister, what about your elder sister? Is she well?" Li Wenshan inquired as he pushed himself up from the ground. Li Xia lowered her gaze. "She has passed away." Chapter 4. The Transport Commissioner, all right. Li Wenshan's voice trembled slightly. "Let us make a pact." Li Xia extended her little pinky, and Li Wenshan solemnly intertwined his fingers with his sister's, shaking it with determination. Regardless of the challenges ahead or the sacrifices required, he vowed to protect his family and safeguard his younger siblings. Observant Li Dong noticed that ever since his conversation with his sister on the deck, fifth brother appeared lost in thought, seemingly adrift in his own mind. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Li Dong inquired about their discussion. But both Li Wenshan and Li Xia shook their heads in unison, revealing nothing. Several children gathered around their father, clustering by Mrs. Su's bed in the aft cabin. Mrs. Su was severely affected by seasickness, having lain down since boarding the ship. However, today she looked quite spirited, reclining on the bed with a radiant smile as she watched the children, occasionally uttering a few words. "You have lost weight again these past few days, Mr. Li remarked tenderly, observing Mrs. Su's frail state. Had I known you would suffer so greatly from seasickness, we ought to have traveled by land. I am well, truly, she replied, her voice weak yet imbued with hope and joy. The journey by land would be far bumpier, while Shangu and Dongjie could manage. What about Longu and Xia? It pains me to see the children distressed. I would rather endure it myself. Her tone, though frail, radiated a sense of optimism, and the sight of her 4 children in good spirits reassured her that all would be well. Mr. Li stroked his beard, his words humble. Yet the sparkle in his eyes betrayed no modesty. Li Xia looked at her father in silence, realizing how deeply proud he was of 5th brother. You know, when it comes to studies, Longu possesses even a bit more brilliance than Shangu. Shangu possesses a grandeur that is truly magnificent, while Longu is characterized by a grace that is both ethereal and delicate. Master Li alternates his gaze between his elder son and his younger son, his praises growing ever more effusive, to the point that even the matriarch, lying in bed, is no longer seasick from the flattery. Li Xia, on the verge of rolling her eyes, reflects on her father's favoritism towards his son, recognizing the flaws that are all too evident. You only dote upon your son. Mrs. Su chides, adding, in my view, Dongjie is the most commendable. Over the years, I have been immensely grateful for her assistance. What other young lady possesses the same level of thoughtfulness as our Dongjie? And what of me? Li Xia inquires, perched at the edge of the bed, her arms resting on the mattress, chin propped on her hand, as she gazes at her mother, pouting. Our Xia is the absolute best, Master Li exclaims with hearty laughter. Even the fortune teller has proclaimed that our Xia is destined for greatness, a life of unparalleled fortune. Indeed, save for her mischievousness, she is exceptional. Li Wenshan's expression stiffens as he fixes his gaze upon Li Xia, pondering the fortune foretold. Suddenly, he darts to the window, flinging it open to peer outside, where the nearby phoenix trees are already in conversation. Please convey my respects to 3rd Master, calls out the young Xiaoda, dispatched by the elder master to pay his respects. Li Xia calmly bites the end of her pen, observing him. Dongjie has taken the younger siblings to the aft cabin, she notes. The front cabin is quite small and must also serve as a reception area for guests. I shall remain here with father to learn the art of hospitality, Li Wenshan promptly requests. Master Li nods, though a shadow of gloom has settled upon his countenance. Any visitors to the estate at this hour are seldom bearers of good tidings. Extend my regards to 3rd Master, and to 5th Master as well. Jiao entered the cabin and respectfully bowed in greeting. Li Wenshan was taken aback, desperately maintaining a composed expression to conceal his surprise, his taut face almost twitching. The master had sent a messenger to request that the 3rd Master's boat remain docked at the Jiangning prefecture for a day. The spring scenery in Jiangning was particularly splendid at this time, and the master wished to invite the 3rd Master ashore to enjoy the view and engage in conversation, hoping to relax and unwind. He had also invited several old friends to share a few drinks together. After a moment's pause, Xiaoda looked up at Lord Li and smiled, saying, the master has remarked that although Jiangning is quite close to Hengshan County, once the 3rd Master assumes his post and receives his seal, they must each attend to their own duties. Even if they are near, it would not be appropriate to meet frequently. This is indeed a good opportunity to converse with the 3rd Master, as the master has not seen him in over a decade and misses him dearly. Lord Li maintained a stern countenance, his face devoid of expression. Did he truly miss him? Absurd. Father, even if there is urgency, it does not need to be confined to this day or the next. I have heard that Jiangning boasts splendid scenery unmatched in the world. I have long desired to see it. Would you not take me there, father? Li Wenshan interjected, pleading. Jiao gazed at Li Wenshan in astonishment and quickly bowed, smiling as he remarked, indeed, 5th Master, there is a local saying in Jiangning, spring at Niushou, autumn at Qixia. The scenery of Niushou Mountain in spring is truly exquisite. Even within Jiangning City, beauty abounds everywhere. The locals have remarked that they have not witnessed such splendid springtime in nearly a decade. Father, Li Wenshan, his heart full of hope, looked at Lord Li with beseeching eyes. How could a father withstand such a gaze from his son? Immediately, he found himself hesitating. Chapter 5. Lord Li's stubborn pride. Father, I too wish to visit Jiangning City to admire its splendid scenery. Did you not mention that Jiangning is an ancient capital? In all my years, I have yet to behold a city of such historical significance. I have never witnessed either the new or the old capital. You must certainly take me along. At that moment, Li Xia, who had been eavesdropping behind the curtain, burst in, tugging at Master Li's sleeve with a playful charm. Is this the 9th lady? I humbly bow before the 9th lady. Xiaoda, an adept steward by the side of her uncle, knelt down, offering his respects. Li Xia instinctively took a half-step back, exclaiming, "I am too young for such honors." She recognized Zhao De as a loyal and diligent steward who had accompanied her uncle during his exile to southern Shaanxi. Even when her uncle had been reduced to a commoner under her governance, Zhao De had sought to meet her, claiming he had matters to discuss. But she had not granted him an audience. Li Xia's slight movement did not escape Zhao Da's notice. His smile broadened, and his demeanor grew markedly more respectful. This smile and respect stirred something within Li Xia's heart. It seemed he was a person of great understanding and insight. Perhaps, in her previous life, she ought to have met him. Excellent, excellent. Master Li, already wavering, could no longer withstand Li Xia's pleas and readily acquiesced. After bidding farewell to Zhao De, the boat set sail once more. Li Wenshan seized the opportunity to crouch before Li Xia, his face a tapestry of shock, confusion, and a thin veneer of fear. His voice barely above a whisper, "Ah Xia, did you hear? Uncle has truly been appointed as the transport commissioner of Jiang and East Road. He has indeed sent someone. It's all true. Wake up." Li Xia playfully slapped her chubby hands against Li Wenshan's face, urging him to carefully contemplate how to articulate their thoughts and actions in a manner that would encourage their uncle to lend them a hand. Li Wenshan nodded repeatedly, assuring Xia, "Rest assured." What do you mean? Do you have a plan?" It was said that they intended to visit Jiangning Prefecture, and Li Wenbin's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of accompanying them. However, Li Xia was reluctant to bring him along, fearing that his unguarded remarks might jeopardize her relationship with fifth brother. Li Wenshan, with 2 fingers resting on his chin, adopted a pose of exaggerated maturity, declaring, "Fear not. I am here. Brother Wenbin listens to me the most. I shall instruct him, and if he dares to defy me, we simply take him along." In the dead of night, the boat docked at Jiangning Wharf. Early the next morning, 2 carriages awaited behind Zhao De at the pier. However, Master Li took his time with breakfast, meticulously reviewing Li Wenshan's studies and painstakingly critiquing Li Wenbin's calligraphy, delaying until the sun had reached its zenith before finally ordering them to change clothes and prepare to disembark. Li Wenshan, Li Wenbin, and Li Xia were already in a state of anxious anticipation, hastily jumping up to change attire for their journey to Jiangning City. Li Dong and Madame Su had fretted all night, while Master Li had managed to prepare 2 new outfits just before his departure. Upon arriving in Hengshan County, Li Wenshan would be attending the county school and required several respectable garments to uphold his dignity. Madame Su rummaged through Master Li's old clothes, selecting a few nearly unworn pieces for Li Dong to alter for Li Wenshan, which could be deemed as nearly new. As for Li Wenbin and Li Xia, they faced a predicament. Although a few spring garments had been freshly made, Li Wenbin's clothes were merely resized from Li Wenshan's old attire, while Li Xia had to settle for Li Dong's old garments, which could only be described as clean and fitting. Li Xia's thoughts were not on the matter at hand. She paid little attention to the state of her clothing. Meanwhile, Li Wenlan gazed enviously at her eldest brother, adorned in vibrant royal blue satin, exuding vitality and charm. She continually tugged at her own worn garments, yearning to don new attire as splendid as his. Mr. Li boarded one vehicle, insisting that the 3 siblings sit together. Thus they squeezed into another car. "Did you remember what fifth brother instructed?" Li Wenshan inquired with a stern expression once they were inside. At that moment, he felt more anxious and fearful than Li Xia. If Xia did not speak idly, then their family truly faced grave peril, as she had forewarned. The thought of seeking assistance from their uncle had crossed his mind countless times. If the uncle were unwilling to help, he was at a loss as to where else to turn for support. With no one to aid them, and relying solely on himself and Xia, he felt utterly powerless to protect their family. "Remember," Li Wenlan pouted, clearly displeased. "I simply refuse to speak. I won't tell any lies." "Who said you were lying?" "I meant, that is not a lie." "Oh, never mind, just remain silent." It appeared that Li Wenshan had not managed to persuade his younger brother. "If someone asks you whether it's true, is it so? If that is the case, look at me. If I nod, you nod. If I shake my head, you shake your head." Li Xia had to take matters into her own hands. Li Wenlan looked at her with astonishment and confusion. At 7 years old, he was no longer so naive. His sister was markedly different from before. Strange, very strange. Yet, he could not quite articulate what was so peculiar about her. When we visit others for a meal or to admire flowers, we must exhibit courtesy and refrain from uttering words that may cause discomfort. Wouldn't you agree, sixth brother? Li Xia discerned the perplexity in his eyes, yet she pressed on with her thoughts. Fifth brother has never been one to charm others. He lacked that skill in childhood and still does in adulthood. Indeed, Li Wenlan nodded in acknowledgement. Therefore, when we converse, We ought to speak words that bring joy to everyone, correct? How can that be deemed a falsehood? For instance, although our mother suffers greatly from seasickness, she consistently claims, "I am perfectly well. I feel not the slightest discomfort." Is that not a form of deception? It is. Not. Li Wenlan furrowed his brows, finding his sister's argument quite compelling, leaving him at a loss for a rebuttal. Precisely. Today, we too must uphold manners and ensure that all are in high spirits. Otherwise, others may accuse us of lacking proper upbringing, suggesting that our parents have failed in their duties. If that were to happen, our parents would suffer great embarrassment. Fifth brother, am I not correct? Yes, indeed. That is precisely the case. Li Wenshan fervently nodded, acknowledging that Li Xia possesses an exceptional talent for persuasion. Li Wenlan glanced at his sister and then at his eldest brother, suddenly feeling as though an unspoken understanding existed between the two, leaving him feeling somewhat excluded. A sentiment that filled him with a touch of grievance. The carriage navigated past the front entrance of the Transport Commissioner's office and continued down the street. Entering a side gate, Mr. Li disembarked, surveying his surroundings, his heart heavy with bitterness. The East Road of Jiangnan stands as one of the most affluent and significant locales in the world. His elder brother had ascended to the position of Transport Commissioner of Jiangnan East Road and Governor of Jiangning, becoming the foremost figure in that region. It would be a challenge for him to ever reach such heights in his lifetime. Alas, what a farce this all is. As a man nearing 40, having sold his wife's dowry and exhausted his family's resources, he managed to secure the humble position of a county magistrate in a small county of Hengshan, a mere 8th-rank official. Meanwhile, his elder brother has already risen to the status of a regional lord, an esteemed official overseeing vast territories. Chapter 6. The arrival of Lord Luo at last. The third master has arrived. A youthful steward with an attractive countenance rushed forward, gracefully bending one knee in greeting. Smiling and exclaiming, "The master has been eagerly awaiting your arrival and has sent me to fetch you several times. Lord Luo and Mr. Gu have also just arrived. These must be the 5th master, the 6th master, and the 9th young lady. Am I correct? Allow me to extend my greetings to both esteemed gentlemen and the young lady." "You truly are," the steward stammered, struggling to find the right words of praise. Upon hearing the name Lord Luo, Li Xia's heart raced. Lord Luo? The superior of her father during his tenure as the magistrate of Hengshan was a man named Luo. Luo Zhongxing. Li Xia tugged insistently at Li Wenshan's sleeve, prompting him to crouch down. She leaned in closely to her 5th brother, whispering urgently, "5th brother. The superior of our father is named Luo Zhongxing. He is a close friend of our uncle from their youth. Mr. Gu must be the youngest son of the esteemed Gu family, the foremost clan in Jiangnan." "I see," Li Wenshan replied instinctively, taking a moment to absorb the information. His face turned pale as the implications sank in. If this were the case, their uncle had indeed orchestrated this meeting with great care. "Is Xia all right? Why does your face appear so pale? Are you unwell?" Li Leoi, being overly protective of his son and doting on his youngest daughter, immediately grew anxious upon noticing Li Wenshan's pallor, his own face reflecting a hint of concern. Li Wenlan pouted as he gazed at 5th brother and his sister, feeling an even stronger sense of exclusion, which left him somewhat discontented. Zhao looked at Li Xia with eyes full of compassion. Indeed, the 3rd master's family was truly pitiable. Zhao and the young steward exchanged awkward glances. Li Xia nodded emphatically at Li Wenlan. "With 6th brother here, I am no longer afraid." Li Wenlan felt a mix of pride and excitement, his small face flushed with enthusiasm. "Quickly report to the madam. The 2 gentlemen and the young lady from the 3rd branch have arrived." Zhao called for a maid to hurry along, just as hurried footsteps echoed from within the moon gate. "They're coming," a stewardess announced as she promptly bowed to greet Li Leoi and the others, while the maid curtsied to the 3rd master, 5th master, 6th master, and 9th young lady. "I shall escort 9th young lady inside. The madam is eagerly awaiting her." Li Leoi hesitated slightly. Lan Gu'er was already 7 years old, an age that felt somewhat awkward. It was permissible for him to accompany them to the front hall. Yet, 6th brother must come too. Li Xia clutched Li Wenlan's hand tightly, anxious about leaving 6th brother alone with 5th brother. "Yes, I will protect my sister," Li Wenlan declared, puffing out his chest with a serious expression. "5th brother, you must take good care of father. 6th brother and I will go pay our respects to aunt." Li Xia assumed a grave demeanor, waving goodbye to Li Wenshan. "Has the eldest sister-in-law arrived? Are the nephews and nieces coming along?" Li Leoi suddenly inquired. His expression darkened. He had brought the children here. and it was inappropriate for his elder brother and sister-in-law not to come out to greet him. Yet, should not the younger fourth brother, as a junior, have come out to welcome his uncle? Only a few servants greeted them, which clearly indicated that the household did not regard their family with any esteem. The two sentences that Asha whispered in his ear left him utterly stunned. If indeed those two individuals were as Asha mentioned, then his father certainly did not come in the previous life. A myriad of emotions swirled within Li Wanshan as he recalled the adage, "Those who are pitiable must also possess qualities that inspire disdain." Li Wenlan held Li Xia's hand as they made their way to the inner hall. Li Wenlan held his head high, exuding an air of bravery, while Li Xia, with her head slightly bowed, appeared obedient yet tinged with a hint of trepidation, her thoughts occupied by Luo Shuaici and Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu could be dismissed. A leisurely person, he often indulged in the refined pursuits of admiring flowers and appreciating nature, which was a common affair. However, if this Luo Shuaici was indeed the same individual, how had he come to Jiangning Prefecture? Local officials must adhere to their jurisdiction. Departing from their assigned territory without an edict or command from superiors was a grave offense punishable by death. The household showed no signs of trepidation regarding Luo Shuaici's arrival. Uncle, with his meticulous mind, could be deemed cunning, while aunt managed the household with strictness. Their lack of apprehension was not due to mismanagement, but rather a lack of need for caution. What business could Luo Shuaici have in Jiangning Prefecture? What events had transpired? The offices of the grain transport department were not extensive, and soon, the two entered the inner hall, which was elegantly arranged. A collection of exquisite peonies, arranged in varying heights and placed with care, graced the space. Aunt had a profound fondness for peonies and was exceptionally skilled in their cultivation. Sitting at the head of the couch, Aunt appeared vibrant, far more youthful and beautiful than he remembered. The two youngest had also grown quite considerably. Lan Gur, Xia Jier, come here, let Aunt take a look at you. Without waiting for Li Wenlan and Li Xiasu to bow, Madame Yen rose and took each of them by the hand. Aunt, my brother and I have yet to pay our respects. Li Xia observed her aunt with earnestness, fully aware that propriety held great significance in this household. This impression lingered in her mind, as they were here to cultivate goodwill with their uncle and aunt. Understanding the importance of decorum, she resolved to display the utmost respect. Indeed, the smile on Madame Yan's face reflected her approval. This child truly understood etiquette. Li Xia and her brother, Li Wenlan, bowed sincerely to pay their respects before rising to sit beside Madame Yen, one on each side. Now, let us introduce you to your sisters. Madame Yen gestured towards a young girl of about 13 or 14, adorned in splendid attire. This is your fourth sister, Wenfang, who is 14 this year. She then indicated another girl on the left, of similar height to Li Wenlan, whose bright and lively eyes sparkled with energy. This is your seventh sister, Wenan, who is 1 year older than your brother. As soon as Madame Yen mentioned acknowledging their sisters, Li Xia promptly stood up. Her aunt's approving gaze shifted from Li Xia to Li Wenlan, who also stood. Lan Gur and Qi Jier are born in the same year, one at the beginning and the other at the end. I distinctly remember that the ninth sister was born on the 1st of June. Chapter 7. Cultivating Goodwill. Li Xia was already familiar with those present. The fourth sister, Li Wenfang, was a child born of a concubine. Often boastful and eager to assert herself, always eager to speak more than others. Yet, beneath her bravado lay a timid disposition. In the past, she had often clashed with Li Xia. The seventh young lady, Li Wenan, is the legitimate daughter of Madame Yen. Madame Yen bore 3 sons before, and after many years, she gave birth to this daughter. Although it does not show outwardly, deep down, she cherishes this 7th daughter profoundly. And her elder brother is particularly fond of this youngest girl. If the prominent figures from the front hall are indeed that Lord Luo and Mr. Gu, then her uncle would undoubtedly be a formidable ally worth cultivating. By befriending this 7th young lady, one could unlock a pathway leading directly to her uncle's inner quarters. Your sister is truly beautiful, Li Xia exclaimed, gazing up at the 7th young lady in admiration. The 7th young lady possesses remarkable beauty, the Li family. From the couple of the Earl of Yongning to their 3 sons and 1 daughter, all exhibit striking looks. Yet, Madame Yan's appearance is rather ordinary. While this 7th young lady is blessed with fortune, resembling the Li family far more than her mother. I think my younger sister is lovely. The 7th young lady grasped Li Xia's hand, gently squeezing it, and with a surprised exclamation, she exclaimed, "Oh, look at my sister's hands. They are so plump and delightful." As she spoke, she laughed, playfully kneading Li Xia's hands. This little sister possesses hands of great fortune. Is she not just beautiful? Madame Yan, both amused and exasperated, playfully swatted her daughter, while the fourth sister cast a glance, remarking, "Little pig trotter. I fail to see what is so delightful about it. Sixth brother says the same about me." Li Xia quickly noticed that Li Wanlan had pursed his lips, indicating his annoyance, and she promptly interjected, "I did not say pig trotter. I referred to pig hand." Li Wanlan hastily corrected himself, intending to convey his good intentions, while it was evident that the fourth sister's comment was less than kind. After all, a pig's hand is quite different from a pig's trotter, is it not? Madame Yin let out a soft chuckle, prompting the maidens and servants around her to join in the laughter. Li Wanlan's face flushed a deep crimson. "Sister Fang, as the elder sister, how can you speak so of our ninth sister? Quickly, extend your apologies to her." Before Madame Yan's laughter had subsided, she gently reproached fourth miss, who immediately shrank her shoulders and bent her knees in a gesture of respect towards Li Xia. "It is my fault, dear ninth sister. Please do not hold it against me." "Well then, dear fourth sister, you must offer me another compliment." "No, too." Li Xia feigned ignorance, striving to alleviate the awkwardness. She was wholeheartedly intent on fostering goodwill with her uncle's family, wishing to avoid offending anyone. Just as Madame Yin lifted her cup to sip tea, her hand slipped, spilling the beverage. Seventh Miss laughed heartily, her hand beating against her chest, exclaiming, "Oh dear, ninth sister, you are simply too amusing. You are adorable. You have me in stitches." Fourth Miss, too, was shaking with laughter. Li Wanlan did not find Li Xia's words amusing. He was accustomed to her frequent requests for compliments. Pouting, he looked around in bewilderment. Madame Yan, observing his endearingly naive demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle more. How astonishing that the obstinate and troublesome third master had raised such delightful children. Clearly, the third master's wife possessed true grace and refinement. Ninth sister is both beautiful and charming. She is also intelligent and magnanimous. Fourth Miss laughed so hard that she could barely speak, yet she quickly praised Li Xia, who was eagerly awaiting compliments. "This little girl, in her adorable simplicity, is quite endearing. What about the new clothes for sixth brother and ninth sister? Let us have a look to see if they fit." In the midst of our merriment, we almost forgot about that, Madame Yin instructed, and the maidservant Ying Tao promptly gestured for the young maid to present 2 large crimson lacquer trays. With a hint of meaning in her smile, she remarked, "Our belongings are not yet properly arranged. It took some effort to find the jade pendants and prevent any missteps. Madam, please take a look at my selection. If it does not please you, I shall replace it immediately." Initially, Madame Yin had only commanded that each person receive a new outfit. However, seeing that the 2 young ladies were respectful and understanding, which delighted Madame Yin, Ying Tao felt that a mere single set of clothing might seem somewhat meager as a greeting gift. In her haste, she added a piece of jade pendant and a pair of jade-embedded shoes to accompany the 2 sets of garments. Ying Tao quickly complied, and the maidservants assisted Li Xia and Li Wanlan in changing into their new attire. Li Wanlan gazed down at her exquisite, light sapphire brocade long gown, her smile stretching wide, exclaiming, "This dress is even more beautiful than fifth brother's." Li Xia donned a vibrant crimson pomegranate skirt paired with a delicate light gray embroidered blouse. Exuding vivacity and grace, she twirled joyfully, curtsied, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, dear aunt. You are truly wonderful. I adore this dress. It is the most beautiful skirt I have ever worn. I love it so much. Thank you, dear aunt." Li Wanlan bowed deeply in thanks. "Oh, mother. Ninth sister is simply adorable," Seventh Miss remarked, pinching Li Xia's cheek, completely enamored with her little sister. Fourth Miss couldn't help but tug at Li Xia, saying, "Oh, this little ninth sister. Just thank her without such grand declarations about how beautiful the dress is. How embarrassing. Besides, getting this excited over a single outfit seems rather petty." Madame Yan's gaze lingered for a moment on Fourth Miss's fingers as she pulled Li Xia before she shifted away, commenting with a smile, "It is indeed rare to find such a perfect fit." As the conversation unfolded, Cherry had already brought forth the items. Madame Yan received the jade pendant and first adorned Li Wanlan with it, then took a ruby bracelet to slip onto Li Xia's wrist. Cherry hurriedly knelt down to tie the charming and lively ruby butterfly on Li Xia's foot. "Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Sister Cherry," Li Xia expressed joyfully. "Oh, how did you know my name is Cherry?" Cherry inquired, surprised, while Auntie Yin looked at Li Xia with curiosity. Li Xia felt a pang of anxiety. She had been careless. "I heard someone call you Cherry just now," Li Xia replied innocently. Madame Yan's heart stirred slightly as she pulled Li Xia into her embrace and smiled. This girl is truly observant. Come, let Annie introduce you. This is Dan Li. This is Dong Kuei. This is... Madame Yan spoke quickly, introducing all the maids and servants standing in the room in one breath, and upon finishing, she beamed at Li Xia. Li Xia began identifying them, starting with Dan Li. This is Sister Dan Li. This is Sister Dong Kuei. Dan Li and Dong Kuei promptly curtsied to Li Xia, with Dong Kuei smilingly saying, You flatter me. Just call me Dong Kuei. 9th Young Mississippi. Chapter 8. The handsome young man Li Xia pointed at Ziji and turned to look at Li Wenlan, who understood the implication. This is Sister Ziji. This is Sister Ma Qing. This is Little Hong. This is Little Chui. And Granny Shun. Li Xia meticulously pointed at each one, successfully naming every servant that Madame Yin had introduced. Madame Yin raised her eyebrows in astonishment. These two children had truly remarkable memories. Old San has indeed raised a pair of exceptionally rare children, which is truly enviable. 9th sister is remarkably astute. 7th Miss is almost clapping her hands raw with excitement, while 4th Miss tilts her head to glance at Li Xia and then at Li Wenlan, pursing her lips in contemplation. In the main hall, General Luo is undoubtedly the renowned General Luo, and Mr. Gu is, of course, the esteemed Mr. Gu. The head of the Yongning Duke's residence, Li Shuizhang, is now 44 years old. Due to his meticulous self-care, he appears almost the same age as his younger brother, Li Xueming, who is actually only 35. Li Caoci, known for his humility and warmth, is currently enjoying a flourishing career, exuding an air of calmness akin to a mountain. With his words and actions as gentle as a spring breeze, Li Wenshan stands dutifully behind his father, observing the dashing figure of Mr. Gu, who lounges casually on the western couch, as well as his easygoing uncle and General Luo seated opposite his father. He cannot help but notice his own father, who seems stiff and uncomfortable, leaving him with an indescribable feeling. It is said that his second uncle in the capital is also famed for his gracious demeanor. Had his father been a legitimate son of the Duke's residence, he surely would not appear as constrained and awkward as he does now. It has been many years since you brothers have seen each other, has it not? What a rare occasion. And yet we have disturbed you, General Luo remarked, assessing Li Laoyi. To be honest, it is precisely because you were coming that I specifically instructed Old San to pay a visit today, Li Caoci replied, pointing at his younger brother, Li Xueming, with a smile. I do appreciate Ziming's candor. He speaks his mind without circumlocution, Mr. Gu said, playfully gesturing with his folding fan towards Li Caoci, referring to Li Caoci's courtesy name, Ziming. Upon hearing this, Li Caoci erupted into hearty laughter, and General Luo, pointing at him, joined in with an uproarious laugh, exclaiming, Well done, Li Ziming. You have outsmarted me. Lord Li hesitated for a moment before rising to deeply bow to Director Luo, pledging to diligently uphold his duties and exert every effort. Very well, Director Luo said, stroking his beard, though his gaze toward Lord Li held an inscrutable meaning. Mr. Gu, casting a sidelong glance at Lord Li, remarked with a chuckle, Ziming, your younger brother is indeed quite different from you. Before Lord Kai could respond, a series of urgent, forceful footsteps echoed from outside, prompting the three seated or reclining individuals to instinctively rise and adjust their garments before heading out together. A dozen remarkably agile and robust attendants, dressed in a uniform manner, entered first, taking their positions at critical points like nails being driven into wood. Following them were around 10 youthful attendants clad in elegant blue caps, standing in a neat line from the main hall steps to the entrance. The group had already descended the steps, and amidst the throng of richly attired young attendants, 4 or 5 noble youths entered, engaged in light-hearted banter. The foremost youth, exuding an air of respectfulness, walked along the edge of the pathway, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. He possessed a strikingly handsome and gentle demeanor, bearing a resemblance to Lord Kai, suggesting he was his son, the 4th young master, Li Wensong. Trailing behind Li Wensong, though also positioned at the side of the path, was another youth who, despite his casual demeanor, was even more attractive. Adorned in luxurious attire and exquisite decorations, he bore a resemblance to Mr. Gu. Behind these two, enveloped by the attention of all, was a youthful boy of merely 12 or 13 years, donning a light blue long robe, cinched with a jade belt, his hair elegantly secured with a white jade hairpin. The youth, with lips as red as coral and teeth white as ivory, possesses eyes that shimmer like polished ebony. Though it is difficult to pinpoint what makes him extraordinary, a mere glance evokes a sense of awe. Surrounding him are several remarkably handsome young men, yet in comparison, they all appear to pale in stature. The youth slightly tilts his head, conversing with a boy in a deep indigo robe who lags half a step behind him. The indigo-clad youth bears a focused and stern expression, occasionally casting a glance that radiates an aura of intimidation, causing a slight tremor in the heart. At the back stands a young man, around 18 or 19 years of age, tall and graceful, with a visage so striking it borders on the supernatural. Clad in garments as white as snow, he ambles leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying his surroundings with an air of nonchalance. At his waist hangs an enigmatic black bag, its material unknown, which occasionally swells and deflates as if it contains some living creature. Li Wunshan stands agape, utterly mesmerized by this captivating assembly. How splendid they are! The youth who bears a striking resemblance to Mr. Gu interjects, such superficial fame. They cannot compare to the flowers and grasses in the back garden of the Zhangxi mansion. Do not speak so recklessly, Xiao Gu. The scenery is delightful. It is indeed worthy of the spring Niu show, one of the companions replies. The young nobleman in the center lightly taps his folding fan on Xiao Gu's shoulder, his smile reminiscent of a lotus flower blooming in its infancy. The crowd parts to allow the young nobleman to enter the main hall, where he strides confidently to the head seat. Servants and maidens flit in and out like a flowing stream, presenting warm handkerchiefs, clear water, fragrant tea, and an array of delicacies. In the vast hall, apart from the young nobleman seated at the top, everyone else stands with their hands at their sides in respectful attendance. Li Wunshan steals glances at the young nobleman, his heart pounding with astonishment. Who is this individual? Even esteemed officials like Lord Luo and his uncle must stand at attention before him. Please, take your seats. There is no need for such formalities. The young man cleaned his hands and smiled while gesturing. These two. The young gentleman pointed his folding fan towards Mr. Li and Li Wunshan. Chapter 9. A captivating glance. This is my younger brother, Li Xueming, and this is his son, Li Wunshan. My brother has recently been appointed as the magistrate of Hengshan County after serving as an educator in Taiyuan. It has been over a decade since we last met. Just as Li Chaoxi was about to kneel and apologize, the young gentleman waved his hand dismissively. He glanced at Li Wunshan, then at Li Wunsong. And indeed, the young scions of the Li family were all strikingly handsome, exuding remarkable grace. Mr. Li was already overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, his head spinning and beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his ears buzzing, rendering him unable to even utter polite remarks on behalf of his son. Li Wunshan, being young and naive, blushed at the young gentleman's compliments about his looks and demeanor, scratching his head in embarrassment. The young gentleman smiled, and with a few strides, approached Li Wunshan, playfully pinching the fabric of his new robe with an exaggerated expression of surprise. Your new attire, this pattern. It must be a tribute from the weaving houses of Jiang and from 20 years ago, right? Is it fashionable in Taiyuan to wear clothing made from old materials from 2 decades past? Li Wunshan was left dumbfounded, astonished that he could identify the fabric's pattern as a tribute from 20 years ago. How remarkable. Yes, exactly. You are absolutely correct. I mean, this is indeed fabric from 20 years ago, repurposed from my father's old garments. How did you recognize it as being from 20 years ago? I mean, I just can't seem to discern any difference between this fabric and that piece over there. What differences are there? Li Wunshan held his clothes, pointing at the youth clad in indigo. The young gentleman raised his brows, surveying Li Wunshan with an expression akin to discovering a hidden treasure. A faint, elusive smile played on the lips of the indigo-clad youth as he cast a sly glance at the pale-faced Xiao Gu. Yet his words were directed at Li Wunshan. You cannot discern it. There lies profound knowledge within. Only Xiao Gu comprehends such scholarly wisdom. The young man in white, standing behind the young gentleman, chuckled and shook his head. Luo Shuai, partially concealing his face with a folding fan, struggled to suppress his laughter. It was indeed amusing that Li Caoxi's nephew was such a character. Although Gu Lulang had mocked his outdated attire, it was unexpected that he would receive a punch in return. Li Caoxi appeared nonchalant, yet his full attention was on the young gentleman. And upon noticing the evident interest directed towards Li Wunshan rather than displeasure, he secretly sighed in relief. Adopting a worried expression as he addressed the young gentleman, this nephew of mine possesses a rather simple nature. I hope you will be lenient with him. The final remark was directed at Gu Lulang. Why concern yourself with the affairs of these children? Mr. Gu waved his hand dismissively at Li Caoxi, urging, let them have their fun. We shall not interfere. Nothing grave shall arise. Let us retire to the back garden for tea and admire the flowers, so as not to disturb your serious discussions. The young gentleman closed his folding fan, rising to his feet. The group collectively stood to escort him out. And as he approached Li Wunshan, He paused momentarily and smiled, nodding in invitation. You should join us. It is far more enjoyable to play together than to remain with these old men. Li Caoxi gently pushed his bewildered cousin, Li Wenshan, and then quietly leaned into his son, Li Wensong, whispering instructions to watch over his younger brother. Caoxi felt assured, such a substantial nephew required no supervision. As the young man in white trailed behind, he remarked, whether in jest or earnest was unclear, something that lingered in the air. In the back hall, Li Xia sat closely beside Madame Yan, exchanging pleasantries in a lively manner. Their conversation was filled with laughter when suddenly, a young maid in splendid attire rushed in like a shooting star, dashing straight to Madame Yan, leaning in to murmur a few words. Madame Yan promptly rose and announced her intent to check on the kitchen, instructing, Sister 4, keep a close eye on the younger ones while I'm gone. Li Xia's heart raced with anxiety. What could have transpired to instill such urgency in her aunt? Yet, beneath this tension lay an undercurrent of joy, suggesting that perhaps good news was on the horizon. As everyone exited the main hall, Li Xia discreetly glanced around, a myriad of doubts swirling within her mind. Why had the young Miss Qi, nearly the same age as her sixth brother, been entrusted to wander the garden with merely a handful of young maids? Devoid of any elder supervision? When had her aunt become so careless? Upon leaving the main hall, Li Wenlan exhaled a long sigh of relief. Moments earlier, his sister had been chatting with their aunt, claiming that their mother had said their aunt treated them the best, and that their father had praised the capital's noble house as delightful and intriguing. When had their parents ever voiced such sentiments? It was undoubtedly nonsense. Yet his sister nodded in agreement, and he felt compelled to do the same. After all, he had given his word. In the pavilion behind Li Wensong, the young gentleman eagerly observed as he anxiously gestured for people to leave, while three exquisitely dressed children completely disregarded his attempts and joyfully bounded towards him. The trio dashed up to Li Wensong, and as Li Xia prepared to catch her breath, she lifted her gaze to find the youth smiling at her, leaving her utterly astounded and causing her legs to buckle as she lurched forward. Xia, are you all right? Li Wenshan rushed forward to embrace his sister, his face paling in fright. Chapter 10, The Fright Eye. I'm fine, Li Xia stammered, overwhelmed by shock. Her breath caught in her throat as if paralyzed by fear. The boy in the indigo attire scrutinized her closely, and her heart raced to her throat at the sight of him. His heartless demeanor, cunning nature, and myriad deceitful tactics rendered him almost inhuman. It's just that you are exceedingly handsome, Li Xia blurted out in a moment of panic. You. She averted her gaze from the young gentleman, weakly managing a single word in response. His eyebrows shot up in delight, a smug expression overtaking his face, while the indigo-clad youth regarded him with disdain. The enigmatic young Master Gu Lu sauntered over, lamenting, if anyone is to be breathtaking, it should be Brother Huai Xi. Have you not noticed him? However, Li Xia had no time to address him. The two individuals before her were far too astonishing for her to comprehend. The Qin Wang, who was the object of countless affections, appeared significantly younger than when she last beheld him in her previous life. Nevertheless, his visage and demeanor remained indistinguishable from that of his 20-year-old self, albeit with a hint of youthful innocence. At 20, he exuded an even more formidable presence, captivating all who laid eyes upon him. Li Xia instinctively raised her hand to her forehead, bewildered by his unexpected presence. She recalled with vivid clarity that the Empress Dowager had never ventured more than 100 miles from the capital, and he had never strayed far from her side. Yet here he stood, alive and in the flesh. Hey, little girl, why not open your eyes a bit wider? The Qin Wang waved his hand before Li Xia's eyes. She disregarded him, her gaze shifting in a rapid, segmented manner to glance at the youth clad in indigo, only to swiftly avert her eyes. She was most reluctant to meet his gaze, although he had been her ally in her previous life. She was acutely aware of her aversion to that alliance. Even after she ascended to the position of Empress, wielding power over the realm, she remained wary of him, resolute in her decision to avoid provoking him unless absolutely necessary. Seems like the little girl is quite frightened of you, the Qin Wang observed Li Xia, then turned his attention to the indigo-clad youth, whimsically twirling his folding fan, reveling in the unfolding drama. What is your name, little girl? Xia? Summer. As in the season? Fear not, Xia. Though the parrot may appear as hard as ice, his heart is soft and gentle. From now on, you shall call him Brother Parrot. He delights in being addressed as such. The parrot glared at the Qin Wang with an expression of indignation, while Li Xia wrapped her arms around fifth brother's neck and cast a sidelong glance at the Qin Wang, choosing to ignore him. He truly was incorrigible, this parrot. The Crown Prince Jean Morin of Changsha detested being addressed by his childhood name. During his tenure as Chancellor, a secretary from the Central Secretariat, having brought a parrot to the office, was exiled to the frigid expanse of the Northwest, nearly succumbing to the harsh cold. He even insisted that she call him Brother Parrot. How could such a benevolent Empress Dowager raise such a son? He jested with you. His surname is Jean, so simply refer to him as Elder Brother. A young man in white approached, smiling gently. Li Xia gazed at him steadily and nodded. He was her commander of the Imperial Guards, Lu Yi, also known as Lu Huizi, one of the few she trusted in her previous life. Offing is rather dull. The Qin Wang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Yi. Li Xia understood he was referring to Lu Yi, whose childhood name was Brother Feng. This Qin Wang certainly relished calling others by their nicknames. You're so wonderful, big brother. You're the most handsome, Li Xia exclaimed, extending her arms toward Lu Yi, yearning for his embrace. In her past life, during the times she thought she couldn't endure, he had silently stood guard by her side. Each time, she longed to fall into his arms, where she felt an overwhelming sense of safety and warmth. Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback by Li Xia's outstretched arms. Hesitating before awkwardly wrapping his arms around her, Li Xia clung to his neck, resting her face against his chest, and sighed contentedly. Indeed, it was warm and secure. The Qin Wang had passed away due to a sudden illness the year she entered the palace, having not yet married, just days after the minor betrothal ceremony. Let me, little girl, allow me to hold you. Young Master Gu rushed over, clapping his hands and exclaiming at Li Xia. Infuriated, Li Xia shot him a glare. Feeling insulted, did he consider her a mere dog? My sister is timid. Li Wenshan interjected with a smile, explaining to everyone as he took Li Xia and headed outside. As they walked, he leaned in close to her ear and whispered, I haven't yet informed Uncle about that matter, so do not rush away. Li Xia responded softly. This was indeed the most pressing issue at hand. After lunch, King Qin and Commander Luo, along with others, set off on their journey. Mr. Gu, who could not enjoy a gathering without wine, found himself in a predicament, for with King Qin present, neither Commander Luo nor Li Caoxi dared to touch a drop. Thus, Mr. Gu pulled Old Master Li to drink instead. Unfortunately, Old Master Li had a low tolerance and was soon incapacitated after just a few cups. Upon hearing that his father had passed out, Li Wenshan felt a surge of relief. He had been pondering how to discreetly converse with his uncle. Before Li Wenshan could seek out Li Caoxi summoned both him and Li Wensong. Remember, a single tree cannot form a forest. Brothers must support and assist each other to progress far and achieve greatness. Do you understand? Understood. The two replied in unison with deep bows. Yes, Li Wenshan affirmed, raising his gaze to Li Caoxi. Uncle, I wish to speak with you privately. Oh, very well. Li Caoxi readily agreed. Li Wensong winked at Li Wenshan and stepped back, having a very favorable impression of this cousin whom he had only met for the first time at the age of 10, just as their father had described him. He was straightforward and sincere. As he heard Li Wensong's footsteps fade away, Li Wenshan suddenly knelt before Li Caoxi with a thud. Li Caoxi was an exceedingly astute individual. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand to dismiss the surrounding attendants. What is it? Speak freely. Chapter 11. Acting Early Uncle. You must be aware that father has dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his role as an instructor for the past decade or so, and given his temperament. Li Wenshan paused, pondering how to articulate his thoughts to his uncle. He had discussed this matter with Xian numerous times and had secretly rehearsed his words, yet now, faced with his uncle, he found his tongue faltering. I wish to express my concern. His uncle grasped the sentiment immediately. You are worried about your father. Li Caoxi was perceptive. With just a few words from Li Wenshan, he discerned that Li Wenshan feared his father might not be suited for an official position at all. These were the fabrications he and Xia had concocted. Feeling guilty, Li Wenshan lowered his head and spoke hurriedly, while Li Caoxi fixed his gaze intently on him. You have not alerted them? Good. Excellent. It should be this way, without causing a stir. Li Caoxi praised him repeatedly, recognizing the rarity of such caution and restraint in a child. Have you informed your father? No, I have broached the subject a few times. But father holds both of his masters in high esteem. Given his straightforward nature, I, after much contemplation, did not dare to. You have done remarkably well. Truly commendable. Good child, rise, quickly rise. Li Caoxi pondered for a moment longer, and a cold sweat broke out upon him. He had exerted all his strength to secure the position of Transport Commissioner of Jiang and East Road, having unknowingly offended countless individuals along the way. There were undoubtedly many lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to overturn him. If the third brother were to be implicated in any corruption while in office, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. The third brother had not maintained contact with the family for over 30 years, and the household had nearly forgotten them. Yet, those political adversaries certainly would not. Heaven protect us. Rest assured, I am here for you. Li Caozi pulled Li Weishan to sit beside him. Did your mother send you to find me? No. Uncle may inquire about this. Both Xia and he have prepared answers. Mother often says that uncle treats us well. But I dared not mention this to her. Mother is timid, and mother cannot be compared to Annie and second aunt. She can be compared. She is no less than your aunt. Your mother is exceptionally rare. Very well. Li Caozi patted Li Weishan's hand, showering him with praises, and amidst a few compliments. Many thoughts crossed his mind. Brother Shan, you are 15 this year. Your uncle had already begun to support the family at your age. Moving forward, you must pay close attention to your father's official matters. Uncle will select a few suitable individuals, but let us set that aside for now. Given your father's temperament, it may be inconvenient. Regarding the matter you mentioned, we must tread carefully and avoid alarming the snake. Uncle will send someone to investigate. Let us ascertain the truth first. Hoshan County is but a day's swift ride from Jiangning Prefecture. Rest assured, Uncle will protect you. Excellent. Li Weishan felt a sudden pang in his nose. The sensation of having a protector was truly delightful. At last, the guests had departed and peace returned to the residence of the Kaizifu. The servants bustled about, tidying up the surroundings, while Li Kaizifu strolled leisurely toward the inner hall with his hands clasped behind him. Father! Upon spotting Li Kaizifu, the seventh miss joyfully rushed out, seizing his hand and urging him to sit upon the prominent couch. Leaning against his back, she exclaimed with excitement, Father! Guess who I encountered? I have long yearned to behold the illustrious Qin Wang, renowned for his exceptional demeanor, and though I could not see him in the capital, I unexpectedly laid eyes on him here in Jiangning. Truly, his reputation is well-deserved. He is extraordinarily handsome, akin to a celestial being depicted in a painting. Simply splendid. With a face alight with wonder and satisfaction, the seventh miss beamed. Li Kaizifu turned his gaze towards Madame Yan, who, casting a glance at the bewildered fourth miss, gently reproached the seventh miss by tapping her forehead. You are not a child any longer, yet you still behave so whimsically. Your father is weary and cannot endure any further commotion from you. Come down, and allow your father to rest. Once the seventh and fourth misses had exited, Madame Yin dismissed the maidservants and, with a look of concern, inquired of Li Kaizifu, Are you well? Indeed. A faint smile graced Li Kaizifu's lips, prompting Madame Yin to exhale a sigh of relief. Ever since I received news of your well-being, I have been anxiously awaiting this moment. Now I can finally rest easy. What are your thoughts on the two little ones from the third family? Li Kaizifu inquired. Surprisingly delightful. Madame Yin responded with a look of contemplation, recounting in detail everything that transpired upon the arrival of Li Xia and Li Wenlan, leaving no detail unmentioned. As fourth sister spoke of pig's trotters, I anticipated that she would be vexed, or at the very least, feel somewhat embarrassed. To my surprise, these two children exhibited an innate, steadfast nature, coupled with remarkable intelligence, possessing a memory that neither forgets nor falters. I recall the master stating that children with a loyal disposition and exceptional talent are destined for great futures. Indeed, third brother is fortunate. Madame Yan's words carried a hint of bitterness. Her 3 sons and 1 daughter were of average stature, and it was impossible for her not to feel a twinge of envy upon witnessing the accomplishments of others' children. Li Caozi seemed lost in thought, offering a soft HM before eventually inquiring, What prompted you to send seventh sister and her companions to the back garden? I have been harboring a few thoughts, Madame Yin admitted, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, yet devoid of any concealment. After decades of marriage, they had shared countless discussions on matters both significant and trivial, with her hiding little from him. These families are the very ones I have longed to ally with. If only I could marry seventh sister into any one of them, I would awaken from dreams with a smile. At seventh sister's age, opportunities to meet young men still exist. One might strike gold by chance. Li Caozi interjected, Have you considered the considerable age difference? However, he conceded, Yet your actions are not misguided. Fostering connections between our children and those families can yield only benefits. I share your perspective, Madame Yin replied, her brief disappointment dissipating. The age disparity was significant, but one must also acknowledge the stature of those families. She was a pragmatic person. Gu Lulang ranked 6th in the clan, Yet he was the eldest son of Mr. Gu, with two younger brothers, one merely 4 or 5 years old, and the elder brother, 11 this year. Li Caoxi stroked his beard and smiled gently. In Chapter 12, Old Couple, Madame Yan, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the situation and exclaimed with joy, "What is this?" Without hesitation, Li Caoxi replied, "Today, I am in exceptionally good spirits. Our family has only this one legitimate daughter, Nanjier, whom I cherish even more than you do. You worry about her marriage, while I shall remain unconcerned." Madame Yin felt a wave of comfort wash over her, suppressing a smile. The matter of Nanjier's marriage had weighed on her since last year, when Li Caoxi had instructed someone to procure Wang Wallywood. With 3 sons in our family. Alas, the mention of sons cast a shadow over Li Caoxi's otherwise joyous mood. They are all fine children, yet regrettably, none possess remarkable talents. Madame Yin's face, too, bore a hint of melancholy. Having given birth to 3 sons, not one had distinguished himself, which grieved her deeply. Nanjier was a wonderful child, well-bred, amiable, and kind-hearted. If she could secure a good marriage, she might elevate her maternal family, just as I have. My dear, Madame Yin gently interrupted Li Caoxi. He took her hand and patted it affectionately. Over the years, my father-in-law treated me as his own son, providing guidance and support, and subsequently, my elder brother continued to look after me. I am also of modest talent. Without the care of my father-in-law and elder brother, I cannot fathom what my fate would have been. Among the noble houses in the capital, ours stands out, and that is largely due to the support of my capable in-laws. The sons are our cherished treasures, and Nanjier is equally dear to us. Her marriage must not only uplift her maternal family, but also ensure her happiness. There exists no family more suitable than the Gu family. The esteemed gentleman possesses a far more daring imagination than I. Lady Yin, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "That is the Gu family, a household renowned for selecting brides from all corners of the world. You are merely indulging in pleasant fantasies. What of the Gu family? We are one of the 3 legitimate branches of the Li family in Xiaoli Town. The daughters of the Li family are equally sought after for marriage." Li Caoxi declared with pride, "Without the daughters of the Li family, where would the Gu family find their brides? The desirability of our Li daughters is only marginally lesser than that of the Gu sons." "Indeed," Lady Yin exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. "According to your assessment, these 2 younger ones are commendable, but the 3rd son, Shangzhe, is truly exceptional." Li Caoxi then shifted the conversation to recount how Li Wenshan had caught the attention of the Qin Wang, being invited by him, in the private conversations they had shared. "This is truly astonishing." Lady Yin gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. "I never anticipated that someone like the 3rd son would raise such remarkable children." Li Caoxi further expressed his admiration. "These children are undoubtedly shaped by the guidance of their elders. As for Shangzhe, let us set him aside for now. The 2 younger ones, one merely 5 years old and the other just 7. How could they have turned out so well if they were frequently exposed to negative influences? I believe the 3rd son, having experienced much in the outside world over the years, has at least developed a sense of discernment and understanding of right and wrong." Upon hearing Madame Yan's words, Li Caoxi couldn't help but let out a sigh. For these past years, the 3rd brother had been a source of constant concern for me. The rift among brothers had marred the harmony of our family, inviting incessant criticism. Now, this is not merely the good fortune of the 3rd brother. It is a blessing for us all. Indeed, Madame Yin chuckled, recalling the countless meaningless gossip she had heard in the capital regarding the estrangement between the 3rd brother and the family. The discord among brothers tarnished the family's reputation, even affecting the prospects of the 2nd brother's marriage. Speaking of which, I must express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for your gentle reminder to invite the 3rd brother for a gathering, alas, the more I ponder, the more I dread. If what Brother Shan said is true, the 3rd brother may encounter grave troubles within merely half a year to a year of taking office. This is the fortune you have bestowed upon me. May the heavens bless the Li family." Li Caoxi gazed at Madame Yin with tender affection, causing a deep blush to rise on her cheeks. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she raised her hand to smooth her sleek hairdo, but, halfway through, found it inappropriate and hastily let her hand fall, striving to appear more natural. "This is a blessing from my husband, a fortune for the children. Since our arrival in Jiangning Prefecture over the past couple of months, you have been tirelessly laboring every day. You have always wanted to see the beauty of the spring bullhead, yet I have been preoccupied. I take full responsibility for that. We shall go tomorrow. Let us rise early and, as a family, enjoy the scenery at Bullhead Mountain, visit Hongjue Temple to pay our respects, and partake in a vegetarian feast, allowing ourselves a day of relaxation. Li Caoxi immediately resolved to this plan. Madame Yan's eyes brimmed with tears, and she quickly pressed a handkerchief to her eyes. Nodding in agreement, Li Caoxi conversed with Madame Yan for a while before stepping out and summoning Zhao De, whispering instructions. Have someone investigate the two secretaries beside Master San. With utmost diligence, expedite the process. Furthermore, select 2 suitable individuals to proceed to Hengshan County, and once Master San's family arrives, observe them discreetly. Zhao De, taken aback, raised his gaze toward Li Caoxi, who paused momentarily before continuing. Once you have chosen the right people, bring them to me for approval. Additionally, send someone to Taiyuan Prefecture to inquire about the 3rd Master's family, particularly the children, Shan Gu-er, Lan Gu-er, and the 2 young ladies. Gather every detail regarding their conduct and speech during their time in Taiyuan, with as much precision as possible. Zhao De promptly nodded, bowing his head in acquiescence. Do you recognize those noble individuals? Who are they? This monumental question had been festering in Li Wenshan's mind for the better part of a night, almost driving him to distraction. Have you spoken to uncle about it? What did he say? What questions did he pose? How did you respond? Li Xia was particularly concerned about this significant matter. You go first. All right, I shall begin. Li Wenshan recounted how he had communicated with uncle, the inquiries made, his responses, and how decisively uncle had agreed. He exhaled deeply. Xia, you cannot fathom the comfort of having a powerful backing. Indeed, from now on, you shall be our support, Li Xia casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Wenshan straightened his back, acknowledging, yes, regardless of how father may be, he must undoubtedly become a pillar for his younger siblings, a formidable support, much like uncle. The uncle's wholehearted agreement did not stem from the desire to be our pillar of support. Rather, it is a matter of mutual benefit and shared adversity. To speak rather harshly, he might even be grateful for the reminder and the opportunity we have presented him. Li Xia, fearing that 5th brother might impulsively regard the uncle's family as a reliable ally, hastily cautioned him. Chapter 13. The benefactors I know. Can I truly remain oblivious to this matter? Who are these benefactors, after all? Do you know them? How could you possibly be acquainted with them? I am familiar with them because you know them, Li Xia asserted, directing the focus onto 5th brother. In her previous life, she had governed for over a decade. With utmost caution and unparalleled diligence, she was acquainted with officials of the 7th rank and above, and possessed extensive knowledge of the more notable noble families. Yet, she had resolved to keep these experiences buried deep within her heart, disclosing not a single syllable to anyone. Me? It turns out I know them? Li Wenshan's face lit up with joy, while Li Xia, feeling a pang of guilt, averted her gaze. In the past, when he had known them, he had already purified himself. That was Prince Qin, Chengxi. Li Wenshan inhaled sharply, naturally having heard of Prince Qin. The current Empress Dowager, surnamed Jin, hailed from the Jin family of Changsha, the original wife of the late emperor, having borne 2 sons, one being the emperor himself, and the other, Prince Qin, born posthumously. From the moment he entered this world, he became the apple of the Empress Dowager's eye, the youngest brother most cherished by the emperor. Being granted the title of prince at the tender age of 6, not only was this Prince Qin incomparably noble, but he was also astute, wise, respectful of the learned, and possessed a humble and magnanimous disposition. In every aspect, he was admirable, even possessing an extraordinarily handsome appearance. A few years prior, he had been lauded as a paragon of elegance, a celestial being among men. The fearsome figure is Jin Moran, the crown prince of Changsha, whose courtesy name is Zhuoyan and childhood nickname is Inga. As Li Xia contemplated Jin Zhuoyan's piercing gaze, which seemed to see through all, a shiver of trepidation coursed through her. A fearsome being? Are you referring to Jin Dallin? Despite his taciturn demeanor, he is, in truth, what? He is indeed the crown prince of Changsha, the emperor's own nephew? Without a whisper of wind, Li Wenshan was left in disarray. Realizing he was surrounded by individuals of unparalleled nobility. 5th brother, take heed. You must exercise caution around him. His heart is as ruthless as it is callous. So much so that he is akin to a butcher. The king of Qin, he once single-handedly wielded a spear and, in a single breath, slaughtered over 200 men. Li Xia recalled the day of the king's demise, envisioning Jin Zhuoyan emerging from Zhang's residence, spear in hand, stained with blood. A chill ran down her spine. He was no mere mortal, but a demon risen from the depths of hell. Who? The king of Qin? Jin Dallin. Who commits murder? Why such carnage? Leading troops into battle? Li Wenshan was astounded and bewildered, The thought of slaying over 200 men was utterly terrifying. No wonder Xia was so frightened. It is Jin Zhuoyan, not a general commanding troops, for he has never led an army. How he achieved such a feat is of no concern. Suffice it to say, remember well, his heart is merciless. Moreover, he is cunning and shrewd. Li Xia had no intention of revealing to fifth brother that the king of Qin had perished long ago. He is earnest, and should that information slip, it would spell disaster. The best way to safeguard a secret is to let it rot within one's own heart. The most striking among them is named Lu Yi. With the courtesy name Huaizi and a childhood nickname of Finga, everyone refers to him as General Lu. Indeed, he holds the nominal position of General of the Imperial Guard, which is why he is addressed as General Lu. He is the youngest legitimate son of the head of the Anan Lu family, the most gifted martial arts prodigy the family has seen in decades. Despite his youth, he has already mastered his skills to an extraordinary degree, and he possesses a remarkable talent for both employing and neutralizing poisons. Have you noticed the black cloth pouch at his waist? It contains the Lu family's treasured heirloom, the white flower snake, which is merely as long as half a chopstick yet is the most venomous serpent in existence. Furthermore, this snake is impervious to the cold. It can thrive and remain vibrant even in the depths of winter. Li Xia provided an incredibly detailed introduction to Lu Huaizi, indicating her profound understanding of him. Li Wenshan was left speechless. Xia, how do you know everything? Does the king of Qin still allow you to call him Brother Parrot? Is it possible that he is unaware of this flaw? Or does he only exhibit it now, and will later? Li Wenshan found himself perplexed. Such a good person as the king of Qin could not possibly deceive Xia, could he? I don't know, Li Xia shrugged. Though her mind was preoccupied with the king's eyes, which sparkled with an unsettling excitement, clearly harboring ulterior motives, her impression of the king of Qin was one of generosity, kindness, and magnanimity, yet this perception was entirely derived from her observations of the Empress Dowager. Whether the king was truly as she envisioned remained uncertain, after all. In her previous life, she had only glimpsed him from afar without ever exchanging words. For them, these matters were of utmost importance. Li Xia held on to a sliver of hope, and upon hearing Li Wenshan's words, she did not feel too disappointed and casually replied. For a prince like the king of Qin, the youngest son of the former emperor and the current emperor's younger brother, indulging in a life of comfort and pleasure was the greatest priority. Alas, Li Wenshan sighed deeply, his expression filled with envy. This is indeed a life akin to that of celestial beings. The others are just as enchanting to behold. A few days later, the Li family entered Hengshan County. By the time they arrived, it was already dusk. Mr. Li was preoccupied with exchanging pleasantries with the county magistrate, the deputy magistrate, and other officials, while Mrs. Li, known as Su, was being carried into the county office's rear residence. Outside, Li Wenshan observed as people transported large pieces of luggage, while inside, Li Dong was overseeing everything. She first sent Hong Mama to summon a doctor, while Tang Posey busied herself cleaning the kitchen, lighting the fire, and preparing water for cooking. Meanwhile, Li Dong, accompanied by Su Yi and a couple of others, was diligently tidying up and organizing, moving about like a whirling dervish. Li Wenlan tightly grasped her sister Li Xia's hand, obediently trailing behind elder sister Li Dong, ensuring she could be seen without causing any disruption. When Mr. Li finally stepped inside, the kitchen was filled with smoke, and the various rooms were at least tidy enough for a night's rest. The most pressing matters of food and sleep had been addressed, allowing for a more leisurely approach to everything else. Mr. Li surveyed the well-organized rear residence and the children, who were both perspiring from their labors, feeling a mix of compassion and pride. With both a son and a daughter, what more could one desire? Chapter 14. An ancestor. Early the next morning, Li Xia was awakened by a resounding voice. She turned over, keeping her eyes shut. After spending more than a month on a boat, she was finally able to sleep in a bed. However, even until midnight, she had found the bed unsettlingly unstable. Now that it was finally still, she wished to indulge in a little more slumber. How could they be so foolish? What use are you? That trunk requires 2 people to lift it. Oh dear. That entire trunk is filled with the master's inkstones. That is a book trunk. The bookshelf isn't even set up yet. Why are you moving it? Oh, it infuriates me. How can one be so dim-witted? That cabinet cannot be dragged. It must not be dragged. Look at how the cabinet legs have been worn askew. Alas. What is your name? Where are you placing your hand? The incessant sound drilled into Li Xia's ears like a relentless auger, igniting a wave of irritation within her. Perhaps it would be best to rise. Li Xia sat up and gazed out the window, where a newly affixed pale blue veil hung, and beyond it, lush greenery swayed, resembling banana plants. Has the ninth miss awakened? The little girl, Jiaoer, peeked in and said, I'm going to fetch water. Li Xia stared blankly at Jiaoer, unfamiliar with her. Who is this? She seemed to have an air of familiarity. Without uttering a word, Li Xia washed her face and stepped out, traversing the corridor and passing through the Daobaoping door into the main courtyard. In the main courtyard, at the entrance of the main room, there stood an armchair obstructing the way, occupied by an elegantly dressed elderly lady. She waved her arms, incessantly scolding and directing a throng of servants and maids to move boxes and tidy up. Under her furious commands, everyone in the courtyard scurried about in a state of haste. Li Xia gazed in a daze at the formidable elderly woman. This aunt was the sister of her father's mother, who had raised her father and whom he revered as a mother. She was the matriarch of their family, wielding absolute authority. Yet, after her father's wrongful judgment and their family's hasty journey to the capital, where had she gone? Li Xia's head throbbed with the effort of recollection. She could not clearly remember where she had vanished to. One thing was certain. Ever since her father's misdeeds, she had not laid eyes upon her again. Li Xia entered the main room, where Madame Su reclined on a couch beneath the southern window, appearing significantly more spirited. Upon seeing Li Xia, she broke into a smile, straightened her posture, and beckoned her over. Ah, Xia, you've awoken. Did you sleep well last night? Come here. Let your mother have a look at you. The sixth brother, closest to their mother, shifted slightly to make space for his sister. Li Dong stepped forward to assist Li Xia in removing her shoes before lifting her onto the couch. Mother, are you feeling better? You look radiant today. Li Xia gazed up at her mother. I am well, Madame Su replied, gently stroking Li Xia's head with immense affection. Ah, Xia. The household has been quite chaotic these past few days. Please do not wander about. Either stay with your sister or come here to write with your sixth brother. I hear that our Xia has taken a liking to writing lately? Yes, mother. Before Li Xia could finish her thought, a sudden increase in volume from outside interrupted her. Halt. Where did this box come from? Bring it here. Open it for me to see. Madame Su's hand, resting on Li Xia's, stiffened, her complexion paling. She quickly exchanged a glance with her maid, Granny Hong, who was standing at the door, observing the commotion outside. Understanding the urgency in Madame Su's eyes, Granny Hong lifted the curtain and stepped outside, smiling as she spoke. This box contains merely a few pieces of old fabric, personally packed and sealed by Madame. It should be brought into this room. I witnessed the packing of each box with my own eyes. At my age, my memory serves me well. There is no such box as this. A box of such size must contain a considerable amount of fabric. Is there anything in this household of which I am unaware? I am fully cognizant of even Madame's dowry. Where did such a large box of fabric come from? Speak. The old lady was incredibly fierce. Li Xia looked perplexedly at her pale-faced mother and her sister, who was trembling with fear. Were they afraid of her? She had forgotten all about this aunt. This box of fabric was a gift from her aunt during their last visit to Jiangning Prefecture, which included not only materials but also several fine inkstones, 2 boxes of premium Huizhou ink, and a box of lake brushes. Why were her mother and sister reluctant to let this old lady know about it? I shall take a look. Li Dong, observing Mrs. Su's ashen face, bit her lip tightly and mustered her strength to stand and step outside. Li Xia hurriedly shifted and peered through the window. Indeed, this box had been personally packed by her mother, and she had watched as it was brought inside. Let us first bring it into the room, and then we can accompany the old lady to take a look. Li Dong hunched her shoulders, lowering her head, and stood before the imposing old lady, seemingly the lowest of servants. A pang of pain struck Li Xia's heart. Could it be that there was something unspeakable within this box? The old lady placed her hands on her hips, first spitting a stream of words at Li Dong, then pointing a finger at her face, demanding, You. Open it for me. How dare you play tricks in front of me? You're still too inexperienced. As she uttered her final insult, she jabbed her finger toward the room. The box was opened, and the old lady grasped Li Dong's thin shoulders, forcefully pressing her into the box. What are these old fabrics? Are you blind? Where do you think I am? Speak. Tell me clearly, where did this come from? Was it stolen or snatched? I dare you to lie to me again. Go on. Do let me know next time. Li Dong was being shaken and pressed by her hair becoming disheveled. Granny Hong stood by, arms crossed, watching with an air of indifference, as if it were a commonplace occurrence. Go summon the master. Bring him here. I cannot bear this any longer. The master has just been promoted, and now they wish to drive me to my demise. I cannot endure this. I knew it. Once he gains a position, it becomes unbearable. I cannot go on living. The old lady suddenly pushed Li Dong away, collapsing into a chair. Pounding her thighs and weeping uncontrollably. Mr. Li was occupied with official duties, signing documents, when he heard of the turmoil in the inner quarters and hurriedly rushed in. Upon seeing Mr. Li, the old lady's tears flowed freely, her earlier cries transformed from fierce to heart-wrenching in an instant. I raised you, endured so much hardship. That family, that wretched family. Aside from your father, is there a single decent person among them? They all wish for your demise. They would gladly strangle you if they could. They are no better than beasts. Ah, how many years have passed, I didn't dare close my eyes while sleeping. Just to raise you. Ah, pity me. I cannot go on living. I cannot survive this. Chapter 15. Burning money, my lady. What troubles you? Who dares? Mr. Li's words faltered as he caught sight of the open fabric trunk before the old lady, his tongue tied. His voice dwindling into nothingness. My lady, you were terribly seasick at the time, and I dared not disturb you. This trunk belongs to the eldest in the household. Merely a few pieces of fabric for clothing. I thought of the fifth son entering school. It is essential. Oh heavens! The elderly lady comprehended that it was the master of the Li family who had sent this, and with a sudden intake of breath, her exclamation, heavens, reverberated resoundingly. That wretched family. They have long awaited your demise. Have you not suffered enough at their hands? They perceive your recovery as an opportunity to plot your downfall anew. How can you be so foolish? Ah, alas! How long must I endure this anguish? I can no longer bear it. Ah! I cannot go on. Her lament echoed through the air, her thighs slapping together with fervor. Mr. Li hung his head, shoulders slumped in silence. While Madame Sue's complexion turned ashen, leaning against the now-arrived Li Dong, incessantly coughing, Li Dong kept his gaze lowered, tears cascading down his cheeks. Dear Mingo, throughout your upbringing, what lessons have I imparted? In life, regardless of what one possesses, one must possess integrity. As individuals, our character must be resolute. Those unscrupulous beings, their wealth is theirs alone. We shall not covet it. You are now a distinguished county magistrate. You must embody this integrity even more. Speak, 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 I implore you. Mr. Li struggled to lift his gaze, casting a glance at the elderly lady. His lips quivered, yet words failed to escape his mouth. Shangur donned his worn garments. And when mocked by others, his heart felt as though it were being pierced repeatedly by a dagger. Oh, my poor sister. The old lady, striking her thigh. Wept even more sorrowfully, lamenting, my sister. Alas, why did you leave us so suddenly? Oh, heavens, why could I not take her place? Aunt, I never intended. No, it's too much. I've been busy these past few days and could not attend to it. I understand. I truly understand. How could I accept their possessions? I shall. Upon hearing her cries, Master Li's eyes turned red instantly, and before he could finish his sentence, tears streamed down his cheeks. Bring Wudong in here. Have him carry these things out and dispose of them. Burn them to ashes. Throw it all away. Reduce it all to cinders. Though we may be poor, we possess dignity. We have dignity. The old lady ceased her weeping at once, her spirit bolstered as she patted Master Li's shoulder with fervor. Asia, quickly go check on your sister. Mrs. Su was startled by Li Xia's sudden urgency. Li Xia fixed her gaze upon Wudong and dashed forth rapidly, only to collide headlong with fifth brother Li Wenshan at the second gate. Wenshan seized Li Xia and inquired with concern, what happened? What is amiss? That box of items was given by our uncle, and that old lady ordered Wudong to carry it out to burn. You must follow him discreetly. Keep an eye on him, and ensure he does not notice. Observe if it is truly burned, and if not, where has it gone? Li Xia's expression was one of utmost distress, yet her thoughts were clear and coherent. Li Dong caught up, his complexion pale. Though it was unclear whether it was due to the earlier incident or the urgency of pursuing Li Xia. Ah, Xia, you. Li Dong gasped, failing to hear Li Xia's murmured words. He lifted Li Xia into his arms. Ah, Xia, you're reluctant to part with those treasures? Ah, Xia. They do not belong to us. We cannot take what is not ours. Dear sister, I understand. Li Xia clung to her sister's neck, nuzzling her face against her shoulder. She cared not for material possessions. Her heart ached for her sister. In this lifetime, she vowed to protect her sister with every ounce of her strength. Did it really burn? Li Xia asked, holding her breath. Burn? Nonsense! Li Wenshan exclaimed, irritation escaping his lips. He carried a box into the pawn shop at the end of Bazi Street. I did not dare to follow him inside. Within mere moments, he emerged without the box, replaced by an exceedingly heavy satchel. Wretched thing. What happened after that? Where did it go? Who received the silver? Adopted son? Li Xia narrowed her eyes. It is all my fault. I couldn't manage this simple matter. Li Wenshan lamented, slapping his forehead in frustration. Fifth brother. Is the old lady truly the sister of our father's birth mother? A biological sister? Li Xia could recall very little about this old lady. Her memories were almost non-existent. She was said to be a cousin. Did you not know? The aunt later. Well, that happened. A single word, death, lingered unspoken on Li Wenshan's lips. Li Xia shook her head. I do not remember. After our father's misfortune, I have no recollection of her. Subsequently, neither of us thought of her again, nor did we inquire about her fate. When father falters, does that mean she is no longer present? Li Wenshan furrowed his brow and said, Xia, I dare not speak these words to others. I cannot shake the feeling that the old lady is not truly a good person, especially towards father and us. It does not bode well. Just look at today's incident. It surely signifies something malevolent. Li Xia's gaze darkened. It seemed that their family was firmly under the thumb of this old woman. Judging from earlier events, it was evident that she was a greedy and malicious individual devoid of any moral boundaries. Could father's misfortunes and the family's dire straits during the confiscation be linked to her? If we consider the past at the Bo residence, did the old lady behave in a similar manner? The more Li Wenshan pondered, the further his thoughts wandered. Xia, if the Bo residence treated father poorly, it is likely that this old lady is involved. Chapter 16. By the railing fifth brother, we must keep a close watch on this old lady. It is possible that she has a hand in father's troubles, Li Xia said, her brow furrowing tighter as the implications became increasingly plausible. Excellent. The old lady is easy to observe. You monitor the inner quarters while I keep an eye on the outside, Li Wenshan declared, rolling up his sleeves in readiness. Li Wenshan was abruptly seated on the ground by Li Xia, nodding fervently. In the main hall, Mrs. Su's gaze drifted past the window, settling on her eldest son and youngest daughter conversing beneath the pomegranate tree. After a long pause, she exhaled a heavy sigh, thinking to herself, as long as you both are well, there is little else worth contesting. Her heart ached for the large chest overflowing with fabric, pained by the thought of fifth brother being mocked for his worn clothes. Upon hearing the master mention it halfway through, tears welled in her eyes. She did not covet others' possessions. It was simply, alas. Xia is increasingly understanding. Mrs. Su observed her youngest daughter, finding her ever more endearing. Indeed, regardless of what is served, she insists that I partake. If I refuse, she declares, if sister does not eat, neither shall I. How exasperating. Li Dong gazed at his sister, and the more he looked, the more he appreciated her. While still unoccupied with lessons at the county school, Li Wenshan took advantage of the opportunity to linger at the front office, ostensibly to study under his father. After observing the two clerks for quite some time, he discerned that the knowledge within the government office was far more intricate than that found in books. The clerks were discussing matters such as spring and autumn taxes offsetting grain, leaving him utterly confounded. Alas, it appeared that keeping up with them would not be feasible in the short term. Should he perhaps prompt his uncle? Given his uncle's numerous commitments, would he potentially overlook this matter? May I inquire if Master Li Wu is present? Just as Li Wenshan was lost in thought, a polite inquiry echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. He quickly leaned out to see a refined young servant dressed in elegant attire. Before he could respond, the servant, having spotted him, swiftly navigated around several clerks and arrived before him in an instant, offering a respectful bow and smiling. Forgive my oversight. I did not recognize Master Wu at first. And you are? Li Wenshan thought himself the one truly lacking perception. The young servant recognized him. Yet he felt certain he had never laid eyes on him before. My master, just the other day, enjoyed the blossoms alongside Master Wu in Jiangning Prefecture. I happened to pass through Hengshan County today, and remembered Master Wu must have accompanied the county magistrate upon his appointment. So I was sent to invite you for a conversation. Upon hearing this, Li Wenshan immediately understood. The only individuals he had admired the flowers within Jiangning were the Qin family. Let us go. Li Wenshan exchanged pleasantries with the two clerks and departed the office with the young servant. As Cheng Ying smiled, nodding with delight, he recalled that when the elder named him, he had indeed mentioned Cheng Ying's sword. While he could not claim mastery of martial arts, he had always been nimble in serving by the elder's side. Leading the way, Cheng Ying deftly navigated through twists and turns, and before long, they arrived at a remarkably elegant and secluded courtyard. Li Wenshan was taken aback, wondering where they were. To his surprise, Cheng Ying appeared even more astonished, exclaiming that he had no idea of their location. This is the pavilion of the balustrade. Does Fifth Master not know of it? Cheng Ying remarked, you see, Fifth Master has just arrived in Hengshan County. A newcomer, after all. What kind of place is the pavilion of the balustrade? Surely at ISNTA brothel? Upon hearing the name, Li Wenshan's imagination ran wild, and he paused abruptly to voice his inquiry. Cheng Ying, caught off guard by the question, quickly clarified, "Of course not." Cough. "The Pavilion of the Balustrade is merely an establishment for dining, albeit with some musical performances. It is a respectable place for a meal." Relieved, Li Wenshan proceeded inside, while Cheng Ying gazed at him in mild frustration, thinking how absurd it was for him to even consider such a possibility. Externally, the Pavilion of the Balustrade exuded an air of tranquility, and once inside, the surroundings were picturesque, adorned with birds flitting about, their melodious calls enhancing the serene ambience akin to the phrase "the song of birds deepens the mountainous solitude." Cheng Ying guided Li Wenshan into a warm chamber nestled on a hillside in the back garden. The room was spacious, featuring a large table laden with an array of dishes. Yet curiously, it was devoid of patrons. The Qin Wang reclined on a low couch by the window, half closing his eyes, in harmony with the distant sounds of silk and bamboo music. His fingers gently tapped upon the table. Jin Zhuyan and Lu Yi stood by the window opposite, cups in hand, engaged in hushed conversation, while Gu Yuan stood before a flower rack, his brow slightly furrowed as he intently examined a pod of cold orchids. Li Wulong had arrived. As Li Wenshan ascended the steps, Lu Yi signaled to the others. Wulong approached to converse. Upon entering the warm chamber, Li Wenshan was greeted by the smiling wave of Qin Wang. Gu Yuan scrutinized Li Wenshan's faded silver-gray silk robe and the somewhat worn cloth belt at his waist, while Jin Zhuyan regarded him with a cool, discerning gaze. "Your Highness." Li Wenshan knelt and bowed his head, but Qin Wang hastily gestured for him to rise. "I detest such mundane rituals." However, Lu Yi waited until Li Wenshan had completed his bow before stepping forward to assist him. "Indeed, Your Highness abhors these customary formalities. Yet one must not entirely disregard etiquette. Prepare a seat for Li Wulong," Lu Yi suggested. Li Wenshan took a seat on the stool, surveying his surroundings. Cheng Ying remarked that this was an establishment for wine, yet it bore no resemblance to a tavern, instead resembling the courtyard of a wealthy family. "What would a tavern look like then?" Qin Wang inquired, his eyes glinting as he observed Li Wenshan's bewildered expression, finding it quite amusing. "Surely, it ought to be lively, with guests coming and going, tea and wine attendants bustling about, mingling with idlers and vagabonds, everything that characterizes a tavern. Here." Li Wenshan turned to survey the area, noting the absence of even a single tea or wine attendant. The Qin King elegantly unfurled his folding fan, subtly concealing half of his face as he stifled a chuckle. Lu Yi cast a sympathetic glance at Li Wenshan, while Jin Zhuyan appeared somewhat lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. Gu Yuyan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What you described indeed sounds like a tavern, but who would venture into such a lowly establishment? It's filthy and chaotic, utterly unbearable." Chapter 17. The insincere invitation that is true, Li Wenshan remarked, tapping his forehead. Though he possessed a carefree nature and a remarkably thick skin, he was, at heart, an astute individual. He quickly discerned that those around him resided in a lofty realm, where the revelry he found delightful was viewed by them as disordered and unsightly. However, what kind of tavern could operate in such a manner? As I entered, aside from your company, I saw not a single other patron. Surely, that spells disaster. He understood that such words were ill-advised, yet the urge to voice them was overwhelming. Gu Yuyan stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Although the Qin King's fan obscured his face, the shaking shoulders betrayed his amusement. Jin Zhuyan raised an eyebrow, glancing sideways at Li Wenshan. If he were genuinely simple-minded, it could be forgiven. Yet, if he were merely feigning ignorance to curry favor with the prince, such cunning was deserving of reprimand. Lu Yi cleared his throat forcefully, attempting to stifle his laughter. Ahem. Well, Wulong is quite concerned for the nation. Before he could finish, the Qin King could no longer contain himself, erupting into hearty laughter, so much so that he nearly dropped his fan, which slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Gu Yuyan joined in, laughing uproariously. "Concern for the nation? Old Lu, I never imagined you could be so narrow-minded. Concern for the nation. The establishment known as the Pavilion is thriving, often requiring reservations several days in advance. The reason you do not see other patrons today," Jin Zhuyan explained slowly while observing Li Wenshan, "is that I have reserved the entire venue." Li Wenshan, with one hand pressed against the back of his head, displayed a hint of embarrassment, acknowledging, "I lack experience, and I must have become a source of amusement for everyone. It is no wonder they say Jiangnan is prosperous and refined. Even the taverns are so well appointed." Gu Yuyan found herself momentarily speechless, taken aback by Li Wenshan's audacity. "The Yongning Earl's residence is among the most distinguished in the capital. How could your family be in such straits?" Jin Juyin approached, pinching the frayed edges of Li Wenshan's long gown. This. Li Wenshan hesitated, smoothing the fabric of his gown before finally lifting his gaze to the group and whispering, "Before my grandmother married, the Yongning Earl's household was already quite impoverished, with little wealth to speak of. The current affluence is solely due to my grandmother's dowry. My father is a son born of a concubine, and when he arrived in Taiyuan, he had already taken all the silver he was entitled to from the Earl's estate. My grandmother's dowry belongs to my uncles, and does not pertain to my father." These revelations were imparted to him by Li Xia. Previously, the old lady incessantly proclaimed, "The lady of Yongning is as venomous as a viper. The eldest and second uncles are equally treacherous. The answer no different. Apart from the Duke of Yongning, the entire household is composed of malevolent beings, and everyone wishes for their demise." In response to such statements, his father remained silent, as did his mother. The veracity of these remarks now filled him with doubt. As Li Xia suggested, the Duke's household currently thrives on the dowry of the matriarch. Thus, it is only natural for the elder and second uncles to enjoy wealth while their family languishes in poverty. Lu Yi's expression betrayed nothing, yet Gu Yuyan was visibly astounded, applauding fervently. "These are words of clarity. You possess discernment. What is wealth, after all? What matters most is to live without remorse." Li Wenshan shot him a sidelong glance. Indeed, money might not be of paramount importance, but without it, one possesses not. They had yet to attend the county school, but they had already encountered a teacher. At the mention of this, Li Wenshan's countenance darkened. The teacher was simply sigh. It was disheartening. His father mentioned that next month he would visit the governor in Hangzhou in hopes of securing a position for him at the affiliated school. The affiliated school. The king of Qin lightly waved his folding fan, acknowledging its merit, but then hesitated. "Since you are bound for Hangzhou, why not consider Wansong Academy? It is certainly superior to the affiliated school." Wansong Academy? Li Wenshan was taken aback. The very institution that the esteemed Wen Jinggong attended? Indeed. Gu Yuyan nodded vigorously, reminiscent of the ancestral scholars who once graced Wansong Academy. "Now, we all study there. You should join us." Li Wenshan, this provincial lad, even knew that Wen Jinggong had attended Wansong Academy, which significantly improved Gu Yuyan's opinion of him. How could I have forgotten that Wansong Academy is just outside Hangzhou? How foolish of me. I should be going to Wansong Academy, not to any local academy. Li Wenshan, who held Wen Jinggong in the highest regard, was instantly filled with excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. While Wansong Academy is indeed prestigious, gaining admission is no easy feat. Louis interjected with a cautionary note. But Qin Wang swiftly added, "Isn't it merely a matter of excelling in poetry and essay examinations? While others may struggle to gain entry, Wulong will undoubtedly find it effortless." Louis took a step back, falling silent, while Jin Juyin observed Li Wenshan with a knowing expression. He understood Qin Wang's status and recalled that Gu Lu had mentioned that Qin Wang was currently studying at Wansong Academy. Could he genuinely believe that the academy was still accepting new students? In these times, without an edict from the Empress Dowager, even the star of literature could not gain entry. Only Gu Yuyan clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Well said." Like Li Wenshan, he lacked the cunning to realize such a truth. Upon returning to Hangzhou, Lu Yi and Qin Wang entered the Mingtao Mountain Villa through the second gate. Lu Yi, stepping slightly ahead, quietly inquired of Qin Wang, "Regarding Li Wenshan's admission to Wansong Academy, shall I speak to the headmaster tomorrow?" "No need," came the succinct reply. The Qin Wang rested his folding fan against his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Let him devise his own solutions. I have a lingering suspicion." The Qin Wang's voice trailed off, suggesting he was not as simple-minded as he appeared. Let us observe for now. Chapter 18. The subtle advantages. The Qin Wang proceeded directly inside to pay his respects to Empress Dowager Jane. "Please, allow him to enter," she instructed, sipping her tea. Lu Yi entered with his hands down, bowing to pay his respects. Empress Dowager Jane set down her cup, her tone gentle and amiable. "Has Yun Ge been mischievous again?" "Not at all," Louis replied with a smile. "It is but a trivial matter. I felt it prudent to inform you." "Indeed." Empress Dowager Jin nodded with a smile. Louis commenced recounting the events of his journey to Jiangning Prefecture. "On the day I accompanied the prince to Jiangning, I encountered Li Xuezhang's younger brother, the newly appointed magistrate of Hengshan County, Li Xueming, along with his eldest son, Li Wenshan, his second son, Li Wenlan, and his youngest daughter, Li Xia." Lu Yi succinctly narrated his encounter with the Li siblings in Jiangning. Empress Dowager Jin listened attentively. Lu Yi glanced up before lowering his gaze to continue. "This morning, The prince suddenly expressed a desire for Longjing shrimp at the Piling Courtyard in Hengshan County. Upon arrival, he recalled Li Wenshan and summoned him to converse at the Piling Courtyard, also advising him to take the examination at Wansong Academy. Oh, at the mention of the prince sending Li Wenshan to Wansong Academy, Empress Dowager Jin's expression turned serious. Her brow furrowed as she remarked, "So, this Li Wenshan seems rather earnest and straightforward? Yet, when did Jun Guder develop a fondness for such simplicity?" The prince remarked that perhaps Li Wenshan was not as simple-minded as he appeared. Louis lowered his gaze, acknowledging this with a respectful bow. After a considerable time, Lu Yi departed, while the Empress Dowager gazed vacantly into the distance, lost in thought. "Lao Huang," she called, "I am here." The old eunuch stepped forward cautiously from behind the bejeweled curtain, his frail figure and humble demeanor rendering him almost invisible. "You have heard everything. Please share your thoughts." The Empress Dowager's words were somewhat disjointed, but Lao Huang smiled knowingly. The prince's thoughts grow increasingly elusive. In the blink of an eye, Yun Guer has turned 13. I once believed that time stretched endlessly, watching Yun Guer day by day without noticing his growth. Now, I feel as if time has flown by in an instant. The Empress Dowager's reflections were steeped in profound sorrow. The prince has matured, and all will be well. Lao Huang's low counsel carried an unspoken depth of emotion. To claim he has matured is a stretch. He is merely 13. Keep a close watch on this matter. Investigate Li Shiwiming's family thoroughly. And also scrutinize the Yongning Duke's residence closely. The Empress Dowager, suppressing her pain, instructed decisively. Wansong Academy is among the finest in the land. And gaining admission is no easy feat. Li Wenshan, concentrating his efforts on preparation, found it impossible to monitor Wudong and the two tutors daily. After much deliberation with Li Xia, they prioritized their tasks. Securing a place at Wansong Academy was of greater importance and urgency, while matters concerning Wudong and the tutors could be temporarily set aside. Thus, Li Wenshan devoted himself to his studies, while Li Xia sat idly in the corridor, lamenting the lack of capable allies in their midst. Fifth brother has no attendance, yet she has a maid named Xiao Jiuer. However, Xiao Jiuer. Li Xia turned to glance at the yawning Xiao Jiuer, who was busy with her needlework, though referred to as her maid. Xiao Jiuer was merely at the beck and call of the old lady. "Ninth lady, the sun is already high in the sky. You had breakfast quite early. You must be hungry now. Shall I ask Granny Tang to prepare a bowl of egg wine for you?" Seeing Li Xia's gaze upon her, Xiao Jiuer eagerly suggested, her mouth watering. "I am not hungry," Li Xia replied, her lips curling down in a firm refusal. Xiao Jiuer was taken aback by this unexpected rejection. Throughout their journey from Taiyuan Prefecture to Hengshan County, she had been attending to the old lady on the boat, and during this time, it seemed as though Ninth Lady had transformed entirely. Previously, they would discuss meals and play together, which was delightful. Now, the Ninth Lady showed no interest in eating or playing, spending her days either writing, reading, or sitting in a daze, which was truly dull. "Ninth Lady, what has happened to you? You neither eat nor play. You hardly resemble the Ninth Lady I once knew." Xiao Jiuer, who always voiced her thoughts, exclaimed. This statement struck Li Xia like a beam of light piercing through clouds. She had completely forgotten that she was merely 5 years old. This was the age of innocent curiosity, a time when one could run freely, ask questions, and explore without restraint. The front office was accessible to her. And not only could she go, but she could roam freely. Going on her own was far more useful than Fifth Brother's presence. "Let us go find father and see how he carries out his duties as the magistrate. Quick, let us hurry," Li Xia exclaimed, leaping up and pulling Xiao Jiuer along as they dashed forward. Two esteemed officials, Master Bu, who oversees legal matters, and Master Liu, who manages finances, have been diligently working since their arrival in Hengshan County. Each day, they rise before dawn and labor tirelessly until midnight, their lamps still aglow. Every morning, upon entering the county office, Magistrate Li is met with meticulous reports and explanations from the two masters, who present each matter with great care. This diligence, attentiveness, and absolute professionalism have deeply moved Magistrate Li, who feels fortunate to have such capable individuals by his side, as he senses that fortune may soon favor him. On one occasion, when Li Xia stealthily entered the front office with Xiao Jiuer, she happened upon Master Bu, who was intensely questioning County Constable Wu, leaving him in a cold sweat beneath the weight of thick legal documents. Observing her father's serious demeanor, Li Xia discerned his satisfaction. A realization dawned upon her. These two masters must first establish their footing, which necessitates earning her father's trust and thoroughly understanding the intricacies of Hengshan County and its administration. In essence, they must excel in their duties. With this understanding, Li Xia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Previously, her impatience had clouded her judgment. Her uncle would need time to investigate the backgrounds of the two masters, and they would require preparation to carry out any dubious dealings. Thus, she and her brother need not rush, but could afford to take their time. Her uncle's decisiveness exceeded Li Xia's expectations. Within days, Zhao De arrived at the Hengshan County office, bearing baskets of seasonal fruits such as loquats and figs. He discreetly sought out Li Wenshan, whispering the details of the two masters' backgrounds. Chapter 19. They are like fish in water. Bu Huai and Lu Yud not only hail from the same hometown, but Bu Huai's wife is the direct elder sister of Lu Yud. Bu Huai hails from a family of esteemed clerks, having accumulated years of experience in the profession, handling various matters including financial affairs and legal cases. In contrast, Lu Yud is a novice in the field, gifted with intelligence from a young age. He achieved the status of a scholar at the age of 17 or 18. However, despite his efforts, he encountered repeated failures in subsequent examinations. 3 years ago, during the autumn examination, his attempt to secure an advantage through bribery proved futile, resulting in his expulsion from the ranks of scholars with a permanent ban on further attempts. With no other options, Lu Yud sought refuge with his brother-in-law and reluctantly transitioned to the role of a clerk. Before serving under Magistrate Li, Bu Huai had taken Lu Yud to work under the jurisdiction of Governor Shan in Dingping Prefecture. Their scheme to profit from the price difference between old and new grain by purchasing and swapping stocks was exposed, leading to a severe punishment from Governor Shan, who administered several lashes and expelled them with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Prior to his tenure with Governor Shan, Bu Huai had served under several other masters, and his uncle was still inquiring about potential opportunities. "I shall inform father immediately," exclaimed Li Wenshan, slamming his fist on the table in frustration after sharing these thoughts with Li Xia. "I believe it would be futile for you to speak of it," Li Xia replied, resting her chin on her hand, contemplating the impeccable performance of the two clerks she had observed in recent days. Had she not experienced life anew and been aware of future events, she might have deemed the two clerks beyond reproach. "Father, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you." Upon entering the study, Li Wenshan bore an expression of grave seriousness. Magistrate Li chuckled. What urgent matter could possibly warrant such a solemn demeanor? As a doting father, he had always been kind and patient with his children, and now, having ascended to the position of magistrate, his demeanor had only softened further. "Father, we can no longer retain Clerk Bu and Clerk Lu," Li Wenshan stated earnestly. Meeting his father's gaze, Magistrate Li was taken aback. "What do you mean, we can no longer retain them? What has transpired? Please, elaborate." Master Bu's wife is the elder sister of Master Lu, which is something father is aware of, isn't it? This matter hasn't been mentioned by Master Bu. County Magistrate Li appeared to be rather indifferent. "Father, this is deceit." Upon noticing his father's lack of concern, Li Wenshan couldn't help but elevate his voice. "This hardly constitutes deceit." County Magistrate Li gently patted his son's shoulder while laughing, stating, "Given our relationship with your uncle, if General Luo is unaware, I wouldn't divulge it even if he asked. Discussing it would only complicate matters." "How can that be the same? Both Master Bu and Master Lu are your mentors. If they are related, should they join forces?" "Father, are you aware of the incident when Master Bu was in the Donghe Road, serving under the prefect of Dingping, where he exchanged old grain for new and profited from it?" Li Wenshan believed this revelation would certainly astonish his father. "Indeed." County Magistrate Li was momentarily taken aback, responding, "How do you know of this? Who told you?" "Father, please refrain from questioning how I came by this knowledge. Master Bu Huai, fearing to continue as the grain and money steward, has pushed his brother-in-law, Lu Yuda, forward as a decoy. While he himself juggles both the roles of criminal law and finance, it is evident that they intend to exploit you for a substantial gain. Father, these two individuals must no longer be employed." Li Wenshan expressed his thoughts in one breath, convinced of the soundness of his arguments. Li Leoi rose, firmly pressing Li Wenshan's shoulder, exclaiming, "You've grown, nearly taller than I am, and you are beginning to show concern for your father, sharing in my burdens." "Father." Li Wenshan believed he had persuaded his father, his face alight with excitement. However, Lord Li chuckled, regarding the matter of Dingping Prefecture. "Master Bu had already informed me upon his arrival that the situation is not as straightforward as you might think. Master Bu is merely an innocent pawn, suffering the consequences for others. You are a good child, but do not worry about your father. I have served as an instructor for over a decade. Although I have never held the position of a local official, I possess a discerning eye for character. Focus on your studies. Your father is not so easily deceived. Father. Li Wenshan's heart plummeted from halfway up the mountain to the depths of despair. You must listen. Who did you hear about Dingping Prefecture from? The county magistrate interrupted his son, inquiring, who has spread such gossip to you? Zhao De? Lord Li exhibited moments of both dullness and remarkable acuity. Not him. Li Wenshan instinctively denied. The magistrate's expression instantly relaxed. So, this was merely idle chatter overheard in the yamen? Indeed. Lord Li replied, visibly displeased, with a heavy humph. It must have been that scoundrel, County Lieutenant Wu, who, having been exposed by Master Bu for numerous errors, deliberately spread such rumors to tarnish his reputation. Listen carefully. My son, while it is prudent to heed gossip, one must also exercise caution not to indulge in it excessively, lest one falls victim to schemes of discord and undermines oneself. Do you understand? Li Wenshan felt utterly disheartened. He had initially thought that upon revealing the situation, his father would be shocked and furious, subsequently dismissing Bu Huai and Lu Yud. It seemed he had underestimated the complexity of the matter. The issue of embezzling grain funds had evidently already been cunningly prepared by Bu Huai before his father. Truly a sly character. Li Wenshan emerged from the room, his spirits low. Upon stepping outside, Li Xia tugged at him. Leaning down, she whispered into his ear, urging him to inquire with their father about how Wu County Lieutenant came to know of the affairs concerning Dingping Prefecture. To ask this. Very well. Li Wenshan turned back into the house. Father, why did you say just now that it was Wu County Lieutenant who spoke of it? Dingping Prefecture is 1,000 miles away from Hengshan County. How could Wu County Lieutenant possibly know about it? Oh, Li County Magistrate chuckled, stroking his beard while gazing proudly at his son, the pride of having a son blossoming into adulthood evident in his demeanor. Wu County Lieutenant's wife bears the surname Xie. Akin to the esteemed Madame Xie, wife of Minister Su from the Ministry of Personnel, they are said to be close relatives. Not more than 5 degrees of kinship apart. Minister Su? The brother of concubine Su? Li Wenshan inquired, astonishment etched on his face. The county magistrate nodded, letting out a troubled sigh. Having such a well-connected subordinate is indeed a headache. Furthermore, I've heard from Master Bu that this county lieutenant Su aspires to ascend the ranks, eager to transition from a clerk to a county magistrate, which is truly vexing. If it weren't for Master Bu, I would remain oblivious to the extent of the deception wrought by that fellow Wu. What a situation this is. Li Xia climbed onto a chair, swinging her legs and observing her brother. If you were to utter a single word, father would heed you. And those 2 troublemakers would be sent packing. Now, that would be curious. Chapter 20. No one can do without what then? Li Wenshan exclaimed, frustration mounting as he struck the bed. No wonder Bu Huai has managed to cause such distress for our father. He is far too skilled at flattering him. Brother, you're going to break the bed. Striking it won't change anything, and you'll only end up with sore hands. Li Xia remarked, propping herself on the chair, leisurely swinging her legs. What shall we do now? Li Wenshan sprang up, crouching before Li Xia with bright eyes. Do you have a solution? You must have a solution. There are indeed many methods, yet none of us can employ them. Li Xia ceased to fidget. Our predicament involves not just these 2 advisors. Outside, there are advisors causing trouble, and at home, there is an elderly lady. We need manpower in both places. Zhao De has not left yet, has he? 5th brother. Go find Zhao De and inform him that father places great trust in the 2 advisors. You need assistance. Ask him to speak with uncle and gather a few reliable individuals for your use, discreetly. Li Xia instructed 5th brother. Will uncle agree? Li Wenshan's face reflected uncertainty. After all, he was but a child. How could uncle possibly provide him with help? We won't know until we try. By the way, also mention to Zhao De that it was the Qin Wang who summoned you to study at Wansong Academy. Yes. Just tell him that you are unfamiliar with Wansong Academy and ask uncle for guidance on the matter. Li Xia added another instruction, informing uncle about this. Li Wenshan's brows lifted and fell again. Are you suggesting that we reveal to uncle my interactions with the Qin Wang? To make him regard us with greater importance? Precisely. Li Xia beamed at 5th brother, delighted that he remained as astute as ever, wise when it mattered most. Excellent. I shall go find Zhao De. How many do we require? After a brief moment of dejection, Li Wenshan regained his vigor, brimming with determination. Simply express the need for manpower, without further elaboration. Let us first ascertain how many individuals the uncle can provide and the nature of those individuals. Otherwise, Li Xia trailed off, a playful smile gracing her lips as she glanced at 5th brother. Since the conversation had already commenced, It would be prudent for Zhao to inquire with the uncle about the possibility of finding a reliable steward for her father. They should arrange for him to come over so that when her father's current stewards depart, there will be no chaos in transitioning duties. As for the matter concerning the matriarch, I asked Zhao, who merely chuckled awkwardly and refused to divulge any information. His demeanor suggested there was surely something amiss. Just as they turned a corner, they spotted Xiao Jiao standing at the flower-laden gate, craning her neck and glancing about. Upon seeing Li Xia, she hurried over, lifting her skirt. Ninth miss. Look, loquats. The esteemed lord of Jiangning has sent a bounty of loquats, figs, and an array of delicacies. They are exceptionally sweet. But the matriarch forbids us from eating them, so the lady has sent them to the front office instead. I secretly took some of these loquats for you to try. They are truly delightful. Xiao Jiao had barely finished her sentence before she swallowed several times in anticipation. Upon returning to Jiangning, fortune smiled upon them. As Li Caoxi had been engaged in late-night revelries and had just finished washing up, still yet to rest. Upon hearing that Zhao sought an audience, he promptly summoned him inside. Zhao arrived in a state of disarray, his clothing drenched in perspiration. Li Caoxi, taken aback, inquired, "What has transpired? Why are you in such a rush?" "Significant news," Li Caoxi urged, gesturing for Zhao to speak hastily. Fifth Master mentioned that the other day, the prince, the Golden Heir, Lord Gu, and General Lu dined together in Hengshan County and summoned him to join them for a meal. Li Caoxi sprang to his feet, astonished. The prince invited him to dine? Did he realize that the prince is indeed a prince? Yes. The Fifth Master is aware of the identities of those individuals. He mentioned that the prince has summoned him to Wansong Academy for his studies, stating that they are all currently there and encouraging him to join them in their studies. The Fifth Master requested that I inquire with the Master whether it would be appropriate for him to attend Wansong Academy. Zhao finished speaking in one breath and looked up at Li Caoxi. The Fifth Master instructed the servant to convey to the Master that the two scholars are cunning. They had already informed the Third Master about the affairs of the Dingping Mansion, claiming they were merely innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. The Third Master has great trust in these two scholars. The Fifth Master expressed that he could only keep a discreet watch. But he lacks even a single servant to assist him and wishes to borrow a few individuals from the Master for his needs. Furthermore, the Fifth Master seeks the Master's assistance in finding a scholar to send over, stating that it would facilitate his consultations and ensure a smooth transition when the two scholars depart, preventing the Third Master from being caught off guard. Li Caoxi, momentarily taken aback, quickly inquired, "How did you ask? Please elaborate." The Fifth Master explained that both the Third Master and Granny Zheng remarked that the Third Master resembles his biological mother. In terms of blood relation, Granny Zheng is indeed the Third Master's maternal aunt. However, how could they bear no resemblance at all? He asked me whether Granny Zheng is truly the Third Master's maternal aunt. How did you respond? The servant did not dare to speak recklessly and remained silent. Indeed. Zhao then respectfully withdrew. Li Caoxi stood by the window, lost in thought for a considerable time before commanding, "Go check if Mr. Qin is settled in." Before long, Mr. Qin arrived, and Li Caoxi rose to offer him a seat. "Please, take a seat," he said, aware that Mr. Qin often rested late. So he had sent someone to check if Mr. Qin had settled down. Chapter 21. A strong support I am, but a night owl. What has happened? Mr. Qin inquired with a smile as he took his seat. He was quite astonished that the prince favored Master Wu so greatly, truly unexpected. Is Master Wu aware of the prince's identity? Yes, the prince took the initiative to reveal himself, which was indeed unforeseen. Li Caoxi remarked, rubbing his forehead. This fortune of Brother Wu's elicits both joy and envy. It is a blessing for the Li family, and indeed, for the Master as well. Mr. Qin observed Li Caoxi's complex expression and chuckled. Li Caoxi managed a bitter smile and nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Alas, in my generation, among the three brothers, the second is more of a liability than an asset, and the third has always been inconsequential. Who would have thought he would raise such a fine son? Li Caoxi then turned his gaze to Mr. Qin and recounted how he had sought Mr. Li Wanshan's help in finding a tutor for his son. Congratulations, Master. Mr. Qin beamed. The Li family has always had someone to carry on the lineage. It is no surprise, given the esteemed heritage of the Li family from Shaoli Town. The depth of your ancestors' fortune is indeed remarkable. Do not mock me, Mr. Qin. If it were for Sha and his companions, I would not know how to contain my joy. Yet, it is precisely the son of the third brother. You are well aware of the sordid matters in our household. Li Caoxi sighed repeatedly. Master seems troubled. I believe that Master Wu's appeal for aid is the most significant aspect to consider, Mr. Qin remarked with a smile. Li Caoxi paused for a moment, then quickly realized the truth in your words. Indeed, the third brother has grown up remarkably well. It is quite rare for him to comprehend the significance of family and kinship, since the fifth master understands the importance of familial bonds. Why should the old master continue to sigh? To speak frankly, without fear of offending the old master, the Duke of Yong'an has been sustained solely by the old master since the late patriarch's time. The old master's greatest concern over the years has been the future of the Li family, particularly the absence of someone from the Winzi generation to uphold the family's legacy. Now, with the fifth master as a beacon of hope, the old master should indeed feel a sense of joy. You are absolutely right. Li Caoxi gathered his spirits, reflecting that the title of Duke of Yong'an would be the last to be held by his father. He had previously aspired to achieve great accomplishments, hoping at the very least to extend the title for another generation. However, he now sighed deeply, having long since given up such vain aspirations. Without a title and lacking a capable individual to uphold the family's interests, the decline of the Li family is imminent. You speak the truth. Whether from the third brother's family or the Shan family, they are all offspring of the Duke of Yong'an. Regarding the steward heading to Hengshan County, who do you believe would be suitable? I would like to go and have a look, Mr. Qin replied with a smile. Li Caoxi beamed with understanding, saying, I share the same thought. It would be best for you, Mr. Qin, to assess whether the fifth brother possesses true talent. If he is indeed a gem in the rough, it is essential to have an esteemed figure like you to guide and support him. I would greatly appreciate your efforts in this endeavor. Li Caoxi arranged everything with remarkable efficiency, and by the following morning, Mr. Qin set forth towards Hengshan County, accompanied by several attendants and 2 young servants. In the afternoon, Li Caoxi personally selected 2 young attendants and 4 capable followers, instructing Zhao De to take them to Hengshan County, also commanding him to temporarily remain there to serve the fifth master. Li Wenshan felt a mix of excitement and trepidation as he meticulously described to Li Xia the appearance of Mr. Qin, his remarkable demeanor and eloquent speech, along with Zhao Da's remarks, the cleverness of the young attendants, and the competence of the followers. Li Xia sat cross-legged in her armchair, her index fingers pressed beneath her chin in contemplation. She was taken aback by her uncle's apparent esteem for the Prince of Qin. Yet, even if the prince had not met an untimely demise, could he truly warrant such attention? Indeed, he could. The Prince of Qin had the backing of the Empress Dowager. Oh no, the Empress. The court was likely in a state of turmoil. While the legitimate son of Empress Jiang had finally been established as the crown prince, and the Jiang family appeared to be thriving, Consort Su enjoyed the emperor's favor and had given birth to a pair of exceptionally beautiful twin sons. The Su family wielded considerable influence in the court, rivaling that of the Jiang family. Besides these 2, there was also the virtuous Consort Yao. Upon contemplating Consort Yao, a slight squint formed in Li Xia's eyes. Consort Yao was indeed the embodiment of the saying that a biting dog seldom barks. Truthfully speaking, both Empress Jiang and Consort Su had perished at her hands. However, she owed a significant debt of gratitude to Consort Yao. What her uncle valued was the regard the Prince of Qin held for her. Li Xia did not intend to share too much with fifth brother. Li Wenshan nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement. I must gain admission to Wansong Academy. By the way, Father will visit General Luo's office in Hangzhou the day after tomorrow. I've already mentioned my desire to accompany him to Hangzhou, and it would be ideal if we could visit Wansong Academy while we are there. I will accompany you. You will soon meet Mr. Qin. Inquire if he is aware of the individuals within the establishment of Lord Luo, discerning who may be befriended and who must be approached with caution, so that I may alert my father accordingly. Should my father question how I acquired this knowledge, simply state that I heard it from the prince, for he would surely refrain from confronting the prince for confirmation. Li Wenshan had not finished his thought when he arrived at the conclusion himself, chuckling to himself as he spoke. Has the prince recovered since arriving in Hangzhou? After all, Li Wenshan was still but a young lad, most curious about whether this calamity had truly been avoided. As he distanced himself from the capital, the situation seemed to improve. Mr. Qin's face radiated with mirth, as he held a fondness for this fifth master, whose simplicity and purity were complemented by an innate innocence, truly a rarity. Sir, is there truly such a thing as calamity stars? Are there really spirits and deities? Do souls genuinely exist? Li Wenshan rapidly posed a series of inquiries, his perplexity over his Xia only deepening his awe and trepidation. Chapter 22. Guidance from the Wise. I do not know, Mr. Qin replied earnestly. The sage advises respect for ghosts and deities while maintaining a distance. If one is to show respect yet keep their distance, then it must indeed exist. He continued. This is knowledge pertaining to the transcendent, which I do not comprehend. Let us not dwell on this matter. Mr. Qin cheerfully diverted the conversation, deeming it not suitable for Li Wenshan's current studies. Li Wenshan responded with an "oh," contemplating a xia, pondering that should he encounter the esteemed individual who helped the prince evade calamity, he must seize the opportunity to inquire thoroughly. General Lu's master? Does he also carry a snake at his waist? Li Wenshan instinctively asked, finding the notion of carrying a snake exceptionally intriguing. No, Mr. Qin exclaimed, gazing at Li Wenshan with astonishment. Have they informed you of the serpent affair as well? Is this what they refer to as an old friendship rekindled? That serpent belongs to the Lu family. It is a treasure not easily possessed, even by those of direct descent. Regarding the serpent, Master Wu must tread carefully with his words. General Lu places his trust in you, and you must be worthy of that trust. Li Wenshan's face flushed, and he hesitated to respond, realizing his earlier words had been rather hasty. He vowed to remember this lesson in the future. Let us continue, he said. Master Wang originally served as the magistrate of Suzhou. He hails from a merchant background. He achieved the status of Jinshi in his 20s, attaining success at a young age. Now, at just over 30, he has already been appointed as a fourth-rank official, with a promising future ahead. His family is affluent, and he has a penchant for beauty, maintaining numerous concubines within his household. In addition to these two, there are 3 other significant advisors beside General Luo: Advisor Zhu, Advisor Shan, and Advisor Yao. Advisor Shan? Is he related to the governor of Dingping? Li Wenshan inquired, noting the rarity of the surname. Mr. Qin regarded Li Wenshan with admiration and nodded. Indeed, they are of the same lineage, within 5 generations. Advisor Shan is in his 30s, having risen from the ranks of the Jiren, possessing exceptional literary talent. It is unlikely he would settle for a humble origin. He surely aspires to attain the status of Jinshi before formally entering the officialdom. Advisor Zhu, in his 50s, comes from a background as a steward, well-versed in matters of law, finance, and taxation. Advisor Yao, originally of humble birth, is exceptionally talented. However, due to his family's status being less than 2 generations removed from servitude, he is ineligible for the imperial examinations. He joined General Luo's staff early on and has gained significant trust from him. These individuals are all key figures in Hangzhou Prefecture, or perhaps more broadly, within the 2 Zhujiang circuit. It would be wise to avoid offending them. Li Wenshan looked at Mr. Qin with a puzzled expression. Mr. Qin smiled at him, pausing for a moment before slowly articulating, the safety of the Empress and the Prince in Hangzhou is of utmost importance to the Luo command, as well as to the entire Liangzhi region. Once you enter Wansong Academy, you will have frequent opportunities to see the Prince. It would be prudent to inform the Luo command in advance. Mr. Qin's words did little to dispel the confusion evident on Li Wenshan's face. Did he truly need to notify the Luo command about the Prince? Given the multitude of individuals surrounding the Prince, any necessary communication should have been established long ago. Observing Li Wenshan's naive expression, Mr. Qin chuckled. It was indeed rare to find such a shrewd individual bearing such an innocent visage. Others are others, and you are you. They're unrelated. You need only converse with your father, Mr. Qin stated, offering no further explanation, merely smiling as he conveyed his message. He feared that the so-called sage might not be as insightful as purported. The prince had enjoyed an uninterrupted and prosperous life until his demise. What calamity could he possibly be referring to? Perhaps the sage alluded to the unexpected death of the prince, which, however, was still 7 or 8 years away. Did that mean the empress and the prince were to reside in Hangzhou for that duration? Moreover, concerning Guanquan, after Louis was appointed as the commander of the Imperial Guard, his first edict was to promote Guanquan as his deputy. Prior to this, Guanquan had been tending to horses at the Hetao horse farm. Guanquan was yet another variable that diverged from the previous life. Hey, Li Wenshan exclaimed, waving his hand in front of Li Xia's eyes. What are you thinking? You seem lost in thought. I was thinking of nothing, Li Xia quickly replied. Please continue. That is all I have to say. Li Wenshan leaned closer to Li Xia, scrutinizing her. What I just mentioned, you were lost in thought and didn't hear. Did you? I did hear, Li Xia replied, pushing away fifth brother's face. The Guan family has deep ties with the Lu family. And you have stated that Guanquan is a man of integrity. I know Guanquan too. Xia, what position did I actually hold? How come I only know prominent figures? You wouldn't tell me I've become a chancellor, would you? Li Wenshan looked at Li Xia with eager anticipation, his shoulders trembling with excitement. Li Xia redirected her gaze to the beam of the room. It's merely a minor official position. You're overthinking it. That person with the surname Shan, he might be of use. Perhaps he could be beneficial. A person with the surname Shan? To deal with those two clerks? Is that feasible? Indeed. Didn't he father say that Clerk Bu mentioned the matter of exchanging old grain for new grain was not their doing? They are merely scapegoats. Yes. The exact words were, Clerk Bu is an innocent fish in a pond, suffering on behalf of others. Li Wenshan furrowed his brows, pinching his chin with 2 fingers. Deep in thought, how could he employ Shan to deal with the 2 clerks? Why did Xia have a plan while he had none? He was clearly so skilled in his previous life. This matter must seek Xiao Da's assistance, Li Xia suggested, mimicking fifth brother, pinching her chin with her chubby fingers. Have him convey this message into Shan's ears. What use would that be? Before Li Wenshan could finish his thought, he slapped his thigh. Realization dawning upon him. Simultaneously, another possibility struck him. Xia, do you think Clerk Bu could truly be an innocent pawn? If Master Bu is indeed a pawn in this game, then it is imperative that Deputy Shan does not remain indifferent to such words. Unless he harbors a grudge against Governor Shan so profound that he would prefer to sacrifice himself. Li Xia pondered over the volumes of documents. Even if they were not the true masterminds, these 2 advisors were certainly complicit. Regardless, they must be distanced from father. Chapter 23, The Matriarch in Governor Shan's Domain. Whether he is a mere pawn is of no concern to us. However, in father's presence, these 2 have caused his demise. Li Xia gazed up at Li Wenshan, who felt a shiver run down his spine as he nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, I understand. We must remove them first. I will seek out Xiao Da. Should I inform Mr. Qin? Li Wenshan lifted a foot, glancing at Li Xia, feeling as though he had known Mr. Qin for many years, despite their brief acquaintance, and held him in both respect and trust. Just convey my regards to Mr. Qin. There's no need to find Xiao Da, Li Xia replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to Li Wenshan, Mr. Qin was left with an indescribable feeling, a burning sensation that stirred within him, almost compelling him to indulge in several cups of drink. Using Master Bu's cunning rhetoric to deal with him was an ingenious tactic. Not only effective but also ruthlessly clever without tarnishing one's own virtue. It was, in essence, a legitimate strategy. What is clearly a conspiracy is cloaked in the guise of an honorable endeavor, a rare occurrence indeed. This 5th master is truly exceptional, and his future accomplishments will surely surpass those of the Li Kais, meriting guidance and support. Mr. Qin meticulously reviewed the matter once more and summoned Xiao Da, instructing him, tomorrow, the 3rd master shall visit Hangzhou to pay his respects to General Luo. You are to discreetly accompany him with a few men. Firstly, to ensure the safety of 5th master and his companions, and secondly, there is another matter. Mr. Qin gestured for Xiao Da to lean in closer, whispering a few words before continuing with a smile. Not only should you keep an eye on the discussions with the counselor, but also subtly inform Counselor Yao and Counselor Zhu. Do not elaborate, just convey a hint. Rest assured, sir, Xiao Da replied with a deep bow. Li Xia sat on the couch beneath the southern window of the main room, facing her elder brother, Li Wenlan, who was engrossed in writing. While Li Wenlan focused intently on his task, Li Xia mindlessly traced letters, her thoughts wandering far beyond the parchment. The matriarch of their household, originally a courtesan, was their father's mother. How could she make her father see through her guise? How could she dislodge her from that esteemed position, ensuring that their parents would no longer heed her words and that she would cease to bully her sister? That official, fond of beautiful women. What if the matriarch believed he wished to court her sister, offering a substantial sum of silver? How would she react? It seemed worth a try. With that thought, she decided to seek her elder brother for consultation. Li Xia tossed down her brush, slipped on her shoes, and dashed outside. While Li Wenlan called after her, you have yet to finish your writing. Sister. The younger sister has run off again. Just as she reached the doorway, she collided headlong with the entering Madame Zhang, who fortuitously grasped the door curtain, preventing them both from toppling to the ground. You reckless girl. What are you running about for? Look at you. Where's the demeanor of a respectable young lady? Madame Zhang's reprimand lacked the usual sharpness and severity. Li Xia turned and rushed into the arms of her sister, Li Dong, then glanced back at Madame Zhang, her face radiating a rare joy. What delightful occurrence could have prompted such happiness? Li Xia chose not to leave just yet. Instead, she settled beside her mother, Madame Su, stealing glances at Madame Zhang. Earlier, the kitchen had prepared some sweet soup, best enjoyed while warm. Little Jiao was sent to deliver a bowl to the elder, only to report that she was not present. Madame Su, with utmost respect, inclined her body slightly, wearing a smile as she conversed with Madame Zhang. This matriarch, who had long been treated as the family's ancestor, commanded such reverence that Madame Su had grown accustomed to accommodating her whims, even at her own expense. I am leaving, Madame Zhong declared nonchalantly, having grown so accustomed to her position that she found nothing amiss in Madame Su's demeanor. Where are you going, elder? Is it enjoyable? Do take me along. Li Xia fluttered her long eyelashes, feigning innocence as she gazed at Madame Zhong. This is not a place for amusement. You silly girl. Always thinking of play. You are already 6 years old. It is high time you learned needlework and culinary skills. The stern voice of Grandma Zhang chastised Li Xia before she turned to Madame Su, saying, I just stepped out and unexpectedly encountered a fellow villager. We exchanged pleasantries for quite some time, as we lived just a lane apart back home. The excitement on Madame Zhong's face had yet to fade. A fellow villager? Just a lane apart? Li Xia blinked in curiosity and inquired, Is that elder's fellow villager from the capital? Madame is from Yangzhou, came the reply. Madame Su gently tapped Li Xia and softly explained. Li Xia responded with a light "oh," realizing it was about Yangzhou, the place famous for its slender horses. I will go see fifth brother. Understanding the situation, Li Xia instructed and dashed outside. What idea? Li Wenshan set down his book and leaned out the window to glance around, finding no one in sight. Fifth brother. Do you think if we were to offer our sister as a concubine to someone, we could receive a substantial amount of silver? Would that old lady encourage father to send our sister away? Li Xia whispered closely to fifth brother. Li Wenshan's expression changed instantly. Would she dare? Father certainly would not agree, even if. I know father would refuse, precisely because he would refuse. Li Xia covered Li Wenshan's mouth with her hand, yet a flicker of uncertainty crept into her heart. Did father truly refuse? Her understanding of her parents was rather limited. I mean, do you think that old lady would urge father to do such a thing? It's not as if father would actually agree. Surely not? Li Wenshan hesitated. After all, Adong was the legitimate daughter of an official family, regardless of her background. Becoming someone's concubine would indeed be a great embarrassment. Furthermore, who would dare to take her? Who would risk their life? Unless it were a prince. Perhaps the heir of the Prince of Changsha, or General Liu. No one else would do. Not even the emperor. Sister would never become anyone's concubine. Li Xia struck Li Wenshan on the head. Indeed. Exactly. I was merely speculating, that old lady. Xia. This is truly not something to speak of lightly. Despite recognizing the absurdity of the notion, Li Wenshan found it difficult to fathom what old lady Zhong might think or do. How about we? Give it a try. Li Xia looked up at Li Wenshan, a smile playing on her lips as she fiddled with her fingers. Li Wenshan furrowed his brow. That might not be appropriate. But, well, we could certainly attempt it. How shall we proceed? It is that official Wang. He is the wealthiest and has a penchant for beautiful women. Oh, Li Wenshan let out a long sigh, inhaling deeply. Xia, you don't mean to suggest this could become reality, do you? What if? Rest assured, even if we wished to, it would be impossible unless that official Wang is willing to risk everything, including the downfall of his entire family. Li Xia shook off Li Wenshan's concerns and skipped away cheerfully. Chapter 24. Concern and care. Oh? Very well. Li Wenshan hastily set aside the book he had just picked up, stepping out the door, only to realize, aren't they from Yangzhou? So what of it? Li Dong, of course, was also eager to visit the renowned city of Hangzhou. County Magistrate Li and Madame Su were both exceedingly fond of their children and, without needing further persuasion from Li Xia, quickly decided that Li Dong would accompany them to Hangzhou the following day. Early the next morning, County Magistrate Li Wenshan, Wudong, and Granny Hong's husband, Zhao Sheng, rode on horseback, while Li Dong, along with Li Wenlan and Li Xia, shared a carriage. Granny Hong took Su Yi and little Jiuer in another carriage as they set off for the city of Hangzhou. The journey from Hengshan County to Hangzhou was merely half a day, and by midday, the group arrived in the bustling streets of Hangzhou. Li Dong embraced Li Xia, their eyes sparkling as they gazed through the gauzy windows at the lively streets. Li Wenlan leaned against the opposite window, occasionally exclaiming in awe, while Li Xia, lost in thought, stared vacantly outside, her mind elsewhere. The notion proposed yesterday was somewhat hasty. She has yet to contemplate it thoroughly, displaying a hint of carelessness. The Empress Dowager once remarked, do not underestimate anyone. Even when hunting a hare, one must exert the strength of a tiger. To ensnare Lady Zhang. Mere idle chatter is likely insufficient. Li Xia's gaze sharpened, fixating on the ever-turning head of Wudong. It would be most advantageous to have Wudong serve as a corroborating witness. However, how might one persuade Wudong to fulfill this role? As for that Wang Tongxi, she finds herself unable to reach him at this moment. She remains oblivious to his circumstances. Alas, this affair is too rushed. Perhaps it is best to set it aside for now. Awaiting her father's meeting with General Luo before proceeding. As the saying goes, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Though it is not too late. It certainly is not early either. County Magistrate Li, accompanied by Wudong, hastened directly to the office of the Pacification Commissioner. While Zhao Xing and Granny Hong attended to the Li siblings as they strolled through the city. Indeed, it was not early. Upon their arrival at the Commissioner's office, they found the anteroom already filled with attendants awaiting their master. Wudong remained behind to wait, while Magistrate Li hurried into the main hall. Within the hall, numerous officials were already seated. The attendants, having encountered Magistrate Li and Jiangning, promptly stepped forward to pay their respects, noting, "It has been a while since we last saw you, Magistrate. You seem somewhat diminished." They ushered him into the main hall, guiding him towards a position closer to the head table. As he assessed the seating arrangement, he smiled and remarked, "Here. The commissioner has instructed that we inquire about matters concerning the Zixi salt field in Hengshan County, and has requested the presence of several county magistrates from Hengqin to sit closer for ease of questioning." As Chang Sui displayed his remarkable agility, he swiftly interjected with a smile before Magistrate Li could finish speaking. Relieved, Magistrate Li expressed his gratitude to Chang Sui and bowed to the assembly before taking his designated seat, as indicated by Chang Sui. The once bustling hall fell silent upon his entrance, only to resume its murmurs after he settled into his chair, with various gazes converging upon him from every direction. It was said that the newly appointed magistrate of Hengshan County was a discarded scion of the Bo family. However, if this rumor were indeed unfounded, it demanded a re-evaluation of how to treat this new magistrate. As more individuals filled the hall, only a few seats adjacent to the high table remained vacant. The curtain of the side door leading to the courtyard was lifted, revealing General Luo, who strode in with his hands clasped behind his back. Following closely was a robust military officer in his 40s, resembling a farmer in both appearance and demeanor. Behind him was a well-dressed civil official in his 30s, exuding charm and possessing an excellent bearing, undoubtedly a fourth-rank scholar. The military officer was likely Vice Commissioner Guan Quan, and the civil official was certainly Wang Tongxi. While Magistrate Li stood to greet the newcomers, he also assessed their identities. Once General Luo and his companions were seated, they introduced Magistrate Li along with the two other newly appointed magistrates and discussed several matters before signaling that the assembly could disperse. However, they requested the presence of Magistrate Li from Hengshan County and the 4 counties of the adjacent Hengqin. Magistrate Li hesitated, contemplating whether to approach General Luo for a conversation or to exit with the others, take a brief turn, and return to seek an audience. When he overheard General Luo issue another directive, Li County Magistrate hurriedly paused his steps, waiting for everyone to exit before reseating himself with the magistrates from the other 4 counties. As you are all aware, the Empress Dowager is currently residing in Hangzhou, and thus our entire region of Zhejiang must remain exceptionally tranquil. The counties you govern are in close proximity to Hangzhou, and it is imperative that we exercise heightened vigilance in matters of governance and public safety. Should any incident arise, regardless of its magnitude, I implore you to report it to me immediately if it seems even slightly amiss. We must not be complacent. It is crucial to remember that a 1,000-mile dam can collapse due to an ant's nest, and minor issues can swiftly escalate into significant problems. Li County Magistrate found himself perplexed by why the Vice Envoy Guan was inquiring about him. What was the source of this concern? He had heard of the Guan family from Shandong, but what connection did it hold for him? Though Hengshan County is small, it harbors great potential, and one must apply diligence in governance. The Vice Envoy Guan spoke in a low, sincere tone, his words imbued with profound concern. Li County Magistrate sensed an underlying meaning in his speech, which only deepened his confusion. However, he refrained from probing further, hastily nodding in agreement. Vice Envoy Guan is commendable in every regard, yet he tends to approach matters with excessive seriousness. In Hangzhou, with the Empress Dowager in position, even the smallest of troubles would have long since scurried away. Luo Shuixi unfurled his folding fan and lightheartedly jested. Although Hengshan County may consist of fewer than 1,000 households, its proximity to Hangzhou and its picturesque scenery draw affluent residents to establish villas and retreats there. Despite its diminutive size, governing it proves to be more challenging than that of a medium-sized county. Li County Magistrate must exert additional effort and attentiveness in the future. Wang Tongxi succinctly identified the governance challenges of the small Hengshan County, simultaneously encouraging Li County Magistrate and alleviating the awkwardness of Li's uncertainty about how to respond. He observed the demeanor of Lord Luo and Deputy Guan towards County Magistrate Li, realizing that the rumors about being a discarded, illegitimate child were mere folly. This was a person of significance who warranted attention. Master Wang quickly assessed County Magistrate Li's standing. Coming from a merchant background, he had ascended to the 4th rank in his 30s, a testament to Master Wang's astuteness, sensitivity, and multifaceted charm, qualities that most could only aspire to. Chapter 25. Twists and Turns. Thank you, esteemed officials, for your guidance. I shall keep it in mind, County Magistrate Li said, rising to bow in gratitude. He was about to report on the educational aspirations of young Master Shan. Just as he pondered how to broach the subject of young Master Shan's admission to Wansong Academy, he noticed Lord Luo inquiring and hastily responded. Oh, the single utterance from Lord Luo carried an indefinable undertone. Recently, he had been inundated with requests regarding admission to Wansong Academy, and he regretted broaching the subject of education earlier, particularly concerning young Master Shan's desire to apply to Wansong Academy. Upon hearing County Magistrate Li indeed mention Wansong Academy, Lord Luo furrowed his brow. Master Wang, with a knowing smile, regarded County Magistrate Li. Understanding why someone from a prestigious family could become the magistrate of a small county like Hongshan at such a young age, he was evidently lacking in prudence regarding the nuances of advancement and retreat. Deputy Guan frowned and, before Lord Luo could speak, interjected, Wansong Academy has long ceased to admit new students. Moreover, your son must pursue the imperial examination, currently. Wansong Academy is not suitable. Deputy Guan's statement was indeed accurate. Lord Luo quickly added, if the county school is not appropriate, let young Master Shan attend the affiliated school of the Prefectural Academy. Magistrate Li furrowed his brows, a visage marred by worry. He truly felt distressed, apprehensive that his attendance at the scholarly gathering with the prince would impede his beloved son's aspirations in the imperial examinations. Colonel Luo, listening intently, widened his eyes in astonishment. Rendered speechless by Magistrate Li's predicament, Vice Envoy Guan could not suppress a chuckle, the sound escaping him unexpectedly. He was at a loss to explain the reason for his amusement. What can one say about you, Magistrate Li? Truly, what can be said? Zhang Tongji rose, gently tapping Magistrate Li's shoulder with his folding fan, his tone casual yet affectionate. The prince has chosen your son as a companion for his studies, and you dare to complain that the prince is hindering your son's scholarly pursuits? Are you intending to make Colonel Luo the villain and ask the prince to refrain from interrupting your son's education? The Qin prince evidently held his son in high regard. It appeared that merely offering him a modicum of attention was insufficient. However, this gentleman, who seemed so dull and reserved, was surprisingly narrow-minded. Those who surrounded the prince were well-versed scholars. To be able to study alongside the prince was indeed a fortunate opportunity for his son. How could it possibly be a hindrance? As if anticipating further inappropriate remarks from Magistrate Li, Vice Envoy Guan interjected, your elder brother has aptly described your disposition as obstinate. He was not mistaken in his assessment. Colonel Luo pointed at Magistrate Li, adopting an expression that conveyed both indignation and helplessness, reminiscent of an elder sibling reprimanding a younger. Once the prince has spoken, even if it seems to be a hindrance, it must be accepted. Moreover, it will not truly impede progress. Rest assured, I shall have a word with the headmaster later regarding the arts and the interpretation of texts, ensuring that he grants your son additional guidance. As the commander glanced over the boots of County Magistrate Li, he noted that while the magistrate's official attire was pristine, his boots bore the marks of wear. Having grown up in the capital and sharing a long-standing friendship with Li, the commander was well acquainted with the sordid history of the Yongning Marquis household. He understood that the third master of the Yongning Marquis estate lived rather frugally. After a moment's hesitation, the commander turned to Deputy Guan and Supervisor Wang with a smile, saying, Young Shan has entered Wansong Academy to accompany his studies. This matter is both personal and official. It would be inappropriate for all expenses to fall solely on County Magistrate Li. I propose we allocate a portion of the official funds to Hongshan County. What do you both think? I wholeheartedly agree. Deputy Guan replied without hesitation. Indeed, that is the right course. Supervisor Wang clapped in approval. County Magistrate Li felt a wave of dizziness wash over him upon hearing this. He was well aware of the official funds. During his time in Taiyuan Prefecture, he had witnessed the disputes that arose over their allocation, who utilized more and who less. The discussions had been abundant, and he had listened intently. At least in Taiyuan, it was unheard of for official funds to be directed towards a county magistrate. He was astounded to learn that the wealth of the two Zhejiang provinces was so substantial. While Zhejiang was indeed affluent, there were numerous demands on that wealth. Not to mention, with the Empress Dowager residing in Hangzhou, officials and aristocrats traveling north and south had to detour to pay their respects, consuming a large portion of the official funds just to host these dignitaries throughout the year. The official funds allocated to various prefectures and counties had always been mere figures on paper, with requests for actual disbursements needing to be submitted. Yet now, Hongshan County was receiving tangible funds, and County Magistrate Li ought to express his gratitude to the commander for this. Upon meeting County Magistrate Li, who was merely compliant and agreeable, Wang Tongji suddenly thought of this honest and somewhat dull man. He feared that Li would not grasp the immense favor bestowed upon him by the general. Thus, he took it upon himself to meticulously explain the matter to Magistrate Li. Only then did Li comprehend that even in the prosperous region of Liangzhe, the public funds were beyond the reach of humble officials such as himself, who held merely an 8th-rank position. The allocation of silver to him was primarily due to 2 reasons. 1. His son required considerable funds to accompany the prince in his studies, and 2. It was a gesture of goodwill and consideration of his elder brother's reputation. A myriad of emotions surged within Magistrate Li, prompting him to rise swiftly and respectfully bow in gratitude. After bidding farewell to the general's office, the general and Deputy Guan exited through a side door, while Wang Tongji accompanied Magistrate Li out, initially intending to invite Li for a simple meal at his residence. Wang decided against it, wishing not to impose. In a brief exchange, they reached the entrance of the yamen, where Wang and Li clasped hands in farewell. Inside, only the steward, Wu Tong, awaited anxiously, his neck craned in anticipation. Upon seeing Magistrate Li emerge, he hurried to greet him. They mounted their horses and set off towards the designated tea house to find the siblings of Li Wenshan. At the tea house, only Li Dong was present, while Li Wenshan and Li Wenlan were absent. After parting ways with Magistrate Li, Li Wenshan contemplated visiting Wansong Academy. Ever since he heard that his elder brother would attend, his younger brother, Li Wenlan, had developed an immense admiration for the academy. Upon hearing the name Wansong Academy, his eyes sparkled with excitement, determined to accompany him. Li Xia also wished to visit Wansong Academy, both to see the place where her 5th brother would study and to fulfill her past life's yearning to witness the illustrious Wen Zhenggong of the Gu family. Thus, visiting Wansong Academy would serve as a realization of her previous aspirations. Chapter 26. The Black in the House. Li Dong has always regarded his younger sister's desires as his own. With 2 horses and 2 carriages, they headed straight for Wansong Academy. Halfway there, they unexpectedly encountered the Qin Wang and his entourage. Approaching on horseback was Cheng Ying, a servant of Lu Yi, who waved at Li Wenshan from a distance. Through the gauzy curtain of the carriage, Li Xia furrowed her brows as she observed the Qin Wang and his companions. What a coincidence! Shouldn't they be studying and riding in the academy at this hour? She had no desire to see them at all. Li Dong looked on, both timid and astonished, at the elegantly dressed group. Li Wenlan recognized Lu Yi among the crowd and exclaimed with excitement. It's the elder brother from our uncle's family. The Qin Wang? Li Dong gasped, covering his mouth in shock. Which one is the Qin Wang? I want to see. Let me go. Li Wenlan struggled to move forward, eager for a clearer view. That one in the center is the Qin Wang. The one in indigo is the crown prince of Changsha. The other is the 6th young master of the Gu family. And the most handsome one at the front is General Lu, Li Xia introduced, acknowledging that opportunities to see such distinguished figures were exceedingly rare. However, it was imperative for her younger brother to recognize them. That S.A. general, such a young general, Li Dong murmured softly and indistinctly. Li Xia, focused on her 5th brother conversing with the Qin Wang, did not catch Li Dong's faint utterance. Li Wenshan swiftly summoned his horse, and through the carriage curtain, he conferred with the 3 individuals, particularly with Li Xia. The prince expressed that since they had encountered one another in Hanqing, he felt compelled to extend his hospitality and invite them for a meal. I suggested waiting for father, but the prince insisted that courtesy should not be neglected. Even if they did not dine, it would be appropriate to find a tranquil spot for tea and some light refreshments. What do you think? Li Dong's face flushed crimson as he turned to his younger brother, while Li Wenshan's instinct led him to glance at Li Xia. Without inquiring about their opinions, Li Xia responded from the window, declaring that 5th brother could go on his own, as they would not accompany him. I want to go, Li Wenshan exclaimed, his fondness for the Qin Wang and his entourage overwhelming him. He adored all things elegant and beautiful. Li Xia felt a sharp pang in her chest, for being the youngest meant she was often disregarded. Then I shall go too, she insisted, needing to keep an eye on her younger brother. As 5th brother could not be relied upon, Li Dong hesitated. I will go with 6th brother. If I am not allowed, then neither can he. Li Xia tugged at Li Wenshan, and upon this call, his sense of brotherly honor surged. He straightened his small chest and assured, "Sister, do not worry. I will protect you." Reluctantly, Li Dong acquiesced, reasoning that his sister was still young, and there was no need for concern over propriety. Li Xia and Li Wenshan alighted from the carriage, and from a distance, the Qin Wang's lips curled into the faintest of smiles upon seeing Li Xia. Lu Yi signaled to Cheng Ying, who urged his horse forward, dismounted, and cheerfully proclaimed, "I shall ride with sixth master. Then I will take a Xia." Li Wenshan exclaimed joyfully, hastily entrusting his brother to Cheng Ying, as he pondered how to manage two children on a single horse. Two individuals mounted their steeds once again, while the guards reined in their horses to allow Li Wenshan to join the procession. The group, comprising dozens of riders, moved in unison, galloping straight northward. Hong Mama had switched to Li Dong's carriage, and for reasons unknown, Li Dong found himself devoid of any desire to explore. He instructed Zhao Sheng to lead the way. As the two carriages headed directly for the designated tea house to await Magistrate Li, Li Wenshan exhibited commendable equestrian skills, holding Li Xia securely as they followed Lu Yi closely. The cavalcade of horses traveled swiftly, and within a mere quarter of an hour, they entered a lush garden, adorned with verdant trees and vibrant flora. Dismounting, they strolled leisurely for a short while until they beheld a large lake, where lotus flowers swayed gently. By the lakeside stood a pavilion, attended by a dozen young servants clad in silk. Lu Yi lingered at the back, occasionally casting a glance at Li Xia, seemingly lost in thought. The pavilion was tastefully arranged, featuring low tables and wide benches, upon which plates of delicacies were artfully displayed. In one corner, several young attendants were busy boiling water and preparing tea. From the moment they entered the garden, Li Wenlan appeared somewhat apprehensive, frequently adjusting his worn clothing. However, upon entering the pavilion, surrounded by exotic flowers and ancient artifacts, he became utterly captivated, forgetting both his tattered attire and his earlier discomfort. Li Xia, having served as empress for over a decade, was rarely rendered uneasy by any circumstance. Nothing in the world could dazzle her senses. Lu Yi observed the two youngsters, occasionally glancing at Li Wenshan, who, filled with curiosity and admiration yet devoid of avarice, approached intriguing sights with keen interest. Among the trio, the elder and the younger exhibited an exceptionally rare disposition, while the middle sibling seemed to exhibit a slight deficiency in this regard. Fifth brother remained indifferent. The Qin Wang smiled as he addressed Li Wenshan, then gestured towards Li Xia and Li Wenlan. "You are called a Xia, are you not? A Xia? Feel free to express your desires for food or play to the servants. And you, young sir, are equally welcome to be at ease. Do not feel constrained." Jin Zhuoyin cast a sidelong glance at the two youngsters. It was one thing for the prince to take a liking to the earnest yet comical Li Wenshan, but to exhibit such patience towards these little ones was perplexing. Was it a case of loving the house and its crow? Jin Zhuoyin stifled a laugh. Could someone like Li Wenshan truly elicit such affection from the prince? Li Xia, who had been cautiously stealing glances at Jin Zhuoyin, happened to catch a glimpse of the smile gracing his lips, leaving her momentarily entranced. How warm his smile was. "Thank you, Qin Wang," Li Xia said as she surveyed her surroundings and chose a quaint corner overlooking the lotus pond. "Sixth brother, I wish to go there." Li Wenlan, captivated by the splendid bloom of the Longzi Songmei, was lost in admiration. Seeing her brother so enthralled, Li Xia swung her arms and made her way over. Indeed, it was an excellent spot to admire the lotus flowers. The Qin Wang trailed behind Li Xia, casually complimenting the view as his gaze lingered on her. Li Xia pretended not to hear. She had resolved that as long as he did not explicitly address her, she would ignore him. Even if he did, she would play the fool. After all, she was still young. As the Qin Wang observed Li Xia standing at the railing, her chubby arms reaching over to grasp it, her face pressing against the wooden barrier as she shifted back and forth, it was clear she was struggling to find a comfortable vantage point. Looking through the gaps in the railing only brought discomfort. Li Xia released her grip on the railing, turned, and hurried a few steps to move a nearby armchair. A servant standing by rushed forward to assist her, but a mere glance from the Qin Wang halted him in his tracks. Chapter 27. Where does this leisure come from? The king of Qin, maintaining an impassive demeanor, subtly shifted his position to obscure Li Wenshan's gaze. He unfurled his folding fan and leisurely observed Li Xia, who clutched the Zetonwood chair with all her might yet could not budge it an inch. Lu Yi stood diagonally behind the two, silently regarding the spectacle that was the king of Qin, who seemed to be increasingly prosperous in his antics. Li Xia was filled with frustration. She was unwilling to concede. Circling the chair once more, she caught sight of a zeatonwood flower stand, slightly taller than the chair, leaning against the wall, adorned with a pot of orchid grass. She was certain she could manage to move that. Li Xia climbed onto the chair, stood up, and lifted the pot of orchids. Just as she placed it onto the chair, young Master Gu Lu glanced over, intrigued, and exclaimed, "What is this little girl up to? How does that pot of grass impede you? Where are your manners?" The king of Qin reclined on the couch, casting a glance at Li Xia, who had now moved the chair to the railing and was leaning over to admire the lotus flowers. He pointed to the armchair in front of him and smiled. "Wulong, sit here. How goes your studies? When will you be taking the examination at the academy?" Li Wenshan settled into the armchair designated by the king and engaged in conversation with him. Louis casually stood in another corner of the room, cradling a cup of tea, appreciating the lotus flowers in the lake. Jin Juyin sat cross-legged opposite the king, gesturing for a servant to bring over the tea set, rolling up his sleeves to pour tea. Young Master Gu Lu stood by the window next to Lu Yi, then moved to Li Xia's side, looking around curiously. Li Xia smiled at him and remarked, "Brother Gu from the Gu family, this is the best spot to view the lotus flowers." Indeed, it was splendid, though the fragrance here was rather overpowering. Young Master Gu Lu stood behind Li Xia, wearing a critical expression. Li Xia rested her chin on the railing, observing Gu Lu, determined to speak as little as possible. At merely 5 years of age, she feared uttering something inappropriate for her tender years. Perhaps she could employ the method of harmonious fragrance to enhance this aroma. Longjing tea would be ideal. "Bring me longjing and an incense burner," commanded young Master Gu Lu. Once the tea leaves were infused, he positioned himself beside Li Xia, closed his eyes, and savored the aroma, nodding in satisfaction. The floral scent was rich yet subtly sweet, while the tea fragrance was clear and slightly bitter, combining to create an exquisite aroma that was neither overwhelming nor excessively sweet. With a delightful balance of bitterness and sweetness, Li Xia sniffed the air. Indeed, it was far more pleasant than before. This fragrance reminded her of the lotus leaf rice dumplings she had tasted upon entering the palace, stirring her appetite. She turned to Gu Lu and inquired, "Can lotus leaves wrap around rice dumplings?" "Certainly," he replied. "Fresh lotus leaves are perfect for wrapping a rice dumpling. Their vibrant green hue is both refreshing and delightful." Young Master Gu Lu, too, felt a pang of hunger at the thought of lotus leaf rice dumplings. "And drizzle a generous spoonful of osmanthus honey on top," Li Xia exclaimed, nearly drooling at the thought. "Drizzling osmanthus honey would be a waste," Gu Lu retorted. "But it must be drenched in osmanthus honey. A generous spoonful," Li Xia insisted. Startled, Li Xia slipped, and Jin Juyin swiftly reached out to grasp her collar, setting her back on her feet. "Look at how you frightened the young lady," young Master Gu Lu remarked, but Jin Juyin acted quickly, and once Li Xia was steady, he extended his hand towards her. "Xia, ignore him. He takes pleasure in dousing others with cold water. Let us not mind him. Go ask the kitchen if there are any rice dumplings available. And bring a jar of osmanthus honey," young Master Gu Lu instructed the servant. Li Xia reclined against the embrace of young Master Gu Lu, twisting her body slightly to nestle her cheek against his arm, deliberately avoiding Jin Zhuoyin's gaze. She wished neither to see him nor to be seen by him. Meanwhile, King Qin propped his head upon one hand, his mood somber as he observed the chubby arm that clung to Gu Lu's. In the exchanges of banter between Li Xia and Gu Lu, he pondered how this charming young man, adored by all and a true paragon of elegance in this tumultuous world, could elicit such indifference from the girl, who refused to meet his eyes or allow him to embrace her. As a bowl of sweet rice dumplings was presented, Li Xia settled into a comfortable position in her armchair. Young Master Gu Lu generously drizzled a thick layer of osmanthus honey over the dumplings in her dish. Li Xia picked up a piece and offered it to Gu Lu's lips, urging him to taste it, declaring it exceptionally delicious. He opened his mouth to sample the treat, nodding in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is delightful. Hold steady, I shall pour some honey for them as well." With the osmanthus honey in hand, Gu Lu proceeded to serve each person, until he reached King Qin. As he tilted the honey over the king's dish, King Qin disdainfully tossed his silver fork into the bowl, remarking, "Jin Zhuoyin was not mistaken. How old are you this year?" A few flattering words from a young girl have turned even osmanthus honey into a prized delicacy. Jin Zhuoyin was taken aback, finding the king's sudden irritability rather peculiar. Gu Lu, equally baffled, insisted, "The flavor is truly exquisite. Do try it for yourself." Lu Yi, deep in thought, cast a sideways glance at Li Xia, who was engrossed in her dumplings, before returning his attention to King Qin. Li Wenshan rose to his feet, and even Li Wenlan, who had been savoring the dumplings with great delight, hesitated, casting a timid glance at his elder brother Li Wenshan, who was fixated on Li Xia. Indeed, had Asha not reminded me, I would have forgotten the time. Meeting the prince, the heir, the general, and Lu Lang filled me with immense joy. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all, and my siblings and I express our thanks. Li Wenshan promptly interjected to take his leave, offering profound bows of gratitude to each individual. The Qin Wang, seemingly disinterested and slightly irked, wore a somber expression, waving his hand dismissively, indicating his desire for silence. Jin Zhuyin contemplated the inexplicable temperament of the Qin Wang, raising his hand in a respectful gesture without uttering a word. Young Master Gu Lu, holding osmanthus honey, appeared bewildered. Sensing he might have erred, yet he pondered where he could have gone wrong. Li Xia nestled in her elder brother's embrace, watching Lu Yi being sent off. Her heart warmed with bittersweet feelings. Her commander of the Imperial Guards, the one she trusted the most, had always treated her with such kindness throughout her past and present lives. Chapter 28. Digging a pit. On the day when the magistrates from various counties are summoned to Hangzhou, the advisors beside General Luo become particularly occupied. General Luo intentionally sends a few advisors to socialize with subordinate officials, using them to glean information while simultaneously providing them with insights that cannot be openly discussed. Several magistrates, who have cultivated a rapport with Advisor Shan, changed into casual attire and reserved a private room at the Wangyue Pavilion. Enjoying the picturesque view of the green leaves and pink lotus blossoms on West Lake, engaging in conversation over drinks. After the meal, Huang County Magistrate from Fuyang discreetly tugged at Advisor Shan, and the two lagged a few steps behind. In a hushed tone, Huang County Magistrate remarked, "By chance today, my carriage and that of County Magistrate Li from Hengshan are parked together. I have a long-standing attendant who is a principled man." He overheard a casual exchange between Li County Magistrate's driver and my attendant, and they mentioned you, Advisor Shan. At this juncture, County Magistrate Huang paused his discourse, casting a glance around before mentioning that one of the two clerks currently employed by County Magistrate Li bore the surname Bu. Previously, he had served under the auspices of Prefect Shan, but was compelled to seek new employment after unjustly shouldering the blame for a scandal. Such utter nonsense. The mention startled Councillor Shan, though his visage betrayed none of his inner tumult. These subordinates do relish gossip. County Magistrate Li, being newly arrived, likely has yet to find the time to manage them. "Thank you, Brother Huang," he responded. "Not at all." Magistrate Huang chuckled heartily, and the two exchanged pleasantries before taking their leave with a respectful bow. What sort of scandal could a man as cautious as my elder cousin possibly bear? Councillor Shan pondered. Outside, Councillor Zhu inquired languidly, "Is Councillor Shan present?" "I did not accompany old Tao and the others," Councillor Zhu replied, clad in a somewhat worn cotton robe, appearing much like a learned scholar from a private academy. He had an old acquaintance from the capital, a steward named Zhao De from the Li Caosi in the Jiangnan East Road. During their previous time in the capital, when leisure permitted, they would often gather together, savoring a jar of aged wine and engaging in conversation that could stretch into the night. As Councillor Zhu settled opposite Councillor Shan, the latter poured a cup of tea and presented it with both hands. Zhao De made a special point to inform me of a matter on this visit. Councillor Zhu stated, swiftly establishing the nature of his relationship with Zhao before delving into the crux of the issue. "You are aware that the younger brother of Li Caosi is currently the magistrate of Hengshan County in our two Zhejiang provinces. The two clerks appointed by County Magistrate Li are named Bu Huai and Lu Yud, and it is said that they previously served as clerks for your brother, Prefect Shan, managing financial matters." As Shanxing listened to Zhu Shanxing, he recalled the recent words of County Magistrate Huang, causing his expression to shift slightly. "You have heard as well?" Zhu Shanxing, adept at reading the emotions of others, nodded. "It is said that he bore the blame for his elder brother and was forced to seek a different path." This sentiment had already reached the ears of many within the Xingshan County office. "Since you are aware, that is well." Zhu Shanxing rose and added, "Xingshan County is a place of considerable influence. Do not let your guard down." "Thank you, Brother Zhu." Shanxing bowed deeply in gratitude. Li Xiang and his two elder brothers arrived at the tea house, as per their father's arrangement, and spotted Wudong, her face glowing with excitement, engaged in polite conversation with a well-dressed steward. Upon seeing Li Wenshan, she quickly gestured to the steward, "Our fifth master has arrived." "Fifth master? This is the steward from Lord Wang's residence, come to present us with gifts. What nonsense is this?" Li Wenshan's expression darkened, his anger boiling. He had not been in a good mood upon encountering Wudong. Lord Wang is a superior. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Wudong, even more vexed, scowled at him, exclaiming, Fifth brother has grown up, a far cry from before. His temper is evidently quite formidable. I seem to have meddled. Please allow me to pay my respects to Fifth Master, and convey my regards to Sixth Master and Miss Gio. The steward from Lord Wang's residence, quick on his feet, stepped forward and greeted them loudly, interrupting Wudong's outburst. Fifth Master is truly remarkable. The fault lies with me for not being clearer. Upon hearing that the 2 gentlemen and 2 ladies had arrived in Hangzhou, our esteemed lady expressed her desire to invite Fifth Master and Sixth Master, along with the 2 ladies, to her residence for a warm reception. However, our master remarked that the gentlemen and ladies were likely preoccupied with numerous matters during this visit. Consequently, our lady dispatched a servant to deliver several boxes of delicacies and a few assorted gifts, asserting that even in their absence, the courtesy must not be lacking. We are profoundly grateful to your esteemed master and lady. This visit has indeed been rather hurried, but rest assured, on our next trip, we shall make it a point to pay our respects in person. Yet, regarding these gifts, just as Li Wenshan was about to decline, Li Xia discreetly tugged at him from behind, prompting him to pause. The gesture implied acceptance. Reluctantly, Li Wenshan altered his words. It is merely a trifle. Fifth Master, with his extraordinary talents, will undoubtedly surpass his predecessors in due time. The steward, taken aback by Li Wenshan's affability, hastened to offer compliments. Li Xia tightly grasped Sixth Brother Li Wenlan's hand, her gaze drifting past the steward towards several attendants who had begun to transfer items to their carriage. These gifts were far from merely a few boxes of pastries and trivial knickknacks. Wang Fenian, a person of immense wealth, is a master of social grace and adept in financial matters. She has kept him in the position of Deputy Minister of Revenue for several years, intending to pave the way for her son's elevation in status. What a splendid opportunity this presents. Wang, a magistrate, is bestowing gifts upon them. Li Xia's eyes gradually shifted, observing the courteous steward and then glancing at the visibly irritated Wudong, feeling a sense of delight. Wang Fenian always possesses such an understanding nature. On the way back, County Magistrate Li gazed at his spirited son, increasingly satisfied with each glance. Unable to restrain himself, he urged the horse to trot alongside his son, discussing the matter of the diplomatic funds. The issue of money seems trivial. Despite his modest means, the county magistrate is a man of integrity and sophistication, rarely placing much importance on wealth. The crux lies in the respect bestowed upon him. It was unexpected that you had caught the attention of the prince, renowned for his benevolence, surrounded by talented youth and erudite scholars. Being in his company will surely lead to significant personal growth. This is indeed a matter of fortune. Chapter 29. Do not abandon midway. The county magistrate intended to attribute this to his son's exceptional talent, but upon reflection, he deemed such a statement overly presumptuous. He altered his words to emphasize fortune instead. It is indeed a blessing for his son, and much credit goes to the uncle. Without his support, how would they have had the opportunity to meet the prince? That journey to Jiangning was undoubtedly orchestrated by the uncle. And today's allocation of diplomatic funds is partly in recognition of the son's companionship with the prince in his studies, and partly a gesture of respect towards the uncle. Wouldn't you agree, my father? Li Wenshan observed his father's expression as he spoke, noticing that the joy on Li County Magistrate's face had faded. After a considerable pause, he managed a forced smile and remarked, "He merely seeks the hollow reputation of brotherly affection. Your father endured immense hardships in the past. It was only through your aunt's tireless vigilance that he managed to survive, while your grandmother tragically perished at their hands. I do not wish to dwell on past grievances. His actions are merely motivated by the currents of convenience." Though Li County Magistrate articulated these sentiments, his conviction lacked firmness. He was not entirely oblivious to the nuances of right and wrong. Indeed, during their visit to Jiangning Prefecture, the eldest had genuinely taken pains to arrange matters for him. Denying this outright was beyond his capacity, yet he was equally unwilling to concede that the eldest had acted out of goodwill toward them, leading him to resort to vague allusions to the past, his arguments lacking substance. "Father, the words often uttered by the old lady are, in truth, not resilient under scrutiny. If what she claims were indeed accurate, that everyone in the Bo family harbors malice towards you, I am convinced you would not survive. Let us consider our own household. Take Lan Gur and Xia, such young innocents. Were it left to our mother, or even to me, to wish ill upon Lan Gur, who could possibly thwart that? Moreover, the old lady often laments sleepless nights, yet we are not made of iron. How long can one endure such vigilance? What are you saying?" Li County Magistrate retorted, vexed. Those are experiences your aunt has lived through. Can the old lady speak falsely? It seems you have gained a slight advantage and have forgotten your roots. Is this where we have arrived in our conversation? Why are you angry? Very well, let us cease this discussion. Li Wuxian felt a twinge of annoyance. As his father's greatest pride, he had never been particularly afraid of him, and now that feeling had intensified. Li County Magistrate was momentarily silenced by his son's remark. Watching as his son galloped forward with determination, a hint of regret flickering within him. Perhaps his earlier words had been somewhat harsh. Upon returning home to the rear office of Hengshan County, the four siblings of the Li family were utterly exhausted, collapsing into rest without even partaking in dinner. However, Li County Magistrate felt no fatigue, sitting across from the venerable Lady Zhong in the sitting room, both savoring a modest drink while observing Madame Su and Granny Hong, along with Zhonghua, as they meticulously unwrapped the gifts presented by Mr. Wang. Wasn't Mr. Wang the magistrate's superior? Why then had he sent such an abundance of gifts? Madame Su uncovered an assortment of luxurious fabrics and other valuable items, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. With a squint and a smile, Li County Magistrate explained that Mr. Wang's generosity stemmed from the fact that Shane Zhou was to accompany the prince in his studies, thus he sought to ingratiate himself in advance. Yet, he had resolved on the journey. The matter of Shane Zhou attending school with the prince was not to be discussed further. It was of utmost importance for Shane Zhou to serve by the prince's side with a demeanor that was neither obsequious nor arrogant, treating the powerful as mere wisps of cloud, maintaining an air of calmness. At home, it was imperative to avoid any semblance of arrogance. The best way to ensure this was to refrain from sharing details with them. If they remained uninformed, they would naturally carry themselves with poise and composure. What did it matter? Mr. Wang was immensely wealthy and generous. In his eyes, these gifts were insignificant. Li County Magistrate mumbled, "He is the magistrate's superior. This isn't merely a matter of wealth. There is no reasoning behind it." Madame Su furrowed her brows more tightly, her heart heavy with worry. Ever since the master became the county magistrate, his demeanor had become increasingly arrogant compared to before. If this continued, it would surely invite calamity. Magistrate Li chuckled smugly, assuring her, "Rest assured, I have it all under control. The master is a prudent man. He has already told you to be at ease. So what is there to fret about?" Madame Zhong shared a semblance of Madame Su's concerns, yet another part of her believed she understood the situation. Regardless of her understanding, she maintained her customary sternness and reprimanded Madame Su, who merely smiled and dared not speak further. At Minghai Mountain Villa, Lu Yi followed the servant into the study of Prince Qin, bearing an expression that was a perplexing mix of amusement and annoyance as he reported, "It is the esteemed headmaster Gu from Wansong Academy, who mentioned that Lord Luo summoned him today, instructing that Li Wuxian must not neglect his studies in the imperial examination." "Ah?" Prince Qin raised both eyebrows in surprise. Gazing at Lu Yi, with a wry smile, Lu Yi continued, "Just moments ago, Deputy Minister Guan also sent someone to inform me that he has dispatched inquiries to investigate the Li family's presence in both the capital and the town of Xiali. Clarification will be forthcoming shortly. It seems your invitation to Li Wuxian to attend Wansong Academy has become common knowledge throughout Hangzhou. This is truly a lapse in my foresight. There are indeed many flies buzzing around the prince, and these flies must be scrutinized through 3 generations." Louis bowed in acknowledgement of his misstep. Prince Qin, visibly irate, slammed the book in his hand onto the table. "Should I go and clarify the matter?" Lu Yi glanced at the book that lay sprawled on the table. "No, let him in." The Qin king was filled with a deep-seated anger, though he could hardly articulate the source of his vexation. What should have been a trivial matter, insignificant to the point of being negligible, was not reason enough to abandon it halfway. The following day, Li Xia rose early, had breakfast, penned a few characters, and assisted her sister in winding some thread before dashing out to seek her elder brother. "Wu Gu, HM?" With a swift turn, Li Xia nodded repeatedly, affirming her agreement. After leaving Wu Ji's study, Li Xia made her way to the kitchen to find Xiao Jiuer. She had a significant task to undertake as well. Chapter 30. The Innocence of Childhood upon entering the county magistrate's residence through the side gate. Old Lady Zhong appeared rejuvenated and in high spirits as she traversed the vegetable garden, heading directly to the main courtyard. Upon her arrival, a startled exclamation echoed from the tea room. "Really?" Old Lady Zhong was taken aback, her steps faltering as she made her way toward the tea room to reprimand the household for its growing lack of decorum. Before she could approach, another voice from the tea room exclaimed, "Ah, is it truly real? Is it true? Those things are because." "Ah, really? A 4th-rank official, only 30 years old. HM, HM. Did you truly see him? Like a celestial being. Indeed. So wealthy, a fourth-rank official, and handsome as well. I know. I would never speak falsely. The voices of the children sounded somewhat like Xiaojiao, but the identity of the other person remained unclear. The window was tightly shut. An old lady Zhang stepped forward, pushing against it with fervor, but to no avail, inadvertently startling those within. Run! A loud crash echoed as footsteps hurriedly retreated through the side door. Madame Zhang hurriedly circled around, yet the person had long since vanished from sight. Standing with her hands on her hips in the corner of the room, she pondered the few words she had overheard, her heart racing with a tumultuous rhythm. A 30-year-old fourth-rank official, handsome and affluent. Such matters are only discussed in the context of matchmaking. Who could possibly be seeking a match? Who else could it be? How could she remain unaware of this? The very thought left Madame Zhang's heart feeling as though it were being scratched by a cat. And the more she contemplated, the more her anger surged. How dare anyone conceal such matters from her? Madame Zhang made a beeline for the kitchen, but found little Jiu'er absent. Grabbing a servant, she inquired and promptly headed toward the back garden. After a lengthy search, she finally caught hold of little Jiu'er, yanking her by the ear and dragging her to a secluded spot. You wretched girl! Speak the truth. With whom were you idling away time in the tea room just now? Speak up. Madame Zhang twisted little Jiu'er's ear, lifting her until only her toes grazed the ground. Please spare me, ancestor. I wasn't in the tea room. I was with Miss Jiu. If you don't believe me, ask her. I was with Miss Jiu the entire time. She just sent me over to pick some flowers. Little Jiu'er cried, her voice a mere whimper. Madame Zhang released her grip on Jiu'er, brushing off her hands. Miss Jiu, then everything falls into place. That wretched girl, cunning beyond her years. Ignoring little Jiu'er, Madame Zhang turned to seek out Wu Tong. Are you truly foolish, or are you merely pretending to be so before me? Madame Zhang's temper flared, one after another. They dared to deceive her. Oh, my dear mother, what on earth are you inquiring about? How could I ever feign ignorance before you? Wu Tong was genuinely perplexed. When that cart of goods was delivered, what was said? Granny Zhong scrutinized Wu Tong, seemingly perplexed. After all, he had always been by the master's side. It was sent by the steward from Lord Wang's residence, who mentioned that it was a gift from their master and madam for the two young gentlemen and the two young ladies. Just as she was about to elaborate, fifth brother arrived, said nothing, merely accepted the items, and that was all. What could there be? Why did the godmother think to inquire about this? Wu Tong was utterly bewildered by Granny Zhong's abrupt questioning. Do you truly not know? Granny Zhong inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. What is there to know? If the godmother has something to say, she ought to be direct. You are well aware, my son is the least adept at deciphering riddles. I heard. Granny Zhong pulled Wu Tong into a corner, whispering a few snippets she had gathered from Xiaojiao. You are unaware of such a significant matter? Oh, dear godmother. Since we entered the city, the master and the two young gentlemen, along with the two young ladies, have split into two groups. I have been trailing the master, stationed at the handsome magistrate's door, not daring to move an inch. How could I possibly know what transpired on the gentleman's and ladies' side? I find it curious, too. Lord Wang holds such a high office, at least this far apart from our master. Wu Tong stretched both arms wide, perplexed as to why a gift was sent to our master. Godmother, you do not understand. That steward was exceedingly courteous. TSK. No wonder. Wu Tong clapped his hands in realization, understanding now why fifth master had accepted the items without uttering a polite word. Have you seen Lord Wang? I hear he's only 30 years old. I have seen him with my own eyes. He emerged alongside our master, and he is quite handsome. At merely 30 years of age, I appear no older than one in their early 20s. While conversing with others in the lobby, I overheard them discussing that this esteemed official, Wang, is among the most prominent figures in our two Zhejiang provinces, second only to General Luo. Although the vice envoy Guan holds a higher rank, he is not involved in the affairs at hand. It is said that General Luo places immense trust in this Wang, who speaks with great authority in his presence. They even remarked that a talent like Wang is destined for the position of prime minister, bound to ascend to the pinnacle of power sooner or later. The excitement in Wu Tong's eyes was palpable as he spoke, as if merely discussing this future prime minister could somehow bestow upon them a semblance of shared glory. How many concubines does he have? What is his wife's temperament like? Is she magnanimous? Lady Zhang posed the most pertinent inquiries. Wang's family is indeed affluent, and upon mentioning their wealth, Wu Tong expressed his admiration with a series of appreciative sounds. It is said that he has a particular fondness for beautiful women, and surely he must have several concubines. Rumor has it that Wang and his wife were betrothed from a young age. Although her family is also wealthy, they remain merchants to this day. And it is said she is exceptionally virtuous. One would not dare to be otherwise. Wu Tong wore a knowing expression. Lady Zhong exhaled contentedly, unable to suppress her laughter, declaring such families to be the finest. A wife of merchant origins may feel somewhat insecure in her role as the primary spouse. This is indeed a stroke of fortune for the young lady. Oh, how fortunate she is. One cannot mention this matter lightly, for it is best kept under wraps. In these times, there are many who harbor envy, and even more who resort to malice. Should word of this leak, it could spell disaster. Wu Tong eagerly assured. Rest easy, my dear godmother. You know well that my lips are sealed. They are as unyielding as a locked door. As Madame Zhong turned around, Wu Tong could not help but call out to her once more. Mother, you do not wish to. She is the wife of an official. No matter what, silence. You know nothing. Madame Zhong reprimanded Wu Tong, shaking off his hand and retreating into the inner chamber. Though she had initially possessed some patience, the years of unwavering authority in this household had long since eroded that patience entirely. Chapter 31. There are still boundaries upon entering the room. County Magistrate Li found Madame Zhong seated on the couch. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled, beckoning him to sit. You ventured to Hangzhou, yet you have not shared with me the joyous news. What joyous news could there possibly be? County Magistrate Li assumed she referred to the matter of Shange being appointed as a companion to the prince, striving to appear composed. Yet the joy he felt was simply inescapable, radiating from him. You raised me from childhood. How could you conceal such a matter from me? Just look at your relation. With such significant news, why did you not tell me? Observing County Magistrate Li's demeanor, Madame Zhong's conviction grew, mingled with considerable vexation. How dare he deceive her? First, the box of silk, and now this momentous event. What other secrets might he be harboring? The more she pondered, the more her ire intensified. During their time in Taiyuan, he would not have dared to act in such a manner. She should have clung tightly to her resolve and prevented him from seeking this county magistrate position. Indeed, power had transformed him. Furthermore, she had not anticipated that the eldest in the government would be in Jiangning. Madam, in truth, this matter is not quite a joyous occasion. County Magistrate Li attempted to suppress his delight, struggling to articulate an explanation. Before the county magistrate could devise a way to obscure the truth, old Madame Zhong, with a stern expression, commenced her reprimand. Have you informed your wife of this matter? Even Zhou and I knows about it, yet you chose to conceal it from me? Is this your decision, or is it your wife's? I sensed something amiss from the moment those garments were delivered. Now that you have risen to prominence and become an official, do you look down upon me? Do you disdain my age? Am I merely a burden to you? As she spoke, old Madame Zhong began to weep. The county magistrate, flustered, implored, Madam, such words are unwarranted. Without you, I would not exist. This family would not exist. Old Madame Zhong continued, from the moment you insisted on pursuing an official title, I feared this day would come. You are a fool. Have you not suffered enough at the hands of others? Do you think that by shamelessly abandoning your wife and children, you can curry favor with those in power? Do they hold you in esteem? Do they regard you, born of a concubine, as worthy? Have you no self-awareness? How could you engage in such disgraceful actions? Speak. Did you not aspire to become an official for the sake of that wretched lineage? Where is your dignity? How can you be so lacking in ambition? Madam, I truly did not. I only discovered the truth when I arrived in Jiangning Prefecture. They summoned me, the county magistrate stammered, his distress evident. They summoned you? You went at their beck and call? Are you a dog? In their eyes, you are worth even less than a dog. When they called, you simply obeyed. Like a creature beneath contempt. Old Madame Zhong spat her words at Li County Magistrate, her anger palpable. It was my fault, dear lady, please calm down. It is I who have erred. As he knelt on the ground, Li County Magistrate acknowledged his mistake, much like he had done on previous occasions. Though the explanation remained elusive, he was simply in the wrong. You are aware of your missteps. Madame Zhong took a deep breath, seeming to regain her composure. Very well. This marriage proposal you did not manage to keep secret. Now, I am informed, and I shall take charge of this matter. This is a commendable match. A stroke of fortune for Dongni. A marriage proposal? Li County Magistrate was taken aback. What proposal? Your feigned innocence is truly remarkable. I am well aware of everything. Madame Zhong gazed down at him, her expression sharp. You have accepted the betrothal gifts from Wang Tongji. Madam, Wang Tongji is already married with children. Li County Magistrate found himself caught between laughter and tears. Married with children? How audacious of you to entertain such fantasies. Madame Zhong wore a cold smile. Consider your own background for a moment. In any respectable family, who would condescend to ally themselves with someone of your lowly origins? If you are to seek a proper match for Dongni, and if your wife encourages you to pursue a formal engagement, I tell you, you will have to look far down the social ladder. You have spoiled Dongni to such an extent. How do you expect her to survive? Madam, that is not. Not what? Do you believe that simply because you hold a minor official title, you have attained greatness? That would elevate Dongni to the status of a noblewoman. Would it not? How daring of you to think so? In any marriage, one must consider 3 generations. Even without that, if we trace your lineage, it leads only to servitude, a slave. Madame Zhong continued to spit forth her disdain towards Li County Magistrate. I have inquired, and it appears that the esteemed Wang family possesses immense wealth, living in unparalleled luxury. At such a tender age, he has already attained the rank of a 4th-grade official. What remarkable prospects lie ahead for him. Life is splendid, and the young ladies are charming. Dongni is surely fond of him, and the matriarch, hailing from a merchant background, has her own inclinations. Allow me to express, should Dongni enter the household and bear a son in a year or 2, the distinctions of wife or concubine would become irrelevant. Enough, my lady. Mr. Li suddenly rose, his urgency palpable. Without the matriarch, he would be nothing. She could dictate his every whim. However, he could not bear the thought of his daughter becoming a concubine to another. My lady, you may do as you please. But neither Dongjie nor Ashia shall ever be relegated to such a status. I would rather perish. Are you addressing me? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I devoted my very life to protect you. I sacrificed everything. In an instant. Tears streamed down the matriarch's face. My lady, it is my fault. I let my emotions get the better of me and spoke out of turn. The county magistrate immediately softened, lowering his voice in a few meek phrases, yet he could say no more, standing disheartened before the matriarch. I would rather be a wealthy concubine than a poor wife. Having lived this long, I have seen and endured much. In that wretched estate, I risked my life to see you grow. I have witnessed far too much, and I tell you, my lady, no matter what, even if it costs me my life, I cannot allow Dongjie and Ashia to become concubines. It simply cannot be allowed. Though his voice was low, Mr. Li's resolve was unwavering. This was his bottom line, as his children represented his very essence. Madame Zhong ceased her tears, glaring at the county magistrate Li, who lowered his head in silence, remaining still. After a moment of this scrutiny, she clapped her hands on her thighs and burst into tears. She had discerned how to deal with both her father and this elderly lady. During dinner, the atmosphere was somber, with Li County Magistrate appearing dejected. Li Xia occasionally cast glances in his direction, while Li Wenshan exchanged looks with Li Xia and then with their father, pondering whether their father's discontent was related to Li Xia. Li Dong presented a steaming bowl of ginseng chicken soup before the county magistrate. Having simmered for 3 or 4 hours, recognizing the toll of the past few days on their father. Chapter 32. The temperament of the eldest sister. Their father was not weary. The county magistrate accepted the bowl of chicken soup, gazing fondly at his eldest daughter. Do sit down and enjoy your meal. Let Xianghua and the others serve you. Change, please bring over that plate of pickled bamboo shoots. I recall that the youngest sister adores it. Li Dong was taken aback. As the second of 4 children and a daughter, her quiet demeanor often led her to be the least regarded among them. The eldest sister loves this. Li Xia stood up, presenting a plate of braised pork to her sister. But she does not fancy pickled vegetables. Everyone enjoys the braised pork, and so does she. Am I right, sister? That is not true. I do like. Li Dong's face flushed crimson. You always scrape the sauce from the plate to mix with your rice, devouring it with such delight. Li Xia pressed on, revealing her sister's secret. Oh, Li Wenlan exclaimed, no wonder whenever braised pork is served, you push it aside. You don't eat it, yet prevent others from having it. You were saving it for your sister. Madame Su gently caressed Li Xia's head, expressing her affection for our dear Xia, who is the most considerate and thoughtful. Li County Magistrate's face flushed. Sister Dong, your father has been too indifferent to you. Rest assured, from now on, your father will never allow anyone to wrong you or let you be bullied or mistreated. No one shall lay a finger on you. Li Xia's eyes widened, then gradually softened, a smile blossoming as she glanced at her 5th brother and playfully winked at him. Madame Su's eyes reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks, pondering over her husband's words. What has come over him? Li Dong's tears flowed in abundance, nodding vigorously yet unable to utter a word, overwhelmed by emotion. After dinner, the family enjoyed tea and conversed for quite a while before dispersing. Li Wenshan and Li Xia stealthily slipped into Li Wenshan's small study, their heads leaning together as they exchanged whispers. I have discovered the Achilles heel of our father. Li Xia declared triumphantly. It is us, he. She leaned closer to Li Wenshan's ear, her voice mimicking that of a mischievous child. I kept a close watch on her, fifth brother. She is utterly wicked, so devious. Alas, both foolish and malevolent, lacking patience. Now let me tell you. We need not fear her at all. At most, in half a year. No, half a year is too long. I want to do it in 3 months. Yes, 3 months at most. I will surely drive her away. Xia, I believe in the past life. Even if it were a past life. You must have been more formidable than I. Li Wenshan expressed his admiration sincerely. Li Xia covered his mouth with her hand, insisting, not at all. Fifth brother is the most formidable. Fifth brother, let us refrain from discussing such matters in the future. I have no desire to mention them, and besides, should others overhear, it would be too terrifying. Fifth brother nodded earnestly in acknowledgement. By the way, did you not instruct to keep an eye on where she goes when she leaves the court? I have tracked her to a particular location. Zhao De came to see me and mentioned that she left early this morning, heading to the third house from the northern end of Yamen East Lane. The family there bears the surname Yang, consisting of 8 members, Mr. and Mrs. Yang, 5 children, and an elderly lady, said to be Yang Da's aunt. She went to visit the Yang matriarch, and they spent time in the courtyard, drinking and conversing. All the food and drink were brought by her. After a brief pause, Li Wenshan added, I have already instructed Zhao De to inquire about this Yang matriarch's affairs in Yangzhou. Also, you specifically mentioned that she hails from Yangzhou. Li Xia tilted her head, gazing at fifth brother. Have you inquired with Zhao De? No, I consulted with the scholar instead, who remarked that Yangzhou produces slender horses. Li Wenshan looked at Li Xia, a wave of indescribable discomfort washing over him. She did not resemble a woman of good repute, and I fear she may not even be the biological mother of my father. Li Xia regarded fifth brother with an indifferent expression. Li Wenshan lowered his head, appearing profoundly dejected, and after a considerable pause, murmured a soft acknowledgement. Have you mentioned the matter concerning Mr. Qin to father? Li Xia prodded fifth brother's shoulder with her finger. Not yet. As he spoke, Li Wenshan rose, lifting his sister down from the table. I shall go now. The moment is most opportune. Li Xia looked up at her brother, smiling and nodding repeatedly, delighted that her brother remains ever astute to the right moment. Have you stirred up trouble for fifth brother again? Upon the arrival of Li Xia, Li Dong promptly set aside her needlework, rising to guide her to a seat. She accepted the damp cloth offered by Su Yi to wipe Li Xia's hands. Without any commotion, I observed fifth brother as he penned his characters. Li Xia turned around, resting her back against her sister's embrace. Indeed, without your supervision, fifth brother struggles with his writing. Li Dong chuckled softly, gently tapping Li Xia's forehead. During dinner, father mentioned that sister enjoys pickled bamboo shoots. Why do you insist on uttering such remarks? This is inappropriate. Fortunately, it is father. Had it been anyone else, they would surely be vexed by you. Li Dong tenderly instructed Li Xia, who tilted her head in curiosity. Does sister truly relish pickled bamboo shoots? She used to. And father has always remembered. Li Dong felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, you no longer enjoy them. Furthermore, regarding the fabric for yesterday's dress, Aunt Hong claimed you favored red, yet I recall you distinctly disliking that color. Additionally, before dinner today, mother mentioned making rice dumplings. And everyone declared sweet dumplings delightful while deeming savory ones unpalatable. You too claimed to prefer sweet dumplings, though I distinctly remember that your favorite was savory. These are trivial matters. Why let such minor issues cause discontent among us? Li Dong's complexion flushed as her sister enumerated each point. They are far from trivial. Li Xia hesitated. These observations were somewhat precocious for her age, yet her sister was already 13. If she did not swiftly amend her disposition, her future would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Chapter 33. From above, Li Dong found herself in a state of bemusement, while Su Yi wholeheartedly agreed, asserting that what ninth lady stated was indeed a form of deception. Mother loves her elder sister so dearly. If she were to learn that her sister missed out on her favorite savory rice dumplings, she would surely be heartbroken and in tears. I am overwhelmed with sorrow myself. Li Xia lamented. Sixth miss, I concur with ninth miss. Your behavior does not reflect empathy towards others, but rather causes distress to our esteemed parents. So you shifted her position to sit beside them. Li Xia nodded incessantly, her admiration for Su Yi growing immensely. And I too, I'm in deep anguish. Nearly to the point of despair. And what of fifth brother? He suffers even more, as does sixth brother. All of us are pained for our elder sister. And Su Yi shares in this sorrow, do you not, Su Yi? Ninth Miss speaks wisely. Sixth Miss, you must temper your temper and consider the feelings of others. Imagine if Ninth Miss were to act as you do, would you not feel distressed? Li Xia was nearly moved to applause for Su Yi, recognizing her wisdom and thoughtfulness. Astonished by her clarity of understanding, Li Dong's complexion paled slightly as he forced a smile, saying, "Look at the two of you. I understand now." When Li Wenshan entered the magistrate's study, he found his father, the magistrate, still shrouded in gloom. "Has the office been particularly troublesome today?" Li Wenshan inquired with concern. The magistrate forced a semblance of cheerfulness, shaking his head with a faint smile, with two clerks in the office. "What could possibly be amiss? It's merely that I did not sleep well last night." The magistrate hastily concocted an excuse and quickly changed the subject. The scholars from Wansong Academy, including the esteemed Elder Gu and the other learned gentlemen, are all well versed. With the examinations approaching, why have you left your studies? It was precisely due to my studies that I sought out my father. Li Wenshan remarked with a smile, "Son, these past few days of reading and practicing my writing have left me in a state of confusion, and the more I delve into it, the more perplexing it becomes. There are certain passages that I simply cannot comprehend. I believe it is essential to seek guidance from a knowledgeable teacher. Why not come to me for assistance?" After several attempts to approach my father, Li Wenshan expressed his frustration. How could I possibly engage him in conversation? He is either conferring with the county magistrate or discussing official matters with the two clerks, or perhaps he is out inspecting agricultural affairs or adjudicating cases. He is simply too occupied. County Magistrate Li nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his son's sentiments. He was indeed busy at the yamen all day long, often lacking even a moment to enjoy a peaceful cup of tea. Where might one find a tutor for my son? In such a small county as Hongshan, there are no scholars available. Should I venture to Hangzhou? Surely there are teachers there, but I am unfamiliar with the city. This Mr. Qin is an old acquaintance of the family and is greatly esteemed by your uncle. He is a man of considerable importance, with little time to devote to teaching. County Magistrate Li shook his head. How will we know unless we try? Li Wenshan interjected eagerly. Here is my plan. Let us pretend that you are unaware of this matter. I will write to Song Gur. If he agrees, then splendid. If he declines, then so be it. After all, you will remain oblivious. What do you think, father? Rest assured, my son, Li Wenshan replied, his face alight with joy. Madame Zhong had fallen ill for 2 days, and despite seeing County Magistrate Li, she remained silent, only to recover on her own. In the evening, she left the county office and headed towards the eastern alley to converse with old Lady Yang. Madame Zhong and Aunt Yang possessed remarkable drinking capacities, and it was not long before the barrel of liquor was nearly depleted. Aunt Yang produced some money, instructing young Dayo to procure a larger barrel. If it weren't for my relentless worries, could this family have come to such a state? I do this all for the sake of this family. For the sake of the Li clan. Ungrateful wretches. A den of ungrateful souls. Madame Zhong, her mood soured, drank heavily and soon found herself more than half intoxicated. Instead of lamenting her misfortunes, she began to hurl insults. Aunt Yang refilled her cup and, in a bid to soothe her, advised, no matter how distant they may be, one must always think ahead for oneself. Dependency is fine, but one cannot rely entirely on others. I consider him as my own son. Madame Zhong, filled with grievances, continued her tirade, exclaiming, everything I do is for his benefit, for the well-being of his entire family. What a disgrace, if it weren't for me. What a disgrace. Let me tell you, such a fortunate circumstance. I shall not permit him to take it for granted. This household is under my authority. Such a splendid opportunity. Can I just let him have it? She banged her hand upon the table, prompting Aunt Yang to hastily push the cup further inward to prevent it from tumbling and shattering. Dear sister, please do not take offense at my words, but in my humble opinion, this marriage proposal is hardly worth considering. Your daughter Dong is a respectable young lady from a reputable family, with connections to a marquis and an esteemed uncle. Surely, she could find a more suitable match. You understand nothing. Madame Zhong spat defiantly onto the ground. The marquis's household has long severed ties with them. Henceforth, she shifted closer to Aunt Yang, adding, I tell you, you are a fool. Have I not mentioned this to you before? My contract is still in the hands of that old, malevolent hag. I am but a mere servant. Madame Zhong let out a burp, and Yang Posey hurriedly poured her another drink. One cannot ascend to the higher echelons. Allow me to enlighten you about the rules of the nobility, which you seem not to comprehend. The foremost principle is the distinction between the upper and lower classes, which is paramount. Back in the day at the Ho residence, a den of contemptible creatures, even a simple meal was served layer upon layer. Those contemptible creatures. You, who have spent your life in the lower strata, cannot possibly grasp this. Chapter 34. A means of livelihood. Madame Zhang regarded Yang Pozi with a haughty disdain, while Yang Pozi chuckled awkwardly and continued to refill her glass. This family has reached a point where enough is enough. Madame Zhang struck the table decisively, her words as firm as iron. Yang Pozi was momentarily taken aback as Madame Zhang raised her drink and slammed her cup onto the table. Sister, let me tell you. You are too naive. You fail to understand. In this family, those two girls are precisely the types who thrive best, becoming a concubine in a grand household. They enjoy wealth without a doubt, yet. Madame Zhang erupted into bursts of laughter, saying, Dear sister, true riches are only meaningful when spent on oneself. Yang Pozi found it difficult to respond to such a statement, merely laughing in a perfunctory manner as she poured more wine. After consuming a few more cups, Madame Zhang became so inebriated that she could no longer sit upright. Yang Pozi called for Yang Da's wife to assist Madame Zhang into a semi-reclined position and sent Yang Da to the county office to deliver a letter. Yang Da's wife tugged at Yang Pozi, signaling her to step outside. And I overheard her remarks. She is not a good person. How can we? Hush. Yang Pozi signaled for her to be silent, for this was also a means of livelihood. I will explain later what you have heard. Just pretend you didn't. We cannot afford to offend her. She is not someone to be trifled with. Yang Daxiang nodded repeatedly, refraining from further comment. Early in the morning, Li Xiao had just stepped out of her room, scarcely having the time to greet the rising sun with a few yawns, when she was abruptly seized by old lady Zhang. You lazy girl. The sun is already high in the sky, and you are just now getting up. Come with me. I have something delicious for you. Li Xia felt as if she were swept away by a whimsical breeze, and with a gust of wind, she would be swept away entirely. Old lady Zhang dragged Li Xia to a spot near the artificial hill by the back kitchen, where she produced an oiled paper package from her bosom. Unwrapping it, she pinched off a piece of sesame candy and handed it to Li Xia with a gentle voice and a beaming smile. Our dear Jiojie is the sweetest. Have a piece of candy first. Auntie has a few questions to ask you, and if you answer them well, look here, this whole bag of sesame candy is yours. What do you say, Jiojie? Goodness. Treating her like a small child, thought Li Xia. With her long eyelashes fluttering, she wore an innocent expression. The day before yesterday in Hangqing, was Jiojie following your sister? Li Xia, chewing on the sesame candy, nodded vigorously. Did you see a handsome man speaking with your sister? What did they discuss? Can you share it with Auntie? Old lady Zhang held her breath, gazing intently at Li Xia. Li Xia, still gnawing on the candy, turned her eyes slowly towards old lady Zhang, and then, with a sudden flourish, pulled out a sticky half-chewed piece of candy from her mouth and slapped it onto old lady Zhang's clothing, before turning to flee, exclaiming, I didn't see anything. I didn't. You're just making things up. Madame Zhang cast a disgusted glance at the sticky candy clinging to her clothing, and before her anger could fully rise, she burst into laughter. That wretched girl, small yet cunning. Her antics were not merely a matter of keeping secrets. Mr. Qin arrived swiftly, reaching the county office of Hengshan the very next day. Regardless of any animosity between Magistrate Li and the noble family, he would not display such grievances in front of outsiders, especially since Mr. Qin was there to serve as a tutor for his precious son. With warmth and hospitality, Magistrate Li invited Mr. Qin to dine, and subsequently, he extended an invitation for Mr. Qin to stay at the county office. Mr. Qin graciously declined, expressing a desire for independence as he had already secured lodgings nearby. After a meal and tea, Li Wenshan accompanied Mr. Qin to his residence, while Wutong quietly slipped away to seek out Madame Zhang in the back courtyard. For reasons he could not articulate, Wutong harbored an unsettling feeling that Mr. Qin's arrival heralded misfortune. When Mr. Qin regarded him, he felt as though he were being stripped bare in public. It was imperative to summon his godmother to banish this harbinger of disaster. Before Wutong could finish explaining, Madame Zhang erupted with fury, exclaiming, one incident after another. Do they think I am merely a decorative figure? Those scoundrels. They intend to bring harm upon us. Bastards. Wretches. Spawn of a dog. Madame Zhang was beside herself with rage, cutting Wutong off mid-sentence with her vehement curses. Godmother, what good does it do for you to rant here? You only tire yourself out. Wutong gestured towards the county office, urging her to speak with the master. Alas, what has gotten into the master lately? It seems he is in a constant state of confusion. Madame Zhang, blinded by her anger, could not fathom that for the past decade and more, who in this household had dared to oppose her? Who indeed? Where have you been? You have concealed the truth from me, colluding with that vile group. You scoundrel. Old Madame Zhong seized Li Wenshan, unleashing a torrent of reproaches upon him. Li Wenshan submitted to her grasp, his countenance filled with trepidation, wondering what had provoked his aunt's ire. I have done nothing. Father merely engaged a tutor for me. From where did you procure this tutor? From Jiangning Prefecture? From that wretched scoundrel? Do you think I am unaware? Has your father lost his senses or succumbed to madness? He believes that by holding a minor official position, he has garnered the respect of those he serves. He ought to take a good look in the mirror, as he is merely indulging in fanciful dreams. Old Madame Zhong's tirade was so vociferous that her voice echoed throughout the entire precinct. Li Wenshan, increasingly timid and fearful, repeatedly called for his father. The clerks and bailiffs in the nearby offices craned their necks, their faces alight with excitement as they observed the commotion. County Magistrate Li hurriedly emerged from the signing room. Striding purposefully toward old Madame Zhong and her firmly grasped son, "This is the magistrate's office. What are you doing? Speak inside, where it is appropriate. What matters require such secrecy that they must be discussed within?" Old Madame Zhong released Li Wenshan and seized County Magistrate Li instead. "Have you lost your mind or been possessed? How could you allow that scoundrel to tutor Change? Are you not afraid he will bring harm upon him? That family of miscreants wishes nothing more than our demise, plotting our ruin at every turn. Have you gone mad, or are you simply foolish? Madam, this is the magistrate's office. Such words cannot be uttered here. This could jeopardize my father's reputation." Li Wenshan implored, his voice trembling. "I beg you, madam. I kneel before you." He fell to his knees before old Madame Zhong, pleading desperately, "Ancestress, I beseech you." Li County Magistrate's face turned pale with rage as he forcefully pushed aside old Lady Zhong and reached for his son, who was kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, he caught sight of Wudong peering in through the courtyard gate and bellowed, "Why haven't you dragged her inside yet? This is utterly outrageous. How can a lady manage her household like this? A servant, has defied the heavens." The furious shout from Li County Magistrate silenced old Lady Zhong's cries and curses. Wudong, startled, hurried forward to pull old Lady Zhong, who stared at Li County Magistrate in disbelief. How dared he raise his voice to her? Li Wenshan, upon hearing his father's thunderous roar, was overwhelmed with joy and, stifling a laugh, cried out loudly, wiping his tears with one hand and crawling towards Li County Magistrate. "Father, ancestor is an elder. You are being unfilial." Chapter 35, Confronting that Father Nonsense. Li County Magistrate, consumed by anger, raised his foot to kick his son but halted midway, unable to follow through. After all, he was his son, a servant. What elder? Who fed you such absurd notions? I'll teach you a lesson tonight. With that, Li County Magistrate turned to leave. Li Wenshan, stifling his sobs, stood up, lowered his head, and walked inside. In the inner courtyard, old Lady Zhong sat on the steps of the main entrance, beating her thighs and wiping her nose in tears, lamenting her sorrow in a heart-wrenching manner. "Oh, how pitiful it is that I have toiled my entire life. Oh heavens, grant me your sight. For whom have I endured all this? My dear, departed sister. Alas, your fate is most unfortunate. I am a wretched soul." Magistrate Li stood with his head bowed beside the elder Mrs. Zhong. Li Xia, her eyes darting nervously, timidly approached and grasped her father's hand, saying, "Father, I am afraid." The magistrate wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words, merely patting his daughter's head. "Father, did you not cause our ancestor to weep? Our ancestor is a venerable elder. Your actions are unfilial. Father, why not bow an apology? If you refuse, I shall kneel on your behalf alongside Brother Liu, if that pleases you." Li Xia held her father's hand, gazing up at him with earnest eyes. The magistrate was deeply pierced by her words. She had bestowed great kindness upon him, and he had always regarded her with respect, never perceiving her as a mere servant. In his heart, he cherished her as family, as a respected elder. Yet, it now appeared he had perhaps shown her too much deference. The family's hierarchy had become disordered, subtly influencing the children and blurring the lines of servitude and respect. In the past, all was well, but now and in the future, their household was irrevocably altered. He must now uphold his official reputation in this small county of Hengshan, where hidden talents abound. A single misstep could cost him his position as magistrate. If he were to lose his title, it mattered little to him, as long as the elder lady remained content. But what of Shangguo? What would become of his future? This is not solely his burden. It is his fault. He should have anticipated these consequences. He ought to have maintained proper conduct. Upon reflecting on these matters, County Magistrate Li gradually straightened his back and surveyed his surroundings. In the courtyard, besides the mournful cries of the elderly matriarch, Madame Zhong. There was only the foolishly curious young Zhou observing the commotion. County Magistrate Li pointed sternly at Zhou and exclaimed, "Do hurry and assist her inside." Is this a place for wailing? What kind of decorum is this? Where is the lady of the house? This household is becoming increasingly unruly. Madame Hong sighed softly, lifted the curtain, and emerged, pulling the frightened Zhou, who was on the verge of tears, to drag Madame Zhong up on either side. Among all present, the one most taken aback was Madame Zhong. How could the very son she had raised and nurtured for over 30 years treat her this way? Was the sun rising from the west today? Madame Su's apprehension outweighed her surprise as she lifted the curtain, ready to enter the house, but hesitated and nudged Li Dong, indicating, "Look for your brother." Understanding her unspoken words, Li Dong swiftly turned to seek out fifth brother. Before their father, fifth brother's words held significant weight, and it was essential for him to come and restore order. Within the confines of the county office's inner residence, there were certain advantages. As Madame Su entered and began to wash her hands to prepare tea, Li Wenshan took his younger brother, Li Wenlan, by the hand, with Li Dong following closely behind, and together they entered the main room. Upon seeing these three individuals, especially her eldest son, Madame Su felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Is your father well?" Li Wenshan inquired, leading his tear-stained brother to sit beside County Magistrate Li. "I took him outside because he was frightened and crying." "Is our matriarch unharmed?" "What matriarch?" The magistrate of Li County was consumed by a fiery indignation. In his youth, he might have overlooked such folly. But how could a mere servant bear the weight of their ancestral name? And you, how could you allow her such liberties? How have you managed this household? With no outlet for his frustration, the magistrate turned his ire upon Madame Su. "It is my fault," she immediately conceded. "Do not blame mother." The matriarch just now pointed at her and scolded, calling her a seductress. "Father, what is a seductress?" Li Xia interjected promptly. "Is this really mother's fault?" "What a ridiculous notion. One should not place blame so indiscriminately. We still need to bow to the matriarch during the new year." Li Wenlan, somewhat bewildered, found the response remarkably fitting. "Father even insists that mother refer to herself as a daughter-in-law in front of Granny Zhong. That is our family custom." Li Dong summoned his courage, timidly defending their mother. "Everyone in the household, from top to bottom, addresses the matriarch as old ancestor, and that is also father's directive." The magistrate stood dumbfounded, gazing at his children who united in defiance against him, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. In that moment, he truly grasped the meaning of familial estrangement. "Look at you. How can you speak to your father in such a manner?" Madame Su's voice trembled as she looked at each of her children, wishing to embrace them all, to shower them with affection. "It is I who was in the wrong." The magistrate struggled to articulate his thoughts, acknowledging his failings as the patriarch. "See what the master has said." Madame Su could no longer contain her tears, cascading down her cheeks. "I am one with the master. His faults are also mine." "Do not worry, my lord, I shall." The words that followed remained unspoken. For the matters concerning the matriarch rested solely upon the master's shoulders. What could she possibly do? "Fifth brother is also at fault." Li Xia pointed at Li Wenshan. "Me?" Li Wenshan asked, jabbing his finger at his own nose, puzzled by Xia's words. "You said it yourself, fifth brother, that you wished to cultivate yourself and manage the family. When I inquired what it meant to manage the family, you responded that it signifies ensuring everything within our household excels." "Sixth brother, did fifth brother truly say this?" Li Xia deftly pulled sixth brother into the fray. Chapter 36. The vulnerability of his father. Li Wenshan began to understand. Li Wenlan, recognizing that his sister sought his assistance, puffed out his chest and stepped forward. Fifth brother claimed he wished to be remembered through history, to cultivate himself, manage the family, govern the nation, and bring peace to the world. "My sister is not merely asking fifth brother to play with her. I told father to ensure fifth brother studies diligently. And fifth brother proclaimed that he would govern the world in the future, but first, he must manage the family. He has gone off to manage the family, yet father. Fifth brother is clearly outplaying with my sister." In conclusion, Li Wenlan pouted and made a complaint. However, County Magistrate Li felt a chill run down his spine. He had overlooked this matter entirely. He had not considered that Shang'er was to accompany the prince as a student, yet the family honored such a venerable matriarch. This was a confusion of hierarchy, a disruption of propriety, and the very thing that high-born individuals abhorred. "You are correct," County Magistrate Li stated gravely, gazing at Madame Su. "As husband and wife, we are of one body in this matter. I am at fault, and you are at fault as well. In the future, should I err again, you must advise me." Madame Su opened her mouth, but words failed her. tears streamed down her face. She had indeed tried to persuade, yet, oh, the elderly matron. It is my lack of foresight that has led to this situation. In my eagerness to repay the matron for her nurturing grace, I have inadvertently placed her in an unjust predicament. Times have changed. I have entered the officialdom, and as for Shan Gur, our relationship as companions in study renders the hierarchy and moral propriety paramount. Should this matter incur the displeasure of the prince, Shan Gur's future would be irrevocably jeopardized. The gravity of Magistrate Li's words rendered Madame Su's face pale. Although Li Wenshan recognized the truth in what was said, he instinctively glanced at Li Xia, who, with her eyes cast down, nodded almost imperceptibly. Gather the family together shortly. I shall speak a few words. From now on, we shall handle matters as they must be. These are domestic affairs, and you must demonstrate fortitude. We must correct our course, and in due time, we shall rectify this situation, Magistrate Li continued, his tone subdued. Madame Su nodded repeatedly, for her son's future was at stake, and this time, she vowed to embody true strength. Li Xia tilted her head, observing her father. The ease with which he adapted to the situation seemed almost disconcerting. After Magistrate Li had delivered his admonition, he demoted the elderly matron from Madame to nurse Zhang and dismissed the others. In a state of agitated confusion, Madame Su hurriedly gathered her daughter, Dong Jie, not quite knowing how to proceed. Seizing the moment, Li Xia discreetly slipped into Li Wenshan's small study. Fifth brother, I believe you are celebrating a tad prematurely. Li Xia sat at the edge of the table, swinging her short, chubby legs. If Granny Zhang were so easily toppled, how had she triumphed for decades, especially during her time at the Ho residence? Was it merely good fortune? Indeed, Li Wenshan's excitement was swiftly dissipated by a few words from Li Xia, as he furrowed his brow and pulled out a chair to straddle it opposite her. Are you suggesting that Granny Zhong is merely retreating for a strategic advantage? Given how close Hongshan is to Hangzhou, what should we do then? Perhaps we should confide in Sister Dong about this matter? Upon hearing this, Li Wenshan's brow tightened. No, sister is not like you. If she finds out, she will undoubtedly be frightened and will inform mother. If mother learns of it, then father will know as well, and if father knows, I would surely be burned alive by Granny Zhong as a monster. That is one concern. Secondly, sister is not you. She cannot speak freely before father, nor can she assert herself before mother. Li Xia shook her head in disagreement. Li Wenshan, upon reflection, conceded as well. So, what should we do? Do you have any ideas? Surely you must have a plan. Do share. Li Wenshan's frown relaxed momentarily. Brother, you are the elder, and I am the younger sister. Li Xia playfully kicked Li Wenshan. Of course, I am aware of that. What I mean is, in the past, I am curious about how you, my illustrious elder brother, would handle such matters when you grow up. How can we make mother stand tall? Noticing Li Xia's pause, Li Wenshan shifted slightly, urging her to continue. The vulnerable spot of mother is akin to that of father. It is imperative that she becomes aware of it. If she does not stand up, her children, primarily you, will surely fall victim to the machinations of Granny Zhong. A mother's strength is born of necessity. Li Xia spoke with utmost conviction. It was her son's presence that had emboldened her to undertake such an audacious act in the past. As she gazed upon the child who beamed at her with innocent delight and exuberance, the thought of her son pierced her heart with anguish. What has become of him now? Should I approach mother? Merely speaking is insufficient. She must witness it for herself, and ideally, father as well. Li Wenshan contemplated while voicing his thoughts. I believe I have a glimmer of understanding regarding this matter. There is no need for haste. For now, we must keep a vigilant eye on Granny Zhong, ensuring she has no opportunity to turn the tide. Li Xia instinctively shook her head, dismissing the momentary pang of sorrow. Go find Granny Hong and convey our sincerest apologies for the grievances endured over the years. You know she has been genuinely devoted to mother and to us. Please, for the sake of our shared upbringing, and most importantly, to preserve your dignity, implore her to assist mother in managing this household, safeguarding us from the treachery of malicious individuals. Chapter 37. The guilty fool, leave very well. I shall do so at once. Li Wenshan exclaimed, promptly lifting Li Xia from the table. Wait. Li Xia tapped her brother's head. First, pay a visit to Mr. Qin and borrow 10 taels of silver. Present the silver to Granny Hong, allowing her to arrange for assistance as financial resources facilitate action. After bidding farewell to Li Wenshan, Granny Hong clutched the pouch of scattered silver tightly, waves of warmth coursing through her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Over the years, her heart had grown weary regarding this household and her spouse. She had relinquished all hope. That crone, Zhong, was nothing of worth. She was exploiting the master. Compelling the entire family to act as dutiful offspring, she would inevitably bring ruin upon the master and the whole household. Yet, the mistress adhered to the traditional virtues, heeding only the master's words. In the master's eyes, the most benevolent soul in the world was Zhang, and thus, in the mistress's eyes, Zhang became the epitome of goodness. The master was blind, and the mistress lacked discernment. Any remonstrance from her would only be met with accusations of harboring wicked thoughts. She had initially resigned herself to this fate. The mistress was blessed with good fortune, for the young master, despite his tender age, possessed such lucidity and capability. Hong, the matron, weighed the packet of loose silver once more. The young master, so young, yet so astute, so aware of the ways of the world. Truly, this was the mistress's great blessing. Hong opened her purse, selected 2 small pieces of silver, tucked them into her sleeve, concealed the purse, and departed to seek out Tang in the kitchen for a conversation. That very afternoon, Zhang, the matron, fell ill. The mistress, with a mixture of elation, contrition, unease, and profound self-reproach for that elation, personally oversaw the summoning of a physician, scrutinized the medical records repeatedly, brewed the medicine herself, and instructed Li Dong to watch over it. She also dispatched someone with a handful of coins to the temple to offer incense for Zhong's well-being, inquiring after her every moment, as if at a loss for how to assuage her turbulent and guilty heart. He must not go. If he does, the hierarchy will once again be thrown into disarray. This is for the sake of Shanji's future, as well as for the family's well-being. Alas, this is all his fault. Solely fixated on maintaining a low profile, neglecting to inform Mama about Shanji's companionship in his studies. Had Mama known this was for Shanji's benefit, would she still be concerned about such trivialities? For him and for this family, Mama would sacrifice anything, even her own life. Mrs. Su observed that Li County Magistrate merely acknowledged with a grunt before instructing the servants to serve the meal. A stark contrast to his previous behavior when he would rush to Mama's side at the mere mention of her illness, forsaking food and drink to attend to her like a devoted son. Her heart swirled with astonishment, joy, and anxiety as she endeavored to maintain an expression of calm. Li Xia glanced at her father, whose face wore a mask of worry and urgency while he believed he was composed, then turned to her mother, who exhibited a mixture of 6 parts joy and 4 parts apprehension yet also appeared serene. She sighed inwardly, reflecting on how straightforward her parents truly were. Li County Magistrate patiently finished his meal, reprimanded Li Wenshan a few times, and offered critiques on several of Li Wanlan's calligraphy pieces before announcing his intention to take a stroll. Li Xia quietly slid off the bed, sneaking out alongside the dim light. Just as she had taken a few steps, she was seized by Li Wenshan. Her father was heading that way. Li Wenshan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gestured towards Mama's residence. With a mere glance, Li Xia conveyed her intentions. She undoubtedly wished to follow their father to see what he was up to. Li Xia nodded repeatedly, indicating she would lead the way. And the two of them crouched low, stealthily making their way to the corridor beneath Mama's main room, where they settled beneath the window to eavesdrop. I am aware. I have aged. I am no longer of use, and you all regard me as an eyesore, I know. It is the voice of Granny Zhong, suppressing her sorrow, tinged with tears. Once I recover, I shall return home. What do I desire in this life? As long as you are well, and you all are well, what more could I ask for? There is no need for such sentiments. Once I am better, I shall go home. Aunt, please do not say such things. It is my fault. This matter is entirely my responsibility. I did not clarify things with you. The voice of County Magistrate Li was urgent and filled with pain. Aunt, you raised me single-handedly. You know what kind of person I am. How could you think so ill of me? You know in your heart that I regard you as my own mother. The one who nurtures is more precious than the one who gives birth. You are my true mother. How could I dare? Granny Zhong wept aloud. If it were not for you, when your mother passed away, I would have met my end as well. All those years, I endured countless hardships to ensure you grew up safely, facing life and death countless times. Your mother had a tragic fate. But my suffering has been 100-fold, 1,000-fold worse. In those years, I wept daily in silence. How wonderful it would have been had I been able to take your mother's place. One death would have ended all suffering, but living is torment. It is all my misfortune. Rest assured, once I recover, I will return home. I live solely for your well-being. Now, if you believe my presence is a burden, I shall leave. You have grown, with a wife and children, surrounded by warmth and affection. Unlike the solitary hardships of earlier days, I shall return home now. You have your wife and children. As Granny Zhong lamented, her cries were heart-wrenchingly sorrowful. Aunt, how can you expect your son to endure this? The county magistrate wept. His sobs intermingled with the muffled thuds of his knees striking the ground. Li Xia hastily gestured for Li Wenshan to take a look inside, and upon peering in, Li Wenshan signaled back to Li Xia. Their father had knelt down. It was all the son's fault for not communicating clearly with their aunt. With a voice choked with emotion, the county magistrate implored, "Aunt, listen to your son. I harbor no resentment towards you. If I do, may lightning strike me." He continued, "Aunt, you must understand that today's events are my fault. I should have spoken to you first. This is all for the sake of Shangzhe." The county magistrate recounted in detail how Li Wenshan had caught the attention of Prince Qin, how he was invited to study at Wansong Academy, and how General Luo had allocated public funds specifically due to Shangzhe being invited as a companion scholar. He elaborated on the limitless future that awaited Shangzhe, emphasizing, "Aunt, the emperor dotes on the young prince, and the Empress Dowager is renowned for her virtue. Shangzhe has garnered the favor of the prince. His prospects are boundless and will never be as squandered as my own have been. It is solely my lack of ability that has caused these years of hardship for you, dear aunt." Chapter 38. All our intelligent individual Shanggur is a good child. These matters can be overlooked. Poverty is not necessarily a misfortune. However, if there are issues at home, at that moment, I refrained from informing my aunt. And I did not even mention it to Shanggur's mother, fearing that our family would become aware and act recklessly, which would lead to ridicule. Not to mention the possibility of it reaching the ears of the prince or the Empress Dowager, potentially bringing misfortune upon Shanggur. It is possible that he might be scorned by the prince. My aunt remains unaware that County Magistrate Wu and Minister Su are relatives, both keeping a watchful eye on this magistracy position. County Magistrate Li paused, his voice lowering somewhat. "Aunt, I regard you as a mother in my heart, yet you are aware of your status. Despite my efforts back then, I was unable to obtain it. Over the years, I have contemplated various means, but with your status, it is a matter of filial piety for me. However, the hierarchy within the family must be respected. It is a grave error for officials. I may lack ambition, but as for Shanggur, aunt, we must not permit these trivial matters to hinder his future. Do you not agree?" Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, I understood. After a considerable pause, Granny Zhang finally spoke, her tone heavy and slow, imbued with a sense of foreboding. "Rest assured, I comprehend." This somber intonation caused Li Xia's heart to sink. Shanggur possesses a promising future and is capable of honoring his aunt. Once Shanggur achieves success, we shall return to the manor to claim our rightful credentials. At that time, the decision shall no longer lie in our hands. Once we obtain the credentials, rest assured, dear aunt, I shall ensure that your immense kindness towards me is duly acknowledged. Perhaps in the future, Shanggur could even bestow upon you an official title, allowing you to bask in glory. Magistrate Li, ever eager to ingratiate himself, fawned profusely, while Li Xia tugged at Li Wenshan, and the two discreetly withdrew. Why not listen further? Perhaps. No need to listen any longer, Li Xia interrupted her brother. We have heard all that is necessary, and our father is about to emerge. Let us hasten our departure. A few days later, Granny Zhang's illness had subsided. Upon her recovery, she seemed transformed. Her first course of action was to vacate the most central and esteemed room in the rear courtyard, relocating next to Granny Hong. The old matron's former grandeur had dissipated entirely as she sought out Granny Hong to discuss the rotation of duties, maintaining impeccable decorum both inside and out. Magistrate Li felt a mixture of pride and gratitude, while Madame Su was engulfed in guilt for her previous suspicions, which now seemed utterly shameful. Even Li Wenshan was moved, remarking, "Xia, I believe you may have misjudged Granny. She genuinely regards us as family. Consider this, has anyone ever uttered the profound truth that, apart from one's biological parents, who would go to such lengths to embellish the peace and prosperity of others?" These were the words of the Empress Dowager. Li Xia sat at the table, swinging her legs, her expression slightly melancholic. Although these words were spoken by the Empress Dowager, they could not be considered entirely accurate. Not every biological parent is willing to sacrifice themselves for their children, let alone the words of the wet nurse, which she does not embody. How did Nurse Hong convey her thoughts to you? She merely keeps our family bound in the roles of filial sons and virtuous grandsons, perceiving people and matters from a lower perspective, always clearer and more vivid than those looking down from above. Li Wenshan furrowed his brows and fell silent. Li Xia's words resonated. Her tone was harsh, sending a chill down Li Wenshan's spine. At that moment, he once again felt that his sister's claims of his formidable prowess in that lifetime were somewhat unreliable. He resolved to find an opportunity to inform Nurse Hong to keep a close watch on Nurse Zhang. for there were certain matters she understood far better than we did. Li Xia continued, fifth brother. She raised her voice. Li Weishan had received the joyful news of his acceptance into Wansong Academy, delivered by Prince Qin himself. Alongside this good news were 2 gifts and a few words from a young servant. The servant, though empty-handed, mentioned. The prince said he was unsure if 6th brother and 9th sister would like them. This implied that the gifts were to be presented in person, to observe their reactions of delight or discontent. However, this was a minor detail. The prince's humility and kindness were truly admirable. Sending gifts to the 2 children while genuinely caring about their preferences was indeed a rarity in this world. Li Xia was utterly reluctant to meet anyone, especially the Qin Wang, whom she found bothersome, and she harbored a genuine fear of Jin Juyin. As for Lu Whitesea, she could not afford to meet him frequently either. He was exceedingly astute, and the more one interacted with him, the more vulnerabilities were exposed, raising the risk of suspicion. Yet, her concern for her 6th brother weighed heavily on her mind. Fortunately, there was Gu Lu, a companion with whom she could converse. In the courtyard, the Qin Wang and his entourage were not in the warm pavilion as they had been previously, but rather in the lakeside water pavilion, where a gentle breeze wafted through. And the lake was adorned with flourishing lotus leaves and blossoms, creating a delightful scene. Li Wenshan held Li Wenlan with one hand and Li Xiao with the other. Li Wenlan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the delicate gauze fluttering around the water pavilion, the lush hanging plants cascading down several feet. And the elegantly attired Qin Wang and his companions, her gaze fixated and entranced. Li Xia cast a sidelong glance at her 6th brother, her irritation boiling over. Slowing her pace, she switched hands and delivered a sharp smack to her 6th brother from behind their 5th sibling. Louis, standing in a corner of the water pavilion with a cup of tea, could not suppress a laugh. What's the matter? The Qin Wang, oblivious to Li Xia's earlier slap, regarded Lu Yi's laughter with confusion. Look at that girl, she's furious. She just slapped her 6th brother, Louis said, chuckling as she gestured toward the pouty Li Xia and the aggrieved expression on Li Wenlan's face. She's only 6 years old, yet she's remarkably clever. Jin Juyin remarked, scrutinizing the advancing Li Xia and her companions with a look of disdain. 5 years old, Louis corrected slowly. Cleverness is indeed present, but only to a slight degree. The Qin Wang regarded the scene with a condescending demeanor, unimpressed. Exactly. Beside them, Gu Luchao had only heard Jin Juiyin's remark about being too clever and now felt enlightened enough to join the conversation. Though his wit was still quite modest compared to the esteemed Gu family, Jin Juiyin smirked at Gu Lu, visibly suppressing the urge to scoff at him. Li Wenshan entered with one sibling in each hand, and Gu Lu, unable to contain his amusement, pointed his folding fan at the 3 of them, playfully teasing, Wulong, you are on this side, change your attire, and you could perform a grand tale of searching for a husband. Li Wenlan gazed up at Gu Lu with unabashed admiration, his eye practically spilling over, yet he comprehended none of Gu Lu's words. Li Wenshan, with a resigned expression, gestured toward Li Wenlan, stating, this is my brother, my own flesh and blood. He then pointed to Li Xia, adding, and this is my sister, my own flesh and blood as well. Gu Lu raised an eyebrow, staring incredulously at Li Wenshan. What did he mean by that? Was it possible he didn't recognize his own siblings? No, that couldn't be right. King Qin observed the bewildered expressions of Gu Lu and Li Wenshan, chuckling heartily as he fanned the air with his folding fan, playfully tapping Gu Lu's shoulder. You should behave, instead of constantly jesting at others. Just look at the dust on your nose. It's quite substantial, isn't it? Are you upset? Louis crouched beside Li Xia, scrutinizing her expression, his question laden with meaning. Li Xia nodded slowly. His inquiry revealed that her feelings were unmistakable, especially for a 5-year-old child. 6th brother 1T, give me candy. She pointed at Li Wenlan's small pouch. You've already eaten. Li Wenlan hurriedly covered her pouch, exclaiming, you have 2 pieces, I have 2 pieces, I've already given you one. And this is the only one left, which I have yet to consume. Tears nearly brimmed in her eyes, as past experiences indicated that this piece of candy would soon be lost as well. Each person has 2 pieces, you've finished yours. And your 6th brother has given you another, which you have also devoured. Now, do you still wish to claim this final piece of candy from your 6th brother? Jin Juiyin squatted before Li Xia, his expression stern. Li Xia's heart involuntarily constricted as she reached out to grasp 5th brother's clothing, seeking refuge behind him. The king of Qin swiftly discarded his folding fan, pushed aside Li Wenshan, and stepped into his position, bending down with open arms. Prepared to embrace Li Xia when she leaped forward. Li Xia reached out but found only emptiness. Upon looking up, she was met with the exaggerated grin of the king of Qin, prompting her to turn and leap into Lu Yi's embrace. Young Master Gu Lu stomped his foot, bursting into hearty laughter. Is your household truly reduced to this? The king of Qin, with arms still outstretched, found nothing to catch. Gu Lu's laughter, already awkward enough, only intensified the king's humiliation. Was it not true that they had once been impoverished to such an extent? Yet now, with the substantial public funds allocated by Lord Shuai, Lu Yi and Jin Juyin erupted into a fit of coughs. Observing the king of Qin, whose embarrassment had only deepened, Li Xia could hardly contain her laughter, realizing he was such a fool. How could someone as astute as the Empress Dowager have given birth to such a son? Bring it here. Jin Juyin pried open Li Wenlan's tightly clenched fist, disdainfully plucking the piece of candy she offered, and handed it to the kitchen, instructing them to prepare 2 large baskets. Each person shall receive a basket. Just as Gu Lu's laughter began to settle, he erupted into another round of hearty guffaws. 2 large baskets. Jin Juyin strolled over to his side, also taking up a fishing rod. Lu Yi gestured for the servant to bring over the gifts. For Li Xia, there was a beautifully crafted doll over a foot tall, exquisite in every detail. For Li Wenlan, a box containing various sizes of the traditional Chinese puzzle known as the 9 linked rings. Gu Lu approached and picked up the 9 linked rings, eager to teach Li Wenlan how to play. Li Wenshan, carefree and indifferent, considered that he had done no wrong to his siblings. He thought little of their emotions, whether they were angry or happy. He first watched Gu Lu demonstrate the puzzle, then turned his attention to fishing for a while, before moving to join Lu Yi and admiring the lotus flowers while engaging in casual conversation. Li Xia leaned over the table, staring blankly at the box filled with golden and jade 9-linked rings of various sizes. The Empress Dowager had a particular fondness for solving these puzzles, and Li Xia's ability to capture her attention stemmed from her skill with them. As she reflected on the Empress Dowager in the past, a pang of sorrow filled her heart. She reached for the smallest 9-linked ring, deftly solving the first ring, then the second, slipping them back together. She had been solving these puzzles for decades. The motions were as ingrained in her as her very bones. Ah, Gu Lu exclaimed, eyes widening. Your sister is far more clever than you. Indeed. Li Wenlan beamed with pride. My sister is the most intelligent of all. Lu Yi leaned slightly closer, observing Li Xia as she deftly manipulated the 9-linked rings. Does your sister often play with this at home? Yes, Li Wenshan replied vaguely, though he had never actually witnessed Li Xia engaging with the puzzle. But he knew better than to voice this thought. Can you solve it again? Gu Lu asked, a hint of challenge in his tone, watching as Li Xia swiftly disassembled the white, jade 9-linked ring. It takes me quite a while to solve one of these. Li Xia glanced up at Gu Lu, who was leaning over the table, his hands and the 9-linked rings extended towards her, beginning to assemble them. What was so special about this? Just quick hands. At some point, King Qin had strolled over, observing Li Xia's nimble fingers with a look of disdain. Li Xia, engrossed in her task, feigned ignorance and continued to connect the rings. Once she had reassembled the 9-linked rings, she handed them to Gu Lu, who shook them excitedly, exclaiming, You are truly clever. What else do you enjoy? The Huarong Road? The Calming Lock? Go, go. Just look at her age. King Qin immediately interjected, finding fault. Li Xia shook her head vigorously. She could only solve the 9-linked rings, as the Empress Dowager held a particular fondness for them. Chapter 40. The Puppet. Try this one. Gu Lu, recently captivated by the 9-linked rings, handed a larger one from the box to Li Xia. She adjusted her seat and began to solve it. Jin Juyin also approached, standing alongside King Qin. After observing for a moment, he picked up a 9-linked ring, clumsily attempting to disassemble and reassemble it. After managing to remove the first ring, he raised it in front of King Qin, saying, It's not difficult, is it? To do it so quickly is quite impressive. To give it a try. What is so difficult about it? King Qin retorted, quickly shifting the topic. What about the candy you had someone prepare? How long has it been? Why has anyone been sent to urge them? You're becoming increasingly negligent. Lu Yi bowed in apology. Gu Lu noticed that Li Xia was so engrossed in solving the 9-linked rings that she heard King Qin's words, but did not comprehend them. Jin Juyin cast a glance at the exquisite doll that had inexplicably fallen beneath the table, then observed the trio of Gu Lu, Li Xia, and Li Wenshan, who were engaged in solving the intricate 9-linked rings puzzle. A fleeting glance at King Qin revealed a moment of realization. The 9-linked rings was Gu Lu's idea, while the doll had been personally selected by the prince. A young servant dashed off to urge them, and within moments, several tea and wine scholars indeed brought over 2 large baskets. Li Wenlan's face flushed with joy as she reached out to tug at Li Xia, exclaiming, "Ah Xia, look, look." King Qin shot a sidelong glance at Li Wenlan, and Li Xia let out a grunt of discontent and turned to leave, remarking that the hour was late. After taking a few strides, he abruptly turned back, pointing his folding fan at Li Wenshan, insisting that they must arrive at the academy by the crack of dawn the day after tomorrow, and that they could not afford to be late for the morning class. Without waiting for Li Wenshan's response, King Qin strode away with the wind at his back. Lu Yi, trailing behind, noticed the abandoned doll on the floor, glanced around, bent down to retrieve it, and tucked it behind him before hastening to catch up. Upon returning to the county office, Li Wenshan promptly informed County Magistrate Li of the need to attend morning classes at the academy by dawn the day after tomorrow. The magistrate hurriedly delegated his official duties to the two clerks and swiftly entered the back office with Li Wenshan. With classes commencing at dawn the day after tomorrow, preparations for departure must be made the following day. The students of Wansong Academy resided within the academy itself, so there was no need to find accommodations. However, luggage needed to be arranged, along with companions for the journey. As of now, Li Wenshan had no servants, necessitating the selection of someone from home, as well as gifts for the teachers. It seemed that he should personally escort his son, pay respects to the mentors, and offer his counsel. But his responsibilities bound him, and he could not leave without permission. These were all significant matters. Magistrate Li ushered Li Wenshan into the main room. And just as he was conversing with Madame Su, he suddenly halted, a look of frustration crossing his face as he lightly tapped his forehead. "Winner, would you kindly go and summon the matron? I wish for her to hear this." After instructing Winner, a wave of indefinable guilt washed over him as he explained to Madame Su, "The matron has certainly seen and experienced much in her time." Soon, Matron Zhang entered the room following Winner's lead. The magistrate promptly rose, bowing slightly to offer her a seat of honor. "Sir, there are distinctions between ranks. Though we have no outsiders present, we must still adhere to propriety," Matron Zhang remarked with decorum, acknowledging both Magistrate Li and Madame Su, even extending her respect to Li Wenshan. Magistrate Li felt a mixture of gratitude and guilt, recognizing the wisdom in her words. "Indeed, I understand your concern, matron. I am aware of your heartfelt intentions." "I am fully aware, sir, madam. Please take your seats," Matron Zhang replied with a gracious smile, gesturing for the standing magistrate and Madame Su to sit. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Magistrate Li settled down, bowing slightly in Matron Zhang's direction. Observing this, Madame Su hesitated to fully sit, instead perching herself on the edge of the Kong. "Matron, the reason for your visit is to discuss the arrangements for Change Er's upcoming studies at Wansong Academy. The luggage and clothing are trivial matters, but there are two significant issues on which I seek your counsel. Firstly, we must decide who will attend to Change during his time there. This individual must be prudent and well-mannered, capable of discerning what is appropriate. Secondly, I ponder whether I should accompany him on this journey. Do not go. It would be a breach of propriety. Yet, if I were to leave, I cannot abandon my homeland. It would be too late to send someone to Hangzhou to request General Luo's guidance." Granny Zhang listened intently as Magistrate Li spoke, casting a glance at Madame Su. And then with a slight bow, she smiled and said, "Master, we have no suitable candidates to choose from. Among these few, I have watched them grow up. In my view, Wudong is the most fitting, although it may inconvenience you." "No inconvenience at all. I too believe Wudong is a good choice." "That is my thought as well." After a moment's hesitation, Magistrate Li promptly agreed. Wudong's temperament is somewhat unruly, and he enjoys wine and revelry. Fortunately, he understands the gravity of the situation. As for other matters, you know I am just a woman of the inner chambers. This decision must ultimately rest with you, master." Upon hearing Magistrate Li's assent, Granny Zhong seemed to exhale in relief. Li Xia was seated on the Kong, her arms resting on the table, propping her chin as she gazed at Granny Zhong. How could she bear to part with Wudong, her left-hand support? She had long been aware of Fifth Brother's intention to attend school in Hangzhou. Sending Wudong along was likely her premeditated plan. Well, it might be for the best. After weighing his options, Magistrate Li ultimately decided to pen a letter for Li Wenshan to deliver to the headmaster, resolving not to go himself. With the major decisions settled, Madame Su and Li Dong busied themselves packing Li Wenshan's belongings, while Magistrate Li summoned Wudong, offering countless reminders and instructions. Li Xia quietly slipped away to find Fifth Brother Li Wenshan. This was a trivial matter. Li Xia interrupted Fifth Brother's words, declaring, "Granny Zhong wants Wudong to accompany you. I believe she is preparing to take action." "Take action? How could sending Wudong along be construed as taking action?" Surely it cannot. Endanger me? Li Wenshan wore a bewildered expression. The capabilities of Wudong were exceedingly vast, capable of leading one astray, tarnishing one's reputation before the likes of King Qin or the esteemed elders and classmates. Li Xia spoke slowly. How could this be possible? What advantage would she gain from it? Li Wenshan's incredulity was palpable. Fifth brother. Consider this. She has fallen from the lofty and revered position of our family's ancestor to now, at least in appearance, being akin to Hong Mama and the others, merely a servant. Who has she risen from? For what purpose? Father is resolute in establishing distinctions of rank. What is his motive? Do you truly believe Father has claims regarding seeking a contract and a title? The true ancestor of the Marquis household would ever relinquish such a contract? Would the court allow you to neglect your legitimate grandmother's title to bestow one upon a mere servant? Chapter 41. Unspoken fury. What shall we do? As Li Wenshan pondered further, a chill cascaded down his spine. If what Xia suggested were true and Wudong indeed intended to bring him harm, it would be a formidable challenge to defend against. I shall speak to Father. We cannot allow Wudong to go back there. Do you think you can persuade Father? Li Xia shot a glance at Li Wenshan. After careful consideration, Li Wenshan shook his head in despair. This matter is beyond our control. You should visit Mr. Qin and inform him of Wudong's intention to accompany you to Hangqing for studies. Additionally, let him know that Wudong is the adopted child of Zhong Mama in this household. He only heeds her commands, often disregarding Father's words. There is no need for further elaboration. Li Wenshan nodded repeatedly. I shall take care of it right away, under Mr. Qin's guidance, certainly. One cannot rely solely on others. The only dependable ally is oneself. Li Xia cast a sideways glance at her fifth brother. Wudong is a person who can be easily swayed by profit. Tomorrow, on your way to Hangzhou, you should tell Wudong that you have caught the prince's favor and that you will soon rise to prominence. Once you achieve greatness, Wudong will be your foremost ally. As the saying goes, even the family of a prime minister may have members of the 7th rank. Who knows, in the future? Even high-ranking officials of the 2nd or 3rd rank may have to bow and curry favor with Wudong. Speak of such matters in a favorable light, embellishing them as much as possible. Occasionally remind him that your servants are of secondary importance. The primary concern must be unwavering loyalty, with no secrets kept from you. Li Xia squinted her eyes, her words flowing leisurely. Initially, Li Wenshan felt a hint of amusement, but soon a chill crept in. Such talk, not only concerning Wudong, but even himself, could stir many thoughts. Very well, rest assured. Li Wenshan inhaled deeply and nodded in agreement. Prince Qin maintained a stern expression as he galloped swiftly into Hangzhou. As the crowd thickened, he slowed his horse and entered the Mingao villa, dismounted, tossed the reins aside, and strode purposefully inside. Gu Lu felt a mix of confusion and apprehension. Jin Zhuyin glanced at Lu Yi, who slightly lowered his eyelids and promptly followed Prince Qin into the villa. Observing Lu Yi hastening to catch up with the prince, Jin Zhuyin turned to mount his horse. But Gu Lu, puzzled, grasped Jin Zhuyin's arm. What is happening with the prince? Could you not discern this? Are you displeased? Jin Zhuyin casually responded, shaking off Gu Lu and urging the horse to move on. Of course, I noticed your discontent. Yet, what could be the reason for such vexation? Alas, what on earth? Gu Lu was utterly bewildered. Louis followed closely behind the king of Qin as he entered the second gate, maintaining a facade of nonchalance while offering a disingenuous smile. That little girl, she struck her 6th brother simply for a piece of candy. I had thought her to be mature and sensible, but it appears I was mistaken. She is merely a Navi child, spoiled and sheltered at home. What do you mean by this? The king of Qin abruptly halted, turning sharply to confront Lu Yi with an accusatory finger. Louis nearly collided with him and hastily stepped back, bewildered. Where is the puppet? The king inquired sharply once more. Louis was momentarily taken aback. Stammering in response to the king's irate questioning, Louis knelt on the ground, admitting fault. It is I. Kneel. The king of Qin would not allow Lu Yi a word, scolding him with a sharp tongue before striding away in a fit of anger. The king calmly paid his respects to Empress Dowager Li and engaged in conversation for a brief moment before taking his leave. Empress Dowager Li observed his retreating figure, pondering who could have incited such wrath in him. Chief Eunuch Huang bowed in response, informing her, General Lu is kneeling at the second gate. It seems General Lu uttered something that caused the prince to lose his temper. Empress Dowager Li tilted her head in contemplation, instructing, Go and inquire with Feng about what transpired. She glanced at the hourglass and chuckled softly. Is it too late? Indeed. Furthermore, Chief Eunuch Huang followed Empress Dowager Jin's gaze toward the hourglass. As the old servant posed his inquiry, Chunshan sought out General Liu, conveying the message. The master has commanded that the doll be brought in promptly. After a brief pause, Eunuch Huang cast a glance at Empress Jean and continued. The other day, the prince roamed nearly half of Hangzhou, selecting a doll of exquisite beauty, about a foot tall. Did the young master venture to Hengshan County today? Indeed. Empress Jean delicately traced the surface of a white jade incense ball with her fingers, a smile gradually emerging. It seemed likely that this beautiful doll had not yet been dispatched. This child is rather juvenile. He is no longer so young. The Empress's smile faded, and she sighed softly. Childishness aside, this child possesses an overly innocent heart, unaware of the malice that resides in humanity. Eunuch Huang cautiously observed the pensive Empress Jean, hesitatingly suggesting, might there be concerns regarding Hengshan County? As for the Li family in Xiaoli Town, it is manageable. Just keep an eye on them. The young master is growing up. It is time to grant him some freedom. The vicissitudes of life and the treachery of human hearts must be experienced, for it will only serve him well. Empress Jean seemed to be conversing with herself while issuing instructions to Eunuch Huang, who quietly acknowledged her command. In Hengshan County, Mr. Jean had seen Awfully Shan and was now pacing restlessly within the confines of his room, instructing preparations for a horse as he intended to journey to Jiangning Prefecture. Li Caoxi immediately arose, donning a long robe, and hurried into the parlor, noticing that Mr. Jean's long gown was drenched with perspiration as he consumed cup after cup of tea. What has transpired? Li Caoxi queried urgently, even before his feet had fully touched the ground. Do not be hasty, my friend, Mr. Jean replied, draining the last of his tea. There is nothing amiss. If something has occurred, it is, in fact, fortuitous, extremely advantageous. Tomorrow, Shan Guer is set to attend Wansong Academy, and this letter has been personally delivered by the prince to Hengshan County. Mr. Qin's eyes are filled with joy, and Li Caoxi's face also radiates happiness. How is it that such a simpleton has captured the prince's affection? This matter appears insignificant, yet my journey here serves another purpose. Mr. Qin pours himself another cup of tea before broaching the subject of Wudong. Dear Dong Wang, your nephew possesses both wisdom and virtue. His future is undoubtedly boundless. Chapter 42. The Li family has heirs. Is that what he conveyed to you? Li Caoxi can hardly fathom it. Mr. Qin nods, his emotions beyond words. This is a blessing for Caoxi, and indeed for the Li family. Such a young child, yet so perceptive of human nature. With keen insight that remains unclouded by superficial appearances. To speak frankly, I fear that at Caoxi's age, he lacked this level of calm and understanding. Sir, you jest. At his age, I was utterly confused. May our ancestors bless us. The unusual is deemed monstrous. Concerning the Zhong family, my views align with Shan Guer's. Since Wudong is a confidant of the Zhong family, what are your intentions? As for Wudong, I harbor little concern. A person like Shan Guo cannot easily fall prey to others' schemes. It remains uncertain who may be calculating against whom. My purpose in coming here is to deliberate with Caoxi on two pressing matters. First, the individual Shan Guer will need now and in the future. Second, the matter of finances. Li Caoxi nodded repeatedly, deeming the matter of silver trivial. The madam possesses 2 or 3 fine shops in Hangzhou, all flourishing businesses. Tomorrow morning, I shall send someone to convey this message and ascertain the required amount of silver. You need only dispatch someone to retrieve it from the shopkeeper. If the funds are insufficient, I shall transfer more. Such matters are of little consequence. As for the gentleman's intentions, it appears that this matter still weighs on Caoxi's mind. I believe that when the situation with Wudong is resolved, so too shall the affairs of the Zhang family come to a conclusion. Caoxi is carefully selecting individuals. Mr. Qin paused momentarily, prompting Li Caoxi to interject. I understand. These are individuals associated with Shangzhe. Rest assured, the current generation of the Li family, alas. They are all good children, albeit of average talent. In 10 years, this family will depend on Shangzhe. If we desire anything, it is merely for Shangzhe to harbor less resentment towards the Li family and foster a closer bond. Rest easy, Dongwen. Shangzhe is quite reasonable. He is surely aware of the kindness shown to him by you and the Li family. Furthermore, a solitary tree cannot form a forest. For at least the next decade, Shangzhe will rely on you and the Li family. With these 10 years, what reason could there be for estrangement? Mr. Qin remarked with a smile. Li Caoxi nodded vigorously. I share your sentiments. By the way, what of the matter with Shanjian? Caoxi reassured him. The initiation is not far off. Mr. Qin contemplated the two clerks, hardly bothering to blink, deeming them mere nuisances. These minor affairs are all fortuitous. You need not worry. Shangzhe is set to commence his studies at Wansong Academy tomorrow. A message personally conveyed by the prince during his visit to Hongshan County. The gentleman's visit pertains to discussions regarding the personnel Shangzhe will require in the future. Li Caoxi savored his soup, his face aglow with joy. Madame Yin clasped her hands together in a gesture of reverence, murmuring Amit Ba, as if to affirm the matter at hand. As for the personnel, I shall personally select them. You need not concern yourself with that. There are two matters I wish to discuss with you. Firstly, it seems that Brother Shan will require a considerable amount of silver in the future. I propose that Mr. Qin temporarily provide funds from your several shops in Hangzhou. In due course, what is mine or yours? All belongs to our household. The master shall arrange matters as he sees fit. Madame Yin interjected, playfully chiding Li Caoxi. Since arriving in Jiangning, their intimacy as a couple had been increasingly infused with sweetness. I am aware of your virtuous nature, which is rare in this world, yet I must still inform you. Li Caoxi said, bowing slightly and adding a touch of jest. The second matter involves Brother Shan and his sister, Li Dong, if I recall correctly. They are not of a tender age anymore, and the issue of marriage requires your attention, particularly for Brother Shan. A suitable bride must be chosen. The third couple likely does not even know a few decent families, so we cannot rely on them. Rest assured, I must meet with Sister Dong when time permits, to gauge her temperament and disposition, for we must care for her as if she were our own daughter. We must consider every aspect, especially given the nature of the third son. Madame Yin and her husband were more united than ever. Do not worry, after a while, we shall be able to visit often, Li Caoxi said, stroking his beard with a smile. The following morning, Mr. Qin set off early, bearing a letter from County Magistrate Li, and made his way to Hangzhou. Upon arrival, he first visited Wansong Academy to pay his respects to the esteemed Master Gu, delivering Magistrate Li's letter and conveying Li Caoxi's regards. Once again, another generous gift was added to the one presented by County Magistrate Li, dispatched overnight by the Li Censorate, as a token of respect towards the esteemed mentors. Subsequently, Mr. Qin visited the residence of Li Wanshan, ensuring that all was in order. Mr. Qin then made his way to pay a visit to his old friend, Councillor Shan. Upon hearing of Mr. Qin's arrival, Councillor Shan hastily dismissed those in attendance and stepped forward to greet him, exclaiming, I heard that Wulong is coming to Wansong Academy tomorrow, so I anticipated your arrival today. He called for a servant to inform Councillors Zhu and Yao of Mr. Qin's presence. As Councillor Shan conversed with Mr. Qin, he instructed a servant, I shall host a luncheon. It has been years since we gathered to discuss our scholarly pursuits. I have long set aside my studies, Mr. Qin replied with a smile, as he and Councillor Shan exchanged polite gestures before entering the parlor. A servant brought in tea, and Councillor Shan dismissed the others, slightly bowing as he inquired, I heard that the prince personally delivered a letter to Hongshan County yesterday? Mr. Qin nodded with a smile. Deputy Envoy Guan visited Councillor Yao yesterday to mention that Wulong is rather simple-minded and possesses limited insight, requesting that Councillor Yao lend him guidance and prevent any outside distractions. As Councillor Shan began to address the second matter, Mr. Qin's demeanor grew serious. Deputy Envoy Guan's concern for Wulong. This truly is. Indeed. Even our own kin are no different, Councillor Shan lamented. Just as he was about to continue, the sound of footsteps and voices from outside announced the arrival of Councillors Yao and Zhu. Mr. Qin and Councillor Shan promptly stood to welcome them. And after exchanging a few pleasantries, the four men re-entered the parlor to take their seats once more. After conversing for a while, Advisor Zhu inquired, Brother Shan, have you discussed the matter of the granaries with Brother Qin? He nearly overlooked this significant issue. Advisor Shan gently tapped his forehead, realizing that the new grain was about to arrive, and the verification of the granaries in each county would commence shortly, exchanging the old for the new. Ordinarily, the granaries pertain to financial matters and should not fall under the jurisdiction of the military command. However, given the unusual circumstances in the Tuzhujiang region, all financial affairs have been subsumed under military operations, thus falling entirely under Commander Luo's authority, who currently wields significant power over the Tuzhujiang region. Regarding the granaries, Advisor Zhu continued thoughtfully. Historically, the counties have boasted an impressive inventory on paper, often claiming 1,000,000 dan, yet in reality, only 60 to 70,000 dan would be found in storage, even in the best counties. Yet, the situation in the Tuzhujiang region is distinct. Prior to the Empress's arrival, the Ministry of Revenue discreetly began redirecting funds and grain to the region in preparation for military needs. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qin understood immediately. This was a scheme to ensnare the two secretaries of Hongshan County by leveraging the irregularities in the granaries, where the grain reported exceeded the actual inventory. After Advisor Zhu concluded his explanation, Advisor Shan turned to Mr. Qin and asked, "What do you think, Brother Qin? When shall we initiate our plans?" "In a month's time," came the reply. "That should be sufficient." Mr. Qin relaxed, leaning back against his chair. While most matters were manageable, the challenge lay in identifying suitable successors for the responsibilities ahead. Speaking of this, it would be fortuitous if the three esteemed gentlemen could assist by recommending any appropriate candidates. To be candid, this individual is intended as a preparatory measure for Wulong. As Zhu, the counselor, brightened at the thought, he hesitated momentarily, contemplating the notion. Mr. Qin, sensing the opportunity, encouraged him, saying, "Do not hesitate, Zhu brother." "Is it Xiaogua?" Yao, the counselor, reacted swiftly, noting Zhu's nod. He turned to Mr. Qin with a smile, saying, "Allow me to speak for Zhu brother." He refers to his nephew, Guoxing, a prodigious talent. However, he has faced numerous adversities and possesses quite a fiery temperament. Mr. Qin, now enlightened, exclaimed, "Ah, I know of him. A remarkable individual indeed. Is he currently in Hangzhou? If he is willing to bend a little, he would be a most sought-after ally." Zhu's nephew was already well known to him, a figure of considerable significance. With his assistance, the minor affairs surrounding County Magistrate Li would be trivial. Wulong, possessing a gentle temperament and a loyal heart, was an exemplary host. Mr. Qin praised Zhu in front of Li Wenshan, who also expressed admiration for Wulong. The three engaged in a lively exchange of commendations for Li Wenshan. Mr. Qin, mindful of time, did not linger and soon departed to the commander's office, where he presented a formal greeting from Li Caosi. The busy commander only sent out a messenger with a few words of advice for diligence in all matters. Upon exiting the commander's office, Mr. Qin hesitated briefly, then instructed his driver to head towards the outskirts of the city to meet Deputy Minister Guan. However, Guan Quan did not receive him, merely sending word that he was aware of everything and expected diligent service. Perplexed yet feeling a chill, Mr. Qin pondered the connection between Deputy Minister Guan and Wulong, or rather, the relationship with Magistrate Li's family. After a day of running about, he anticipated Li Wenshan's arrival and made his way towards the west gate to greet him. Before long, Li Wenshan was seen galloping ahead, with Wu Tong closely following behind, their approach becoming increasingly imminent. Mr. Qin disembarked from the carriage, and upon noticing Mr. Qin, Li Wenshan hastily reined in his horse, gradually advancing a few paces before alighting. "Sir, are you here to fetch me? How could I dare to trouble you?" he inquired. "The Wansong Academy is quite strict. Once inside, it is not easy to exit. There are a few matters I must discuss with you." Mr. Qin glanced at the newly dismounted Wu Tong, who exhibited a demeanor markedly different from before, and gestured for Li Wenshan to take a seat in the carriage. "Three matters," he began. The distance from the west gate to Wansong Academy was not considerable, and Mr. Qin proceeded directly to the point. "Starting tomorrow, you will officially be in the service of the prince. Both personnel and finances must be aligned accordingly." Mr. Qin paused, fixing his gaze on Li Wenshan. "Last night, I visited Jiangning Prefecture. You must remember, you bear the surname Li, and your home is the Yongning Duke's residence in the capital, not the county office of Hongshan." Li Wenshan straightened, his expression solemn. Such sentiments had been imparted to him with equal gravity by a xia. Mr. Qin regarded Li Wenshan's demeanor with satisfaction. There was no need for further elaboration on this matter. The foremost quality in employing individuals is their reliability, and I entrust this responsibility to your uncle. He has attained the esteemed rank of a first-grade official, possessing keen insight and discernment. The implications of Mr. Qin's words were layered, and Li Wenshan nodded repeatedly. Grasping only the first layer, the individuals chosen by his uncle would undoubtedly be competent. Mr. Qin, assuming he comprehended fully, allowed a smile to grace his lips. "As for finances, your uncle has designated several shops in Hangzhou for your use. At present, you will not require many taels of silver, nor is it prudent to utilize excessive amounts. These two matters, you should have a clear understanding in your heart. Yet it is not advisable to disclose them to outsiders for the time being." Li Wenshan nodded in acknowledgement. As for the second matter, Mr. Qin leaned in and whispered about the plan of the advisor to utilize the common granary to scheme against that pair of uncles and mentors. "This matter was initially intended to be revealed to you later. However, I have chosen to inform you now because Advisor Zhu has recommended a mentor, surnamed Gua, named Sheng, who is the nephew of Advisor Zhu. This Guosheng possesses exceptional qualities, and I must first speak to Wulong before finalizing the decision regarding his employment. If you deem him suitable, then it is settled. Li Wenshan held Mr. Qin in the highest regard, with genuine trust and respect. Wulong, I understand that you trust me. But you must remember that while you may delegate many matters to others, when it comes to selecting personnel, it is imperative that you personally oversee and take it to heart. Mr. Qin earnestly instructed. Before continuing, you should first listen to the story of Guosheng. Guosheng is the son of advisor Zhu's eldest sister. When he was just over 2 years old, he was abducted and sold to the southern region of Zhejiang. Guosheng is extraordinarily intelligent, standing out from the norm. The following year, he took a substantial amount of silver to take the provincial examination. The Guo family harbored high hopes for him, yet he mysteriously vanished on his way to the examination. Li Wenshan was momentarily stunned, as if recalling something, his eyes widening in astonishment at Mr. Qin. Furthermore, he resolutely refused to pursue further studies or examinations, declaring that he had made up his mind never to enter the officialdom. His father and the patriarch of the Guo clan bound him in the ancestral hall to reflect before their ancestors, but in the dead of night, he escaped and found his uncle, Advisor Zhu. Thus, Guosheng followed Advisor Yu into the profession of a staff advisor, and upon entering the field, he was anything but ordinary. However, he remained in the shadows of his uncle, his reputation unrecognized. Years passed, and he approached the age of 30. His parents, as well as Zhu the advisor, had sought numerous suitors on his behalf, yet he merely shook his head, expressing that he had not only abandoned his aspirations for an official career, but also had no desire to start a family. Perhaps weary of the incessant disturbances, he left Zhu the advisor after a year and began to wander aimlessly. By chance, he recently passed through Hangzhou and found himself there at this moment. Zhu the advisor treated him with the affection of a father, and though he felt helpless regarding the young man's reckless ways, he still hoped for his eventual stability and recommended him. If this individual could accompany Wulong for an extended period, it would indeed be a rare opportunity. Alas, it may not be possible. However, even if he could provide temporary assistance to weather the current difficulties, it would be a significant boon. What does Wulong think? Chapter 44. The feeling of standing on clouds. Li Wenshan furrowed his brow, realizing he needed to discuss this with his sister. Yet, to meet her, he would have to wait at least 10 days. The situation at Chongping Warehouse was on the brink of unfolding, and he could not afford to delay for that long. Wulong, by nature, was exceedingly filial. Mr. Qin chuckled, remarking that both his father and mother were remarkably steadfast and honest individuals. Guosheng possessed great talent, yet his experiences were rather extraordinary, which is why I conveyed this to Wulong. If Wulong finds it agreeable, then it would be best for him to take on more responsibility with his father. Indeed, Li Wenshan scratched his head, as he was not adept at making excuses or evading responsibility, and the art of dodging issues was entirely foreign to him. After pondering for a moment, he made up his mind. If the esteemed Mr. Qin deemed it a good idea, then they should proceed accordingly. Mr. Qin smiled, having concluded their discussions on the two significant matters, and now addressed a matter that was neither large nor small. Mr. Qin conveyed the concern expressed by Vice Minister Guan, as well as that barefaced threat directed at him. What connection do you have with Vice Minister Guan? Even if you cannot disclose it, Wulong needs some indication to gauge the situation, to better assess the balance of power. Mr. Qin furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. Vice Minister Guan has shown you goodwill. Setting that aside for now, there are a few things I must clarify. Once you enter the academy, never strive to assert dominance. One must yield when necessary, yield once, twice, but not thrice. In your dealings with the prince and others, do not resort to cunning. Act as your thoughts dictate. Approach the prince with sincerity and an open heart. Yet, of course, there are matters best left unsaid. Li Wenshan nodded as he listened, recognizing that similar advice had been imparted by Asia, albeit with more clarity and directness. I may have been overly verbose. With your disposition, such guidance may be unnecessary. Very well, let us leave it at that, for we are nearing our destination. Suddenly, Mr. Qin recalled something about Wudong. I sense something is amiss with Wudong. Have you spoken to him about anything? Did something occur on the way? No. I merely mentioned the matter of the minister's 7th-rank official. As Li Wenshan's words trailed off, Mr. Qin understood, a chuckle escaping him. You child. His words faltered, caught in his throat. This child, though seemingly simple-minded, possessed a depth of calmness and insight that was remarkable. Was he not also drawn to the prospect of the child's future success, hoping for a swift rise akin to a fly alighting on a steed, allowing him to showcase his talents? I simply ponder that we all toil diligently, striving for a better outcome. Thus, Goro's words ring profoundly true. The world endures hardships and struggles in pursuit of a single commendable character, forming alliances, scheming with formidable entities, catering to others' preferences. And fulfilling their needs is all part of this endeavor to attain one's desires. Now, we have nearly arrived. Please disembark. Mr. Qin's musings were somewhat disjointed as he lifted the curtain to glance outside, noticing that Wansong Academy was now in view. He rapped gently to signal the driver to stop. Li Wenshan leapt from the carriage, opting not to mount his horse, and joyfully hastened towards Wansong Academy. It seemed that the king of Qin wished to showcase his magnanimity by hosting a welcoming feast for Li Wenshan that very day. However, Li Wenshan was unable to procure leave from the esteemed Gu Shanshang. The king of Qin, along with his companions, including Gu Lu and Gu Shoming, did not reside at the academy. They arrived in the morning and departed early in the evening. In contrast, Li Wenshan resided within the academy, necessitating a formal request for leave should he wish to venture out at night. After being detained for several days, Gu Shanshang finally permitted Li Wenshan to leave. Accompanied by Wudong, Li Wenshan joined the king of Qin's entourage as they mounted their horses and set forth towards the Moonlight Pavilion. Ahead of them rode the king of Qin, a figure of unparalleled nobility in the realm. Accompanied by the esteemed Jin Shitzi and the young master of the Gu family, truly celestial beings. Alas, even as Gu Lu managed to utter half a word, Li Wenshan had already bounded down several steps in exuberance, exclaiming, "That is our family's shop." Though Li Wenshan could no longer hear, Gu Lu still struggled to finish his thought. This Li Wu, it seemed, harbored a singular focus on his sister. The king of Qin coolly remarked before turning to ascend the stairs. Jin Zhuyin and Lu Yi exchanged a glance, hastily following suit. Gu Lu hesitated, pondering whether he should descend and convey a word to Li Wu. Still uncertain, upon observing the three individuals ascend the stairs without pause, I sighed and turned around, hastily following suit. Axio's past was undoubtedly intricate. Her assertion of the delicacies being the finest implied a price that could not be trifled with after all. One gets what one pays for. Wudong accepted the silver and nodded, while Li Wenshan proceeded upstairs. Clutching the coins, Wudong exited the Due building, standing at the entrance, pondering whom to inquire about the location of the Lao Hang family's pastry shop. Just as she turned her head, the manager of Due, who had been observing her, approached with a swift stride, a broad smile adorning his face, and respectfully inquired, "What may I assist you with, esteemed guest?" Wudong was taken aback by his deference. "I merely wish to ask someone where the Lao Hang family's pastry shop is." "Are you intending to purchase something from Lao Hang's?" the manager queried with keen interest. "Just a moment ago," Master Li returned. "Surely he must have given instructions." "As you prepare to go, I shall accompany you," he continued. "It is not customary for you to make this journey. We ought to attend to your needs. However, we understand the strict protocols from above, especially regarding items meant for consumption, which must be personally inspected and handled by you." The manager, clad in splendid attire, stepped aside and bowed, leading the way while showering Wudong with courteous flattery, leaving her even more bewildered than before. The Lao Hang family was not far from the Due building. The manager entered the shop first, calling out cheerfully, "Is Master Zhou here?" "Hurry, the esteemed guests wish to acquire a few packages of pastries." Chapter 45. The sudden betrayal. The staff inside echoed his calls, and several individuals hurried into the shop. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged proprietor, Zhou, hurriedly emerged, bowing deeply in apology for the long wait. "Master Tong, this way please. The delicacies prepared for our esteemed guests are inside. What would you like today?" At that moment, Wudong felt as though he had ascended from the mortal realm to the celestial palace, his face flushed with excitement, rendering him momentarily speechless. The master has not arrived. Before he could finish his thought, an epiphany struck him. He was being called by the name Tong. Osmanthus cake. Wudong cleared his throat with determination, puffing out his chest, and declared, "Here is the payment." He revealed the silver he had been clutching tightly in his palm. Zhou, with a warm and respectful smile, replied, "Let us first prepare the pastries in the back. The rules for our esteemed guests are quite strict, and I have served them before, so I understand the protocol. Master Tong must witness this personally. Please, this way." Zhou and the manager of the Yulu flanked Wudong, wrapping several large parcels of osmanthus cake. Wudong did not part with his silver. Instead, Zhou discreetly slipped a silver ingot weighing 4 or 5 taels into Wudong's sleeve pocket. On the journey to Hangzhou, Wudong had been skeptical of the words spoken by the fifth master, yet at this moment, he felt the 6 taels of silver nestled in his sleeve pocket. a substantial sum. The significance of this honor was not lost on him. Wudong's heart swelled with warmth, a heat that could scarcely be contained. Meanwhile, County Magistrate Li, having chastised Li Wenshan with a stern expression for a couple of moments, found himself unable to continue upon noticing the evident weariness etched on Wenshan's face. The child was clearly longing for home. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xia swiftly slipped into Li Wenshan's study. Li Wenshan, upon seeing her enter, flung his book aside and sprang to his feet, rushing to the door to peer anxiously around before slamming it shut. Li Xia, arms akimbo, glared at him, exclaiming that this was akin to a feeble attempt at concealment. This is serious. It's dire. The expression on Li Wenshan's face was a tumultuous blend of urgency, anger, fear, and a hint of bewilderment. Noting the stark contrast in his demeanor, Li Xia suggested, "Let us go to the bell tower." The bell tower of the county office stood isolated, its thick walls devoid of windows, featuring only a small door that permitted the passage of a single individual. The staircase was so narrow that even a slightly portly person would struggle to ascend, rendering it an ideal sanctuary for whispered conversations. Li Wenshan and Li Xia slipped out, one after the other, with Li Xia, despite her petite stature, moving swiftly. By the time Li Wenshan entered, she had already ascended to inspect the upper levels and was now hastily descending. "What calamity has occurred?" she inquired as she closed the door, placing a coarse pottery jar she had secretly prepared against it. She had oiled the door latch, ensuring it opened and closed soundlessly, allowing her to enter without drawing attention, while also making it difficult for others to hear her. A precautionary item was necessary for alertness. There are several matters, but none as grave as the phoenix tree. Li Wenshan's visage was wrought with sorrow, and he struggled to articulate his thoughts for a considerable time. Suddenly, Li Xia plopped down in his embrace. Father achieved the status of a scholar in his second year. Yet he abruptly forsook a promising future to seek a position as a teacher and ventured far to tie you in. This decision has always eluded my understanding, for it seems utterly irrational. I once believed it must have been the pressure from the Ho family, that they could not tolerate Father's success or permit him to continue his studies. Ah, Xia, you too are frightened, are you not? Tell me, how could Granny Zhong act in such a manner? Li Wenshan was overwhelmed with sorrow, unable to suppress his emotions. He could hardly fathom the depths of such darkness within the human heart. When did Wudong confide in you? Li Xia felt a tightness in her chest and promptly shifted to the matter at hand, seeking to divert her emotions. Sadness and frustration were far more futile than tears. What transpired the day before yesterday? Li Xia pressed for answers. The day before yesterday? What could have possibly happened? The day before, the prince and a few of Xiao Gu's associates hosted a welcome dinner for me. We dined at Diyue Tower, and I even had someone purchase. It was Wudong who went to buy it. Li Xia exhaled in relief. Her fifth brother's words had unsettled Wudong's heart. The day before yesterday, the Qin prince had welcomed guests, going to the Lao Hang family to purchase pastries, which belonged to the Gu family's enterprise. They must have received considerable flattery and perhaps even amassed a fair amount of silver. The Gu family was notoriously adept at navigating the business world. Fifth brother, during your absence these past few days, I have felt utterly powerless. This cannot continue. Mother must regain her strength. This situation presents the perfect opportunity. You must approach Mother and inform her of this matter. Fifth brother, if such a situation cannot compel Mother to rise with resolve, then we shall have to set her aside and seek alternative solutions. Li Xia was wholly focused on the present. Very well, I shall go find Mother. Li Wenshan took a deep breath, bearing the weight of his father's expectations. The following day, Li Wenshan awoke half an hour early, hastily freshened up, and made his way to the main hall, where Mrs. Su busily instructed Qianghua to hasten the breakfast preparations. Chapter 46. From the matriarch to the old pestilence. Li Wenshan surveyed the room. Is father well? Still asleep? He has already left for the yamen. Madame Su's complaints were laced with laughter. Your father, ever since he became the county magistrate, though his position is modest, he is busier than ever, as if he has not slept a wink. Those two clerks truly are. Li Wenshan's heart skipped a beat at the thought of his father's overwhelming busyness. Could it be that Mr. Qin's words have set this in motion? He shook off the thought and quickly turned to his mother. Mother, I have something important to discuss. He stood up to close the door. What is it? Madame Su, sensing her son's serious demeanor, closed the door with a growing sense of unease. Mother, I am convinced that Wudong is merely speaking nonsense. Wudong told me that Granny Zhong instructed him to follow me to Wansong Academy, intending for him to lead me into the brothel district and entice me into vice. To lead me astray. Wudong also mentioned that Granny Zhong has been spreading falsehoods about me, tarnishing my reputation to ensure that the prince and his entourage disregard me. Madame Su was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Surely, Wudong is fabricating these tales. Do you not agree, mother? Li Winshan observed his mother's expression, feeling a chill in his heart. How could she believe that Granny Zhong would wish harm upon him and their entire family? Wudong also said that Granny Zhong referred to our family as the progeny of lowly stock, suggesting that it was excessive for us to reside in this back office of Hongshan County, daring even to aspire for more. She claimed we were simply courting death. Before Li Winshan could finish his sentence, Madame Su's throat emitted a series of choked sounds. She had barely stifled a sob when she quickly pressed her handkerchief tightly against her mouth, her face turning pale from the effort. Mother! Mother! Li Winshan was alarmed. With her other hand gripping her son in a spasm, she was rendered speechless, only shaking her head incessantly, uncertain if she was signaling that she was all right or urging him to remain silent. My son. After a considerable moment, Mrs. Su suddenly exhaled, crying out for her son, tears streaming down her face. You, father. Mother, please take a breath and refrain from speaking, Li Winshan urged in a flurry of anxiety. The commotion within the room had already roused the equally early-rising Li Dong, who was incessantly knocking at the door. Mother, what has happened? Fifth brother? Fifth brother. Mrs. Su gestured towards the door, indicating the flustered Li Winshan to open it. Li Dong burst in, and Li Winshan quickly spread his arms to block the closely following Su Yi, insisting, it's fine, you need not worry. Go check on Xia, quickly. And also on Lan Gur. Li Dong rushed to Mrs. Su, his eyes filled with terror as he beheld her pale, ashen face. He hurriedly poured her a cup of tea, gently patting her back, soothingly guiding her breath. I am fine now, Shangur. Come sit by me, Mrs. Su declared, attempting to reassure him, yet her tears continued to flow. It is all my fault. Mother, long ago, back when your father became a scholar and aimed to take the imperial examination, it was she who suddenly declared he would not pursue it further, insisting on self-reliance. He fell gravely ill from the stress and set off for Taiyuan while still unwell. Now, she wishes to bring ruin upon you. Mrs. Su trembled with rage. Li Dong glanced anxiously at their mother, then turned to his elder brother. Fifth brother? Old Lady Zhong has instructed Wudong to lead me to the pleasure district, to corrupt me and tarnish my reputation. Claiming we are of a lowly lineage unworthy of a good life, Mrs. Su lamented. She said that back in the day, your father was similarly obstructed from advancing in his studies, coaxed away from his connections with the Ho family. Li Winshan and Li Dong exchanged a few more straightforward explanations, articulating the gravity of the situation. Li Dong was momentarily taken aback, yet her expression remained largely unchanged. This was a sentiment previously expressed by Grandma Hong. In this magistrate's office, she could still wield power from her esteemed position. However, should father ascend further in rank or if fifth brother were to achieve success, such indulgence would no longer be permissible. She intended to rely on us to fulfill the filial duties of supporting her in her twilight years. Li Winshan observed Li Dong, his eyelids fluttering as if they might emit a sound. His typically reticent sister was quite remarkable in her own right. Lady Su raised a hand to cover her face. Li Winshan, no longer blinking, glanced at Li Dong and, while speaking, winked at her. Mother, do not be distressed. I am aware this is unfilial of me. She raised father, and without her, there would be no father, and consequently, no family. It is our duty to serve her, akin to beasts of burden. This is the essence of filial piety. I am merely sharing my thoughts with you. Otherwise, I shall refrain from attending the academy today and in the future, choosing instead to remain home to honor the elder. Fifth brother would willingly sacrifice himself to uphold the virtue of filial duty for mother and father, and so would I. Xia and Lan Guo would undoubtedly feel the same. Mother, please do not weep. The rhythm of the drum on Li Dong's side was still quite unsteady. Lady Su's trembling hand slipped from her face, her gaze fixed intently on her son and daughter. You, rest assured, mother will fight to the death, even if it means perishing together with her. Lady Su's lips quivered, rendering her speechless. The words of her children pierced her heart like a multitude of sharp blades, leaving her in a state of anguish. Mother, do not rush. Take a deep breath. Li Winshan hurried forward, mimicking Li Dong's earlier gesture in an attempt to soothe their mother. Li Dong fanned the air with a cloth in front of his mother, reassuring her, rest assured, mother. As long as you wish for fifth brother to thrive, he will surely do so. Please do not fret. However, mother was determined to expel her. Mrs. Su gritted her teeth. It was one thing for the calamity to afflict her husband, but now it threatened her son as well. She would fight tooth and nail against her. Li Winshan galloped into Hangzhou City, reining in his horse and turning in place. It was prudent to seek out Mr. Qin first. Once he entered the academy, it would be no easy feat to emerge again. Regarding the two matters that Xia had mentioned, the first one was manageable, but the latter required swiftness. At this moment, Wudong was unwaveringly loyal, adhering to whatever Li Wenshan commanded. Chapter 47. Mother Tree. Mr. Qin nodded repeatedly, assuring him, "Rest easy. Moreover, it is wise to prepare in advance. We must find a reliable place for Grandma Zhang, allowing her to live out her days in peace. It must be arranged properly." Before Li Wenshan could finish his thoughts, Mr. Qin interrupted, "That will suffice for now." Li Wenshan was taken aback. As Mr. Qin's expression turned serious, Fifth Brother has boundless potential. In the future, he will be surrounded by officials and aides, and he must learn how to instruct his subordinates. From this moment forth, Fifth Brother needs to cultivate this skill. After a pause, Mr. Qin lowered his eyelids, continuing, "Fifth Brother has grown up outside, lacking the guidance of elders. Forgive my frankness, the Li family possesses profound heritage. Yet Fifth Brother has not reaped its benefits while growing up away from home. Henceforth, he must pay close attention to mastering the ways of leadership." Li Wenshan nodded repeatedly, yet he felt perplexed. What exactly was he to learn? He had merely asked him to find a secure place for Grandma Zhang to live out her days. What more could he possibly convey? A mere glance? Garo must remain upright and transparent. Indeed, Garo is inherently a person of integrity. At this moment, I am here for you, and in the future, others will naturally step in to assist. You need not worry, Goro. Additionally, there is another matter. You left in haste yesterday, and the Chongping warehouse affair has already commenced. In a few days, you will need to exert yourself once more. Seize the opportunity to subtly approach your father, as this will serve as a contingency plan. After bidding farewell to Li Wenshan, Madame Su summoned Granny Hong into the room, closing the door to engage in a lengthy whisper. When Granny Hong emerged, her expression was taut, yet her steps were light, as if she were barely grazing the ground with her toes. Li Xia sat on a small stool in the corridor, observing the swift movements of Granny Hong's feet, then glanced again at her mother, who exited with a composed demeanor. Rising, she followed Granny Hong toward the backyard. Her mother was preparing to take action. She could not remain idle. Even if she could not be of assistance, she needed to bear witness. Granny Hong busied herself for much of the day, just emerging from the kitchen when she spotted old Zhang, a rough servant, waving at her from outside the second gate. Granny Hong hastened over, and old Zhang gestured toward the outside, indicating that a man had come looking for her several times, claiming to be from her hometown. As Granny Hong stepped through the side door, she scanned her surroundings, and there stood Jida, waving with a broad smile as he approached. "Granny Hong, it is I." Instinctively, Granny Hong took a step back, her face displaying wariness toward Jida, a stranger to her. Jida, observing that no one was around, lowered his hands and smiled, saying, "I was sent by Master Wu to find you. My surname is Ji, and my given name is Ji Wang. Along with my brother Ji Shang, we were directed by the Master to serve Master Wu and arrived from Jiangning half a month ago. This morning, Master Wu instructed me to seek you out. He mentioned that he is far away in Hangzhou and finds it inconvenient to handle matters personally. Henceforth, I am to report any occurrences to you and await your directives." It took Madame Hong a moment to comprehend that this Master Wu referred to her own fifth brother. While the Master was indeed the esteemed elder, realizing that her brother had already taken significant actions, she felt a sudden surge of anxiety and cautiously inquired about the matters at hand, sensing that her brother possessed far more influence than she had previously imagined. "May we converse privately?" Jida suggested, occasionally glancing towards the corner gate, aware that he could not see beyond it, thus opting for a more discreet distance for their discussion. Madame Hong followed suit, positioning herself near the towering camphor tree, a safe distance from the gate. In a hushed tone, Jidu addressed her, "It concerns the matter of Granny Zhang. Master Wu had long instructed us to keep an eye on her." Madame Hong was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the extent of her brother's undertakings. Observing her bewilderment, Jida felt compelled to elaborate. "Previously, Master Wu had us monitor Granny Yang as well, for both Granny Zhong and Granny Yang hail from Yangzhou, known for raising lean horses. They have a certain familiarity and often share confidences, which might allow us to glean some genuine insights about Granny Zhang's sentiments through Granny Yang." Upon hearing this, Madame Hong's eyes brightened with hope. Earlier that morning, the mistress had shared concerns regarding the Wudong tree, and her greatest worry was how to convey these matters to the master in a manner that would earn his trust. Could they possibly devise a strategy concerning Granny Yang? "I shall first inform the mistress and discern her thoughts on the matter. I appreciate your efforts," she said, reaching into her sleeve to retrieve some silver. "Jida, A remarkably clever and astute individual bowed slightly with a smile, saying, "Madam, please do not stand on ceremony. We have another place to collect the silver. Fifth Master has instructed that if you require silver here, do not hesitate to inform us." Madam Hong, feeling a sense of ease, replied, "Then I shall not be polite. I have enough silver left by fifth brother for the time being. If I require assistance, how shall I find you?" With that, Madam Hong proceeded to the Huang family's old shop in search of Jida. After Jida acknowledged her, he stepped back a few paces and took his leave. Madam Hong entered through the side door and found a secluded corner behind a wall, where she stood for a while to gather her thoughts and calm her breathing before venturing inside. By the time she returned home, it was already midnight. Li Wenshan had a multitude of thoughts he wished to share with Li Xia, but would have to wait until the morrow. With his eyes wide open, lying in bed, Li Wenshan felt certain he would not sleep that night, for there were numerous matters to ponder. First, the chopping warehouse. Second, the issue raised by Wudong, which he had informed his mother about several days ago. Why had there been no response? What was his mother truly implying? And then there were Mr. Qin's words, which seemed to carry deeper meanings. It appeared that these three matters occupied his mind. Li Wenshan counted them again on his fingers, and indeed, there were only three, yet he felt overwhelmed as if they were far more numerous and tangled than he could comprehend. He scratched his head with both hands, reflecting on Xia's words, which suggested that eventually he would attain a position of great power. How would he manage so many affairs on that day? If he was already confused by just these three matters, how could he ever navigate a position of such authority? This conundrum left him somewhat baffled before long. Li Wenshan fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 48. Where there is a master, there are servants. Li Xia rested beside Li Wenshan, teasing him with a chicken feather, which prompted a sudden sneeze from him, rousing him from slumber. The sun was already warming his backside. Li Xia sprang away to avoid the spray of the sneeze. Li Wenshan leapt from the bed and crouched before Li Xia. "Xia, there are several significant matters to discuss. Chopping warehouse. Mother wishes to see if you are awake. If so, she wants you to have breakfast. Today, a sumptuous feast awaits at the table." Li Xia placed a finger to her lips, signaling Li Wenshan to hold his tongue for the moment. "Mother is waiting for fifth brother to dine. That is the most pressing matter. Coming right up." For reasons he could not quite articulate, upon seeing Xia, Li Wenshan felt all his worries from the previous night dissipate, and he joyfully bounded off to wash up. After breakfast, he spent some time with his parents discussing the intricacies of studying and daily life at the academy. Once the county magistrate departed for the front office, Li Wenshan took Li Xia to the back garden to play. The matter concerning the chopping warehouse was set in motion. With no one around, Li Wenshan began with the most crucial topic. "I know, father has been preoccupied with this matter for several days." Li Xia casually replied, "Xia, this is of great importance. Should those two scoundrels attempt to pin the blame on father?" This was Li Wenshan's greatest concern, not just those two clerks. Li Xia thought of that relative, County Lieutenant Wu, who had only taken a couple of turns with imperial concubine Su. Never mind that for now. There were urgent matters at hand, one step at a time. In this matter, we have Mr. Qin, who has ascended from a humble county magistrate under his uncle to become a prominent official. If he cannot manage even this trivial affair, moreover, if he is outwitted and allows my father to suffer even a slight mishap, Mr. Qin might as well forfeit his existence. Let us not concern ourselves with this. Has that fellow Guosheng arrived in Hongshan County yet? Li Wenshan almost verbatim recited Mr. Qin's words, yet found himself perplexed. How could I possibly lack the authority to give orders? Furthermore, Mr. Qin, Li Xia's words faltered abruptly. Fifth brother has tasked him with finding a secure place for Granny Zhong to enjoy her twilight years, and this is indeed a genuine sanctuary. Mr. Qin's notion of security is utterly unassailable. Perhaps it is best to withhold this from fifth brother for the time being. What do you mean by that? Li Wenshan was unable to grasp the implication. Previously, Mr. Qin was under the patronage of uncle. Now, he is in your service. Contemplating Mr. Qin and Guosheng, Li Xia realized she had at least heard of Mr. Qin, while Guosheng remained a complete mystery to her. Alas, let us set that aside for now. With Mr. Qin on our side, we can at least alleviate some burdens concerning the official matters. Mr. Qin is likely more informed about the background of the county magistrate than I am. Uncle surely did not navigate the channels of Consort Wu, and Mr. Qin's vigilance towards the county magistrate must be exceedingly meticulous, which is reassuring. As for the affairs of the government, we need not overly involve ourselves. However, we must give our mother a little push. Li Xia leaped onto a stone and then backed down again. How shall we push? Li Wenshan quickly spread his arms to shield Li Xia. Utilize that old woman Yang. You should first seek out Granny Hong. I sense she possesses some thoughts worth hearing. Additionally, we must involve Mother. Li Xia contemplated the mysterious demeanor Granny Hong had exhibited over the past few days. As the words hovered on her lips, she reconsidered. This matter ought to be entrusted to Mother, while she and fifth brother remain mere bystanders. By the way, Granny Zhong intends to offer sister as a concubine, a fact unbeknownst to Mother. You ought to inform Granny Hong of this, and further convey that Father's fate has become entwined with Granny Zhong's whims. Our hopes rest solely upon Mother. If this continues, from you to me, we shall all meet our demise at Granny Zhong's hands. This is the harsh truth. Li Wenshan nodded incessantly, realizing that the peril extends not only from him to Li Xia, but from father to Li Xia as well. Granny Hong emerged from the room, took a few steps towards the main house, then turned and headed to the back garden. She was overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions, needing a moment to compose herself. With swift strides, Granny Hong made her way to the vegetable patch in the back garden, crouching down to gaze at the vibrant green vegetables. Her heart stirred and her thoughts tumultuous. She had only begun serving Mrs. Su after the latter's engagement was arranged. At the tender age of 4 or 5, Mrs. Su faced the tragic loss of her mother during childbirth, resulting in both lives lost. 2 years later, her father, having caught a chill during the spring examination, succumbed to illness shortly thereafter, leaving Mrs. Su an orphan, accompanied only by a fellow scholar. Although the Su family was regarded as a literary lineage, they were merely that, literary. Neither affluent nor noble, Madame Su, having been betrothed to the noble house of Yongning, found herself in a situation of considerable elevation. Despite the whispers surrounding her status as a concubine's offspring, following the engagement, her grandmother, the venerable old lady Hua, bestowed upon Madame Su the services of her maid, Hong Mama, and her family. Though Hong Mama harbored a rather indifferent sentiment towards Madame Su, she had nurtured the 4 children, especially Shan Gu and Dong Jie, from infancy, watching them grow as if they were her own flesh and blood. When the treacherous schemes of Mama Zhong aimed at harming Shan Gu were unveiled, Hong Mama, initially overwhelmed and unable to express her outrage, was instead filled with pride and delight at Shan Ji's remarkable qualities, particularly when he discreetly entrusted her with a sum of silver. However, as she learned of Mama Zhong's sinister intentions towards Dong Jie, contemplating the idea of offering her as a concubine, her heart surged with indignation. How could one consider such a fate for the virtuous Dong Jie? The tumult of emotions welled within Hong Mama as she grappled with her frustration. Yet, she reminded herself that the lady of the house was often disappointing and the master a fool, a truth long acknowledged. Thus, she resolved not to waste her ire on them. Instead, her gaze fell upon Shan Gu, Dong Jie, and the 2 younger children. She would not allow anger to consume her. Rising to her feet, she paced the vegetable garden, contemplating the changes that time had wrought. Shan Gu had matured into a wise and capable young man. What reason had she to remain vexed? Now empowered, she had the means to act, rendering anger an unnecessary burden. Shan Gu is right. This matter should serve as an opportunity for Tai Tai to strengthen herself. If she can emerge resolute from this, it would be most favorable. However, if she cannot maintain her strength in such circumstances, Shan Gu is indeed correct. Then she ought to assist Shan Gu in protecting Gu and Jier, enabling them to safeguard themselves. Fortunately, Gu and Jier have grown, and behind them stands a noble residence. Hong Mama, having calmed her thoughts, casually picked some vegetables and sent them to the kitchen. She inquired about Zhong Mama, who had gone to the back courtyard to converse. Upon exiting the kitchen, she made her way directly to the main room. Inside, Su Tai was sorting through old garments belonging to herself and Li Dong, as well as those materials gifted by Wang Tongji. With August well underway, it was time to commence the making of winter clothing. Chapter 49. Bringing Li Dong into play, Hong Mama entered and assisted in selecting a few pieces of fabric. Observing Su Tai, she calmly inquired, I have just heard some news, and I wonder if you are aware of it. What news? Su Tai casually asked, preoccupied with the dilemma of winter clothing. Everything else seemed manageable, but Shan Gu's attire could not be compromised. It must all be new. And where would the silver come from? Alas, that entire trunk of fabric. I have heard that Zhong Mama has found a promising match for Dong Jie. At the mention of a good match, Hong Mama felt a surge of emotion rising within her, quickly inhaling to suppress it. Dong Jie should check the kitchen. Upon hearing that this was the matter Hong Mama referred to, Su Tai promptly sent Li Dong away. Hong Mama reached out to stop Li Dong, who was blushing and turning to leave. It would be best for Dong Jie to hear this news herself. The indignation and sarcasm in Hong Mama's words were unmistakable to both Mrs. Su and Li Dong. Mrs. Su looked at Hong Mama with a mix of confusion and fear. Li Dong glanced at Mrs. Su, noticing her silence, then shifted closer to the edge of the Kong. Her heart racing at the thought of the marriage proposal that Mama Zhong had in mind. Surely, it could not be anything good. What marriage proposal? I remain unaware. Mrs. Su's voice trembled as she spoke. It is said that Mama Zhong discussed with the master about sending Dong Jie to become a concubine for that Wang Tongji in Hangzhou. Hong Mama wasted no time, stating it plainly. What? Mrs. Su gasped, her mind buzzing. Li Dong felt her legs weaken, sliding down the edge of the Kong. Hong Mama reached out to support her, reassuring, do not be afraid. You have your mother. What is there to fear? Mother. Li Dong looked at Mrs. Su, tears streaming down her face. Is this true? The master. Mrs. Su seized Hong Mama's arm, trembling uncontrollably. Madam. Hong Mama raised her voice. Look at yourself. You must stay composed. The girl is counting on you. As she spoke, she poured a cup of tea and handed it to Mrs. Su, insisting, you need to steady yourself. They have merely discussed it. Nothing is finalized yet. Breathe in. Take another breath. Drink the tea. Mrs. Su took several sips, gripping the cup tightly. Following Hong Mama's instructions to inhale deeply, Li Dong, in contrast, remained remarkably calm, quickly moving closer to gently pat Mrs. Su's back, helping her to breathe easier. Yes. Mrs. Su managed to utter a single word before being interrupted by Hong Mama. Madam, please listen to me first. Madame Zhang remarked that Wang Tongji was a high official. What right did he have to bestow gifts upon our family? It is unclear where she heard such rumors. But she told the master that during the trip to Hangqing, my sister had encountered Wang Tongji, and they had mutually taken a liking to each other. Such fabrications. Li Dong's eyes brimmed with tears. Of course, it is a fabrication. Throughout the entire journey to Hangqing, I remained by my sister's side. We never crossed paths with any Wang Tongji. Only this old woman would dare to spread such nonsense in broad daylight. This kind of absurdity, with one lie begetting another, is only tolerated by our master. Hong Mama spat, though it was uncertain whom she directed her disdain towards. Zhong Mama or Li County Magistrate. Master. This is Dong Jie? His daughter. His own flesh and blood. Madame Su was overwhelmed with urgency, anger, and fear, her tears streaming down as she trembled. Li Dong observed Hong Mama, noticing a slight deviation from her usual demeanor. I heard only this much about the matter. Subsequently, events concerning Shan Gu unfolded, and it seemed this issue was set aside. Fortunately for Dong Jie, I have come across this news today. Alas, poor Dong Jie, the master and mistress. Alas, she is a wretched soul with both parents. Hong Mama wiped her tears, genuinely disheartened and disappointed in Madame Su. Mother, you must save me. You cannot. Li Dong seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, clutching Madame Su's sleeve, kneeling and weeping. She dares. If he dares. Madame Su grasped Li Dong with both hands, attempting to lift her, yet she had no strength left in her body. If he dares. I will fight him to the end. As Mrs. Su uttered a word, a surge of strength enveloped her, and she swiftly pulled Li Dong towards her. Do not fret. My lady, take a moment to breathe. Sister Dong, do not weep. Your mother is here. Let us calm her. Mrs. Su, with veins protruding from her forehead due to her fervor, gradually settled down as Granny Hong, maintaining her composure, hurriedly poured another cup of tea and presented it to Mrs. Su. Mother, take a moment to breathe. You must not Brother Wu. I, along with Brother Lu and Xia, all rely on you. We can only depend on you. Li Dong, with a choked voice, sought to soothe Mrs. Su. You must remain steadfast, for your siblings depend entirely on you. As a mother, if you do not exhibit strength, the children will be left in a pitiable state. Alas, the principles of a virtuous wife dictate that regardless of whether the master is right or wrong, one must adhere to them, while your reputation may stand. What of the unfortunate children? I never anticipated that the master, in his quest to honor that elderly lady, could disregard his own flesh and blood. This is not even his biological mother, yet he is willing to sacrifice his son for her sake. Granny Hong's murmurs were a blend of counsel and provocation. Mother, I would rather perish, and what of Xia? I fear that in the future she too may be given away as a concubine. Although Li Dong did not fully grasp the situation, she instinctively felt compelled to align herself with Granny Hong. The latter gently patted the back of the sobbing Li Dong, filled with satisfaction. Though the lady and the master may be muddled, siblings Shan and Dong are indeed rare gems. Others may be dismissed, but if it were the master, alas. The principles of a virtuous wife. Oh, the principles of a virtuous wife. Granny Hong sighed heavily, the weight of her words lingering in the air. Madame Su's complexion turned pale as she confronted her husband. I respect him. I truly do. If he dares to send Dong Jia away, send her away. Madame Su could not bring herself to utter the word concubine. I will fight him for my life. Chapter 50. No seamless eggs, madam. Please steady your mind. As for this matter, I have only heard her discussing it with the master. What the master truly intends remains unclear. Upon hearing this, Madame Su felt a sense of relief. The master would certainly not agree to such a thing. He is also a loving father, and it is likely he would refuse. However, Granny Hong paused, letting out a long sigh. Over the years, Madame Su understood that in the master's heart and eyes, that elder lady could do no wrong. If there were any shortcomings, they would be due to a momentary oversight on her part, certainly not because of any fault of hers. Upon hearing the mention of being sent to a man's bed, Madame Su's face turned a ghastly shade, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Li Dong appeared terrified, realizing that Granny Hong spoke the truth. There was another matter. Granny Hong edged closer to Madame Su. On the day we arrived at the county office, that elder lady had a large box of clothing and jewelry thrown out to be burned. Wu Tong carried it away and exchanged it for silver at the pawn shop. Delivering it to that elder lady, Wu Tong remarked that this was an old custom since we arrived in Taiyuan. Does the master know about this? With the prior matter of sending Li Dong as a concubine, Madame Su's composure began to waver. Mother, Li Dong whispered in fear, leaning against Madame Su. Send her away. Madame Su, her entire body tense, forced each word out through clenched teeth. Granny Hong's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she discreetly sighed in relief. She must be driven away. Master, if she does not leave, I shall depart. I will take the boy. I will take the child. And I shall go. We, Madam, the master is fond of children, though he may be exceedingly foolish. Seeing Madame Su's determination solidified, Granny Hong felt a sense of ease and began to devise a serious plan. Indeed, he is quite muddled. What kind of person is that old Zhang? Everyone sees through her clearly. It is as if his heart is clouded by grease. Madame only adheres to the principles of obedience and virtue, always yielding to his whims. When he says something is good, she echoes his sentiments. I digress. What I mean is, if the master could discern the true nature of that woman, perhaps the layer of grease shrouding his heart could dissipate. But how to make him see clearly? At this point, how could he still be oblivious? What more is there to perceive? Madame Su's resentment toward County Magistrate Li was as vast as the ocean. That old Zhang's tongue is adept at flattery and utterly shameless. I was contemplating that if the master could hear a few heartfelt words from her own lips, he might just come to understand. Granny Hong continued, Zhang. She is so cautious now. How could she possibly speak her mind? Li Dong interjected, a hint of confusion unvoiced, before swiftly changing the subject. What clever plan do you have, Granny? The other day, I mentioned to Madam that old Zhang often drinks with Granny Yang from the East Alley, and they converse for hours on end. I just heard they have known each other for quite some time, both hailing from families of the same ilk in Yangzhou. Mother, everything is achievable through effort. We must give it a try. Li Dong observed Hong Mama, sensing an inkling of something significant. Sister Dong was right. We should first exert our utmost. Let us carefully analyze the intricacies of this matter and explore potential solutions. Hong Mama seized the opportunity to steer the conversation, transitioning seamlessly into the core of the issue. After deliberating for nearly half an hour, she emerged from behind the curtain, standing in the corridor. She exhaled deeply, her gaze falling upon the rosy-cheeked Zhang Mama, who clearly exhibited the effects of a few drinks. Zhang Mama brushed off her attire and made her way toward the rear corner gate from another direction, on the bustling main street facing the county office. The only two-story tea house in Hengshan County stood proudly. On the second floor, Mr. Qin and Guo Sheng sat opposite each other by the window. Guo Sheng, in his 30s, had a wheat-colored complexion, was tall and lean, and wore a simple white cotton long gown, sitting upright. Mr. Qin gazed at him repeatedly. At first, he seemed unremarkable. Yet with each glance, he appeared increasingly exceptional. After several observations, Mr. Qin's admiration grew, accompanied by a hint of melancholy. For such a remarkable individual was likely beyond the Li family's grasp, and even Wulong might not be able to retain him. Have you met County Magistrate Li? Mr. Qin inquired, looking at Guosheng. A sincere man, Guosheng nodded in agreement. And Wulong of the Li family. Mr. Qin's sentence trailed off as Guosheng gestured toward the street below, where Li Winshan was leisurely strolling with Xia. The two observed the pair from their vantage point. Wulong is indeed a rare gem, Mr. Qin remarked, glancing at Guosheng. Guosheng furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Is that young girl his sister? She is 5 this year?" Yes, Wulong dotes on his sister immensely. Mr. Qin was momentarily taken aback. What is the matter? The young girl. Guosheng hesitated. Recalling how they had just passed a vendor carrying goods and a shop selling candies and preserved fruits, yet the little girl, merely 5 years of age, had not even cast a glance at them. Mr. Qin, now even more bewildered, admitted, "I truly did not notice. Brother Gue, you are indeed observant." As Guosheng chuckled while speaking, a series of knocks echoed from the door of the elegant chamber. Mr. Qin called for the visitor to enter. And Jida stepped through the door. "Greetings, gentlemen," Jida acknowledged, noticing Mr. Qin signaling him to convey his message. With hands respectfully at his sides, he reported, "Just now, Madame Hong sought me out, inquiring if I could ascertain the discussions between Granny Zhong and Granny Yang from the back street. I pressed a bit further, and Madame Hong mentioned that the lady wishes to hear the true sentiments of Granny Zhong. She also remarked that it would be splendid if these genuine words could reach the ears of County Magistrate Li. Adding that such cleverly intricate matters are often found only in books, she simply mentioned it." Mr. Qin sighed with a smile, while Guosheng's lips curled downward. Reflecting on the simplicity of the family. "What do you think about this matter, Brother Gue?" he inquired. Jida glanced at Mr. Qin before nodding in agreement and respectfully excusing himself. The removal of the ailment is swift. Yet it is the duty of the fifth brother to aid his mother in regaining her strength. Nurturing a person is no simple task, Mr. Qin clarified. "Granny Yang has arrived. I shall go take a look," Guosheng declared as he rose, indicating a woman carrying an old food container on the street. Delivering meals to the Yang couple. "I will head to the dock to inspect the grain ships," Mr. Qin said, also standing up. As matters concerning the Chongping warehouse had already been set in motion, 2 individuals descended the stairs and exited the tea house, one following the other. Guosheng leisurely strolled to Yang Da's Liangfen stall, ordered a portion, and sat down to savor a few strands while observing Yang Posey, who was replacing Yang Da's wife and washing the dishes. Guosheng stood up and trailed behind Yang Posey, just as she was about to turn off the bustling main street into a narrow alley. Suddenly, Yang Posey pivoted, fixing her gaze on Guosheng. He raised his hand, gesturing towards the alley, reassuring her that it was safe to converse. Yang Posey, with a wary expression, scrutinized Guosheng as he passed her and positioned himself at the mouth of the alley. She hesitated only briefly before taking 2 steps towards him, halting a few paces away. "I have come from Jiangning Prefecture," Guosheng spoke in a calm tone, his eyes shifting from the tightly furrowed brows of Yang Posey to her relaxed shoulders and the box she held, now drooping slightly in her grasp. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. "It seems you are aware of my origins. Your nephew and his wife are both honest and upright individuals. You have someone to rely on in your old age." "Such flattery, sir," Yang Posey replied, bending her knee slightly. "You are commendable yourself. Your conscience remains intact." Guosheng continued. Yang Posey appeared momentarily taken aback, pondering his unexpected words. Guosheng pointed to the box in her hands. "Upon learning of my arrival from Jiangning, you seem to breathe a sigh of relief. It appears that Zhong's affairs, trivial as they may be, have perhaps been relayed to you. The Ho family is an enemy of Zhong. Should you align with her, you would find yourself in a precarious position, not one of ease." Yang Posey laughed in surprise and bent her knee once more. "Sir, you truly are. I am Guosheng introduced himself, gesturing towards the alley. Yang Posey hastily followed, and as the two took a few steps inside, Guosheng continued, "Madam, you must have surmised the reason for my visit." Yang Posey's gaze shifted to the side, and she remained silent. The county magistrate regarded her as a mother figure, yet we shall not dwell on him. His blindness to her worth is his own folly. However, the children of the Li family are innocent and deserving of pity. The kind words of Madam carry immeasurable merit, prompting Guosheng to bow deeply in gratitude. "This is too much." Yang Posey quickly sidestepped, evading the gesture. In a world often rife with treachery, where rogues and scoundrels abound, history has always seen a plethora of heroes and luminaries emerge from the lowest echelons of society. Guosheng once more saluted Yang Posey, his words heartfelt. Over the years of his wandering, he has witnessed the depths of human malice in the most abject conditions. Yet he has also encountered countless figures of valor and admiration. The gentleman is indeed a scholar of profound learning. Yang Posey, realizing the compliment was not to be taken lightly, hesitated to respond. She swiftly redirected the conversation, yet her praise was sincere. She had a modicum of knowledge regarding Madame S' past and understood that her wisdom and integrity were exceptional, which emboldened her to seek Madame S' assistance. Guoxing grew even more courteous. However, Yang Pozi appeared somewhat apprehensive. She had an inkling of the nature of the request he was about to make. Yet, she was reluctant to offend someone as ruthless and unscrupulous as Zhang Pozi. Madame must be aware that families of the stature of the Yangning Marquis Li possess dedicated places for their elderly servants to live out their days, ensuring they would never be abandoned. Guoxing's discourse hinted at countless layers of meaning beneath the surface. Madame Yang gradually relaxed her expression, comprehending the implications of his words. In affluent households, such a form of retirement was akin to imprisonment. Being far away in the capital alleviated her concerns about future troubles. Guoxing produced a hefty silver ingot weighing 10 taels and handed it over, suggesting the purchase of fine wine. Tonight, have the old matron visit the back office to converse with Madame Zhong for an hour. I shall arrange for someone to escort our third master there. Our request is modest. We merely wish for our third master to hear a few heartfelt words from Madame Zhong to grasp the true situation. Madame Yang breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Merely extracting a few words was a manageable task. As for the matron, I perceive she is just over 40, she mused. Guoxing pressed the silver ingot into her hand, observing her keenly before abruptly shifting the topic. Startled, Madame Yang instinctively raised her hand to smooth her hair, feeling a hint of embarrassment. The way you speak, sir, suggests that I must be over 50. She laughed lightly. Yet, the matron is blessed with good fortune. The older she grows, the healthier she becomes. Thank you for your kind words. Madame Yang smiled, her demeanor calm and understanding, her vast experience evident. With her robust health, she was the most suitable for a new task. Guoxing surveyed her with a glimmer of joy. You must have heard of our county's matchmaker, Madame Yao, who has been ill for nearly half a year now. There has been no one to take over her duties, and I have been quite troubled by it. This matter, dear matron, is most fitting for you. Madame Yang's face lit up with uncontainable surprise. In this county, the family of old Lady Yao is among the wealthiest, and it is rumored that they are preparing to sever their household registration. Chapter 52, A Family of Honest People. The position of an official matchmaker not only provides financial gain but also promises to be a legacy for the family. If she could secure this position, she would no longer need to worry about aging, illness, or the unwillingness of her nephew's family to care for her. After all, one can hardly expect filial piety from those who are distant during long illnesses. Should anyone seek her, they are to find Madame Hong, the lady-in-waiting, in the back courtyard. Guoxing observed the astonished old lady Yang, and, after giving her one last instruction, turned to leave. Alas, it is indeed unfortunate. Having harmed one person is not enough. Now they aim to harm the children as well. Who could endure such a fate? Old Lady Zhong has scolded that esteemed lady profusely, primarily because her bond with County Magistrate Li is exceedingly strong, and she speaks with authority before him. If her words carry weight, then the matter of the official matchmaker should not be mere empty promises. Old Lady Yang weighed the 10 taels of silver in her purse, regardless of the matchmaker's fate. This silver was tangible and secure. It would be best to act swiftly in the evening, before dinner. Old Lady Zhong has a robust capacity for alcohol, and drinking on an empty stomach could easily lead to inebriation, especially if she skips dinner to indulge further. Resolute, Old Lady Yang secured the 10 taels of silver, retrieved a couple of strings of copper coins, and headed straight to the old Kai family in the east of the city to purchase a roasted pig's head, a delicacy that Old Lady Zhong relished, with an authentic flavor of Yangzhou. Hidden behind the rockery, Madame Hong observed as Old Lady Yang entered, one hand carrying a small jar of wine and the other a large oil paper package, heading directly to Old Lady Zhong's room, her palms clammy with anxiety. That evening, Granny Zhong did not come out for dinner. Madame Su instructed the kitchen to prepare several delectable dishes, while Granny Hong personally made a trip to select the finest jars of yellow wine, which were sent to Granny Zhong's room. Li Xia sat on the edge of the couch, swinging her legs and fiddling with a 9-linked ring, observing her increasingly anxious sister, their mother who repeatedly went in and out, and Granny Hong, who endeavored to appear calm but walked with a slight limp due to her tension. She sighed secretly, pondering the simplicity of her family. Granny, how can we possibly catch up with this timing? She mused. Madame Su has gone in and out 4 or 5 times. And the more I think about it, the more I feel that achieving this timing is exceedingly difficult, draining my confidence. As Jita remarked, this timing is a blend of human effort and heavenly will. Look at our 5th brother. Madame need not worry. He will surely make it in time. Granny Hong suppressed the turmoil within her heart, mustering strength to encourage Madame Su. Li Dong observed Li Xia, who was fluttering her large eyes in curiosity, and pulled at Granny Hong's sleeve. Xia, go play. See if sixth brother has finished his writing. I can't. Li Xia shook her head. Fifth brother told me to stay here, and said that if the meal is ready, I should call him to eat. Indeed, indeed. Upon hearing Li Xia mention Li Wenshan, Granny Hong's eyes gleamed with relief. With fifth brother around, he assured us that he will be here in due time. Granny Hong glanced at the contentedly seated Li Xia, her chubby legs swinging back and forth, and mumbled the latter part of her sentence, reflecting on how even Jiu Jia was becoming increasingly sensible. As a mother, I feel utterly inept. Madame Su, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, suddenly found her legs giving way, and she collapsed onto the edge of the couch. A pang of guilt stabbing at her heart. Madam, this is a critical moment. Mistress Hong's voice was somewhat stern. Madame Su hurriedly rose to her feet. I understand. I understand. Please do not worry, mistress. Dong Jia, what time is it? It's 2/4 past, Li Dong replied promptly. Li Xia could not help but roll her eyes. What did 2/4 even mean? I shall check the kitchen. It's nearly time for dinner. The master has been indulging in 2 or 3 cups of wine with his meals lately, and he eats slowly, preferring to be early rather than late. Mistress Hong instructed, moving swiftly towards the kitchen to hasten the preparations. Li Xia observed that the dishes were nearly ready, glancing at the hourglass. She jumped off the couch and scampered to the study to summon fifth brother and father for dinner. Madame Su nodded incessantly. Mistress, do not worry, I assure you. No matter what. As Li Dong poured a cup of tea and handed it to Madame Su, she comforted, Mother, it's fine. Fifth brother is here. Yet, her voice trembled slightly at the end. The moments waiting for County Magistrate Li to arrive for dinner felt both interminable and fleeting to Madame Su and Li Dong. Outside the curtain, County Magistrate Li engaged in conversation with his son, Li Wenshan, as they approached. Mistress Hong, feeling tense and rigid, lifted the curtain and cast a significant glance at Madame Su. Li Xia, holding fifth brother's hand, observed their mother and sister, both sitting stiffly at the table, and sighed inwardly, wondering why they seemed so fragile. Despite her internal lament, Li Xia did not delay. She released fifth brother's hand and dashed forward, exclaiming, There is something delicious to eat today. As the voice faded, one foot stumbled over the threshold, and she tumbled headlong into the room. Li Dong let out a startled cry and rushed to catch Li Xia, while Madame Su, equally alarmed, bent down in haste, but inadvertently stepped on the hem of her own skirt, failing to grasp Li Xia and instead stumbling forward. Just as County Magistrate Li stepped across the threshold, he quickly spread his arms, managing to catch the falling Madame Su. She landed in his embrace, while Li Xia fell hard, landing unceremoniously on the floor. Li Wenshan, her elder brother, swiftly lifted her up from behind, causing her to wince in pain and shed tears. Her ploy of feigned hardship was indeed genuine anguish. The startled reactions of Madame Su and Li Dong dissipated much of the tension that had gripped them moments earlier. The remaining unease, in the eyes of County Magistrate Li, was surely just the residual fright from the recent tumbles. He cradled Li Xia, feeling both pity and amusement, and took a handkerchief to gently wipe her hands and face, exclaiming with a mix of exasperation and laughter, Which dish is so delicious that it caused our little Xia to trip like this? Little Joer chimed in, mentioning the braised pig's head from Yangzhou. Li Xia craned her neck to glance at the table, plotting her next move. Braised pig's head? County Magistrate Li puzzled, for there was no pig's head on the table. Little Joer must have seen it in Granny Zhong's room. Granny Hong, sensing the opportunity, quickly interjected with a smile, explaining, before dinner, Granny Yang from the street behind the Yamen came to visit Granny Zhong for a drink and a chat. Madam had the kitchen prepare several delightful dishes and purchased 2 or 3 jars of fine wine to send over. Chapter 53. The ink of humanity pig's head is not palatable at all. I prefer eating sweetened gelatin, Li Wenlan added, expressing his distaste for pig's head meat. Let us first partake in our meal, lest the dishes grow cold. This interruption allowed Mrs. Su to regain her composure. She cast a glance at the drip coffee, then served a bowl of soup to Magistrate Li. Both Mrs. Su and Li Dong exchanged furtive looks at the drip, while Li Wenshan appeared distracted, and Li Wenlan, blissfully ignorant, climbed onto the couch, proudly presenting the characters he had traced to his father. Father, look at the characters I wrote today. I completed 5 pieces and memorized 2 lessons. Please take a look. Very well, very well. Magistrate Li accepted the tracing from his youngest son, pulling him close and guiding him through each stroke. This stroke should apply more pressure. Ah, these characters are quite good. As the hour approached, Li Dong glanced at Mrs. Su, who in turn looked at Li Wenshan, who was focused intently on their father, who was engrossed in instructing his youngest son. Li Wenshan felt a knot tighten in his chest, his mind racing for an excuse to draw their father away for a moment of privacy. Li Xia observed her mother, then her sister, and finally her brother, her gaze landing on the flustered Hong Mama standing by the door, her heart sighing repeatedly at the sight of her chaotic family. Father, Li Xia leaned against Magistrate Li's knee. What does it mean to be drunken to the point of rest? Xiaozhou said that Mama Zhong mentioned it. Is it something to eat or to play with? It is neither to eat nor to play. Magistrate Li chuckled, pinching the tip of Li Xia's nose. Li Wenshan felt his heart loosen with a sudden realization. Father, Mama is getting older, and excessive drinking is harmful to her health. Perhaps I could accompany you to check on her. It would suffice to ensure she does not indulge too much. Magistrate Li nodded vigorously, acknowledging the thoroughness of Shane's thoughts, and decided to take a look. Madame Su let out a sigh of relief, nearly uttering a prayer. Li Dong hurriedly rushed over to embrace his younger brother from Magistrate Li's arms, then lifted Li Xia, planting fervent kisses on her cheeks. His sister was simply delightful. Observing Magistrate Li and Li Wenshan stepping out, Madame Su turned in circles, eager to follow, but was firmly held back by Granny Hong. Madam, you mustn't. Six Brothers riding today has brought him to tears. You should quickly check on it. Sister Dong should see to the kitchen. Never mind. Let Sister Dong care for ninth sister. I shall go to the kitchen. Granny Hong's directives were quite clear. Li Xia nestled in her sister's embrace, gazing at the anxious face of Madame Su and the bewildered, pitiful expression of sixth brother. She rested her chin on her sister's shoulder a few times and said, Sister, I wish to play the Huarong Dao with sixth brother. Li Dong produced the game and sat closely beside Madame Su, her mind restless as she watched Xia and Lan Guo play together, their heads touching. Li Wenshan and Magistrate Li emerged one after the other. Night had fully descended. A cool breeze wafting through, the fragrance of osmanthus sometimes strong, sometimes faint. Magistrate Li inhaled deeply, feeling increasingly cheerful. Continuing their earlier discussion, he advised, engage more with Mr. Qin regarding the examination essays. Practicality is paramount. In this regard, I am inferior to him. Indeed, Li Wenshan's thoughts were far removed from the conversation. He was pondering what excuse he could conjure to have his father eavesdrop with him. The county office's back courtyard was quite small, and in a matter of moments, the two had distanced themselves from Granny Zheng's room. As Li Wenshan approached the door, only a few paces away, he found himself devoid of excuses. In a moment of desperation, he decided to speak candidly. Father, let us first listen to what they have to say. With a mischievous glint in his eye, the county magistrate lightened his footsteps, and he and his son stealthily positioned themselves by the window, leaning against the wall to eavesdrop on the conversation within. We are family. How could we resort to such tactics from years past? The voice belonged to Granny Yang. Family? Huh. Granny Zhong spat disdainfully. You regard them as kin, but how do they view you? If they considered you family too, you wouldn't be so troubled, would you? It's futile to present your warm face to their cold behinds. I've long warned you about this notion of family. Let me tell you, in this household, you alone constitute the family. Even that couple would abandon ship in times of crisis. Li Wenshan's heart raced, and he swiftly turned to his father, who stood still, his brow furrowed in thought. You truly possess remarkable abilities. I cannot compare, for I have not raised them myself. Granny Yang's voice was low yet clear. Indeed, it is akin to raising a dog or a lean horse. Nurturing from a young age, though it may be arduous, allows you to mold them into whatever you desire. Granny Zheng's tone brimmed with satisfaction. I must tell you, it requires an immense amount of effort. Initially, at the Earl's residence, I hardly dared to relax. Their household was manageable, but the teachers at the academy were utterly insufferable. With a belch and a long sigh, Granny Zheng lamented, This world is truly a wretched place. We, the lowest of the low, are no better than the base-born slaves. No matter how hard we strive, we are destined to remain beneath, never to ascend. I tell you, it is utterly impossible to rise. Just look at that little wretch now, having managed to curry favor with the prince. It's simply outrageous. What is gratitude worth? No favor, no matter how grand, can compare to that little brat. Are you truly considering sending his sister to the magistrate, Wang? The voice of Yang Posey lowered somewhat. Chapter 54. A heavy blow. Zheng Momo, lost in thought, spat vehemently, believing that after giving birth to a son, she had secured her future and no longer needed me. She seeks to eradicate me through those foolish pawns. Bah, little does she know the skills I have cultivated. And you? Yang Posey's voice trembled with fear. I tell you, one must be willing to take action, or it is my life that will be forfeit. Zhang Momo gritted her teeth. That wretched girl, if only she would heed my counsel. Never mind, I shall not dwell on that. This is the difficulty of selecting a weak horse. If too dull, they cannot be trained, yet if too clever, they will seize the opportunity to devour you. Indeed, it is a challenge. Dear elder sister, I empathize with your plight. Just look at the officials, how fortunate they are, yet your situation. I truly feel for you. Rest assured. Zhang Momo scoffed. I have weathered many storms. Let me tell you, that bastard, in his first year, was already a scholar. In the following year, he became a successful candidate. His ambition to rise to high office burned bright, and I toiled tirelessly, losing my youth in the process. Only to dissuade him from pursuing the highest degree. Alas, he never sat for the imperial examination. A deep sigh escaped from Granny Zhang, imbued with nostalgia. How splendid were the days in Taiyuan Prefecture. That daughter-in-law of hers, utterly worthless, just look at her. It was clear to me that he could never hold such a position. Alas, a momentary lapse on my part. Rest assured, I have braved countless storms. That little brat believes he has truly secured the favor of the prince? The noble offspring of dragons and phoenixes would never deign to acknowledge such a lowly wretch. There is no rush. First, let us send that wretched girl to Wang Tongji's bed, one step at a time. Li Wenshan could no longer bear to listen. Observing his father's ashen visage, he extended his hand to support him, guiding him outward. Despite being dragged several paces by his son, Li County Magistrate remained as dazed as a marionette. Father, are you all right? Let me assist you. Shall we rest in the study for a moment? The sight of his father's condition filled Li Wenshan with a sense of unease. Li County Magistrate, lost in a stupor, allowed his son to lead him into the latter's modest study. Father, are you all right? Father? Li Wenshan urged him to take a seat in a chair, waving his hand in front of his father's unblinking eyes, then raising his voice. Father. Suddenly, Li County Magistrate inhaled sharply. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the corners of his mouth twitched, his body slackened, and he slipped from the chair, collapsing to the floor, his hands covering his face, trembling uncontrollably. Father! Father! Li Wenshan was terrified, bending down to cradle his father beneath his arm, straining to lift him up. It is of no concern, it is of no concern. Magistrate Li lay prostrate on the ground, his hands flailing aimlessly as he murmured the phrase "it is of no concern" 7 or 8 times before uttering anything else. Do not be afraid, my boy, do not be afraid. Father, father, it is of no concern. Upon hearing his father manage to articulate full sentences, Li Wenshan felt a wave of relief wash over him. His legs weakened, and he collapsed beside his father on the ground. Father, please, do not do this. The old lady. I mean, aunt. No, the Zhong family. I mean the Zhong family. Father, they have always been like this. Everyone knows. Everyone knows what kind of person she is. Father, do not be saddened. This has been the case for a long time. After finishing his few words, Li Wenshan felt as though something was amiss, yet his mind was in turmoil, thoughts congested like a blockage, rendering any notion of what was wrong trapped within. Father. I mean, that. Li Wenshan paused, gazing at his father. Father, Winter sister, and also Asiya. Father, please do not let. You are my father. Father. This particular phrase seemed to strike a chord somewhere, and tears welled up in Li Wenshan's eyes, rendering him speechless as he tugged at his sleeves, wiping away his tears repeatedly. Overcome with grief, Li Wenshan found himself unable to articulate his sorrow. The magistrate, feeling a pang of empathy for his son, regained some clarity, propping himself against the chair to stand, bending down to comfort his son. Do not cry. You are the eldest brother. Have faith. It is all upon me, father. My boy, rest assured, rest assured. As Li Wenshan sobbed and struggled to rise, he observed his father's vacant, dazed expression, a sense of panic rising within him. What if something were to befall his father? What then? Father. It is all my fault. The word rolled on the tip of Li Wenshan's tongue several times but failed to emerge. This cannot be attributed to him. Those matters concerning that individual, father must be made aware. It is the son who has been unfilial. Li Wenshan could only sob out the words of unfiliality. It is you, father. Magistrate Li collapsed into the armchair, trembling hands betraying a confusion he could not comprehend. The father and son, one standing and the other seated, wept for a moment. Li Wenshan soon ran dry of tears, reaching for a warm cup. He offered it to Magistrate Li. Father, please have a sip of tea. Do not let anger consume you. It will only harm your health. Axia, Lan Gur, Adong, and Anyang, we all depend on you, father. Magistrate Li felt as though his heart was being wrenched by his son's words. Father knows. Do not worry, father. Father. Magistrate Li raised a hand to cover his face, his mind a tumultuous chaos, as if he were collapsing into fragments. It is all right. It is all right. You may go now. Rest. Tomorrow morning. Good child. You may go. It is nothing. I am weary. Allow me to assist you to bed for a while. Li Wenshan reached out to support Magistrate Li, who feebly pushed his hand away, his legs trembling as he stood. It is nothing. It is nothing. Father, it is all right. You rest for a bit, just a bit. Magistrate Li took a few shaky steps to the bedside and collapsed onto the bed, curling onto his side, slowly coiling into a ball. Li Wenshan gently removed his shoes, pulled back the quilt, and carefully retreated to the foot of the bed, sitting on the edge. He felt the need to watch over his father. That night, Magistrate Li lay curled in bed, uncertain whether he was in a state of unconsciousness, sleep, or wakefulness. Li Wenshan sat on the footstool, dozing intermittently, bowing his head in slumber. Mrs. Su had not slept a wink throughout the night, while Li Dong kept her company, also unable to close his eyes. Li Xia, however, slept soundly but awoke with the dawn, lying on his side with his ear attuned to the slightest sound. Should anything occur, it would undoubtedly make considerable noise. The first rays of dawn illuminated the county magistrate's residence as Magistrate Li propped himself up. Father, Li Wenshan exclaimed, hastily rising and gazing in astonishment at his father, who appeared to have aged a decade overnight, tears of concern welling in his eyes. Father. Chapter 55. A turn in the small gutter. Why didn't you tell me? Magistrate Li's eyes brimmed with tears. Li Wenshan's anger intensified with each word, yet upon observing his father, his empathy diminished, giving way to a vague sense of relief. You should bring Wutong in. With the weight of last night's overwhelming blows still fresh, Magistrate Li found himself somewhat desensitized to these matters. Li Wenshan stepped out, meeting the anxious gaze of Granny Hong. Lowering his voice, he reassured her, it's nothing serious. Have someone assist father with his washing and prepare his clothes. I will summon Wutong. Father wishes to interrogate him. Emphasizing the final word, he raised his voice slightly and winked at Granny Hong. I will fetch madam. Hurry, brother. Quickly. After washing up and changing his clothes, Magistrate Li was compelled by Mrs. Su to consume a bowl of clear chicken soup, which revitalized him considerably. Wutong followed Li Wenshan into the room, his heart resolute, for he had not only forsaken the shadows for the light but had also achieved significant merit. Without the need for further inquiries from Magistrate Li, Wutong promptly spilled the beans, recounting everything from the moment he entered the residence, the whereabouts of the items sent from the capital, the amount of silver exchanged, how Granny Zhang typically berated Magistrate Li and his family, and the theft of the madam's dowry. He even detailed the petty incident of selling exam questions while in Taiyuan, attributing all blame to Granny Zhang, his words flowing like a torrent, frothing at the mouth. Magistrate Li listened in a daze, while Li Wenshan observed his father's expression and discreetly gestured to Wutong to cease his narration. Understanding the unspoken cue, Wutong nodded, My lord. Everyone knows of these matters. Even our neighbors in Taiyuan were aware, claiming that old widow was heartless and shameless, coercing the magistrate's family into servitude as dutiful sons and grandsons, declaring that my lord was foolish. Enough, you may withdraw, Li Wenshan interrupted. And Wutong happily complied, bowing before retreating with light steps. Father, see her off. Li Wenshan settled beside Magistrate Li. Where shall she go, all alone? Magistrate Li found himself in a muddled state but soon felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Do not worry about these trivial matters, son. I shall seek assistance from Mr. Qin. Father, you must meet with her and clarify things face to face. Otherwise, how could she possibly leave? Where could we find you in our current situation? Li Wenshan had already conferred with Mr. Qin and devised several contingency plans regarding how to react to Magistrate Li's responses. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected smoothness of the proceedings with his father, Magistrate Li. Seated upon her bed, old Madame Zhang audibly struck her own countenance, vigorously attempting to rouse herself. The previous evening's libations had left her in a befuddled state, leading her to dismiss the preceding events as mere figments of her imagination, albeit remarkably vivid ones. Once more, she administered a sharp slap to her cheek. Hong, the matron, crossed the threshold, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she observed old Madame Zhang's self-inflicted blows. Even if you were to disfigure yourself, it would avail you not. You would be best served by expediting the packing of your belongings. Your accumulated wealth is substantial, rendering the task rather arduous. The master and mistress, in their benevolence, have permitted you to retain the silver, despite its origins within this household and from the mistress's dowry. They are mindful of your solitary future. Pray, hasten your preparations, for your transport shall arrive momentarily." Having delivered her pronouncement, Matron Hong felt invigorated. She cast a sidelong glance at the young servant girl, little Jiao, who stood transfixed in the center of the room. "What are you idle here for? Attend to the needs of young Miss Jiao, should she express further dissatisfaction. I assure you, you shall find yourself toiling in the kitchens." Terrified, little Jiao gathered her skirts and fled. Old Madame Zhang, ceasing her self-flagellation, descended from the bed. After a moment of stunned immobility, she turned and entered the lavatory. Finding that little Jiao had not yet delivered the water, old Madame Zhang, with an impassive demeanor, retrieved a toothbrush, salt-infused cloth, and a rinsing pot. She then proceeded directly to the kitchen. The elderly cook, Tang, and the other menial servants, oblivious to the unfolding events, watched in bewildered astonishment as she joined them at the wash basin, preparing to perform her ablutions. In the face of such events, her composure and reaction surpassed that of her parents by several degrees. It is no wonder that she has managed to keep her parents and their entire family within her grasp for so many years. This farewell surely holds some hidden significance. Li Xia leapt from the gooseneck chair, took hold of Xiao Jiaoer, and declared, "Let us go witness this farewell. It is bound to be entertaining." The calm and collected Zheng Pozi bid her farewells in a composed manner. Wu Tong and Zhao Xing were already waiting for her at the entrance. Zheng Pozi gestured towards the large camphor-wood chest, which Wu Tong and Zhao Xing lifted. With an air of tranquility, Zheng Pozi followed closely behind them. Upon exiting the back courtyard's corner gate, a carriage awaited them. Chapter 56. The delayed contingency. Our fifth master is truly well-intentioned. Inside this chest, given its weight, it must contain invaluable treasures. It simply cannot be sent off without proper accompaniment. Let us board. Wu Tong, leading the way, pulled both the chest and Zhao Sheng along, placing the chest onto the carriage while maintaining a light-hearted and cheerful banner. Zheng Pozi narrowed her eyes at him, scoffed softly, and disregarded his chatter. She promptly hopped onto the carriage, raised her hand to toss the door curtain atop the vehicle, and cast a casual glance at the eaves of the county office's rear residence before calmly diverting her gaze. Upon hearing from Hong Momo that Zheng Pozi had departed by carriage, Madame Su's eyes brimmed with tears, her hands clasped together in prayer as she incessantly recited Buddhist chants. Li Dong was grinning from ear to ear, while Li Wenlan furrowed her brow, glancing back and forth between her mother, her sister, and her younger sister, who was nibbling on a candied fruit as she watched him, utterly perplexed. Shouldn't they be saddened by the departure of their aunt? I shall seek out fifth brother. Li Xia slid down, put on her shoes, and stepped outside. Li Dong hurriedly grabbed her, saying, "Xia, please tell Wugu that he and our father have yet to have breakfast. Ask him if he would like us to bring something to eat for him and our father, along with some soup." Li Dong spoke, and Li Xia nodded in agreement. Intending to check on Wugu and their father, "I shall go as well," Li Wenlan chimed in, taking Li Xia's hand and leading her towards the study. Inside the study, the county magistrate sat in the armchair usually occupied by Li Wenshan, while Li Wenshan himself dragged a low stool to sit beside him. Neither spoke. The county magistrate stared blankly out at the ginkgo tree outside, lost in thought, while Li Wenshan slumped his shoulders, gazing at his father with a pained expression. Father, Wugu, Li Wenlan, and Li Xia, with their short legs, stepped into the threshold. Li Xia rushed towards Wugu, exclaiming, "Wugu, sister said you and father haven't tea eaten." Meanwhile, Li Wenlan dashed towards the county magistrate, shouting, "Father, father, Annie has left. Auntie has left. Is this not Annie's home?" Li Wenlan's confusion deepened. The county magistrate was momentarily taken aback by his younger son's words, forcing a painful smile. "Lan Gu is a good child. She is not Andy. Not. When Lan Gu grows up, it is all my fault." The county magistrate's admission of guilt, laden with remorse, hung heavily in the air. "Father, how can? It cannot all be blamed on you." Li Wenshan glanced at Li Xia, asserting that even Zheng Shi cannot bear the entire blame. In the capital, had the household not turned a blind eye, how could a mere servant like Zheng Shi commit such a grievous act? Dear father, please do not blame yourself too harshly. The past is behind us, and we can amend our ways. Our family will undoubtedly flourish and prosper in the future. These dry, unembellished words from Li Wenshan elicited an involuntary eye roll from Li Xia, who couldn't help but stifle a series of long, resigned sighs. Her elder brother's ability to counsel had never shown any improvement from childhood to adulthood. Alas! The county magistrate gazed intently at his son, a profound sense of despair permeating his lengthy sigh. It is often said that the student surpasses the teacher. Shan Gu is indeed a good child. Yet despite all these years, Father has not come to understand as clearly as he has. Father, you are outshone by your own son. You, my dear children, are the blessings of your father. All my fortunes lie within you. Li Xia observed her father, nodding slowly as she tilted her head. Indeed, her father's fortune resides within them, within herself and her elder brother. After sending off Granny Tang, Granny Hong carefully tucked away the banknotes handed to her, then took a few steps into the main room, positioning herself beside Madame Su to present the notes. The lady glanced at them and remarked, Granny Tang visited me earlier concerning these banknotes. They were given to her by Granny Zhang, instructing her to keep an eye on this household, as she expressed concerns about the master, the madam, and the children, urging Granny Tang to relay messages to her. Just as she was about to mention her elder brother, Granny Hong swallowed her words, asserting, Madam, do not fret. I will step outside to ensure she boards the boat safely. Rest assured, we must send this calamity far away. Madam, Mrs. Su called out to Granny Hong, handing her a banknote. This 100 taels of silver, please give it to Granny Tang and convey my understanding of her intentions. Let her keep this silver for her use. The madam is a clear-headed and capable matron, as is the sentiment of our esteemed matriarch. Granny Hong accepted the banknote with a smile, referring to the matriarch as Mrs. Su's grandmother, Old Lady Hua. Granny Hong exited through the side gate, taking a detour to seek out Jida at the Huang family's old shop. Jida was not present, and after waiting for nearly half an hour, he rushed in from outside. Upon spotting Granny Hong from a distance, he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Sister-in-law has arrived, come in to speak. He ushered Granny Hong into the small courtyard of the shop. As soon as she entered, she spoke urgently, I am in quite a rush. The master has sent that woman away. You are aware of this. Surely you know. Let me tell you, that woman is not resigned. Before leaving, she scattered silver everywhere to secure her backup. It is insufficient just to send her off on the boat. We must ensure that the boat departs safely. Has Fifth Brother briefed you? Granny Hong exclaimed in surprise, then immediately chuckled. Fifth Brother truly is. Henceforth, this household will rely entirely on him. Do not mock me, Ji Yi, for my limited experience. The gentleman you mentioned is indeed the one that our young master recently invited, Mr. Qin? Indeed. Chapter 57. Words that pierced the heart. Mrs. Su felt reassured, yet her excitement and joy were impossible to quell. Despite a sleepless night, she felt no weariness as she watched Li Dong curled up on the couch, deeply asleep. While stitching, she conversed softly with Granny Hong. As soon as she made her move, it was 100 taels of silver. She has stripped this household bare. The children. Only Shangur has donned a few new garments. Our family has suffered under her mismanagement for over a decade. But finally, heaven has opened its eyes. Mrs. Su, while stitching together old fabric, was filled with profound emotions. Madam, permit me to speak candidly. Do not take offense, said Grandma Hong, pinching the edge of the fabric with her fingers, her voice low. This household has been ravaged by her, and you bear 7 parts of the responsibility. Mrs. Su was taken aback. I know this, but what can be done? She felt a wave of discomfort wash over her from Grandma Hong's blunt words. Attempting a feeble smile, she tried to defend herself but was interrupted. Madam has never taken action, nor has she ever intended to. Look at the present. If you truly wish to act, is this not the time to do so? You are certainly capable. After all, you once did nothing at all. Mrs. Su was left speechless by Grandma Hong's remarks. Madam, since we are on this subject, I hope you will not be angered if I speak further. As a mother, you must be strong, not just for yourself, but for your sons and daughters. They say a mother grows strong for her children. If you do not become resolute, will you merely stand by and watch your daughter be thrust into a stranger's bed, becoming someone else's concubine? Enough, Grandma. Mrs. Su interrupted, her voice trembling. The thought of her daughter being forced into such a situation pierced her heart like a knife. I understand now. I was foolish before, always thinking that with the master around, everything. Madam truly is something. With a mocking smile, Madam Hong remarked, this man, when Madam was at home. From the old lady to the first Madam and that 6th aunt, who did not first establish themselves before they could survive. Let us not speak of anything else. If the old lady were like Madam, believing that everything has the master as backing, how many years could she have lived? Madam is fortunate, as the master has not taken in many concubines. In this household, there are indeed a few cherished treasures. How can Madam still claim that everything has the master as support? Madam Su's complexion turned pale, and noticing her distress, Madam Hong gritted her teeth and continued. Let us not wander too far. Consider the current situation. If it were not for the 5th son standing in front, could Sister Dong have escaped this calamity? Had the 5th son not brought forth this matter, where would Sister Dong be now? Madame Su's lips trembled incessantly. Madame Hong sighed deeply. Madam, it is not my intention to speak harshly. The children, having such a muddled father, already bear a heavy burden. Yet, Madame insists on smearing her own eyes with the blood of a dog, layer upon layer, feigning ignorance and shrinking back, wholeheartedly adhering to the principles of obedience and virtue. The son, at worst, only risks his future, but for sisters Dong and Xia, they may have to stake their very lives. Alas, I. Madame Su's tears flowed freely. I understand, madam. It is for. I pity the few children, such good children. Madame Hong observed the tears streaming down Madame Su's face and cautioned, Madam, do not be so foolish. As the saying goes, where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. Children without a mother are like reeds in the wind. Whether this child is fortunate or not wholly depends on the mother. Moreover, how confused the master is. Did you not realize this when you first arrived? With such a muddled mind, how can you adhere to the virtues of obedience? Hong Mama sighed repeatedly, her words trailing off. Madame Su gazed at the motionless Dong Jie, her hands covering her face, her upper body gradually sinking. Her head buried between her legs, stifling her sobs, gasping for breath. Both the deeply affected county magistrate Li and Madame Su finally managed to regain some composure. Li Wenshan slipped away to the small pavilion in the backyard to converse with Li Xia. Jida mentioned that Hong Mama had gone to find him, expressing her concerns over Zhang Pozi. Despite having endured a sleepless night, Li Wenshan appeared remarkably vibrant. She bid farewell, bestowing 100 taels of silver upon Tang Pozi and 20 taels to old Zhang. She also sought out Qiong Hua, who did not dare accept her silver. Li Xia swung her legs, realizing that her youth also possessed its own advantages. Old Zhang was no longer of use, and given his advanced age, he would be entrusted to Mr. Qin for arrangements. Tang Pozi delivered both the silver and messages to Hong Mama, stating that she had no children or daughters, and that fifth brother should express his gratitude and assure her of her care in her old age. As Li Xia spoke, Li Wenshan nodded in agreement. Qiong Hua was not young anymore. Let Hong Mama make arrangements for her. The Hexiang County is a lovely place to reside, and one could find a good family to marry into here. With the situation concerning Zhang Pozi, it was an opportune moment to reassess and tidy up the household. Qiong Hua did not accept her silver. Li Wenshan held no negative impressions of Qiong Hua, who remained as silent as a gourd. This silver, given solely to Qiong Hua by the Zhang family, was not sought after by Su Yi. But why? Because she understood that if she were to give Su Yi silver, Su Yi would undoubtedly inform her sister or their mother, whereas Qiong Hua would not. This implied that, in the past, Qiong Hua had certainly heeded her words. Li Xia raised her head slightly. Li Wenshan frowned. Previously, who in this household dared to disregard the old matriarch's commands? No, that cannot be. The implication from my sister. Li Wenshan was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting subtly. After a pause, he sighed softly. Beside father, there is Wudong. Beside mother, there is Qiong Hua. Moreover, fifth brother, you once instructed me, in times of great peril such as these, one must avoid running about and forming connections in various directions. Preparation is key. When the walls come tumbling down, there is no backup plan left, and one is rendered powerless, merely standing by to observe the fickleness of human nature. Chapter 58. All our young men. Li Xia reflected on the multitude of worldly affairs that unfolded when the high walls of the palace came crashing down. She spoke softly. Li Wenshan stared blankly at Li Xia, nodding slowly, realizing that the formidable one in the past should not have been him. As dusk approached, old Lady Zhang emerged from her modest cabin, carrying a somewhat worn bundle. She stepped to the bow of the boat, surveyed her surroundings, adjusted her hair, and turned to disembark. Where are you going, ma'am? A boatman, who was vigorously scrubbing the deck, inquired as he stood up. Old Lady Zhang cast him a sidelong glance, huffed softly, disregarded him entirely, and proceeded to the gangplank, hastily descending the boat. Once ashore, she scanned the area and quickly ascended the steps, heading towards a row of foot shops and inns on the right. Jier took the bundle from Granny Zhang's hands, grasping her arm with the other, appearing to assist her while also carrying her belongings. He turned and made his way down to the dock. Jier followed closely into the cabin, where he firmly seated her in a chair affixed to the ship's deck, swiftly removing her belt and securely binding her to the chair. The fear on Granny Zhang's face was palpable, her expression contorted in terror. Once Jier had finished tying her up and had thoroughly checked the bindings, he turned and exited the cabin, leaning against the door while engaging in light-hearted conversation with the crew. A few days later, the academy had a half-day break, and Li Wenshan hurried home, anxious about his parents' declining health and the impending disaster of the chomping warehouse. He had been troubled by nightmares for several nights. As Qin Wang and Jin Zhuyan exited the academy, they observed Li Wunshan rushing away, barely able to offer a proper farewell with a bow. Qin Wang furrowed his brow, pondering why Li Wu was so preoccupied with home. Was he not of sufficient age to handle his own affairs? One might argue that such indulgence of a wicked servant was intolerable. Jin Zhuyan interrupted Lu Yi without hesitation. Lu Yi smiled good-naturedly, but before he could respond further, Qin Wang's lips curled downward, recognizing that it was indeed his own folly. If one servant was not to be taken advantage of, then another certainly would be. Who could be blamed for that? Gu Lulang blinked, glancing from one to the other, finally managing to interject. Are you speaking of Li Wu? He even borrowed that attendant from his father. What wicked servant does he possess? I have never heard Li Wu mention such a thing. That attendant is the wicked servant. Jin Zhuyan remarked, poking him with his folding fan, his expression grave. Oh, Li Wu. No, that can't be right. Li Wu is not foolish. Ah. Wait for me. Where are we headed? The day is still quite young. Gu Liulong's words trailed off as he noticed that Qin Wang had already mounted his steed. He hurriedly followed suit, grasping the reins while clambering onto the horse. Inquiring as he did so, Jin Zhuyan gave a perplexed push to Gu Lulang, urging him to move quickly. The prince has declared that the day is not early. And thus it is not early. Upon entering the Mingao Mountain Villa, the Qin Wang strode purposefully inside. Louis stood at the secondary gate, awaiting the Empress Dowager's summons. Noticing the prince's unusual demeanor, Louis surmised that the Empress Dowager would surely wish to inquire about his condition. After a brief interval, a young eunuch hurriedly emerged, inviting Louis within. The young master was no longer a child. His emotions were still vividly displayed upon his countenance, and such a state was unacceptable. Upon greeting, Louis was met with the first words from Empress Dowager Jean that entirely took him by surprise. He quickly responded, "The prince is outside." Yet he refrained from continuing, for being outside, in this villa, made little difference. From this day forth, you are to discuss the military affairs you manage with him. He is no longer a child, the Empress Dowager instructed. Her complexion was not particularly good, and Louis felt a weight in his heart as he nodded in agreement. Furthermore, do not shield him so tightly. Let him be informed of what he ought to know. I have always perceived him as young. The Empress Dowager's words faltered abruptly, and after a considerable pause, she turned her gaze towards Lu Yi, continuing, "He is no longer a child. When you were of his age, you had already engaged in several years of warfare. My overprotectiveness stems from deep affection, yet it may also cause harm. I cannot shield him for a lifetime." Louis was taken aback by what she heard, bowing her head in acquiescence. After a brief moment, she heard Empress Dowager Jean command her to withdraw. With her hands lowered, she exited and made her way directly to seek out the King of Qin. Just a few steps from the study's entrance, she noticed a young eunuch entering the room, carrying a lacquered tray adorned with intricate carvings. With her keen eyesight, Lu Yi caught a glimpse of the tray, which held 4 or 5 varying sizes of puzzle rings. After the young servant announced her arrival, Lu Yi entered the room, performing a deep bow as a form of greeting, discreetly scanning the surroundings but failing to spot the puzzle rings that had just been brought in. "What brings you here?" the King of Qin inquired, his expression seemingly unchanged. Louis inclined her body slightly, responding with a smile. "The Empress Dowager has instructed me to report on the military affairs of the past few days and a few minor matters to your highness." The king maintained a stern countenance, lifting his hands from beneath the table to rest them on its surface. "Since you have been instructed, speak. I am listening." The second batch of elite troops that had been dispatched had already been examined by Vice Commander Guan. It was noted that 30% of them were selected from the Imperial Guard, all scions of noble families, while 40% were from the auxiliary troops of the southwestern regions of the capital. Additionally, 300 men each were chosen from the Wu Wei and Jinyuan armies. Vice Commander Guan remarked that this batch of 2,000 men could not yield even half that were deemed usable. As Louis continued to convey the information, she observed the king's expression, which remained inscrutable, devoid of any discernible emotion. The verification of the chomping granary proved to be somewhat convoluted due to various entanglements. Thus, for this investigation, it was decided that General Luo would oversee the proceedings, with the cooperation of Vice Commander Guan, the Zhengqiao Division, the Linxian Division, and other departments. Due to the allocation of grain by the Ministry of Revenue to replenish the shortages in the granaries of the 2 Zhejiang regions, the Zheng Canal Office suggested that this matter must be coordinated with the Ministry of Revenue. Lin Shenxi opined that since the granaries in the two Zhejiang regions bear the significant responsibility of supplying military provisions, the Ministry of War should be informed. Guan Vice Minister expressed concern that as the discussions continue to expand, they may become mired in endless bureaucratic wrangling. In Chapter 59, A Journey Along the Great Rivers, Luo Zhengxing demonstrated remarkable foresight, managing the situation with poise. The Qin king appeared to be merely a spectator, indifferent to the establishment of the crown prince. What does it matter if a crown prince is appointed? It has not disrupted the supply of provisions to Guan Quan's troops. So why should he concern himself with such matters? Louis observed him. Recalling the Empress Dowager's sentiment, as the son of the late emperor and the brother of the current one, seated on the throne, he ought to share the burdens of the nation, both in public and private matters. Was it your mother who instructed you to say this? The Qin king's countenance darkened slightly, while Louis regarded him with a knowing expression. At that moment, Hong Mama entered through the side door, her tense face betraying a sense of urgency and fear. As she crossed the threshold, it was unclear whether her legs had weakened or if she had stumbled, causing her to stagger a few steps and nearly fall. Following closely behind, Li Xia leaped into the main room, and upon noticing Su Yi, who was seated at the door, busily engaged in needlework, she called out, "Miss, ninth sister has arrived." Li Xia turned her head to glance at her, smiling and waving in greeting, though the act felt awkward and unfamiliar. "Go to the side room to find your sixth brother." Li Dong quickly lifted the curtain to step outside. Li Xia deftly maneuvered past her, leaping over the threshold. "I'm not looking for sixth brother. I've come to fetch the 9 linked rings." Inside the room, just as Granny Hong was about to speak, she paused upon seeing Li Xia, letting out a sigh of relief as she moved further in with Madame Su. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "Earlier, a servant mentioned that while crossing the river, they encountered a torrential downpour, followed by the presence of the formidable Zhu Longpa. They have been searching for 2 to 3 days without success." Li Xia appeared utterly oblivious to Granny Hong's words, climbing onto the couch to retrieve a set of 9 linked rings. She hopped out of the room, fetched a small stool, and sat at the entrance, engrossed in untangling the rings. "Is he dead?" came Madame Su's voice, strained and tight. "Yes," Granny Hong replied, her own throat constricted, refraining from elaborating further. "They haven't found him yet. I inquired as well. Jida mentioned the river currents are fierce, and Zhu Longpa is everywhere. However, the search continues." "Mother." Li Dong's voice trembled slightly. What a coincidence, such words from the young lady. Granny Hong's voice, though not loud, was sharp and piercing. "Crossing the river is a perilous endeavor. Where is the coincidence in that? Madam, consider this matter. The master is quite stubborn. If he were to become muddled, he would insist on searching at all costs. Our household is already in dire straits. This matter, they are still searching. It remains uncertain for now. The master is currently preoccupied with the chomping warehouse affairs and hasn't slept well these past few nights. What good would it do him to know? Far away in the river, he would only suffer in torment, and our entire family relies on him. It would be best not to mention this to him just yet." Madame Su spoke at length, but her words were not merely directed at Granny Hong. They were also a means of self-soothing. Li Xia untied a ring, raised it high, and smiled at her mother, wondering if she had made progress. In recent days, County Magistrate Li had indeed been overwhelmed with the task of reviewing the granary's accounts. Fortunately, the grain stored in the records matched closely, which was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortunes. Just as he had taken a few steps, a middle-aged man dressed like a shopkeeper entered, timidly glancing around. "I am looking for the clerk," he said, bending slightly at the waist, his demeanor replete with a sense of servility. "Is it a matter of public or private concern?" Upon hearing the inquiry about the clerk, the magistrate's tone softened considerably. "Well, I suppose it could be considered a private matter." The middle-aged man spoke with a muddled tongue, his gaze evasive, exuding an air of profound guilt. County Magistrate Li sensed something amiss. "What is it? Who are you? Wait a moment." The man's frantic demeanor raised alarm bells for the magistrate. Where could this old grain be coming from? This was no trivial matter. "I am Li, the magistrate of Hengshan County. Speak your mind." "And no. The man, visibly terrified, stared wide-eyed. "I am not here for any old grain. I am not the manager of the Great Grain Company. I am not looking for the clerk." Before he could finish his sentence, he turned and fled. "Stop right there." County Magistrate Li hurried after him. But he was no match for the man, who ran away faster than a rabbit. Magistrate Li stood outside the yamen for a moment, then turned and entered, hands clasped behind him, strolling towards the back courtyard while contemplating the words of that middle-aged man regarding the dead granary and the old grain. It could only originate from the chomping warehouse, yet this year, the warehouse had only been audited and there was no mention of releasing old grain for new. Even if old grain were to be released, the regulations dictated that all old grain from the two Zhejiang provinces must be transported exclusively by the Maochang Company. Suddenly, Magistrate Li halted, feeling his legs weaken and his heart race. He quickly reached out to steady himself against the nearby rockery. His eyes. He was blind. As Li Wenshan galloped into his father's study in a flurry, he found Mr. Qin conversing with Magistrate Li. "Father is fine, and you've missed your lessons again." Upon seeing his son burst in, half reclined on the bed, Magistrate Li straightened up, filled with guilt. "Wulong is a filial son, with your illness. How could he possibly focus on his studies?" Mr. Qin remarked discreetly, emphasizing to Magistrate Li that such matters deserved further elaboration. For filial piety held far greater significance than Wulong's academic pursuits. "And the two clerks?" Li Wenshan asked, relieved to see his father well. "Alas." Magistrate Li sighed deeply, covering his face with his hand. "Fortunately, your father sensed the issue early on. The stored grain at the chomping warehouse in Hengshan County exceeded the account by 40%, all of which was newly transported grain from the Ministry of Revenue after spring. Bu Huai and Lu Yud, driven by greed and ignorance, mistakenly believed they had stumbled upon a fortune and sought out the Dida Granary, intending to sell off 60% of the stored grain. The manager from Dida Granary happened to encounter your father, truly a stroke of fate, blessed by heaven." Chapter 60, Concerns in Two Cities. Mr. Qin calmly elucidated the events to Li Wenshan, pausing briefly before adding, "The Dida Granary is a collaborative venture between the Zhang family, the maternal clan of the county magistrate of Wu County, and two other grain merchants. It is indeed quite fortunate. Is the gentleman you mentioned last time, Mr. Guo, still residing in Hangzhou? Could we possibly enlist his assistance?" Li Wenshan interjected promptly. Mr. Qin smiled. "Indeed, he is an exceedingly suitable individual." He then turned to County Magistrate Li and inquired about Xu, the advisor beside General Luo. "Have you had the pleasure of meeting Advisor Xu?" County Magistrate Li nodded. And Mr. Qin continued, "Advisor Xu has a nephew, surnamed Guo, named Sheng. He is a scholar by background and has been learning under Advisor Xu's tutelage for over a decade. Currently, he resides in Hangzhou. A few days ago, Advisor Xu sought help in securing a position for his nephew, who possesses exemplary character and competence, making him quite suitable for the task." County Magistrate Li glanced at his son, who nodded in agreement, and he affirmed, "Your judgment surpasses mine. If you deem it favorable, it must indeed be so." Mr. Qin regarded County Magistrate Li with a hint of exasperation. After all, the young master was merely 15 or 16 years old, and as his father, this was rather concerning. It was no wonder that a woman as ignorant as Madame Zhong could dominate him for decades. After encountering the two significant matters involving Madame Zhong and the two scholars, Li Wenshan found his father's stature, once lofty, had now fallen to a level where he felt compelled to look up to him. Listening to his father, he turned to Mr. Qin and said, "My father is unwell, and I must trouble you, sir. We must hasten to invite Mr. Guo. Matters concerning the chomping granary cannot be delayed. Rest assured, esteemed magistrate, rest assured, young master," Mr. Qin replied with a bow. Having dismissed two individuals, he set out to seek Guo Sheng. Li Wenshan sat before the bed of County Magistrate Li and had just exchanged a few words when Wudong dashed in, breathlessly announcing, "Master, General Lu has sent Qingying to find you. He says it's urgent. You must go at once." The county magistrate hurriedly urged his son out the door. Li Wenshan rose and stepped out to the corner gate of the county office, where Qingying approached and greeted him. He noticed Wudong standing nearby, arms crossed, eagerly straining to hear the conversation. Following Qingying's gaze, Li Wenshan instructed, "There is no one to attend to your grandfather. You should go and keep watch." Reluctantly, Wudong trudged away. Once Wudong was out of earshot, Qingying bowed slightly and smiled. "Our master sent me to inquire about you, fifth master. What has transpired? You left in such haste. Our master is quite worried." "It's nothing of great consequence," Li Wenshan replied, then let out a wry smile. "Well, perhaps it is significant. It concerns my father's two clerks." He recounted how his father had inadvertently uncovered the two clerks' illicit dealings in the grain stored at the chomping granary, how he had dispatched them, and how the distress had affected his father to the point of illness. Fortunately, Mr. Qin had assisted in managing the situation, and now all was well. It was just that his father was unwell, and he wished to remain at home to tend to him with soup and medicine until his father recovered, after which he would return to the academy. Please convey my gratitude to General Lu for his concern. Listening to Qingying's report, Louis contemplated for a moment before turning and entering the second gate to request an audience with Prince Qin. Upon reaching the study, he found the door closed. Louis, surprised, observed the young servant standing at the entrance and inquired, "Is His Highness not inside?" "He is within," one servant replied. "But he has requested solitude to ponder certain matters and instructed us to remain outside." The voice of the inner servant, Kushi, was barely audible. "Huizi has arrived. Please come in." The voice of the Qin Wang echoed through the room. Kushi hurriedly lifted the curtain, allowing Louis to enter. "What pressing matter do we have now?" Qin Wang's hands rested on the empty desk before him, his expression tinged with impatience as he regarded Louis. "Is it about the illicit trade of stored grain from the chomping granary?" Qin Wang pinched his chin with 2 fingers, narrowing his eyes. "This must be a trap, right?" Louis chuckled. "I had the same thought. That Qin Qing is closely associated with the 3 advisors around General Luo. How much does Li Wenshan know?" Qin Wang pondered. "He cannot be unaware, perhaps." He shifted his fingers, a look of keen interest lighting up his face. "This Li Wenshan, I underestimated him. How old is he now? 15? 16? To dare scheme against his father is not the act of a simpleton. Only on the surface." Louis replied with a smile. "Is Li Shuiming gravely ill?" Qin Wang suddenly inquired. Louis, with a hint of caution, responded. Qingying mentioned that Li Wulong appears to be in good health. It seems his illness is not severe. It is likely not trivial. Please inform Guan Quan to send a skilled physician to Hengshan County, but do not mention this is my idea, presented as your request, Qin Wang instructed. Louis smiled in acknowledgement, taking his leave and heading straight to find Guan Quan. Guan Quan was at the training ground, frowning as he observed a group of delicate palace guards practicing combat. Upon seeing Louis beckoning him, he briefed his deputy and stepped out to join Louis in the council hall. Just a few words were exchanged. Louis cast several glances at the beleaguered palace guards. The magistrate of Hengshan County, Li, had fallen ill. Could you possibly summon a skilled physician to make the journey to Hengshan County? It is said that there are few reputable doctors in such a small place. Ill? Severely? Guan Quan inquired, his surprise tinged with genuine concern. It shouldn't be too serious, Louis replied vaguely. Is it? The prince? Guan Quan, being astute, quickly deduced the implication, but Louis hastily shook his head. It is I. Li Wenshan is a man of great integrity, someone I hold in high regard. And his little sister, a child of 5 or 6, is remarkably sensible, to the point of being heart-wrenching. Moreover, entrusting this matter to you is exceedingly convenient. There is nothing more to it, so do not overthink it. Very well, rest assured, I shall arrange for someone to fetch him immediately, Guan Quan replied promptly, agreeing without hesitation. When Dr. Zhao, the renowned physician from Hangzhou, arrived in Hengshan County, he was accompanied by Li Wanshan's younger brother, Li Wensong, along with Dr. Huang, a distinguished physician from Jiangning Prefecture. Chapter 61, a significant turn. Dr. Zhao from Hangzhou, along with Li Wenshan and Mr. Qin, deliberately left the matter of who had summoned them ambiguous. The magistrate, Li, was too fatigued to ponder deeply. His illness left him drained. Furthermore, the fact that his eldest son had sent his brother to accompany the physician from Jiangning on such short notice filled him with both admiration and emotion. So much so that he could scarcely focus on anything else. How has your father been of late? Li County magistrate was eager to engage in a meaningful conversation with his nephew, whom he was meeting for what felt like the first time. However, upon opening his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words, feeling rather awkward. Father is quite well, though he is exceedingly busy. There are times when I do not see him for 2 or 3 days, sometimes even 4. Li Wensong possesses a gentle disposition and an exceptionally good temper. Even when not smiling, he appears to wear a cheerful countenance. It is indeed a bustling time for him. Magistrate Li strives to appear casual, yet he struggles with his words. Since assuming his post as a mere county magistrate, he has been engulfed in ceaseless activity. Your father oversees the entire eastern Jiangnan region, while also managing the local affairs of Jiangning Prefecture. Fortunately, your father is exceptionally capable, far surpassing my own abilities. Magistrate Li endeavors to engage Li Wensong in meaningful conversation. Yet his attempts are laden with an unmistakable air of awkwardness that even the listening Li Wenshan finds painfully uncomfortable. However, with a few well-chosen words, Li Wensong's amiable nature manages to coax a smile from the magistrate, allowing Li Wenshan to breathe a silent sigh of relief. Your father started early and has progressed smoothly. As Magistrate Li begins to speak, he soon realizes the inappropriateness of his words and falters, unsure of how to redirect the conversation. After a brief moment of awkwardness, he lightly clears his throat and shifts the topic, asking, "How is your grandfather?" "He is well. Just the other day, he sent word inquiring if my father has seen Uncle San." Li Wensong replies somewhat vaguely. The magistrate's eyes glisten with emotion. As he reflects on how much his father cherishes him, Li Wuxiang glances at him, his gaze evasive, his smile tinged with discomfort. Li Wuxiang finds it difficult to continue. Having heard from a Xia that this grandfather has never shown them affection, hearing his father speak so fondly, he furrows his brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, the magistrate imagines the loving and doting father he wishes to envision, while an unbearable silence envelopes the room. Your father is so busy, yet he still concerns himself with the trivial matter of seeking a doctor for me. I am truly grateful. Magistrate Li broke the silence, yet his words were. Li Wuxiang grimaced as if in pain, realizing how he had never noticed his father's lack of eloquence before. You speak too harshly, third uncle. Fortunately, Li Wuxiang seemed unperturbed. His parents had likely prepared him for this moment. Father often remarked that he, along with second uncle and third uncle, were united as one, sharing in both glory and misfortune. Upon hearing the phrase sharing in glory and misfortune, Magistrate Li felt a poignant stir within. Momentarily lost in thought and failing to catch the latter part of Li Wuxiang's words. Yes, yes. Realizing the sudden silence around him, he hastily nodded. Your father speaks wisely. It is indeed a shared journey. I have been foolish. His mind was a tumult of emotions, a blend of guilt and bitterness that overwhelmed him. Change, you accompany. You all go on. I am weary. I need a moment's respite. Mr. Qin sat leisurely in the corridor, preparing and sipping tea. Upon noticing Li Wuxiang's arrival, he gestured for him to take a seat and offered him a cup of tea. Is your father feeling better? Much improved, Li Wuxiang replied, radiating relief from within. With the resolution of two significant concerns, he felt as though the clouds had parted, revealing a clear path ahead. Observing the ease with which Li Wuxiang carried himself, Mr. Qin found both amusement and a touch of nostalgia. It was a reminder of the vibrant days of youth. There have been numerous events lately, and I haven't had the chance to discuss it with you, the matter concerning Granny Zhong. Li Wuxiang quickly swallowed his tea, his eyes widening in alarm. What has happened to her? Mr. Qin, observing his reaction, chuckled softly. It appeared that Madame Su, residing in the inner chambers, was indeed a woman of resilience. The boat managed by Granny Zhong encountered tempestuous storms while crossing the river, leading to the capsizing of the vessel and the disappearance of numerous individuals, Granny Zhong included. It has been 7 or 8 days now, and it seems that hope for their return is dwindling. Mr. Qin's tone was somber. Li Wuxiang, with wide eyes, stared at Mr. Qin, opening his mouth several times before finally managing to articulate. How, truly, unpredictable are the winds of fate. Mr. Qin placed a small bundle before Li Wuxiang, who gazed intently at it, a multitude of questions bubbling up within him, only to burst and vanish into thin air. A considerable sum of silver. No wonder you siblings cannot afford even a new garment. Mr. Qin observed the frayed cuffs of Li Wuxiang's sleeves. So, what are your plans for this silver? Mr. Qin inquired. Wait, if this silver is given to mother, then must she not inform father? Is mother aware of this matter? What about father? Li Wuxiang exclaimed, patting the bundle. Your mother has known for quite some time. As for your father, he likely remains oblivious, especially since your mother has not mentioned it to you. Mr. Qin chuckled. Very well. With Mr. Qin's words, Li Wuxiang readily agreed. A wave of warmth surged within him upon hearing those few sentences. He hurriedly stood upright, bowed deeply, and proclaimed, I have committed your words to memory, rest assured. Dear sir. Mr. Qin rose to his feet, performing a deep bow in return, and gestured for Li Wuxiang to sit down once more. The two engaged in a conversation about the chomping warehouse and the idle gossip of the officialdom in the two Zhejiang provinces. After their discussion, Li Wuxiang took his leave and, carrying a small bundle, entered the inner residence to seek out Li Xia. Li Xia slowly unfolded the banknotes within the bundle, her expression darkening. The entirety of her mother's dowry amounted to just over 20,000 taels. When her father departed from the for Taiyuan, he took nearly 10,000 taels from the estate, yet this bundle contained over 27,000 taels. During his tenure as a teacher in Taiyuan, her father's salary was meager, and her mother's dowry included 2 small estates. This sum was excessive. Li Xia ground her teeth. Even if they had moved everything from their home, it could not have amounted to more than half of this. Old Madame Zhong must have been leveraging her father's reputation, employing all manner of schemes to amass wealth, which explained the considerable sum accumulated over the span of perhaps a decade. The mastermind behind the bribery and wrongful judgments could very well be her. Li Wuxiang listened, his eyes widening in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he abruptly stamped his foot. When he first heard of her death, he felt sorrow. That wretched woman. She deserved her fate. Give the money to mother, without further ado, and let us see how she chooses to proceed. Li Xia, her face sullen, rewrapped the bundle and pushed it toward Li Wenshan. I will take a stroll in the back garden. I feel stifled. Madame Su received the small bundle, cradling it like a handful of hot coals. It was not until midnight that she quietly summoned old Madame Hong, daring not to light a lamp, and whispered into her ear about the 27,000 taels within the bundle. What is the lady's plan? In a moment of urgency, Hong Mama, suppressing her myriad emotions, fixed her gaze upon Mrs. Su and inquired. The matter of her falling into the water remained unknown to the master, should the topic of the silver arise. The truth would inevitably surface. Mrs. Su had indeed formulated a plan, yet it starkly contradicted the principles she had upheld for over a decade, filling her heart with remorse, guilt, anxiety, and a tinge of fear. The sum was not insignificant, and the thought of it going unnoticed troubled her. Madam, after all these years, do you not comprehend the nature of the master? Has he not noticed the absence of over 20,000 taels? And you too, alas. Hong Mama's words trailed off as she realized the need for discretion. If the master had not perceived the discrepancy, then neither should the lady. Mama, I acknowledge my faults. Yet, Mrs. Su's voice faltered as an unfamiliar wave of guilt, recently acquired, swiftly suppressed the ingrained sense of duty she had long adhered to, rendering her nearly incapable of lifting her head. Let us not dwell on this. Initially, the old lady entrusted me to you, instructing me to devote myself entirely to your support. Alas, it is best left unsaid. I shall be candid. This silver, madam, should be discreetly kept, gradually utilized for household expenses. It is not as if it must be disclosed all at once. How could the master ever find out? I share your sentiments, Mrs. Su replied, her breath easing. Madam, the fifth son is grown. You have witnessed it. He is far more capable than the master at this tender age. In the future, for any matters, simply consult the fifth son. This will allow the master to focus on his duties, which is ultimately for his own benefit. Hong Mama continued to offer her counsel. The words fell directly into Madame Su's heart, taking root instantly. Outside Hangzhou, at the Mingtao Villa, the prince entered his spacious study, casting a glance at the thick stack of documents piled upon the long table. With a disdainful huff, he turned away and settled into the rocking chair on the porch. Jin Shuiyin followed closely behind the eunuch Huang, entering through the flower-laden gate. The prince glanced askew at the two, and as they moved 6 paces away, he raised his eyes towards the eaves. My lord, the Empress Dowager has instructed that young Master Jin accompany you to hear the old servant discuss recent matters in the Liangzhi region. The eunuch Huang spoke with a calm demeanor tinged with resignation, gesturing for the prince to re-enter the room. However, the prince continued to gaze at the eaves, seemingly oblivious to Huang's words. Jin Shuiyin stepped forward, blocking his line of sight. My lord, let us converse indoors. Reluctantly, the prince rose, hands clasped behind his back as he walked into the room. In recent days, the significant affairs of the Liangzhi region had been limited to the inspection of the Chomping warehouse. General Luo held great respect for the transport and inspection departments. Zheng Yuanji from the transport department reported daily to the Ministry of Finance, while Lin Mingxing from the inspection department also provided daily updates to the Ministry of War. Guan Quan stated that his military provisions had never been delayed. The eunuch Huang spoke in a gentle and unhurried tone, while the prince's gaze remained fixed on the intricately decorated ceiling, uncertain whether he was listening or not. In contrast, Jin Shuiyin listened attentively. Regardless of whether the prince was paying attention, Huang meticulously conveyed all that he intended to express. As he saw the eunuch withdraw, the prince slammed his folding fan onto the long table, angrily slapping the stack of documents with frustration and confusion. Pray tell, why must I peruse these? As a leisurely prince, I am not yet of age. What purpose does this serve for me? This is simply. The words that followed were left unspoken by the king of Qin. What was the purpose of familiarizing himself with state affairs? With his status, would it not be best for him to lead a life of leisure? Chapter 63, Major and Minor Affairs. Jin Shuiyin wore a tense expression, meeting the king's gaze before swiftly averting his eyes. What do you mean by this? Do you also believe that I should engage in state affairs and meddle in local matters? The king of Qin ambiguously omitted the title of crown prince. Jin Shuiyin lowered his head and nodded slightly. Is there something you are concealing from me? The king, perceptive as ever, stood up and fixed his gaze on the evidently troubled Jin Shuiyin. No. Jin Shuiyin turned his head away, responding stiffly. No? The king let out a laugh, and Jin Shuiyin turned his neck awkwardly to the side. The king stepped closer, positioning himself in front of Jin Shuiyin, pressing his finger against Jin Shuiyin's forehead, asking, Is this what you call no? Although the prince has yet to reach adulthood, he is nearing the threshold. Jin Shuiyin turned his head to the other side, insisting, According to my understanding, everything that the prince should know must be conveyed to him. However, this matter is beyond my authority. I have consulted my father, who stated that it was the Empress Dowager's directive. What matter? With Jin Shuyan's words. A chill crept down the king's spine. I cannot disclose it. Jin Shuyan averted his gaze from the king. This is the Empress Dowager's command. Engaging in state affairs is also a command from the Empress Dowager. The king's voice was somewhat hoarse. He stared at Jin Shuyan, tightly pursing his lips. His complexion gradually paling, remaining silent. Jin Shuyan met his gaze for a brief moment before looking away. I shall take my leave now, having made a statement. Without waiting for the Qin king to respond, Jin Shuyan turned and departed. The Qin king stood in a daze for quite some time before turning and heading towards the residence of Empress Dowager Jin. At the Yamen of Hongshan County, Li Xia and her brother Li Wenshan sat side by side on the steps of the second gate. Li Wenshan held half a pomegranate in one hand and a small bamboo bowl in the other, while Li Xia picked at a piece of pomegranate, occasionally leaning forward to spit the seeds into the bowl in her brother's hand. Xia, I feel remarkably at ease now. I can finally devote myself to my studies. Li Wenshan remarked, handing another piece of pomegranate to Li Xia as he shrugged his shoulders in a display of relaxation and contentment. Indeed, Li Xia replied, her mouth full of pomegranate seeds. That Guosheng deserves a careful examination. However, he was recommended by advisor Zhu. You are right. For at least the next couple of years, things should be quite manageable. With father in his position in Hongshan County, under the care of General Luo and the assistance of Zhu's nephew, this term should be rather effortless. As for the future, well, I must pay close attention to father. I have always felt he lacks the qualities of a good official. Wherever she went, she brought along a little girl named Xiao Jiu'er. Both young girls were quite agreeable and perceptive, never causing any trouble as they moved about the front office. At their age, it was expected they would be so well behaved, especially coming from a scholarly family where children are taught proper conduct. While nothing particularly unusual was immediately apparent, Li Wenshan's intuition suggested that this young lady, Xia, was extraordinary in some way. After observing for a while, Li Xia began to sense the same. In this small county, which scarcely exceeds 1,000 households, the higher authorities extend whatever support they can. After the regular inspection of the granary, matters have become rather uneventful. My father, the magistrate of Hongshan County, enjoys an exceptionally leisurely existence. 2 clerks assist him. The elder, Chun Dingda, who was sent by my uncle, excels in financial matters, while Guosheng handles legal affairs. Li Xia observed them with a discerning eye for over half a month. Chen Dingda, though a man of limited capability, is a straightforward individual, and he is more than adequate for the role of financial clerk in this small county. Guosheng, a talent recruited by Mr. Qin on behalf of fifth brother, is temporarily stationed at the county office to assist my father. Li Xia holds no illusions of quickly discerning his true nature. Instead, she remains vigilant in avoiding him. Anyone esteemed by Mr. Qin must possess considerable shrewdness, and she suspects he harbors significant secrets. Despite its modest size, the county is not devoid of affairs. After a period of tranquility lasting over half a month, a case has arisen. A multitude of complainants, young and old, men and women alike, crowded into the courtroom, weeping, shouting, and cursing. The bailiffs on either side, brandishing their staves against the ground, repeatedly demanded silence, yet to no avail. From her vantage point, Li Xia could observe her father, the 2 clerks, the bailiffs across from her, and the plaintiffs and defendants who were wailing in disarray before the court. Seizing the opportunity presented by this case, she aimed to closely scrutinize both her father and clerk Guosheng. Li County Magistrate, visibly troubled by the cacophony of cries, complaints, and accusations that echoed throughout the courtroom, struck the gavel several times, managing to instill a modicum of quietude, sufficient for his voice to be heard. What brings you here? He inquired. The authoritative voice of Magistrate Li resonated with a commanding tone as he inquired, yet his words fell into a cacophony of cries and lamentations from the crowd. Everyone was shouting, expressing their grievances and despair. Instinctively, Magistrate Li raised his hand to rub his face in exasperation. Li Xia gazed at her father, internally sighing repeatedly. Guosheng's attention was solely focused on the tumultuous assembly before him, seemingly oblivious to Magistrate Li's inability to maintain order. Who is the plaintiff? Step forward. Before he could finish his sentence, the crowd erupted in unison. Oh, benevolent magistrate, we the people are the plaintiffs. The hall was filled with kneeling plaintiffs. Silence. Enough with the uproar. Facing the chaotic scene of wailing and curses, Magistrate Li felt overwhelmed, abandoning the use of the gavel. With both hands, he struck the table, causing the wooden sign to rattle. By the authority of the magistrate, anyone who continues to cry out recklessly will receive 10 lashes. As several wooden tokens jumped from the container, Guoxing's voice thundered with authority. The trained bailiffs immediately slammed their batons against the ground, shouting in unison. By the authority of the magistrate, instantly, the hall fell silent. Li Xia sighed, feeling utterly exasperated. Who among you is the plaintiff, and who is the defendant? Magistrate Li took a deep breath, steadying the signed container, and pointed towards the crowd below. As his words lingered in the air, the uproar began anew. Oh, magistrate. We the people are the plaintiffs, we accuse him. Your Honor, I am the plaintiff, he is the defendant. Each individual in the hall claimed to be the plaintiff, pointing fingers at one another, declaring their intent to sue. Chapter 64. Clarity amidst confusion. Magistrate Li was taken aback, hastily banging the gavel once more. This time, the constables, without needing further urging from Master Gua, brandished their staffs and issued a resounding command, silencing the commotion. Guoxing tilted his head to gaze at the ceiling, inhaled deeply, and respectfully gestured to Magistrate Li. Respected sir, may I pose a few inquiries first? Magistrate Li was momentarily stunned, but Guoxing did not wait for his reply. He pointed at the middle-aged man in splendid attire kneeling at the forefront. You shall speak first. The rest must remain silent, or face 5 strokes of the rod. Proceed. Yes, replied the middle-aged man, taking 2 steps forward on his knees. I am Zhang Wang, and I beseech the esteemed magistrate to intervene. Sir, I am wronged. Zhang Wang wept as he recounted his grievances for over a quarter of an hour, ultimately distilling it to a singular assertion. He and his biological brother, Zhang Kai, were embroiled in a dispute over the division of their family inheritance, hence his appeal. Observing his father's demeanor as a supposedly impartial judge, it was evident that resolving this domestic matter would be fraught with difficulty. After Zhang Wang concluded, Magistrate Li permitted his brother Zhang Kai to voice his perspective. Once both had spoken, the magistrate summoned several elder clan members for their input, scrutinizing the division of the family property with a furrowed brow. Li Xia, in silent exasperation, gazed at her father with a mixture of frustration and concern. It was apparent that he intended to personally adjudicate this family dispute, no matter how the division was approached. It seemed destined to remain unequal. Respected sir, this matter bears significant weight, one of the elder clan members interjected. The Zhang brothers and their companions have been kneeling for over an hour. Several of the elders are advanced in age. Might we temporarily recess to allow them a brief respite? Guoxing respectfully suggested to County Magistrate Li, his gaze sweeping across the card rack where 2 young maidens resided, one pouting with a furrowed brow, exuding an air of frustration and helplessness, while the other, with wide eyes, radiated a sense of curious excitement. The county magistrate promptly nodded, contemplating an excuse to examine the division list with the 2 clerks, pondering where the inequities lay and how a fair distribution could be achieved. As Guoxing trailed behind the county magistrate into the signing room, his eyes briefly fell upon Li Xia. He dared not gaze longer, feigning oblivion to her presence. Chun Dingda had been summoned by the county magistrate, though he had no intention of entering, as he was responsible for finances and considered the matters of criminal charges merely a spectacle beyond his jurisdiction. However, the trust that the county magistrate bestowed upon him far exceeded that given to Guoxing. This confidence was largely attributed to his age, over 40 and nearing 50, leading the county magistrate to believe that he possessed far more capability than Guoxing, who was his junior by a year or 2. The county magistrate settled behind the long table, pushing the list before Chandingda, urging him to examine it. This division list includes several estates and shops, all claiming unfairness. It is likely due to this. The merits of these estates and shops merit thorough investigation, as one can only ascertain their value through on-site inspection. Chun Dingda inclined slightly, attentively listening, nodding in acknowledgement of praise, then reached out to slide the list before Guoxing, recognizing that matters of criminal law were not his forte, and adjudicating cases was no simple task. Guoxing cast a glance at Li Xia, who was resting against the leg of County Magistrate Li. In this case, both Zhang Wang and Zhang Kai claimed to be the plaintiffs, while several clan elders incessantly complained, asserting that regardless of how the family assets were divided, the 2 brothers would always feel it unjust. It was evident that this division was not a matter of fairness, but rather of resentment, no matter the outcome. Both brothers would perceive it as inequitable, believing they had been wronged. Guoxing spoke succinctly, and Chun Dingda nodded in agreement, stroking his beard with an expression that suggested he could hardly contain his applause. Li Xia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Guo Sheng's insight and willingness to speak candidly were truly commendable. County Magistrate Li was momentarily taken aback. Then, the presiding judge would soon ascend the platform to inquire of the two brothers whether they felt their share was inadequate and that the other's portion was excessively advantageous. Undoubtedly, both would affirm this sentiment. Thus, the judge could simply revise the division list accordingly. Guo Sheng articulated his observations with remarkable clarity, revealing that this county magistrate could hardly be deemed astute. This was utterly farcical. County Magistrate Li exclaimed, "A judge cannot easily resolve familial disputes." This division was not a question of fairness, but of discontent, leaving the brothers speechless and thereby clarifying the case. Naturally, as the presiding official, the magistrate should admonish these two estranged brothers appropriately. Guo Sheng glanced at Qindingde, who quickly grasped the implication and immediately chimed in with a hearty laugh. "This is what we call a clever resolution. Brother Guo, you truly excel in this field, demonstrating remarkable expertise. Indeed, it is truly commendable." The two esteemed elders shared a unanimous opinion, although Magistrate Li felt that the matter was somewhat frivolous and harbored considerable trepidation. He was, fortunately, a man of modest self-regard who was open to counsel. Despite his reluctance, he begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Magistrate Li reconvened the court, altered the division of family assets, and the two brothers exchanged bewildered glances, blinking at one another in confusion. However, several clan elders were quick to react, bowing their heads and exclaiming, "Li the Just." It was a lamentable truth that her father was ill-suited for an official's role. Yet it was a source of solace that this Guo Sheng was indeed a rare gem. It was no wonder that Mr. Qin sought to entice him with the prospect of fifth brother's future. Such a person was beyond her father's means. The Li family, residing as guests in Hengshan County, did not need to venture outside the city to pay respects at the graves. They merely lit incense at home, and the evening meal was slightly more sumptuous. As dusk fell, Li Wenshan and Li Xia sat side by side on a stone bench beside the vegetable patch, observing their father, Magistrate Li, who stood beside the room once occupied by Aunt Zhong, lost in a daze. "Father," Li Wenshan gestured subtly toward him, recalling Mr. Qin's words about their father being overly sentimental and somewhat indecisive. Moreover, Mr. Qin mentioned that the phoenix tree should not linger too long. Yet it should not be hastily dismissed either. "What do you think?" Li Xia squinted at her father, suggesting, "When you have a moment, perhaps you could have a word with the phoenix tree about Aunt Zhong's matters. It should not be left unattended." Sighing, Li Wenshan nearly burst into laughter, playfully patting Li Xia's head. "It should not be left without purpose. Xia, are you attempting to extract oil from a stone? Oh, what are you sighing about? What is there to lament now? Look at our family. Things are much better now. The great calamity has surely passed. Could it be that the phoenix tree?" "No." Li Xia sighed in frustration several times, lamenting not about the case of the phoenix tree, which was trivial, but rather about her father. Fifth brother. You cannot fathom how foolish he is. In Chapter 65, a Mr. Li from the capital arrives. Li Xia grumbled about the inheritance case along with a few other minor matters. Father is nothing but a bookworm. Alas, he was raised like a dog by Aunt Zhong since childhood, and the household only taught him mischief, neglecting the wisdom that books do not convey. There was no one to guide him, nor anyone from whom he could learn. How can I blame him entirely for being so dull?" Li Wenshan scratched his head in confusion. Moreover, the eyes of father are truly wasted. They are of no use at all. In his view, only Master Qin is worthy, but how can he possibly believe that Master Qin surpasses Master Guo? It drives me to despair. Where on earth does he derive this perspective? There are countless blind individuals, and he is but one among many. Yet, he insists on consulting Master Qin before taking any action. Every matter must involve him. What kind of nonsense is this? The two advisors under his command have distinct roles, and even Mother is aware of this. Not to mention, even Xiao Jiu understands that for food matters, one should consult Aunt Tang, while for monthly allowances, one should seek out Aunt Hong. How can father be so oblivious to the fact that Master Qin solely manages finances, while criminal matters fall under Master Guo's purview? How could he confuse their responsibilities so thoroughly? As Li Xia spoke more passionately, her small, pudgy hand pounded against her chest. "Fifth brother, I truly feel as though father is driving me to my wit's end. Fortunately, both advisors have their own backing, and they are aware of each other's credentials. Ah, father is reckless," while the two clerks remain composed. If it weren't for this, alas, it is no wonder that in the past, with a father like this, calamity is bound to ensue. Li Wenshan blinked repeatedly upon hearing this, while Li Xia, filled with anger, found herself troubled instead. What to do? "Mister Qin once remarked that being a local official is the most arduous task. One must traverse through various counties to reach the central authority. This is precisely because the role of a local official is fraught with peril. A single misstep can lead to great disaster. With a father like this, alas, surely this term will be uneventful. Given the support from above, it cannot continue indefinitely. The two clerks in the yamen are likewise. And even if father were akin to a pile of muck, he could still be fashioned into a statue. Father is certainly better than mere mud. Yet what of the next term? I am troubled by thoughts of the next term. Li Xia propped her chin in her hand, letting out sigh after sigh. Father's position is too lowly, greatly disadvantaging fifth brother and us siblings. Yet, with a father like this, how can one ascend? Even if one were to forcefully climb the ranks, the risks would be monumental. Alas, there are still more than 2 years left in this term. And father is not foolish, though he lacks experience. Who knows what he might learn in 2 years? Don't you agree? Li Wenshan's words were meant to console Li Xia, but in truth, they served to comfort himself. You are right. It is futile to dwell on it. Li Xia hung her head in despair. In the past, fifth brother often extolled the virtues of their father, and she had always believed that the case was a result of their father's victimization. Yet now, it seems that their father does not require anyone else to ensnare him. He is more than capable of ensnaring himself. Mr. Qin lingered in Hangzhou for an additional day, delivering warm stoves to places such as the Luo Shui office and gathering with a few old friends for a meal of warm wine. Once all matters were satisfactorily arranged, he leisurely made his way to Hengshan County. Having just washed his hands and face and changed into comfortable home attire, he reclined on the couch, sipping tea in preparation for a moment of reading. A servant outside reported that Mr. Zhao had arrived. Mr. Qin's heart raced, and he hastily instructed them to let him in. Mr. Zhao, flushed and sweating profusely, was welcomed by Mr. Qin, who promptly called for hot water and a towel. After Mr. Zhao refreshed himself and drank several cups of tea, he sat beside Mr. Qin and said softly, "The matter is urgent. I had to hurry." Upon hearing this, Mr. Qin signaled the servant to step outside. Once alone, Mr. Zhao continued, "The eldest son of the Ming family will arrive in Hangzhou tomorrow evening." Mr. Qin was taken aback, his expression one of confusion. The purpose of his journey to Hangzhou was to procure a birthday gift for Lady Jiang, making a brief detour. Mr. Zhao offered a low explanation. Mr. Qin understood and remained silent, merely gazing at Mr. Zhao, awaiting further revelations. Earlier that afternoon, upon receiving news of the Ming family's eldest son's imminent arrival in Hangzhou, Mr. Qin learned that their third master, Brother Lin, had accompanied him. Mr. Zhao wore a faint smile of resignation as he recounted. The master said that the eldest son of the Ming family, by detouring through Hangzhou, surely wishes to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager, or at the very least, to meet with the prince, bringing along our third master. Mr. Zhao glanced at Mr. Qin, refraining from elaborating further. The Empress Dowager, along with Prince Qin, was temporarily residing in Hangzhou, and officials passing through were numerous. Yet none had been summoned by the Empress Dowager or the prince. The eldest son of the Ming family was accompanied by the third master of the Li family, Li Wenlin, indicating a well-prepared visit. Mr. Qin's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he looked at Mr. Zhao and inquired, "What does the Department of Transport signify?" The steward said, "Please, sir," and Master Wu, deliberate carefully. Responding to the steward, I acknowledged, "I understand." After a moment of silence, Mr. Qin replied in a deep voice. He stood in the corridor with his hands clasped behind his back, lost in thought for quite some time, before finally turning to enter the room. The next morning, Li Wenshan was summoned by Mr. Qin's messenger. Guo Sheng stood at the entrance of the government office, observing as Mr. Qin's servant passed by. Shortly thereafter, Li Wenshan hurriedly followed, his steps brisk. Guo Sheng entered the office and a moment later emerged with a small purple clay teapot. Standing at the entrance with one hand behind his back, savoring his tea as if relishing the rare tranquility of the morning, Guo Sheng strolled leisurely out of the office, watching as Li Wenshan turned a corner towards the back door of the county office. After pacing a few steps at the entrance, he slowly turned back inside. Li Wenshan entered through the back door of the county office, moving swiftly, and dove into the main room, not noticing Li Xia. He quickly turned and made his way to his study. Li Xia was perched on a round stool, reaching for a book on the upper shelf. "Xia!" Li Wenshan called out, startling Li Xia, who nearly lost her balance as she grasped the book. After a few wobbles, she steadied herself. As Li Wenshan navigated around the table and chairs to embrace Li Xia, she had already regained her footing. He placed her gently on the desk and leaned down to examine the book in her hands. "What is this? A sacred text?" What do you find interesting about it? It is the most tedious of books. Xia, there is something important to discuss. Li Wenshan furrowed his brow, pulling up a chair to sit across from Li Xia. Is it about uncle? Li Xia immediately thought of her uncle when she heard Mr. Qin had summoned him. No, it can also be considered so. Li Wenshan recounted what Mr. Qin had said. Mr. Li mentioned that the elder uncle had just learned of the matter and immediately dispatched someone to convey it, stating that the elder uncle had suggested that Mr. Qin and I deliberate on the course of action. Chapter 66. From the wolf's mouth to the tiger's den. Upon hearing a few words, Li Xia felt her heart plummet. Had she once been so close to Ming Zhenbang in the capital? Her knowledge of the current Minister of Rites, Ming Zhenbang, was rather limited. Ming Zhenbang was related by marriage to the Jiang family and was one of the earliest and most prominent members of the Crown Prince's faction. The establishment of the Crown Prince was primarily orchestrated by him. In the spring examination of the 17th year of the Zhiping era, Ming Zhenbang was appointed as the chief examiner. A month after the results were announced, he was exposed for committing widespread fraud during the examination. That year, the emperor had suffered from a considerable illness, which had significant repercussions. The censure submitted by the censorate accused him of harboring ulterior motives and harboring intentions of rebellion. The Ming family faced confiscation of their assets and extermination of their lineage. By the time she entered the palace, the Ming family had already withered away. This scandal of fraud resulted in severe losses for the Crown Prince's faction, nearly leading to the Crown Prince's downfall. The rise and fall of the Crown Prince's faction hinged on this incident, marking a pivotal turning point. This year is the 13th of the Zhiping era, with several years remaining until the 17th, yet the moment feels imminent. Li Xia tightly pressed her lips together. The elder uncle's instruction for fifth brother and Mr. Qin to deliberate implies that Li Wenlin's presence, along with the attitude from the capital, reflects the elder uncle's stance. At the very least, the elder uncle does not oppose it. The elder uncle has already aligned himself with the Crown Prince's faction, positioning himself beside Minister Ming. Li Xia felt a chill run down her spine. She was unaware that her elder uncle had previously aligned himself with the Crown Prince's faction. In a bygone era, my uncle was implicated by my father and subsequently exiled. Upon reflection, what initially seemed a calamity has transformed into a blessing. My sister and I toiled diligently to ensure our family evaded the troubles of the first day of the lunar month. Yet we were met with the challenges of the 15th. Xia, your complexion appears off. What troubles you? Li Wenshan inquired, noticing Li Xia's pallor, which caused his heart to tighten with concern. I am well. Li Xia attempted to smile, yet the effort eluded her. You continue speaking. I am listening. Truly. All is well? Li Wenshan rose, shifting his stance to scrutinize Li Xia closely. She gently urged him to sit once more. I assure you, carry on. I am paying attention. That is a relief, he replied. The gentleman mentioned that the Empress Dowager and the prince have resided in Hangzhou for nearly a year, without summoning a single official for an audience. The young master of the Ming family certainly wishes to meet them and is aware that such an audience is unattainable. Hence, he has brought our third brother along. It is only fitting that I meet him, as it would be remiss not to do so. If I encounter our third brother, the young master of the Ming family will inevitably meet me as well. The gentleman posited that the young master might inquire about certain matters or request that I convey messages to the prince. Li Wenshan resumed his seat, continuing to relay Mr. Qin's words. You are correct. With the arrival of the third brother, you must not avoid him. Li Xia casually affirmed, indeed. The uncle is meticulous in his actions, possibly even overly contemplative. After his exile, he has remained almost entirely detached from the scandal involving Ming Zhenbang and the conspiracy. This indicates that while he has chosen his affiliations, he has not immersed himself deeply, at least, not yet. Xia, what manner of person is our third brother? I am uncertain of what he may inquire. If he entrusts me with a message, I feel it would be inappropriate to relay it. I wonder if our third brother might harbor any resentment towards me. Li Wenshan was somewhat distressed. At this moment, he held a rather favorable impression of the capital's aristocratic residents and the members of the Li family. Li Wenshan paused, then acquiesced. Very well. But what about the instructor's side? These matters must not be disclosed to fifth brother, who, after all, is only 15 or 16 years of age and lacks profound cunning. Though he can keep a secret, he cannot remain impassive. Those around him, at least Lu Yi and Jin Juyan, especially Jin Juyan, are the most astute of individuals. Should they discern anything, it would spell utter disaster. What is it? Li Wenshan inquired, noticing Li Xia's silence. It's nothing, she replied. I merely wish to convey that, firstly, Our granduncle is kind to us because he is a sensible man who understands that prosperity and ruin are shared. Secondly, he values your favor with Prince Ching, anticipating your boundless future, rather than regarding you with genuine paternal or avuncular affection. Secondly, unlike our granduncle and his wife, the others in the residence are not so perceptive. There may be a modicum of truth in Granny Zheng's words. Indeed, many within those walls would gladly obliterate our entire family, particularly grandfather. Grandfather? Li Wenshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Xia gave a sullen affirmation. Li Wenshan remained in a daze for quite some time before sighing deeply. Alas, father is truly pitiable. Just past noon, Louis entered Prince Ching's courtyard. Passing through he noticed a small tea table set up on the porch in front of the main house. Prince Ching and Jin Zhuoyan were seated on either side, conversing over tea. While Jin Zhuoyan appeared composed, Prince Ching seemed shrouded in a layer of gloom. As Louis entered, King Qin leaned back lazily in his chair, observing Louis, and inquired, "Did you not mention that you would be watching Guan Quan train the troops for an entire day?" It was a trivial matter, yet it seemed prudent to promptly report to His Highness. Louis stood 3 to 4 paces away from King Qin, gracefully seated himself on a gooseneck chair beneath the eaves, and spoke directly with the king. Jin Zhuoyan poured a cup of tea, rising to present it to Louis. "Just now, Li Wenshan sought me out, stating that the third son of the Yongning Duke, Li Wenlin, has arrived in Hangzhou with Ming Xiaoping and has conveyed a request to meet him." Li Wenshan asked how he should respond if Li Wenlin inquires about His Highness. Louis accepted the tea, gazing at King Qin, and reported straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, King Qin raised an eyebrow, while Jin Zhuoyan's lips twitched downward, confirming his suspicions about this simpleton with a cunning heart. Li Xuezhang had always been excessively cautious. The matter of establishing the crown prince was indeed a significant morale booster. With a tone laced with sarcasm, King Qin inquired, "Where is Ming Xiaoping now?" "In another 2 hours, they shall enter Hangzhou City. Commander Luo has arranged a banquet at Qifeng Tower to welcome them." "Very well. Let us proceed to Jilin Temple for a vegetarian meal." As King Qin rose, he dramatically unfurled his folding fan and, while striding out, instructed Louis, who followed closely, to relay a message to them. Also, summon Li Wu. On the post road outside Hangzhou, a caravan was hastily making its way toward the city. Chapter 67. The pursuit is difficult. Against the oncoming caravan, a rider galloped forth, reaching the midpoint of the convoy, reining in his horse, and called out loudly, "Is this the convoy of Master Ming?" A humble servant of the Zheng Kai's, dispatched from Hangzhou, hastened to welcome Lord Ming. As the curtain of a large carriage was lifted, Ming Xiaoping, the eldest son of Minister Ming Zhenbang, leaned out and inquired, "What brings such urgency?" "Young master, we have received word that the prince will arrive at Jilin Temple for a vegetarian meal at noon. I was instructed to expedite your arrival," replied Chang Sui, who urged the horse closer, bowing slightly. Ming Xiaoping's eyes sparkled with interest as he asked, "How far is it to Hangzhou?" "Less than 50 li," the steward answered promptly. "Quickly, halt the carriage. Change the horses," Ming Xiaoping commanded with urgency. The convoy came to an immediate stop, and the guards brought forth fresh steeds. Ming Xiaoping summoned Li Wenlin, mounted his horse, and, accompanied by a dozen attendants and guards, followed Chang Sui from Zheng Kai's as they galloped towards the city. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the northern gate of Hangzhou. Zheng Kai's, having come out with his men a couple of li beyond the city gates, beamed with joy as he spotted Ming Xiaoping's party approaching at full speed. Without dismounting, he clasped his hands in greeting and said directly, "This is indeed a rare opportunity. Young master, your arrival is most timely. Let us hasten. It will be much quicker to circumvent the city." Ming Xiaoping, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, paid no heed to idle pleasantries. "Thank you, Zheng Kai's. Let us proceed swiftly." The group urged their horses onward, swiftly navigating around half of Hangzhou as they made their way to Jilin Temple. Zhang Caoci hastily wiped the sweat from his brow and slightly adjusted his attire. After scrutinizing Ming Xiaoping for a moment and tidying a few aspects of his clothing, they both reined in their horses and approached the chicken cage temple at a leisurely pace. A heavy weight settled in Zhang Caoci's heart as he dismounted without instructing his attendant. He hurried a few steps, stepping through the temple door, where he was met by an elderly monk with long eyebrows and white hair. Zhang Caoci respectfully inquired, "Master, have the esteemed guests departed after their vegetarian meal?" The old monk, seemingly hard of hearing, tilted his head to listen, clasped his hands together, and nodded repeatedly at Zhang Caoci before retreating swiftly into the mountain gate with a quick turn. Zhang Caoci was momentarily taken aback but quickly followed inside, only to see the old monk vigorously gesturing to a middle-aged monk standing by the side room. The middle-aged monk, Noticing the old monk's gesture and catching sight of Zhang Caoci, hurriedly approached with a smile, hands clasped in greeting, acknowledging Zhang Caoci's presence, which illuminated the humble temple. Has the prince arrived for his vegetarian meal? Has he left? Zhang Caoci, lacking the mood for pleasantries with the attendant monk, asked directly. The attendant monk, taken aback, quickly bowed and replied with a smile. Some time ago, we were informed that he would come for the vegetarian meal and instructed us to prepare several clean dishes. However, we later received word that he would not be coming. Zhang Caoci's expression darkened, disregarding the attendant monk as he swiftly turned around. Ming Xiaoping had already entered and overheard the conversation, furrowing his brow and asking, "Where has the prince gone for lunch? Was it mentioned?" "Indeed. I have not heard of it." The steward is well aware that those who serve the esteemed rarely speak out of turn. The guest monk hastily offered a smile in response, affirming that over the past 6 months, he had made several visits. "We must hasten, for the prince has gone to Hengshan County, and inevitably, the Li family's young master has accompanied him." As Zhang Caoci spoke, he glanced at Li Wenlin, whose complexion had turned pale and was glistening with sweat, acknowledging the elder brother's thoughtful consideration. The entourage of the Qin Wang made a brief detour to Jilong Temple before proceeding directly to Hengshan County. Each member of the party rode exceptional horses, galloping swiftly to Hengshan County in little more than an hour. Upon reaching the outskirts of Hengshan County, the group slowed their pace, while the steward urged his horse towards the piling courtyard to make arrangements. The Qin Wang relaxed his shoulders and, with a flick of his whip, beckoned Li Wenshan to fetch his younger siblings for a sumptuous meal. Gu Lu burst into a hearty laugh, playfully patting Li Wenshan on the shoulder. "I'm not laughing at you. Hurry along now." Lu Yi, with a weary smile, instructed Cheng Ying to accompany the fifth master, advising her to avoid causing too much commotion. Jin Zhuoyan seemed lost in thought, unaware of his surroundings. Li Xia, startled by the sight of her sweating elder brother, furrowed her brow upon hearing that the Qin Wang had once again come to the piling courtyard for shrimp. She pondered aloud, at this hour, why come here for shrimp? Especially after feigning a visit to Jilong Temple. Perhaps I should take a look. There might be something amiss that my oblivious brother has overlooked. As the Qin Wang and Jin Zhuoyan washed their hands and faces at the railing courtyard, the attendants diligently assisted the Qin Wang in changing out of his damp garments. Just as he comfortably reclined on the couch, Li Wenshan entered with Li Xia and Li Wenlan. From a distance, Gu Lu waved to them, beckoning them to approach. Jin Zhuoyan stood in the warm pavilion, gently fanning himself while observing the trio from a superior vantage point. Lu Yi emerged to see Li Wenshan, whose face was glistening with sweat, and instructed the attendant Hongguang. "Hongguang, take Master Li Wuhua to wash up. Lu Ge and Xia, please come in with me." Li Wenlan's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated solely on Gu Lu, as he dashed toward him, for Gu Lu was his idol. Li Xia held Lu Yi's hand and steadily made her way into the warm pavilion. Reclining on the couch, the Qin Wang appeared lost in thought, sipping his tea, seemingly oblivious to the entrance of Li Wenshan and his younger siblings. Chapter 68. Savoring sugar. Li Wenlan circled around Gu Lu, gazing up at him, trembling with admiration, yet hesitant to speak. Unable to bear the sight, Li Xia averted her gaze, instead leading Lu Yi to a table laden with an array of delicacies and fruits. She selected a piece of candy from the plate placed before her by Lu Yi and began to lick it attentively. After observing for a while, Jin Zhuoyan folded his fan and sat beside Li Xia, also taking a piece of candy. He scrutinized it closely before glancing at Li Xia, who was absorbed in enjoying her treat, and remarked to Lu Yi, "What is so delightful about this? Look at her. What makes it so appealing?" Lu Yi chuckled softly. "Young master, she is merely 5 years old. This is candy, and children should not indulge excessively." Jin Zhuoyan gazed for a while longer, then set aside the candy in his hand. He snatched the half-licked, sticky piece of candy from Li Xia and tossed it onto the plate, reaching for the plate of golden-threaded plums to place before her. "Eat this." Li Xia cast a timid glance at him, slowly slid down from her chair, and tugged at Lu Yi's sleeve, seeking refuge behind her. Li Wenshan, freshly washed, entered and immediately noticed the frightened figure of Li Xia hiding behind Lu Yi. He hurriedly reached out to embrace her. "Is Xia all right? Too much candy isn't good. I haven't done anything to her." Jin Zhuoyan, a mix of shame and anger on his face, abruptly unfurled his folding fan, causing a cacophony of rustling. "My sister is timid, and the heir apparent is rather intimidating." Li Wenshan, with a forced smile, picked up the plate of candy from the table, leading Li Xia to a low couch in the corner of the warm pavilion. Settling her comfortably and placing the plate of candy in her lap, Li Xia glanced at her elder brother, signaling that she was fine and that he needn't fuss over her. The Qin Wang observed Jin Zhuyan's indignation, his own mood seemingly lifting slightly. He lazily stood up and ambled around the warm pavilion for a few moments before sitting beside Li Xia. He reached into her lap and took a piece of candy, lifting it to her. "May I have a bite?" Li Xia nodded, and the Qin Wang tossed the candy into his mouth. She turned her head to look at him, shifting the plate a bit closer to him. Compared to their last encounter, he seemed to possess an added layer of weariness, a deep melancholy etched between his brows. What has happened? Li Xia felt a surge of suspicion. His demeanor and this transformation seemed to imply he had undergone some significant change. King Qin, chewing on a piece of candy, observed the focused yet perplexed expression on Li Xia's face. He shifted slightly, slumping forward, tilting his head to meet her gaze, and asked, "Do you not recognize me?" Li Xia nodded briefly, then quickly shook her head, whispering, "I do." King Qin broke into a smile, reaching out to gently pat her head. "You truly recognize me?" Li Xia affirmed with a nod, assuring him that her recognition was unequivocal. "Do you really know my surname?" he inquired again, taking another piece of candy and mimicking her by licking it with his tongue. Surname. Li Xia felt a flicker of uncertainty. At her nearly 6 years of age, should she know his surname, or should she not? 6 seemed rather old, after all. Chun. Ah. King Qin wore an expression that was either genuine surprise or a feigned one. "You really know? How clever of you. Who told you? Your fifth brother?" Li Xia nodded in response. King Qin lowered his head, scrutinizing her with a mixture of doubt and a hint of timidity. "Are you afraid of me? Afraid of Ingguil?" He gestured towards Jin Zhuyan. Jin Zhuyan raised an eyebrow, looking at King Qin with an expression that suggested a touch of mischief. Though she was not afraid of him, she was indeed frightened of Jin Zhuyan, and she could not conceal that fear well. In their presence, it seemed rather difficult to hide every trace of emotion. Li Xia shook her head and then nodded. "Not afraid of me." King Qin pointed to his own nose, and she nodded. "Afraid of him?" he asked, indicating Jin Zhuyan, and Li Xia nodded once more. Jin Zhuyan vigorously shook his folding fan, turning his head to glance outside the warm pavilion, disregarding the Qin Wang. "Is this candy delicious?" the Qin Wang inquired, lifting the piece of candy he had licked twice, then observing Li Xia, who was engrossed in savoring the treat, with a look of utter confusion. "Truly, such a child." Li Xia remained silent. The Qin Wang scrutinized the candy, shifting his gaze back and forth until a servant hurriedly approached, taking the piece from him and offering a handkerchief to clean his hands. "Do you know his surname?" After a moment's contemplation, the Qin Wang pointed at Jin Zhuyan. Struggling to continue the conversation with such a young child, he felt a sense of helplessness akin to a dog biting a hedgehog. "Jin." Li Xia hesitated before softly responding with a single character. "And his?" "Lu." "And that one?" "Gu." The Qin Wang gestured around, and Li Xia answered with 3 characters. "You are truly clever," the Qin Wang exclaimed with genuine admiration as Li Xia took a hearty bite of the candy. After asking a series of questions with no further conversation ensuing, he watched Li Xia devour the candy, savoring it with immense delight. After observing her for a while, he sighed, "I wish I were your age." Li Xia momentarily froze. Those words held profound meaning. The Qin Wang gazed down at her, whose long eyelashes fluttered as she looked up at him, and gently touched her lashes with his finger. "Do you not understand? I meant that being as adorable as you are at this age is truly wonderful." Li Xia rubbed her eyes and continued to nibble on the candy, puzzled by his words. What had happened to him? Jin Inga was right. Consuming too much of this candy was unwise. The Qin Wang observed Li Xia, who was focused solely on the candy, and sought to fill the silence. Li Xia tugged the plate closer to her chest. The Qin King chuckled softly, reassuring, "Fear not. I merely speak of your fondness for sweets. In my youth, I too relished candies, though not of this variety. Next time, I shall bring you a box, far superior in taste." Li Xia nodded with her head bowed. The palace delicacies were indeed delightful, but were there even candies in the palace? The Qin King observed her, utterly absorbed in the sugary treat, savoring its sweetness. After a moment of hesitation, he plucked a piece of the candy, tasting it slowly. After one piece, he reached for another, discovering that this particular candy was rather enjoyable. Chapter 69. A childish temperament. Li Xia gazed in disbelief at the piece of candy that bore the imprints of his fingers. Lifting the dish and presenting both the candy and its plate to the Qin King, he paused, then burst into laughter, taking a piece of the candy to eat. As he accepted the plate, a servant promptly approached to collect it, offering a cloth for him to clean his hands. Jin Zhuyan, Observing the Qin king consume the first piece, raised his eyebrows in utter astonishment, watching as he devoured one piece after another until not a single morsel remained. No wonder the Empress Dowager often remarked that he had not matured. Indeed, he acted like a 5-year-old, competing for sweets and emerging victorious. Gulu was oblivious, engrossed in examining a pot of chrysanthemums with Li Wenlan. Meanwhile, Lu Yi conversed with Li Wengang, though his attention was predominantly fixed on the Qin king, who, with remarkable composure, consumed the entirety of Li Xia's candies. A silent exasperation washed over him. Indeed, the prince was becoming increasingly remarkable. Taking advantage of a lull in conversation, Lu Yi beckoned Cheng Ying and whispered a few instructions. The Qin Wang, having cleansed his hands, gazed at Li Xia as she finished savoring the candy in her grasp. He signaled to a young servant to bring a handkerchief, clumsily attempting to wipe Li Xia's hands. Then her mouth, Li Xia, filled with frustration, allowed him to fumble about, for she was merely 5 years old. The Qin Wang requested another handkerchief, repeating the process. Tilting his head back, he scrutinized her handiwork and appeared quite satisfied. He tossed the handkerchief to the servant and sat beside Li Xia, who swung her legs while observing a magpie outside the warm pavilion, flitting about and chirping incessantly. The Qin Wang, too, became entranced by the bird's antics. "Your Highness, the hour is drawing near," Lu Yi remarked softly, glancing at the time as he approached. Li Xia nodded repeatedly, her head bowed. Li Weishan hesitantly cast a glance at Li Xia before consenting. "Very well, let us trouble Cheng Ying." Li Wenlin, exhausted and breathless, was consumed by a singular thought of pain, hardly able to recall that within the county office of Hengshan, his third uncle resided. And he could not afford to ignore this matter. Ming Xiaoping and Zheng Caoci, upon seeing the Qin Wang and his entourage depart, were eager to pursue them. Not one among them remembered that the magistrate of Hengshan was Li Wenlin's third uncle. The thought was utterly forgotten. Yet, even if they had remembered, it was of little consequence. Fortunately, the county magistrate was entirely unaware of this visit that had not transpired, nor did he know of Li Wenlin's presence in Hangzhou. As twilight enveloped the city of Hangzhou, renowned for its exquisite scenery by Westlake, the Qifeng building, a tavern celebrated for its vistas, was reserved exclusively by the handsome governor's house for the evening. The entire second floor had been transformed into a single spacious area, with 2 tables arranged side by side facing the enchanting lake. Upstairs, the atmosphere had become quite lively. General Luo sat on a nearby chair, engaged in conversation with Lin Xunxi and Wang Tongji, sipping tea from one pot after another. Wang Tongji exerted himself to maintain a light-hearted ambience, interspersing laughter amid his discourse, while occasionally casting anxious glances toward the staircase and then at the gathering of officials in the room. Today, the prominent officials of Hangzhou had assembled, with the exception of the vice envoy Guan Quan, who was preoccupied with military drills, and Zheng Caoci, who was said to be on his way to welcome the young Master Ming. The rest had already arrived, and they had been waiting for over half an hour. A steward, drenched in sweat, hurried upstairs and approached General Luo, whispering an urgent report. "General, we have searched everywhere." Zheng Caoci set out to meet them at the north gate 2 to 3 hours ago. The guards reported that they saw him receiving guests, but they did not enter the city and instead proceeded eastward along the outskirts. Pausing momentarily, the steward lowered his voice significantly, adding, "It is rumored that the prince left the residence around noon, initially claiming he would dine at Jilong Temple for a vegetarian meal, but after passing the temple, he did not enter and is said to have headed toward Hengshan County." General Luo listened intently, his expression inscrutable. "Have someone wait at the south gate. Once the young master arrives, report immediately," he commanded. The steward acknowledged and withdrew respectfully. Lin Xunxi, casting a sidelong glance at General Luo, swayed his foot with a bemused smile, as if enjoying the spectacle. General Luo feigned ignorance, while Wang Tongji, having overheard snippets of the conversation, maintained a cheerful demeanor, yet internally felt a twinge of embarrassment for General Luo. With the young master yet to arrive, it would have been courteous to send someone ahead to offer a greeting. The question remained, should they continue to wait or not? Time waits for no one. Wang Tongji observed the expression of Luo Shuaixi and then scanned the surroundings once more. "It's about time, Shuaixi. Shall we commence the banquet? I am positively famished," he exclaimed, snapping his folding fan with a feigned complaint. Upon seeing Luo Shuaixi rise with a smile, he quickly called out to everyone, urging them to take their seats. "Today, Shuaixi has graciously invited us to enjoy the enchanting night view of West Lake. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare." Lin Xunxi was the last to stand, chuckling as he followed Luo Shuaixi to his seat. The officials, astute as they were, promptly settled down at Wang Tongji's urging, engaging in lively conversation to uplift the atmosphere. No one mentioned the eldest son of the Ming family, nor the reason behind Luo Shuaixi's invitation today. They merely focused on joviality, determined to overlook the palpable tension that everyone could sense, a shared embarrassment that hung in the air. As for the welcome banquet in the evening, Yao Canyi had already heard of it and entered with a keen eye on Luo Shuaixi's demeanor. It's nothing of concern, Luo Shuaici gestured for Yao Canyi to take a seat. The trip to Hangzhou was merely to meet the Empress Dowager or perhaps to see the prince. News of an opportunity to do so had naturally prompted a swift visit. What has prompted the prince to suddenly consider a trip to Hongshan County? Yao Canyi inquired, refraining from further discussing the awkwardness of the unfinished welcome banquet and instead delving directly into the matter at hand. I have been contemplating this matter. The Empress Dowager has not uttered a word and has scarcely ventured out of the Mingtao villa. The prince, Luo Shuaici, paused, furrowing his brow. In the past, when such occurrences arose, the prince would remain secluded within the villa, avoiding even the academy. This time, it is truly worrisome, as it may well be a deliberate act. Luo Shuaici sighed. I share your sentiments. Indeed, if this is the case, it would certainly place Dong Wing in a rather awkward position. Counselor Yao knitted his brows, reflecting on recent events and finding himself unable to unravel any conclusions. I fear there may be matters unknown to us. Tomorrow, you should pay a visit to Counselor Zhu and ask him to inquire with Guasheng. Luo Shuaici contemplated for a moment before quietly instructing Counselor Yao. Counselor Yao acquiesced, and Luo Shuaici continued, should I pay a visit to the Empress Dowager? A visit is necessary. The other day, Lu Yi mentioned that the prince wishes to practice martial arts and has entrusted me with finding a few craftsmen to construct a training ground in the rear garden of Mingtao Villa. It would be prudent to report this directly to the Empress Dowager. Counselor Yao nodded, and the two conversed softly for a while longer before Counselor Yao took his leave. What has transpired? The Empress Dowager inquired, her brow furrowed. Lu Yi recounted how Li Wenshan had asked about Li Wenlin's response should the prince be mentioned. The lad remarked that Li Xuezhang has always been exceedingly cautious. The matter of establishing the crown prince indeed requires considerable audacity. He then stated his intention to visit the chicken cage temple for a vegetarian meal, and upon arriving there, he expressed a desire to go to Hongshan County for shrimp. Has that young man from the Ming family followed him all the way? The Empress Dowager's expression was inscrutable, and her tone offered no discernible emotion. She had entered Hangzhou just 15 minutes later than expected. After a brief silence, her voice took on a weighty cadence as she remarked, it seems the young lord appears to be in good spirits. Louis glanced up at the Empress Dowager, who was regarding him intently. The young lord had traveled directly from Mingtai Mountain Villa to Jilung Temple without pause, stopping only momentarily at a tea house near the temple's entrance. There, he expressed a sudden disinterest in vegetarian fare, suggesting instead a trip to Linen or perhaps to Hongshan County for some Longjing shrimp. Subsequently, they proceeded straight into Hongshan County, where the prince instructed Li Wenshan to fetch his siblings to the pavilion of railing, stating that he wished for them to enjoy a sumptuous meal. Li Wenshan, known for his robust demeanor and broad heart, often jested with the sixth young lord and the crown prince. Louis hastily provided clarification. The Empress Dowager let out a soft huff, signaling Lu Yi to continue. Is that girl 5 years old this year? The Empress Dowager inquired abruptly. Has the young lord spoken with her? Indeed, the prince had asked Li Xia if she knew her surname, whether she was afraid of the crown prince or the prince himself, and if she was aware of the sixth young lord and the surnames of the ministers. Li Xia admitted to fearing the crown prince but not the prince, and she correctly answered about the surnames of the prince and ministers. After that, she indulged in some candy and fell silent. The Empress Dowager appeared both amused and exasperated, sighing deeply after a moment. That child. After a brief pause, she sighed again. What does the young lord have to say about the matter of Ming Xiaoping? The young lord replied that since the crown prince had been established, he ought to exercise even greater caution and prudence, especially considering that the emperor was still in his prime, just over 30 years of age. Lu Yi's voice was softer and lighter than before. The Empress Dowager listened intently, seemingly releasing a sigh of relief, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Henceforth, it would be beneficial to engage more with the young master regarding military and political affairs. You may go and rest now, she said. Louis acknowledged her with a nod and withdrew with hands lowered. The Empress Dowager rose and paced slowly around the room, casting a glance at the yellow eunuch, a subtle smile lingering on her face. The young master being able to perceive this was indeed more favorable than I had anticipated. After all, The young master is the flesh and blood of the Empress. How could he possibly falter? The yellow eunuch, lost in thought, attempted to smile but could only manage a sigh. He responded softly, acquiescing. In the rear courtyard of Hongshan County, the inhabitants were already asleep, the lamps extinguished. Li Xiao lay on her side in bed, listening to the rustling leaves stirred by the wind outside and the faint, dwindling chirps of early winter insects. A tumult of anxiety and restlessness coiled within her like a tangled mass of threads. Her uncle could not ally himself with the crown prince's faction, nor could he grow too close to Ming Zhenbang. Yet what was she to do? The matters concerning her father and their family still had unresolved issues, while her uncle and the distant family estate in the capital felt utterly unattainable. If she found it beyond her reach, then so too would her fifth brother. Moreover, what brought the Qin Wang and the Empress Dowager to Hangzhou? What had prompted this change? Was it possible that the capital was no longer the capital of old? Today, the Qin Wang appeared unusually disconcerted, bearing the weight of profound change. What worldly tribulations could possibly affect this true scion of heaven? The past few days in Hangzhou had been remarkably tranquil. Who could say whether this tranquility was genuine? She remained oblivious to the underlying currents of events. Chapter 71. The bitterness of enlightenment outside Hangzhou. At the Mingtao Villa, early the next morning, Ming Xiaoping arrived to seek an audience. As customary, Empress Dowager Jin dispatched someone to inquire about his well-being and graciously offered tea, yet she did not grant a personal meeting. The Prince of Qin sent a servant to the academy to announce his absence, a standard practice. Li Wenshan was not present at the academy, and the old steward who responded displayed evident irritation, simply stating that he was not there, without any insight into the reason for his absence. Before Li Wenlin could press further, the door was slammed shut. Li Wenlin, filled with exasperation, promptly sent word to Ming Xiaoping, who was waiting at Diyue Tower. In turn, Ming Xiaoping hastily dispatched someone to locate Zheng Caoxi and Mr. Qin to inquire about Li Wenshan's whereabouts. Ming Xiaoping then instructed Li Wenlin to make a trip to Hongshan County to bring Li Wenshan back, as it was inappropriate for him, a designated imperial envoy, to make that journey himself at this juncture. This commotion had already consumed much of the morning. With a few words, Mr. Qin learned from Li Wenlin about the fruitless journey of the previous day. Comprehending the situation at once, Li Wenshan was deliberately evading them, likely at the behest of the prince. With clarity in mind, Mr. Qin accompanied Li Wenlin to indulge in an exquisite meal, unique to Linen, and sought out a physician specializing in trauma to tend to the wounds on Li Wenlin's thighs, which were raw and blistered. After receiving treatment, they resumed their journey, making their way slowly into the city of Hangzhou, where darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Ming Xiaoping, confronted with Li Wenlin, who reeked of medicinal ointment, his legs bare save for a thin blanket, and bearing the tormented countenance of a suffering general, felt waves of dizziness wash over him in frustration. Early the next morning, they were to set off for Mingzhou as a special envoy. His schedule was already meticulously arranged. Jida listened intently, repeated the information, and upon receiving a nod from Mr. Qin, he withdrew to fetch the horse and headed towards Jiangning Prefecture. Li Caoxi dispatched Jida to rest while he remained seated at the upper end, his expression somewhat pale and cold. After a while, Li Caoxi rose and entered the rear courtyard. Upon noticing his unusual demeanor, Madame Yin quickly dismissed the maidservants and personally brewed a cup of tea for him, inquiring about the matter at hand. What has happened? Mr. Qin just sent Jida over. Li Caoxi took a sip of tea, regaining his composure, and relayed the message brought by Jida. His countenance was shrouded in melancholy, tinged with a thread of vexation and an indescribable sentiment. I have known Qin for over 20 years, and yet with a heavy sigh, Li Caoxi continued. Madame Yin paused for a moment, uncertain, and asked, Is this true? My lord? About Mr. Qin? Yes, Qin has already submitted himself under the fifth master's tutelage, replied Li Caoxi, his gloom deepening. Madame Yin found it hard to believe. She stood in a daze for a moment before sitting beside Li Caoxi. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed his cup was empty and hastily rose to brew another cup of tea for him. After sitting back down, her thoughts had already taken several turns. My lord, I believe this could be a good thing. First and foremost, you did not misjudge the fifth master. Our Li family's next generation will undoubtedly surpass the previous one. And that is indeed a positive development. You may be right. Li Caoxi attempted to smile but sighed instead. If only he were my own child. How wonderful that would be. Madame Yin felt a wave of bitterness swell within her heart, forcing a smile as she spoke. Regarding the second point, Mr. Qin has known the master for many years, and he knows precisely what sort of man Mr. Qin is. Likewise, the master is well aware of Mr. Qin's character. Having him by the side of our fifth brother is undoubtedly preferable to the presence of others. Li Caozi remained silent, gradually exhaling a deep sigh. To speak candidly, my lord, the thought of the next generation of the Li family, particularly the most outstanding among them not being our own, pains my heart immensely. Unlike you, my lord, I admit that my heart is somewhat narrow. Yet, despite this bitterness, I am well aware of the bond that exists between our eldest brother, fifth brother, and sixth brother. They are brothers as close as can be, truly one family. Madame Yin continued, while Li Caozi sighed once more. It is human nature to feel such emotions. I too feel the pangs of jealousy. Alas, my discontent does not stem solely from this, but from contemplating Qin Qing. Let us not dwell on it. When Qin Qing entrusted me with the task of selecting companions for fifth brother, he made it clear that these individuals would henceforth be associated with him, urging me to adopt a broader perspective. At that moment, I thought it impossible for me to be affected by such matters. Yet, now that the reality is upon us, alas, I did not foresee Qin Qing's intentions. Li Caozi's sighs echoed, and Madame Yin observed him, mirroring his lament. Rest assured, I merely wish to share these thoughts with you for the sake of release. Such sentiments are only natural. I can accept this, after all. Qin Qing voluntarily chose to depart. I understand that this is unavoidable. If this person is sent away and remains in my service, yet fifth brother cannot win him over, it would indeed be troubling. You need not worry, I can come to terms with it, though it weighs heavily on my heart. Alas, thinking it over, sorrow remains, indeed. Madame Yin interjected. Li Caozi attempted to smile, but halfway through, he sighed again, gently patting Madame Yin's hand. You and I, as husband and wife, share a deep understanding. Well, I shall not dwell on my sadness, and you ought not to be bitter either. After all, it is our misfortune that we have not borne a worthy son. Chapter 72. The larger picture such as fate, as the master has said. Madame Yin reproached softly, followed by a long sigh. She gazed at Li Caozi's hand, firmly clasping hers, and though he harbored no bitterness, there was a subtle sweetness in his touch. We are growing old, she mused, yet the master treats me as if we were a youthful couple. A silence enveloped them, the room suffused with an air that was both sweet and slightly sour, tinged with a hint of tender intimacy. After a while, Madame Yin, with a trace of concern, quietly inquired, My lord, will Lin Guo be all right since he couldn't meet fifth brother? Do not worry. Lin Guo is much like the second son. He has always lacked ambition. Ming Xiaoping has known him since childhood and understands his limitations, so he will not hold it against him. Fifth brother has handled this matter well. Whether it was Qin Qing's guidance or his own idea remains unclear. We do not know how he communicated with the prince. He was neither at the academy nor in Hengshan County yesterday. Where could he have gone? Perhaps he is at Mingao Villa, where the prince is protecting him. Just look at this child, so young yet so cunning. His fortune is promising. And it is no wonder that Qin Qing has taken such an interest in him at this moment. As Li Caozi spoke, he found clarity. Yet the last statement carried an unmistakable tang of bitterness. In the warm pavilion of the rear garden of Mingdao Mountain Villa, King Qin stood by the window, gazing out at the shimmering surface of the lake. On the water, the bow women were maneuvering their small vessels, clearing away the remnants of withered lotus and old roots. Jin Zhuoyin stood a couple of paces behind him, his expression stern, while Louis sat at the tea table by the entrance of the pavilion, diligently roasting a cake of tea. Father mentioned that Ming Zhenbang had sought him out 3 or 4 times, expressing an unwavering ambition for the position of Minister of Finance. Jin Zhuoyin's voice was low, tinged with a hint of anger. What does your uncle mean? King Qin remained silent for a long while before posing the question. I do not know. Father did not elaborate on what my grandfather meant. The uncle in question was Jin Zhuoyin's grandfather, Jin Xiang, known for his prudence, warmth, and fairness. Never acting out of self-interest, if he had any intentions, he likely would not disclose them to his son. What about your father? What does he mean? King Qin fell silent again, only to inquire after a time, You did not say. He merely indicated that Ming Zhenbang is determined to secure the position of Minister of Finance, without mentioning his own thoughts. Jin Zhuoyin observed the still melancholic King Qin. Ming Zhenbang has become increasingly excessive. However, it may not necessarily be a bad thing. If he desires the position of Minister of Finance, in my view, let him have it. Allow him to bolster his reputation. King Qin tapped a few times on the windowsill, turned, and seated himself beside Louis. He watched as Louis prepared a cup of tea, lifted it to his nose, set it down, then stood up again and returned to the window. Jin Zhuoyin regarded him as he moved back and forth, furrowing his brow. What chaos will ensue in the court in 2 or 3 years? Alas, What does Annie truly think? Jin Juyin, exasperated, stamped his foot. How old are you, really? Disregarding the political affairs. Let us first address the situation in the two Zhejiang provinces. The king of Qin, lost in thought, shrugged his shoulders and turned to sit across from Lu Yi, lifting the cup of tea he had just sipped. How can we manage these two provinces without intervening in court matters? Luo Zhengxing was appointed by a relative, and both Zhang Yuanji and Lin Mingxing are beyond your reach for any rectification. Even a mere county magistrate, which one could you influence? Jin Shuiyin also moved closer. Speaking bluntly, the king of Qin, grasping the cup, sipped slowly, seemingly oblivious to Jin Shuiyin's words. With a look of disdain, Jin Shuiyin pushed aside the cup of tea brewed by Lu Yi and prepared his own, lifting it only to set it down again. What you mentioned earlier. I shall dispatch someone to inform my father shortly. The academy observes a day of rest every 15 days, and after another fortnight, on the designated day of respite, Mr. Qin escorted Li Wenshan out. Together, they took a leisurely stroll around Westlake, eventually settling in a tranquil tea house to converse. The documents in the archives pertain to matters that had already been resolved. Recently, your uncle has frequently sent messages, indicating that there have been some notable changes within the court. Prime Minister Jin Yinji has requested to retire. Indeed, he is quite advanced in age, turning 76 after the new year. The Crown Prince has recommended Zhao Changhai, and Prime Minister Jin has seconded this nomination. It seems Zhao Changhai will likely assume the role of Prime Minister. Mr. Qin and Li Wenshan spoke calmly about the shifts in the political landscape. With Li Wenshan listening intently, Zhao Changhai, aged 49, emerged as a scholar in the 7th year of Yongjia, achieving early success. The Zhao family is among the leading merchants in Mingzhou, possessing 2 or 3 maritime fleets and renowned for their financial acumen. Thus, he is well equipped to undertake the responsibilities of Prime Minister. Lady Jiang is also a native of Mingzhou. Upon hearing Mr. Qin mention Mingzhou, Li Wenshan immediately interjected. Mr. Qin, stroking his beard, chuckled lightly, affirming that both families are notable maritime merchants. The Jiang family has risen from affluence to nobility, having preceded the Zhao family by a generation or two, and the two families share a familial bond. Thus, the position of the Minister of Appointments is effectively secured within the faction of the Crown Prince. Mr. Qin's tone was notably buoyant. Additionally, the position of the Chief of the Western Route in Jiang and has nearly been finalized. Pan Sheng has been appointed. He is 42 years old this year and previously served as a Deputy Minister of Rights, handpicked by the esteemed Minister Ming. Pan Qing is a man of few words and shies away from social engagements. I have had little interaction with him and remain unaware of his temperament or character. Fortunately, at this juncture, we are not entangled with him in any matters. Li Wenshan, observing Mr. Qin's cheerful demeanor and contemplating Li Xia's remarks, hesitantly inquired, "Is my uncle also part of the Crown Prince's faction?" Mr. Qin regarded Li Wenshan with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, stroking his beard as he laughed for a moment before responding, "Your uncle is a cautious individual, which is indeed a virtue, though at times it may not be regarded as such. He shares a close bond with Minister Ming, and several young masters from the Ming family frequently visit the noble houses in the capital. For instance, your elder brother Li Wenshan enjoys a particularly good relationship with Ming Xiaoping. They even co-founded a literary society during their time at the Imperial Academy. Presently, in the vicinity of Hangzhou, the routes of the Tuzhe area include the Zhengqiao Department, while the eastern and western routes of Jiangnan, aside from your uncle and Pan Xinxi, also feature Jiang Xinxi from the eastern route. Minister Ming is a man of valor and initiative, an exceptionally rare talent. The current situation within the Crown Prince's faction owes much to his significant contributions." Chapter 73. Guosheng observed Li Wenshan, whose expression was earnest, even furrowing his brows in seriousness. Mr. Qin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating that you are by the prince's side and must remain loyal to your sovereign. It is prudent for you to possess a measure of discernment in your heart. Mr. Qin's words held little ambiguity. Li Wenshan grasped their essence. He contemplated nodding in agreement. Yet the memory of Ashia's expression that day and her words lingered in his mind, preventing him from acquiescing, his brows knitting tighter as he hesitantly remarked, "Sir, the emperor is merely in his 30s, 33 to be precise." Mr. Qin erupted into hearty laughter, rising to his feet and spinning around a couple of times, then clapping Li Wenshan's shoulder vigorously. "Your wit is indeed exceptional. Your observation is astute. Hence, for the Li family, it suffices that you maintain awareness within your heart. You are correct. The current emperor is just over 30, and the future is long and uncertain. In matters dictated by fate, The variables are vast. Until the very end. No one can predict the outcome. However, when it comes down to it, in conversing with Li Wenshan, Mr. Qin was not merely speaking but imparting wisdom, elucidating each matter with great detail. His eyes sparkled with mirth as he stroked his beard and laughed heartily once more, exclaiming, "In these next 3 to 4 years. Splendid, splendid. I have always harbored concerns regarding this matter. At your age, friendships forged over the span of half a year or a year are truly ephemeral. Well, if you manage to cultivate a bond over 3 to 4 years, it would be just splendid. By then, when you accompany the prince to the capital, your success in the imperial examinations will surely be assured, provided no significant misstep occurs. And should you earn a reputation as a talented individual during these years, that would be even more fortuitous. However, with the Empress Dowager and the prince maintaining an exceptionally low profile in Hangzhou, it would be prudent for you, Fifth Master, to adopt a similar demeanor to avoid inciting any displeasure." In the blink of an eye, Mr. Qin had already traversed his thoughts in circles 7 or 8 times. Observing the clear-eyed Li Wenshan, who appeared almost transparent, he noticed him scratching his head, looking embarrassed as he murmured, "I haven't thought that deeply. I simply feel very happy being with the prince and his company." At the county office in Hengshan, Li Xia sat on the steps of the second gate, resting her chin on her hands, burdened by her thoughts. Little Jiaoer danced and kicked a shuttlecock before her. Surely, her father's current term would proceed smoothly. Her father served for 3 years, her uncle for 5, with 4 years hence marking the 17th year of the reign of Zhiping. What should she do? Her uncle was beyond the influence of her and fifth brother, and as for the Qin Wang, at least for now, she could not discern any potential leverage. Moreover, in this significant matter, fifth brother proved to be rather ineffectual. The more Li Xia pondered, the more troubled she became, releasing a long sigh, followed by another. In the tea room of the front office, Guosheng clutched his exquisitely polished purple clay teapot tightly, leaning against the window, vigilantly attuned to the movements outside, while his gaze remained fixed on the furrowed brow of Li Xia. Yet this 5-year-old young lady, Li Xia, has been burdened with sorrow since the day she became aware of her predicament, and her frown has yet to dissipate. The crown prince, favored as the legitimate heir, has always enjoyed a commendable reputation, possessing innate advantages that render such fierce ambition unnecessary. However, that Minister Ming exhibits excessive fervor and tenacity. It is said that the empress in the palace is equally fierce and unyielding. The emperor, at merely 33 years of age, is in the prime of his life. Suddenly, Li Xia lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp as she directed her attention towards the tea room. Guosheng felt a tightness in his chest and quickly pressed himself against the wall, daring not to breathe. After a long moment, he cautiously tiptoed and slipped out of the tea room. As evening descended, the clerks and servants of the front office had departed, leaving county magistrate Li to engage in commentary on essays with the county scholars, resulting in an unusually serene atmosphere within the Hengshan County office. Li Xia sat on the threshold of the bell tower, absently savoring a pomegranate while gazing vacantly at the setting sun. Guosheng, with his head bowed, stood beside the last row of buildings in the front office. After a while, he glanced at Li Xia, then instinctively turned to survey the tranquil surroundings before lowering his head to adjust his long robe. He lifted his hand to straighten his cap, took a gentle breath, and stepped forward, covering the distance of 2 or 3 paces to kneel partially before Li Xia. Li Xia met his gaze directly, preparing to rise and enter, when Guosheng bowed slightly and introduced himself in a deep voice. "I am Guosheng, 35 years of age, hailing from Shaoxing County, a scholar from the 19th year of Yongjia, without a home or family." Li Xia averted her gaze, lowering her eyelids as she continued to eat the pomegranate. Chapter 74. Guosheng's speculation in my youth. I was incorrigibly mischievous, easily swayed by the instigations of the young scions of the Shin clan. In a violent altercation, I fatally wounded several individuals. When the authorities sought my capture, the elder of the Shin clan surrendered me to atone for the crime. To save me, my adoptive father took the blame, declaring that it was he who had committed the acts, thus absolving me of any wrongdoing. Tragically, he met his demise in the public square, executed for his sacrifice. Li Xia finished the pomegranate in her hand, rose from her seat, and without casting a glance at Guosheng, strode directly into the inner courtyard. Mississippi. Guosheng hesitated to raise his voice, staring blankly as Li Xia skipped away, disappearing around the corner. After a moment of shock, he found himself collapsing onto the ground. He had never anticipated her departure. What could it possibly signify? Surely, he could not have misjudged her intentions. Li Xia, holding her breath, bounded into the main room and lunged toward her sister on the couch. However, before she could reach her sister's embrace, her footing faltered, and she crashed into her elder brother, Li Wenlan. "Sister!" Li Wenlan cried out in pain, startled by Li Xia's sudden impact. As she struggled to rise, a combination of shock and discomfort overwhelmed her, prompting her to burst into tears. Li Dong swiftly scooped up Li Xia, urgently reaching for Li Wenlan. "Is Xia unharmed? Is Lan Gur all right?" In the adjacent room, Mrs. Su, who had been tidying up alongside Granny Hong, rushed out and swiftly gathered Li Wenlan into her arms. "What has happened? What is wrong with Xia?" Nestled in Li Dong's embrace, Li Xia unexpectedly let out a loud hiccup. This singular sound triggered a cascade of hiccups, rendering her unable to cease. Li Wenlan, momentarily forgetting her tears, stared in astonishment at her sister, who was caught in a relentless fit of hiccups, gasping for breath amidst her distressing ordeal. What is Guosheng attempting to achieve? What does he mean? What has he witnessed? What knowledge does he possess? How has he come to know it? Guosheng dared not linger, hastily exiting the county office, his feet barely touching the ground. Reminiscent of that dark night he escaped from Taiping Village, moving with urgency, unwilling to look, listen, or even contemplate. It was not until the latter half of the night that he emerged from that pervasive sense of aimlessness and inexplicable dread. Clad in a robe, he rose and stood by the window for a moment, then pushed open the door and stepped onto the corridor, gazing up at the vast and distant sky, along with the indifferent crescent moon hanging on the horizon. Alone, he had wandered for nearly a decade, drifting aimlessly, initially unaware of what he sought, but now yearning for something extraordinarily elusive. He was without a home, unburdened, alive, and aspiring for an existence beyond the ordinary. He trusted his own eyes. That 5-year-old girl was certainly no typical child of 5. He did not comprehend what she was, nor why she resided in that household. Perhaps she was trapped within it. He was also oblivious to how she had persuaded Li Wenshan, how she had guided him, but regardless of the nature of their interaction, she was extraordinary, and that sufficed. What did she mean today? He had no understanding of what she was, so how could he possibly grasp her meaning? The following evening, Li Xia sat once more on the threshold of the bell tower, slowly nibbling on a piece of Dingxin cake. Guosheng stood at the entrance of the signing room, gazing blankly for a moment, lightly tapping his foot, and then approached directly, just as he had the day before. He half-knelt, half-squatted a few paces from Li Xia, stealing a glance at her as she focused on her cake, before hastily lowering his gaze. "I humbly seek the lady's favor, wishing to dedicate myself to her service, to exert my utmost efforts, even unto death." Li Xia glanced at Guosheng, biting into the cake, remaining silent. There were many words he wished to utter and matters to address. Guosheng waited a moment, then raised his gaze to Li Xia. Noticing her slowly savoring the cake, appearing as if he were inconsequential, which eased his heart slightly. She had not stood up and left, granting him an opportunity. "My conjecture stems from your elder brother." Guosheng speculated on Li Xia's intentions and tentatively began to speak, observing her indifference as she continued to eat. He continued, "Your brother is 15 this year. One does not mature overnight. If he were truly as exceptional as you suggest, he would have already dealt with the calamity of the Zhang family during his time in Taiyuan. Those 2 clerks likely wouldn't have made an impression on the county magistrate either. Your brother's brilliance is too remarkable, too sudden." Li Xia's teeth delicately sank into the cake, pausing momentarily before continuing to bite down. "There must be a master guiding your brother from behind the scenes. From Li Caoxi to Qin Qing, even the prince in Hangzhou. Along with your esteemed father, all hold your brother's talent in high regard. As for your father, that is understandable, but Qin Qing is an astute individual. His unwavering admiration for your brother demonstrates that the one behind him is extraordinarily discreet, someone who eludes the thoughts of everyone around. The lady's family is newly arrived, and aside from his own kin, your brother seldom interacts with anyone else. This master is likely concealed within the confines of the county magistrate's residence, which has a simple population." Li Xia cast a sidelong glance at Guosheng, reflecting that such thoughts seemed akin to squeezing oil from a stone. Guosheng, having not caught a glimpse of Li Xia, cautiously lifted his gaze to glance at her before continuing. "During my travels over the years, I have encountered many extraordinary phenomena. In Yunnan, for instance, I once came across a cat that could speak." Li Xia, taking a bite of the Dingxin cake, felt fortunate that her family did not keep cats. Being able to spend time with her elder brother while remaining unnoticed by others was a rare delight. Guosheng had met the 6th master, a remarkably astute young man. After entering the service of her esteemed father, Guosheng frequently observed the young lady frolicking in the front courtyard. Though he dared not pry too deeply, he noticed that her attentions were drawn to matters of great importance regarding her father's affairs, particularly the contentious inheritance lawsuit. The young lady, accompanied by her maid, would watch intently, her expression revealing. Guosheng quickly stole another glance at Li Xia. Chapter 75, The Enlightened Mentor. Concern and sorrow were etched upon her face, devoid of curiosity or excitement. The young lady appeared perpetually troubled, her brow furrowed with worry. The alliance between the duke's residence in the capital and the Li Caoci, now tethered to Minister Ming, was exceedingly unwise. Moreover, it likely posed numerous threats, which the young lady seemed to perceive, hence her profound anxiety. Li Xia let out a gentle sigh. A spark ignited in Guosheng's eyes as he lifted his head. His gaze fervently fixed on Li Xia, who was savoring another bite of the cake. Just as he was about to speak, the voice of County Magistrate Li drifted over from behind. "Oh, what is Mr. Gui up to?" "County Magistrate," Guosheng quickly rose. Offering a respectful salute to the magistrate while smiling, "I was just conversing with Miss Jiu. She is exceptionally bright, and it is truly enviable that your children are equally outstanding." The magistrate Li burst into laughter, questioning what one could possibly say to a 5-year-old child, pondering her understanding. He was recounting the tale of Kai Yin distinguishing sounds at the tender age of 6 to Lady Jiu. Guosheng, with a slight bow, chuckled softly. The magistrate laughed heartily once more, gesturing courteously towards Guosheng, inquiring if he was praising Xia. Indeed, Xia is quite perceptive. Although she may not rival Kai Yin's ability to discern sounds at 6, her awareness and filial piety are commendable. Ha ha ha, forgive me for my pride as a father. One often overlooks flaws in their own child due to affection. In my humble opinion, Lady Jiu is no less capable than Kai Yin, and the magistrate is not blinded by affection. Guosheng engaged in polite banter with the magistrate while discreetly observing Li Xia, noticing her rise to grasp the magistrate's hand. Her large, sparkling eyes gazed up at him as she popped the remaining morsel of victory cake into her mouth, playfully reaching for him. He mused that if the magistrate was not blind to his child's merits, then perhaps he was doubly so. Guosheng instinctively bowed deeply, expressing his agreement. Madame Su prepared gifts and arranged a banquet, inviting Guosheng to take the honored seat. After receiving the apprenticeship ceremony from Li Wenlan, a vacant room was tidied up to serve as a classroom. A favorable date was selected, and after paying homage to the sages, the lessons commenced officially. Guosheng felt a knot of anxiety in his throat, his heart racing. The class lasted an hour, with a brief intermission of 15 minutes. Guosheng spoke for nearly half an hour, and just as he began to teach writing, Li Wenlan accidentally plunged his hand into the inkstone, splattering ink everywhere. Tears welling in his eyes as he dashed off to find his sister to wash his hands and change clothes. Meanwhile, Li Xia sat upright in her seat, diligently practicing her writing. Guosheng strolled over and took a seat on the small chair beside Li Wenlan, simultaneously tidying up the ink splattered everywhere by her and engaging in a quiet conversation with Li Xia. "I remain unaware of the young lady's origins or her purpose here, nor do I wish to be informed. I have no intention of delving into such matters. My sole desire is to immerse myself under her guidance, not seeking wealth, longevity, or the ability to command the elements. None of these aspirations concern me. I yearn merely to follow someone as extraordinary as her, an anomaly, akin to Wang Ji encountering an immortal spirit, where in an instant, his axe is rendered useless. I often ponder that if I were to be so fortunate as to have such an encounter, my life would be complete. Having traveled the world for nearly a decade, I initially wandered aimlessly, but eventually, a singular thought consumed me: to possess the fortune of Wang Ji, to experience the wonders beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. If I could achieve this, my life would be utterly fulfilled, with no further desires or thoughts. Li Xia turned her head to glance at him, observing for a moment before lowering her gaze, continuing to trace the characters. Was she still contemplating? What was she pondering? Regardless of her thoughts, extending him the opportunity to become her mentor was her gift to him. On November 20th, the birthday of Empress Jiang, the academy would be closed for 3 days. Li Xia had already discussed with Li Wenshan the plan to take advantage of this time to find an excuse to visit Shiko Town, near the Zixi salt fields. She wished to see the family involved in the murder case from her previous life, as well as that younger sister. Now, having not witnessed those past events with my own eyes, I find it difficult to fully believe in their reality. Moreover, regarding this case of murder, suspicions were rife at the time, and upon further reflection, the doubts have only multiplied. The unseen forces behind it seem to suggest a complexity beyond her initial assumptions, as if there is merely a lurking greed for wealth at play. Yet, even if it is indeed just a matter of avarice, she and her 5th brother must pay a visit to this family, in hopes of preemptively resolving the matter, whether it be murder or cruelty leading to death. Both are heinous acts that tarnish societal morals and corrupt the fabric of society. The emergence of such a case within her father's jurisdiction, regardless of whether he has acted unjustly, is a grave error. Should such an event transpire, her father's tenure would undoubtedly be deemed a failure, and the next in line might find themselves relegated to some remote and impoverished locale. Come down. Hurry down. I have something to discuss. Gulu hurriedly approached Li Wenshan's horse, looking up and gesturing insistently. What is it? Just speak, Li Wenshan replied, reluctant to dismount, maneuvering his horse in a small circle. Get down. Gulu reached out to pull Li Wenshan, who nearly fell off his horse due to the force. All right, let go. What is it? Li Wenshan asked, growing impatient. I'm anxious. The day after tomorrow at noon, I am hosting a banquet at Qifeng Tower, and you must attend, Gulu earnestly invited, pulling Li Wenshan down. I won't send you an invitation. You simply must come, preferably before noon. Isn't the day after tomorrow Little Lu's birthday? Aren't you coming? Jin Zhuyin and Prince Qin, along with others, had emerged from the academy, with Jin Zhuyin tapping Li Wenshan on the shoulder with his folding fan. Ah, is that true? Li Wenshan exclaimed in astonishment. Gulu, with a slanting glance at Jin Zhuyin, wore an expression of disbelief as he pulled Li Wenshan aside for a few paces. It is indeed true, but do not take it to heart. Consider it merely an invitation for me to treat everyone to a meal, devoid of any need for gifts. Zhuyin understands this. If you doubt it, inquire with him. For these past few years, it has always been about us gathering together for merriment. You must come. Your presence alone is a gift. Bring along your sister and your brother. It is perfect, as it neither hinders your time with your sister nor disrupts the dinner I am hosting. As Qin Wang and the others mounted their horses, Gulu, while saddling up, grumbled at Jin Zhuyin. We had agreed not to mention this, so why did you insist on revealing it? Now that you have, he will undoubtedly prepare a gift. Given his family's impoverished state, you truly are something. Even in poverty, they cannot be so destitute as to forego a gift for your birthday. If you do not speak of it now, can it truly be concealed until the day after tomorrow? By then, will it not be awkward for Li Wu? Do not worry. With someone like Li Wu, he might just scrawl a few characters and present them to you as a birthday gift, Gulu remarked. Louis could hardly suppress a chuckle but nodded in agreement with Jin Zhuyin's words, noting that it would not surprise him in the least if Li Wu brought over a few of his own written characters. One good. You mentioned earlier that for your past birthdays, you always treated everyone to a meal without expecting gifts. Qin Wang prodded Gulu with his riding crop, glancing at him askew. I merely speak in jest, if I were not to say this. Even jesting cannot warrant such absurdity. Jin Zhuyin interjected, jabbing his whip from the other side. It seems you're just as placed to all the blame of feasting upon us. This cannot stand. You must provide an explanation. I did not mean it that way, as you all know. Li Wu, Gulu, feeling anxious, hurried to explain. What does this have to do with Li Wu? I have been presenting generous gifts year after year, and with a mere utterance, you dismiss them all, rendering my birthday offerings meaningless. The Qin Wang was relentless. Moreover, I recall last year's birthday gift was chosen by you yourself, the exquisite jade tablet inscribed by the renowned calligrapher of the previous dynasty. You insisted it was a relic from your ancestors, declaring it rightfully yours. Return that inscription to me. Jin Zhuyin chimed in, teasing Gulu. Gulu, in a state of dismay, called out for assistance. General Lu, please arbitrate this matter. Speak a word on my behalf. I did not intend it that way. I have always put great thought into selecting your birthday gifts. General Lu, with a smile, expressed his own mild discontent. Alas, you all. Very well. I concede. It is my fault, all my foolish words. Forgive me, Your Highness, forgive me. Young Master, forgive me. General Lu. This evening, I shall. Wherever you wish, I will host a banquet to atone for my transgressions. Is that agreeable? Furthermore, tomorrow, I shall extend another invitation. Gulu resignedly clasped his hands in apology. A mere banquet would not suffice. It lacks sincerity. This evening, you shall stand from start to finish, serving drinks and dishes. Jin Zhuyin maintained a stern countenance, while the Qin Wang had already begun to chuckle. Now we are getting somewhere. Who desires your fare? You must demonstrate genuine intent. Gulu sighed repeatedly, his expression one of despair. Alas, I have only the best intentions. Very well, very well. Li Xia heard fifth brother mention that the following day marked the birthday of Gulu, and it would be inappropriate not to attend. After contemplating, she realized that this could indeed be a fortuitous opportunity to observe King Qin, hoping to discern some clues about him. If the festivities were exuberant and the wine flowed freely, the chances of gaining insight would be even greater. Li Wenshan scratched his head and nodded in agreement. suggesting that this matter should remain undisclosed to Lan Gu. Furthermore, it would be unwise to inform their mother, should she learn of their plans. She would undoubtedly become preoccupied with preparations, such as arranging transportation. Once she was busy with that, Lan Gu would inevitably discover their intentions to journey to Hangzhou and would insist on accompanying them. The thought of his tears was unbearable. Gu Yuyan had requested their presence at noon, which was already quite early. If they intended to keep this from their mother, they would need to prepare their own gifts, purchasing something upon their arrival in Hangzhou. This necessitated an early departure. Li Xia, swinging her legs, began to make arrangements, while Li Wenshan nodded repeatedly in agreement. At the break of dawn the next day, while Li Wenlan was still asleep, Li Xia and fifth brother set out, eager to ride out of the city for some leisure. Li Wenshan was quite troubled by the matter of gifts, while Li Xia felt indifferent, believing that any token would suffice as a gesture of goodwill. The Gu family, a prominent lineage with a century of wealth and substantial resources, would hardly be impressed by a meager offering from their impoverished household. Thus, they resolved to opt for something inexpensive, merely as a token of their sentiments. After much deliberation, Li Wenshan decided to procure a pen or perhaps a stack of exquisite stationery, both economical and practical. Next to the finest stationery shop in Hangzhou was the Xiangji Silver Pavilion. Standing outside the stationery store, Li Xia gazed at the Xiangji Silver Pavilion, her heart a tumult of emotions. The Xiangji Silver Shop, established by a former shopkeeper from the Gu family, now stands alone in Hangzhou. The proprietor, Master He Qing, upon seeing the family in distress from his tea shop across the street, compassionately invited them in. He lent them his grand carriage, complete with horse and driver, and generously gifted the matriarch several dozen taels of silver, enabling them to survive and make their way to the capital. Xia, what troubles you? Come inside. As Li Wenshan entered the shop, he noticed that Xia had vanished and quickly turned to search for her. Chapter 77, The Longevity Peach. Let us visit the silver shop over there, Li Xia suggested, pulling Li Wenshan's hand and pointing towards the Xiangji Silver Shop. Why do we need to go to the silver shop? Surely, we cannot afford anything within. Just to take a look, a mere glance. Li Xia was eager to see the Xiangji Silver Shop in its current state, and it would be even more delightful to catch a glimpse of He Qing, whom she had not seen for some time. Very well, Li Wenshan replied good-naturedly, taking her hand as they entered the adjacent Xiangji Silver Shop. Li Xia, holding her brother's hand, stood in the center of the shop, surveying her surroundings. The store was elegantly simple and impeccably clean, reminiscent of He Qing himself. It offered an immediate sense of comfort that only deepened upon further observation. Li Wenshan and Li Xia mirrored each other's movements, turning their heads in unison. At that moment, young Master Gu Lu and Prince Qin simultaneously stepped over the threshold of the Xiangji Silver Shop, their eyes drawn to Li Xia gazing upwards at the ceiling, mirrored by Li Wenshan beside her. Gu Lu erupted into laughter, a hearty chuckle escaping him. As Gu Lu's laughter erupted, it was swiftly stifled by a fan thrust aside by Jin Zhuyan. Lu Yi and Jin Zhuyan followed closely behind, their movements and expressions nearly identical as they turned their gazes toward Li Xia and Li Wenshan. Gu Lu pointed at Li Wenshan, laughing so hard he nearly stumbled. The Qin Wang tilted his head back to gaze at the ceiling, shifting slightly to lean beside Li Wenshan for another look. Li Wenshan, holding Li Xia's hand, wore a perplexed expression as he observed the raucous laughter of Gu Lu and the Qin Wang's curious inspection of the ceiling. Meanwhile, Li Xia pouted, secretly sighing at her misfortune. How could her luck be so bizarre? Gu Lu's birthday gift had yet to be purchased. Jin Zhuyan scrutinized the speechless Li Wenshan and the visibly displeased Li Xia. Louis struggled to suppress a smile as she approached Li Wenshan to greet him. Why are you here so early, Wu Lang? Where's Lu Gu? Just arrived. Lu Gu wasn't feeling well yesterday, so I didn't dare bring him along today. Li Wenshan endeavored to disregard Gu Lu's boisterous laughter, the Qin Wang's incessant glances, and Jin Zhuyan's scrutiny, opting instead to converse solely with Lu Yi. What is so fascinating up there? The Qin Wang interjected, stepping between Li Wenshan and Lu Yi, his folding fan pointing upward in inquiry. Li Wenshan remained silent, not out of reluctance, but rather uncertainty about what to say. As Li Xia observed, he too was at a loss, unable to discern what was so remarkable. Wu Gu, did you not say you would take me to buy a pin? Li Xia, disinterested in the trifling antics of these wealthy and idle individuals, fretted over the fact that Gu Lu's birthday gift remained unpurchased. The thought of it being whisked away by them was rather disconcerting. Indeed. Li Wenshan suddenly remembered that he had not even glanced at the birthday gift. I shall first take Xia to buy some paper and ink. I will meet you all at Qingfeng Tower shortly. As Li Wenshan tugged at Li Xia, eager to leave, the king of Qin obstructed him with his folding fan. What is the rush? You have only just arrived, have you not? This remark was directed at Li Wenshan, yet his gaze was upon the innkeeper He Qing, who had hurriedly approached them. This young master and young lady have only just entered, and several gentlemen have already arrived, He Qing replied with a courteous bow. Let us first take a look inside. Once satisfied, we can proceed next door to purchase paper and ink. Perfect timing. As I also wish to select some new ink blocks. Come along. The king of Qin gently urged Li Wenshan inside with his fan. No, that won't do. Xia. Li Wenshan, lacking quick wit, had yet to formulate a plan for Xia, and was inadvertently pushed inside by the king. Gulu was busy dabbing the tears of laughter from his eyes, exclaiming, Wulong, just now, you and your sister. Ha ha ha, you have me in stitches. Jin Shuiyin cast a glance outside the silver store, where Louis subtly nodded to indicate his understanding. Jin Shuiyin strode confidently into the silver store, while Lu Yi took a couple of steps back, turning to exit. Chang Ying hastily approached, but Lu Yi remained silent, surveying his surroundings, and clarity dawned upon him. There were no vehicles, no passers-by, and Li Wu was empty-handed. Clearly, he was in a hurry to procure a gift. Lu Yi summoned Qing Ying and whispered a few instructions. Li Xia, hesitant to speak up, and Li Wenshan, lacking that quick wit, had no choice but to follow the king of Qin into the back courtyard of Xiangji Silver Store. Do you have longevity peaches in your shop? The king of Qin casually inquired as he continued to walk inside. The governor's office issued a directive stating that all shops within Hangzhou must prepare longevity peaches and submit their silver to the governor's office for centralized distribution. This measure was deemed necessary to alleviate the chaos caused by individual deliveries, which led to long queues throughout the city. Master, he paused momentarily. Lowering his voice to convey the gravity of the situation, both the prince and the Empress Dowager were present in Hangzhou, and any disturbance was to be avoided. The folding fan in Prince Qin's hand hesitated briefly before he resumed its rhythmic motion, seemingly unfazed. Li Xia instinctively glanced at Prince Qin, pondering the implication of Master He's words. If there was concern about disturbing the Empress Dowager and the prince, it suggested that festivities were to be curtailed. The governor of Hangzhou, Luo Zhengxin, was the one to relay such a message, undoubtedly at the behest of the Empress Dowager. Otherwise, it would be unthinkable for Luo to issue such a proclamation without the necessary audacity. The tension between the Empress Dowager and Empress Jiang appeared to have commenced, or perhaps had long been festering prior to this moment. What animosity could exist between the Empress Dowager and the Jiang family? Prince Qin had certainly met his demise at their hands, prompting Jin Shuiyin to exact vengeance upon the entire Jiang clan, yet emerging unscathed himself. Why did the Jiang family wish for Prince Qin's death? She remained utterly oblivious to the circumstances surrounding his demise. It became increasingly clear that this discord, or perhaps even opposition, had been evident for some time. Thus, the Empress Dowager's instruction to the governor's office was a clear expression of her discontent regarding the extravagant celebrations for Empress Jiang's birthday, or perhaps her dissatisfaction with the opposing crown prince as well. A group settled into the main hall. Tea was served, and Master He, accompanied by several assistants, presented a dozen boxes filled with various pearls, arranging them on a long table at the side of the hall. The king of Qin strolled over, inspecting each box in turn, selecting a few exquisite beads such as jade and coral, and instructing to string them into varying sizes of necklaces for the Empress Dowager to use in her prayers. Just as the king had finalized his selection, a servant rushed in carrying a pristine white cloth bundle. Manager, he received it and placed the bundle on the table beside the king, unveiling its contents to reveal 4 or 5 diminutive longevity peaches, each scarcely the size of a baby's fist. These longevity peaches are remarkably small, remarked Li Wenshan, craning his neck for a better look. In Taiyuan, a single one weighs nearly half a pound. He continued, noting that these had been crafted according to the traditions of the palace in the Jiang family of Mingzhou. Louis listened intently, seemingly responding to Li Wenshan's observation. Though his gaze remained fixed on the king, who merely pushed the longevity peaches with his fan, his expression inscrutable. Jin Shuiyin leaned forward to take one, examining it closely before breaking it open to reveal a red date concealed within. Gulu then seized half of the longevity peach from Jin Shuiyin, breaking off a small piece, inhaling its fragrance, and scrutinizing it further, his lips curling downward in disappointment. It was merely a white flower bun. White flour with a date filling. Jin Shuiyin extracted the date, holding it aloft for inspection before discarding both the date and the half peach onto the cloth. The king of Qin crossed his legs, languidly swaying his fan with a bemused, yet somewhat frosty demeanor, observing Jin Jian and Gu Lu as they scrutinized the longevity peach. Li Wenshan appeared utterly bewildered, pondering what traditional customs were associated with these longevity peaches. After all, if it wasn't a white flower bun, what else could it be? Perhaps it should have been a larger white flower bun, weighing half a pound each. Li Xia sat closely beside fifth brother, nibbling on a piece of red bean cake. Her eyelids lowered as she attentively listened to the conversation among King Qin and the others. The longevity peaches, it seemed, were governed by distinct customs here at the palace of Empress Jiang. Except for Empress Jiang, the longevity peaches dispatched from the palace weighed half a pound each. And the dough used to make these peaches must be infused with a generous amount of lard. They contained no jujube filling. The origins of this custom, she recalled hearing from the Empress Dowager, were said to have begun with Grand Empress Dowager Li, who proclaimed that those who came to receive the longevity peaches were often impoverished. A half-pound peach, combined with the lard, would enable these destitute individuals to enjoy a hearty feast for their families. Such was the custom in the palace, and it was similarly observed by numerous families, including the Gu, Jin, Li, Zhang, and Zhou clans. However, it seemed that since the crown prince was established, the longevity peaches associated with Empress Jiang had taken on this current form. Are the longevity peaches in Taiyuan also half a pound? Louis inquired, glancing at the perplexed Li Wenshan, who quickly nodded in agreement. In the capital, most families also adhered to the practice of half-pound longevity peaches, which required lard in the dough. Did the longevity peaches in Taiyuan contain lard? Louis asked with a smile. Li Wenshan nodded, noting that the ones from the DeLong old shop were the sweetest. Those are from our family, Gu Lu interjected eagerly. It was said that the tradition of half-pound longevity peaches, generously infused with lard, had originated from the Gu family. Indeed, indeed. Before Louis could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the smug Gu Lu, who proclaimed that such was the custom since the previous dynasty, with the palace distributing longevity peaches just the same, a practice learned from their family. The king of Qin, with his head held high in pride, pulled down the corners of his mouth, nudged the package of longevity peaches aside with his folding fan, and declared, "Let us rise and admire the picturesque scenery of the lake and mountains to dispel this gloom. You all go ahead. I must take a xia to purchase a few brushes," Li Wenshan quickly interjected. The king paused, casting a sidelong glance at Li Wenshan, whose anxious expression had turned somewhat pale. "How did you and your sister arrive? On horseback?" Li Wenshan nodded eagerly. "Yes, we came on a single horse. After we procure the brushes, I shall meet you at Chifeng Tower shortly." "And the horse?" "I did not see any at the shop entrance when I arrived." "What about your Wudong? Has he not come?" The king turned to Li Wenshan. "The horse is at the residence of the teacher. Wudong did not come as he was occupied." Li Wenshan responded, somewhat perplexed by the inquiry. "But how will you reach Chifeng Tower? It lies by the West Lake, not close at all. Are you planning to carry your sister there, or perhaps run?" The king looked down at the piece of red bean cake that Li Xia had been nibbling on since their entry. "This?" Li Wenshan scratched his head. "Having not considered that, I suppose I shall hire a carriage to get there. They often hired carriages in Taiyuan Prefecture." "Hire a carriage?" Gu Lu exclaimed. "How filthy that must be." Before he could utter another word, Louis swiftly pulled him aside. The king of Qin turned his head away, chuckling as his shoulders shook, while Jin Juyin grimaced in pain, casting a painful glance at Gu Lu. Li Xia hastily stuffed the remaining half of the red bean cake into her mouth. Her grandfather often remarked that such a fifth brother harbored an unworthy heart, envious of others' prosperity and unfit for high society. It was the king of Qin who first spoke, suggesting they forego hiring a carriage to Chifeng Tower, claiming it was too far. He coughed a few times, his face stern, uncertain if he was choking or troubled by something else. Indeed, it was quite a distance. Hiring a carriage would be costly, exorbitantly so. "I propose this. You go buy what you need, and we shall wait outside for you, sharing a horse to travel together. Every coin counts, wouldn't you agree?" Gu Lu burst into hearty laughter, echoing, "Exactly. We'll wait outside for you, and take you and Xia along. Let us save where we can. Every coin is valuable." Li Wenshan observed the king of Qin, then cast a sidelong glance at Gu Lu, and finally regarded Jin Juyin, who seemed lost in thought as he gazed outside. He nodded, conceding that this plan was acceptable. It was amusing to him that they laughed at his apparent lack of wealth, but what was there to mock? Poverty was nothing to be ashamed of, and being frugal was a necessity when funds were scarce. Xia was right. These young masters, consumed by indulgence, could not be judged by ordinary standards. Li Wenshan took Li Xia's hand, and together with the others, they stepped outside. The king of Qin and his companions lingered at the entrance of Xiangji Silver Shop, while Li Wenshan led Li Xia into the adjacent stationery store. As soon as they entered the shop, the shopkeeper quickly approached, guiding Li Wenshan and Li Xia further inside. Master Li, everything you requested is prepared and awaits your approval for packaging. Li Wenshan, momentarily taken aback, lifted his gaze and spotted Cheng standing gracefully in the corner by the writing desk, slightly bowing in acknowledgement. He immediately understood that this arrangement was undoubtedly orchestrated by General Liu. Li Xia glanced at Qingying, her eyelids drooping, a wave of bittersweet warmth flooding her heart, as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Her command of the Imperial Guard. On the desk behind, a gentle and translucent celadone pin washed from the roux kiln rested, accompanied by a grand, ancient Wang Wali wood box. This particular pin wash, with such exquisite glaze, is one of only 2 small sizes available. Master Li, do behold its refined elegance, and notice the glaze within, the shopkeeper enthusiastically elaborated. Li Wenshan nodded in understanding. I shall take this one, and please fetch me a few ordinary hoop brushes, nothing too exceptional. They are intended for my sister's practice. The shopkeeper complied promptly, deftly placing the pin wash into the box, while a nearby assistant brought forth a generous bundle of hoop brushes. Li Wenshan casually selected 4 or 5, inquiring, what is the total? It has already been accounted for, the shopkeeper replied, bowing with a smile. The pin wash is 400 taels of silver, and the small hoop brushes are complimentary. With a wealth of experience, the shopkeeper spoke in a hushed tone. Li Wenshan inhaled softly, feeling the substantial weight of the pin wash in his hand, a tangible reminder of its value. Li Xia was somewhat astonished. By the time she could afford such exquisite celadone porcelain, the imperial kiln had already been dedicated to producing pieces exclusively for her. Before and after that moment, she had no inkling that this celadone was sold at such exorbitant prices among the common folk. The Li siblings entered and exited swiftly. A servant took the box from Li Wenshan's hands, as well as the brush from Li Xia, leading a horse for Li Wenshan. He mounted alongside Li Xia, following the crowd directly to Qi Fenglu. Upon dismounting in front of Qi Fenglu, Li Wenshan entrusted Li Xia to Qingying, who guided her while he discreetly tugged at Lu Yi's sleeve, falling back a few paces to murmur, "Thank you, it is just too precious." "It is Jin Zhuyan." Lu Yi smiled, glancing at Jin Zhuyan, and quietly replied, "There is no need to feel burdened. It is of little consequence." Li Wenshan was taken aback. He had never anticipated it would be Jin Zhuyan. Qingying had only led Li Xia a couple of steps when the Qinhuang halted, took 2 steps back, and accepted Li Xia from Qingying's grasp, guiding her through the welcoming gate and into the grand hall, ascending the staircase. Jin Zhuyan lingered behind the Qinhuang and Li Xia, following closely with the observant Gu Lu. "This is Westlake. Have you been to Westlake?" The Qinhuang asked, leading Li Xia directly to the window facing the lake, pointing at it. In Qi Fenglu, this window, more accurately described as a door, opened fully, revealing a half-height carved wooden railing outside. Although Li Xia was petite, she could see quite clearly. "Do you like it?" The Qinhuang observed her shake her head, his spirits lifting as he smiled. When Li Xia nodded in affirmation, the view of Westlake before her indeed encapsulated what Gu Lu had said. The ethereal beauty of Jiang'an, gazing upon Westlake was truly sufficient. Westlake, akin to her envisioned Jiang'an, resembles an exquisite ink painting, embodying the ethereal beauty of a rain-washed sky, akin to the delicate hues of celadone. It is unparalleled, yet possesses an even greater vivacity and enchanting mistiness. "Oh, dear girl, you seem to have an astute eye for detail. Allow me to share with you that Westlake reveals its true splendor only in the rain, whether it be a gentle drizzle or a torrential downpour. And if it were to snow, it would transform into a scene of unparalleled beauty." As the Qin king ascended, he gestured to a servant to reposition a low couch for us. "Xia and I shall sit here. Do we have any cotton candy? By the way, where's that box of sweets I brought?" In an instant, the servants deftly arranged the low couch, setting cushions and tables, presenting an array of colorful confections, tea, and a box of exquisitely translucent candies. "Try this," he urged. "It was my favorite treat in childhood." The Qin king retrieved the box and handed it to Li Xia. Gazing at the translucent candies shaped like lotus pods, pumpkins, eggplants, and cabbage, she momentarily lost her thoughts. The palace often employed such molds for their confections. The soup she had consumed frequently contained morsels fashioned in such delightful forms. Li Xia selected a small pumpkin-shaped candy and, without hesitation, popped it into her mouth. As she bit down, a wave of refreshing sweetness, reminiscent of jujube juice, flooded her senses. "This is filled with jujube juice. Is it delicious?" The Qin King inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Is this even candy? It's clearly fruit juice, Gold Jiyan remarked as he strolled over, standing slightly behind Li Xia. Tapping the box with his folding fan, his expression one of disdain. When you were 5, you devoured an entire box of candy in one go, yet it was insufficient. You cried and clamored for more. Look at a Xia, far superior to you. The King Qin placed the box into Li Xia's arms, casting a sidelong glance at Jin Juyin. And what of you? At the age of 7, you insisted you were ill, enduring bitter medicine, only to demand a piece of candy after just a sip. You consumed 2 boxes of sweets alongside half a bowl of medicine. Jin Juyin remained unyielding. Nonsense. The King Qin nearly leapt up in exasperation. Are you referring to yourself? Half a bowl of medicine surely warrants at least 1 box of candy. Even the imperial kitchen would struggle to satisfy your appetite. Who doesn't know this? I initially intended to spare you some embarrassment. Who, on the day of the coronation ceremony, clutched a box of candy, declaring that henceforth, one must sneak candy? You. Jin Juyin appeared genuinely furious. How could you dare say that? Just the other day. Who was it that snatched candy from a 5-year-old? While they had a piece, you devoured 3, and in the end, you snatched the last piece right from them. And you have the audacity to accuse me? Li Xia, cradling the box, merrily munched on the fruit-flavored candies, watching the two, akin to fighting roosters. As the King Qin and Jin Juyin exchanged pointed remarks, each revealing the other's misdeeds, this juicy gossip was indeed a delightful accompaniment to the candy. Li Wenshan, and Gu Lu stood in a row, fixated on the squabbling King Qin and Jin Juyin. Lu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, while Gu Lu's excitement far surpassed his astonishment. His foot tapping rhythmically on the ground, as if he were about to stomp and clap in delight. Li Wenshan's eyes were nearly popping out in astonishment. Ahem. Ahem. Unable to bear it any longer, Louis cleared his throat forcefully, raising his voice sharply, startling everyone. Let us get the dishes served, quickly. Everyone is famished. Humph. Humph. The Qin King and Jin Juyin exchanged huffs of displeasure. Jin Juyin swiftly unfurled his folding fan, fanning himself vigorously, before turning to take his seat at the table. The Qin King, visibly irked, snapped his fan shut with force and strode to the upper seat. Just as he was about to sit, he abruptly spun around, seized Li Xia, who was clutching a box of sweets, and unceremoniously pressed him into the vacant chair beside Zhang. He then sat down with a resounding thud at the head of the table. Chapter 80. The spectacle of quarreling Lu Yi observed as Li Xia was thrust into Jin Juyin's former position, while Jin Juyin himself remained blissfully unaware of his own placement at the lower end of the table. With a hand to his face, Lu Yi decided it best to refrain from further conversation. Perhaps it was wiser to pretend he hadn't seen the commotion. Turning his gaze, he offered a wry smile to Li Wenshan, silently urging him to take a seat. Li Wenshan, taken aback, found the situation increasingly amusing. Struggling to suppress laughter, he made his way to the table with deliberate steps, maintaining a straight face as he settled himself, eyes fixed upon the array of cold dishes that had just been arranged. He inhaled deeply, fighting valiantly against the urge to burst into laughter. Gu Lu was not one to endure such absurdity quietly. Despite his efforts to contain himself, he could not help but let out a series of muffled snorts, each one a struggle against the overwhelming impulse to guffaw. In a matter of moments, the table was lavishly adorned with an assortment of cold and hot dishes. At the head of the table sat the Qin King, while Jin Juyin occupied the lower position. Li Xia, of petite stature, found herself perfectly positioned, neither obstructing the Qin King's fierce glare at Jin Juyin nor hindering Jin Juyin's subtle expressions of disdain towards the Qin King. Li Xia cradled the box, casting a calm glance at Lu Yi opposite her, Gu Lu at a diagonal, and the fifth brother seated at the far end. She shifted slightly and placed the box on the table, resting her arms upon it, struggling to encircle the box, before resuming her enjoyment of the candy. This candy should not be overindulged. Jin Juyin reached out and took the box of fruit-flavored candies from in front of Li Xia, without uttering a word. Li Xia grabbed her chopsticks, leaned her arms on the table, and stretched her neck to see what dishes adorned the table. Did you not just claim that this was indeed fruit juice? Bring it here. The King of Qin protested, directing a sharp remark at Jin Juyin, and instructed the young servant who had just taken the box from Jin Juyin's hands. Do not give it. Jin Juyin slammed his folding fan onto the table. The servant, eyes wide, held the box as if it were a handful of glowing coals. Jin Juyin and the King of Qin exchanged fierce glares, both huffing in unison. Li Xia, utterly speechless, shifted the small bowl before her, extending her arm to place a piece of fish into her bowl. This delicate scaled fish was riddled with fine bones. Li Wu, do not let your sister consume this. It may get stuck. Inform the chef to prepare a bowl of fish balls instead. Gulu, startled to see Li Xia actually eating the delicate scaled fish, hurriedly nudged Li Wenshan. It's fine. Li Wenshan quickly reassured, rest assured. Xia loves fish the most and is adept at eating it. You need not worry. Better to be cautious. Remove this fish and instruct the chef to debone it and prepare a fresh serving. Lu Yi promptly commanded. The servant stepped forward to clear away the plate of delicate scaled fish and the small bowl in front of Li Xia. Li Xia gazed in utter dismay as the servant carried away the piece of fish she had just placed in her bowl before she could even take a bite. Her life always seemed to fall just short of satisfaction. Xia, have this, Li Wenshan said, observing the evident displeasure on Li Xia's face. After a moment's hesitation, he stood and placed a plate of honey-glazed ham before her. Such a rich dish. King Qin remarked disdainfully at the delicacy set before Li Xia. If you enjoy it, then indulge without concern for anyone else. At your age, you needn't worry about titles or status. Jin Zhuyan nudged the plate closer to Li Xia, dismissing King Qin with a casual remark. Lu Yi, shoulders slumped in resignation, felt the urge to sigh, but knew silence was not an option. A pang of anxiety struck Li Xia. The commotion had begun early in the day. What could have stirred such discord? The situation had persisted to this point, and the bond between them was undeniably deep. It was only upon hearing such words that she had gathered the courage to forge an alliance with Jin Zhuyan. With her head bowed, one hand gripping her chopsticks and the other cradling her bowl, Li Xia slid off her chair and swiftly ran to Lu Yi's side, positioning herself closely beside him and resting her bowl at the edge of the table. From her vantage point, it was inconvenient to observe King Qin and Jin Zhuyan's expressions. But here beside Lu Yi, she could easily catch their every glance. Moreover, she relished being near Lu Yi. His presence offered her a sense of security and warmth. After all, she was merely 5 years old, and she intended to make use of every slight advantage that came her way. Gulu began to slide down from Li Xia, fixating his gaze upon her as she stood beside Lu Yi, tiptoeing to survey the array of dishes on the table. Lu Yi glanced at Li Xia, who had squeezed beside him, cast a fleeting gaze at King Qin, and then shot a stern look at Jin Zhuyan. With a heavy sigh, he gestured for the servant to bring over the plate of honey-glazed ham and place it before Li Xia. He then instructed the servant to fetch a chair. The servant promptly moved the chair, and tea set to Lu Yi's side. Lu Yi adjusted his chair slightly, and Gu Lu did the same, creating a space for Li Xia. Look at what you've done, King Qin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, and only reacted after Li Xia had settled back down, pointing an accusatory finger at Jin Zhuyan. How dare you say that to me? Jin Zhuyan retorted with a peculiar cry. Chapter 81. A child no. Li Wenshan quickly interjected politely, my sister is a bit timid. But children from poor families are quite bold, so she won't be easily frightened. Before he could finish, he met Lu Yi's piercing gaze and instantly comprehended, promptly changing his words. Well, you see, a fright could be detrimental. Gulu stifled a laugh, only to break into a fit of coughs mid-chuckle. Lu Yi glared at both Gulu and Li Wenshan, signaling the servant to inform the kitchen to prepare a few soups suitable for a child's palate, preferably soothing. Noticing that Li Xia had taken a bite of the honey-glazed ham but was no longer eating, he called over Cheng Ying. Keep an eye on Miss Xia and see what she wishes to eat. Bring her some of it. King Qin and Jin Zhuyan glared at each other, almost simultaneously diverting their gazes. King Qin lifted his teacup, tilting his head back to take a sip, while Jin Zhuyan grabbed his chopsticks, snatching a piece of mountain bamboo shoot and biting down with force. Li Xia appeared timid, occasionally glancing at the dishes on the table. Cheng Ying stood beside her, following her gaze and serving her some of the dishes she seemed to desire, placing them into her small bowl. Lu Yi paid no heed to King Qin and Jin Zhuyan, focusing solely on Li Xia, occasionally adjusting her bowl or tugging at her sleeve. Gu Lu and Li Wenshan were engrossed in their meal. King Qin sipped tea continuously, while Jin Zhuyan voraciously devoured the sought-ed bamboo shoots before him. The meal unfolded in utter silence, adhering to the ancient custom of eating without speech. Presumably filled with tea, King Qin pushed aside his cup, stood up, and ambled over to the window-side couch, reclining to admire the scenery. Jin Zhuyan continued to consume the bamboo shoots, one after another. Gu Lu and Li Wenshan exchanged glances and simultaneously set down their chopsticks. Gu Lu rose, made a half-turn, and carried a plate of mung bean cake to the window. However, before he could sit, King Qin waved him away, sending both him and the cake off. Li Wenshan observed Li Xia, who was still focused on the shrimp in her bowl, and seeing the worry etched on his face, Lu Yi chuckled softly, worry not, Xia isn't eating much. It seems rather scant. I'll have the kitchen steam a bowl of custard shortly. As she spoke, she cast a glance at King Qin's retreating figure. Having finished her meal, Li Xia placed her chopsticks down after consuming a single shrimp. Qing Ying requested a damp cloth, which a servant promptly delivered. But Li Wenshan hurriedly seized it, exclaiming, "Allow me." He then gently pulled Li Xia aside, crouching to wipe her face. In a moment of instinct, he glanced at Lu Yi, who stood giving orders to his servant, and at Jin Juyin, who had finished his plate of bamboo shoots and was now approaching another window. In a hushed tone, he said, "Let us depart. His temper is rather fierce." "Not to worry, let us wait a moment," Li Xia replied. Turning her head to glance at King Qin, who sat by the window, fanning himself while gazing at the west lake, Li Wenshan hurriedly led Li Xia over. While Louis squatted down and whispered, "Xia, could you please take these 2 bowls of yogurt and share them with the prince?" Li Xia nodded. Jin Juyin had at least consumed a plate of bamboo shoots, while that nobleman had merely filled himself with tea. Louis sighed in relief, standing up to grasp Li Wenshan's arm, as they observed Li Xia following the young servant carrying the 2 bowls of yogurt toward the couch. Li Xia tapped the surface of the couch and instructed the servant to place them there. As she spoke, she propped herself on the couch, climbed up, adjusted her position, and turned to sit properly. She glanced at the King of Qin, nudging the bowl of yogurt towards him. "You eat yours. I have no desire to partake," she declared. The King of Qin seemed still agitated. Li Xia pointed at the bowl of yogurt, questioning him. "What does this imply? If I do not eat, then you shall not either?" The King of Qin closed his folding fan, studying Li Xia, and then glancing at the chubby finger she was using to poke at the bowl's rim. Li Xia quickly nodded in affirmation. She was already full, and besides, this yogurt was hardly prepared for her liking. The King of Qin turned his head slightly, conversing with Li Wenshan while casting sidelong glances at Lu Yi. "It's quite delicious," Li Xia remarked softly, observing the way he looked at Lu Yi. After a moment's pause, the King of Qin set down his fan. "If you do not eat, then must I abstain as well?" Li Xia nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall accompany you in eating." The King of Qin frowned, displaying a look of resignation. Li Xia found amusement in his expression, which conveyed a clear understanding, yet he insisted on maintaining the pretense of disinterest, as if he was compelled to eat solely for her company. Struggling to suppress her laughter and exasperation, she leaned toward the couch and began to enjoy her bowl of yogurt. After the 2 had finished their cheese, the servant collected the bowls and brought forth the box of fruit juice candies to Li Xia. She received the sweets, holding the box with one hand while propping herself up with the other, and moved it beside the King of Qin, placing it between them. Bowing her head, she selected a piece from the box and placed it in her mouth before tugging gently at the king's sleeve, indicating that he should take one as well. The king glanced at Li Xia, then cast a sidelong glance at Jin Juyin, who stood straight by the window, seemingly lost in thought. He picked up a piece of candy, tossed it into his mouth, and began to chew. Li Xia breathed a sigh of relief, swinging her legs as she savored the candy, all the while admiring the picturesque scenery of Westlake before her. Li Xia nodded obediently, extending her finger as the king wiped it clean for her. She then rinsed her mouth with the basin brought by the servant and continued to swing her legs. Taking in the view, "Your 5th brother mentioned you've read the 1,000-character classic?" she asked, not content to merely gaze at the scenery without enjoying the sweets. Li Xia was fine, but the king felt a twinge of boredom. Surely, Xia must feel even more so. Perhaps it was better to engage in conversation. "Indeed." Li Xia nodded. "Do you recognize all the characters inside?" "Yes," she affirmed again with a nod. "Xia is truly clever." The king complimented her, causing Li Xia's swinging legs to falter momentarily. She wasn't exceptionally clever. "Well, my 6th brother dotes on me the most," she added, speaking a few more words. "Then who does your father favor the most?" "My 5th brother." "And your mother?" "My sister." The king chuckled. "Then who does your sister cherish the most?" "Your 6th brother?" "Me." The king summarized. "Your father favors your 5th brother, your mother cares for your sister, and your 5th brother, your sister, and your 6th brother all hold you dear. It appears your 6th brother is quite unfortunate." "I cherish my 6th brother the most," Li Xia declared. Li Xia pondered. Indeed, 6th brother was rather pitiable. In the previous life he had suffered, and in this life, she certainly could not allow him to endure such misery again. The Qin Wang chuckled. "You are the one who cares for 6th brother the most, or is it merely because you heard that no one else does?" Li Xia glanced at the Qin Wang, her heart in turmoil. How should a 5-year-old express herself? It wasn't that she was disinterested in sweets, flowers, or trinkets, but that Guosheng had detected her unusual demeanor. Chapter 82, The Task of Delivering Sweets. Yet, She was utterly perplexed about how to interact with a child of that age. When the emperor was 5. That year, the Empress Dowager had suddenly passed away, pirates were rampant in the southern Zhejiang region, and northern tribes were launching invasions. There were suspicions that she had caused the Empress Dowager's demise. The court was rife with factions, fragmented and chaotic. She could not recall what the emperor had been like at 5. All she remembered were countless dark nights spent huddled at the steps of Xining Palace. Feeling lost and helpless, uncertain if she could withstand the challenges of the next day's court, Lu Yi stood silently in the shadows, guarding her. What's wrong? The Qin Wang leaned in, observing the somewhat dazed Li Xia. She quickly shook her head, insisting, I care the most. Xia is truly obedient. I cherish you the most as well, the Qin Wang replied with a smile. A flock of crows flew overhead, scattering droppings. What did his affection for her signify? He treated her as a mere child, but was she not just a child? Sigh. What do you like to eat the most? Sweets? Delicious things. Li Xia whispered, filled with a mix of indignation and mischief. The Qin Wang erupted into laughter. How clever. I too delight in exquisite delicacies. Asha possesses great wisdom. What does Asha enjoy playing the most? The 9 rings. Ah, indeed, the 9 rings. The king of Qin lightly tapped the fan in his palm a few times. Having momentarily forgotten this detail, her ability to unravel the 9 rings with such swiftness surely indicates a profound affection for it. My mother also relishes solving the 9 rings. She asserts that those who master it are destined for greatness. I foresee Asha becoming someone of great promise in the future. The king of Qin, lost in thought, seemed to harbor a fleeting shadow in his eyes. Li Xia happened to catch the brief flicker of gloom on his face, causing her heart to sink. The Empress Dowager remarked that those adept at the 9 rings possess patience and endurance, making them the finest hunters. Is the Empress Dowager intending to teach him to become a hunter? To hunt whom? Apart from the 1,000-character classic, has he studied other texts? The 100 family surnames. The 3-character classic. At the age of 5, my elder brother completed these 3 and began reading the expanded collection of wise sayings. Asha is truly intelligent. The king of Qin immediately exaggerated his praise, and upon hearing him commend her intelligence, Li Xia was engulfed by a wave of discomfort. She utterly detests being treated like a mere 5-year-old in need of coaxing. Does Asha enjoy reading? What about writing? Indeed, Li Xia nodded. She has always cherished reading, and later developed a fondness for writing, particularly enjoying the moments spent beside the Empress Dowager, listening to her recount ancient tales while transcribing scriptures, copying official documents, and even transcribing some mysterious memorials. Asha is truly remarkable. Li Xia felt an overwhelming urge to scorn the king of Qin. Must he always shower her with praise? University studies, comprehensive history, and the penal code, the king of Qin replied with utmost seriousness. The Qin king chuckled heartily, exclaiming, No wonder your 5th brother, your 6th brother, and your sister dote on you so much. You truly possess a talent for uttering grandiose claims. Do you even comprehend what a university is? Or what the comprehensive mirror is? You little girl. Li Xia nodded, and the Qin king fixed her with a penetrating gaze. Li Xia met his scrutiny and nodded again, for she indeed knew the answers. The Qin king laughed once more, ruffling her hair playfully. You little imp. Do you have the audacity to nod along when you understand nothing? Regardless of your ignorance, you will nod as you please at your age, won't you? As he tousled her hair, Li Xia swayed her head and body, casting him a sideways glance. The Qin king met her vexed gaze and gently flicked her forehead with his finger. Are you still displeased? Allow me to ask you, what is the system of punishments? Li Xia turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. Let me enlighten you. The system of punishments is... The Qin king paused, as if contemplating how to articulate his thoughts for her understanding. It is a book that informs the common folk about the wrongdoings they must avoid, and the penalties they will incur should they err. For instance, if one commits murder, they will face execution, while theft warrants corporal punishment. Do you comprehend? Li Xia shot him a sidelong glance, reluctantly nodding her head. Though she originally understood quite well, his explanation had left her somewhat befuddled. Xia is truly clever. The Qin king praised once more. Li Xia felt a tempest of emotions within her. When would she grow up? When would she no longer have to feign ignorance in front of this foolish boy? Xia, she thought. You must understand that my brother has no fondness for the penal codes. The comprehensive mirror is tolerable, yet it is unavoidable. As one matures, discomfort only intensifies, so many expectations to meet. Just look at the parent, who has undergone the coming-of-age ceremony yet must sneak his sweets. The king of Qin, moved by some hidden sentiment, let out a deep sigh, his words heavy with melancholy. Upon hearing his final remark, Li Xia instinctively glanced at Jin Juyan, who remained still. gazing outwards as if oblivious to the king's lament. Louis shot a baffled glance at the king, questioning how Jean Juyen's mere words could provoke such ire, after all. They were but candid truths. While you are still young, relish your candies, play as you wish, cry when displeased, and nod your head without concern for understanding. You are free to be as you desire. But once you reach the age of 7, you shall no longer roam freely. Your mother will insist you learn the proprieties, sewing, and many other duties, and I shall no longer see you. Ah, how wonderful it would be to remain in childhood. The king's reflections bore deeper shades of sorrow and repression. Li Xia gazed at him, a pang of sympathy striking her heart. She had not experienced such a tumultuous growth herself. In her previous life, she had remained naive until her sister's marriage. Yet, she could still empathize with the king's sentiments. Having heard similar words from the emperor, and shed tears over them. All right, Li Xia replied softly. The Qin king wished to laugh, yet could not manage it. Instead, letting out a sigh. What do you mean by hello? Can you refrain from growing up? Enjoy your sweets, he said. Li Xia responded. The Qin king chuckled softly, realizing. So, you understood that remark, did you? Just remember to savor the candy. Brother advises you, sweets should be consumed in moderation. Be obedient, and in a day. The Qin king hesitated. You may have a maximum of 10, perhaps 20 pieces, throughout the day. That is quite a long time. You must not exceed 20 pieces, do you hear me? If you behave, and keep it under 20 pieces per day. I shall wait until you finish a box of candy before gifting you another, so you may always have sweets to enjoy. Is that agreeable? Good, Li Xia nodded, adding. And what about 6th brother? You truly care for your 6th brother, don't you? Very well, there shall be you too, each permitted a maximum of 20 pieces per day. I will assign someone to watch over you both. Should you overindulge, there will be no more candy. That is to say, I shall cease to provide you with sweets. Do you comprehend? The Qin king smiled upon hearing Li Xia mention 6th brother. Chapter 83. 5th brother must have account understood. Li Xia sighed inwardly, pondering that if he were not praising her intelligence, he could at least engage in other topics. Beyond candy, what else did Xia enjoy? Osmanthus cake? The Qin king recalled the autumn day when Li Wenshan procured osmanthus cakes from old Hang's residence. Li Xia nodded in affirmation. The first time she tasted old Hang's osmanthus cake was during their visit to Shirley Pu outside Hangzhou. Where manager he welcomed them into a tea house and offered her a piece, wrapped in paper adorned with a prominent character for Hang. For decades to come, the old Hang family osmanthus cake, marked by the distinct character Hang, has steadfastly occupied the pinnacle of her beloved delicacies, unwavering in its supremacy. The osmanthus cake, albeit sweet, should not be overindulged. A maximum of 2 pieces per day is advisable. The Qin Wang has prescribed such limits for her, and your 6th brother adheres to the same. He, too, may have no more than 2 pieces. Do you understand? Li Xia, at a loss for words, gazed at Westlake, with no inclination to nod in agreement. What else does Xia fancy? Honey-glazed ham. That delicacy is not commendable. It's best to refrain from excessive consumption. Fish is acceptable, yet the bones are plentiful. At your tender age, it would be prudent to have the kitchen prepare it as fish balls, devoid of bones. What other delights do you cherish? Share your preferences with your brother. The cook in his household is rather skilled. Li Xia swayed her legs gently, listening as the Qin Wang rambled on about food, games, scenery, and flora in a casual, meandering manner. Louis observed the Qin Wang's incessant chatter with a hint of melancholy. After all, Xia is but a child, and the prince, despite his stature, is merely a larger child himself, burdened with responsibilities that weigh heavily upon him. Jean Juyen turned his head slightly towards the Qin Wang, lowered his gaze, and slowly walked over to Lu Yi, avoiding eye contact with the prince and saying nothing, lost in contemplation of the withered willows across the distant West Lake. Upon entering the city gate, Li Xia signaled to Li Wenshan, saying, 5th brother, please proceed at a leisurely pace. Very well, Li Wenshan replied, loosening the reins and allowing the horse to amble forward. 5th brother, has the Qin Wang been visiting the academy less frequently of late? Li Xia inquired, looking up at Li Wenshan. 5th brother, are you aware of the factional strife? Li Xia had been contemplating for quite some time. This matter must be discussed with 5th brother. He cannot be privy to too much, yet he must possess some awareness. While he is informed, the factional strife does not currently involve us, as father is merely a small county magistrate. Li Wenshan chuckled as he spoke. 5th brother, we are already entangled in factional struggles. Li Xia sighed. Li Wenshan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening gradually, blinked several times. Xia, you. The situation in court, as Mr. Qin conveyed to you, was largely accurate. The fiercest contention among the factions is undoubtedly between the Crown Prince's faction and that of the concubine. Li Xia spoke in a hushed tone. Xia. The Crown Prince has already been established as the heir, as Mr. Qin also mentioned. Li Wenshan, being of a straightforward disposition, could not fathom how the concubine's faction could still maneuver after the Crown Prince's designation. Fifth brother, you must delve deeper into the annals of history. In the imperial examination, at least before achieving the status of Jinshi, most scholars, barring a select few endowed with extraordinary intellect, seldom engage with historical texts. This is quite detrimental. Li Xia was profoundly moved by fifth brother's remark. Li Wenshan listened intently to Li Xia's words, and after a moment, he suddenly gasped. As if her statements suggested she stood elevated above all scholars, critically assessing them from a lofty perch. Xia. Li Wenshan's throat tightened, and he instinctively glanced around, bewildered by her audacious manner of speaking, which seemed utterly outrageous. Fifth brother, let us speak candidly, without any circumlocution. Li Xia tilted her head to glance at her fifth brother, whose complexion had turned slightly pale. She truly felt as though she were navigating a labyrinth. It was not that she feared complications, but rather that she was apprehensive about whether her brother could comprehend her words, or grasp them fully, or perhaps misinterpret them altogether. The Crown Prince had already been established, yet his faction remained relentlessly aggressive in their pursuits. What would become of this relentless advance? At this rate, within 3 to 5 years, the entire court would fall under the Crown Prince's dominion. And what of the Emperor? Would he resign to being a retired sovereign? Or, the thought of the past Emperor lingered unspoken on Li Xia's lips, as she feared it would terrify her brother. In a humble family, the growth of a powerful son is a source of pride, but in the royal realm, such ambition could sow the seeds of chaos. Are you suggesting that the Crown Prince eventually killed the Emperor? Or was it the other way around? Li Wenshan responded quickly, though his interpretation veered significantly off course. Fifth brother, I do not know. Look, everything has changed by now, hasn't it? How things were before and how they stand now, no one can ascertain. At present, our family is ensnared in factional strife and cannot extricate itself. What the future holds remains uncertain. I share these thoughts with you, dear brother, so that you may be forewarned and not easily exploited or treated as mere prey. Li Xia patted her brother's chest, exhaling several heavy sighs. Her fifth brother had always been somewhat slow to understand. The very matters that could obliterate an entire clan still ignited within him a sense of morbid curiosity and excitement. I understand now. Speak, I shall listen. Li Wenshan suppressed the tumult of emotions, excitement, surprise, curiosity, and an undercurrent of fear that stirred within him, unbeknownst to himself. Before ascending the throne, all possibilities remain open. Li Xia cast a glance at Li Wenshan. While the Minister of Rights, known for his valor, possessed commendable strengths, such excessive boldness is often prone to downfall. The pair of twin sons of Consort Su are merely 2 years junior to the Crown Prince. Li Xia's words faltered momentarily before she continued. One at the end of the year, the other at the beginning, essentially, they are only a year apart. Consort Su enjoys the Emperor's favor immensely, and her brother, Su Guangyi, has held the position of Minister of Personnel for 5 years, solidifying the Su family's formidable influence. In addition to these factions, there exists a certain Consort Yao, whose reputation is modest and demeanor unassuming. She has no offspring or favored status, rendering her nearly invisible to most. However, her uncle commands the Imperial Guard, and her 3 younger brothers, though young, have already distinguished themselves as valiant generals within the military. Li Wenshan listened intently. He recalled hearing about Consort Yao from Gu Lu, but noted that she had no children. No children does not necessarily equate to a lack of ambition. Li Xia interjected, stating that the imperial harem is replete with beauties who are annually inducted. And as of now, there are already 6 princes. Li Wenshan inhaled sharply. This was something he had heard in passing, but upon hearing it articulated by Xia, a sudden chill of fear washed over him. Beyond these figures, there is also the Empress Dowager. Li Xia's words stalled, and she appeared momentarily stunned. At that time, she had been exceedingly naive, only realizing 2 years into governance that amidst the chaos of those days, the faction aligned with the Empress Dowager had consistently remained the most powerful. Fifth brother, the Empress Dowager, and the prince certainly harbor their own thoughts. They are all inherently players in this intricate game, ensnared within it, and to advance is a matter of survival. This is an undeniable truth. Li Xia's subsequent remarks were delivered with a lightness that belied their gravity. She had once experienced this herself. If one does not advance, one perishes. If one does not eliminate others, one risks being eliminated in turn. Li Wenshan gasped, struggling to absorb her words. Ah, Xia, your statement has struck a chord with me. Alas, had I known it would come to this, I would never have entered the Wansong Academy. It was a mistake to step inside. The Duke's residence in the capital, along with the elder uncle, must have already aligned with the Crown Prince's faction. Perhaps you should inquire with Mr. Qin when the opportunity arises. Otherwise, it would be implausible for the third brother to accompany Ming Xiaoping on this journey. And the elder uncle would not have conveyed such information. Fifth brother, whether or not you enter Wansong Academy, our family cannot extricate itself from this power struggle. Li Wenshan felt a sensation akin to pins and needles at the back of his head. Then what shall we? Xia, does this not imply? Are we not straddling two boats? Confusion clouded his mind as he flitted from one thought to another. Fifth brother. Li Xia regarded him with an exasperated expression. I share this with you merely to ensure you comprehend the situation. The matter of straddling multiple boats is not for us to deliberate. Your current position beside King Qin places you near the epicenter of these affairs. You must possess awareness and discern the larger picture. Beyond that, contemplating it is futile, better left unthought. Li Xia sighed repeatedly. Fifth brother, do not overthink this matter. Such events are dictated by fate. As mere mortals, all we can do is strive to preserve ourselves and our family, but that is merely an exertion of our limited power. If destiny has decreed otherwise, fifth brother, let us do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. I share your sentiments. Li Wenshan extricated himself from a state of disarray. Shedding his worries with determination, he raised his hand decisively and proclaimed, Do not fear, Xia. With me, your fifth brother, we shall find a way through the mountains. When the situation arises, solutions will manifest. We shall respond to challenges as they come, with courage. Li Xia gazed up at her fifth brother, a smile gracing her lips. Such was he, eternally optimistic and resolute, albeit somewhat lacking in forethought. Li Dong and Granny Hong were equally consumed with concern. Contrarily, Li Wenlan, amidst the worries of others, sulked in silence, his displeasure evident as he pouted throughout the day. His elder brother had taken Xia out, surely to indulge in delightful activities and delectable treats, yet they had not included him. Upon Li Wenshan's return, the county magistrate's simmering anger dissipated like boiling water splashed upon snow, vanishing in an instant. He hurriedly commanded Madame Su, Li Dong, and everyone present, Where have you been? How could you be so late? Look, it is already this late. Quickly bring a basin of warm water for your brother to wash up. Have you eaten? Fetch him a cup of tea. Have you been riding the entire time? Take off your clothes. Let me see if your legs are chafed. As Li Dong busied herself with the tasks at hand, she occasionally cast glances at her father, who had just displayed such fierce wrath, leaving her utterly frightened. Where had that anger vanished to now? Guo Sheng attended classes for more than half a month, while Li Xia remained steadfast, diligently listening, practicing calligraphy, and hardly uttering a word or asking a single question. The fervor in Guo Sheng's heart gradually subsided, settling into a sense of calm. She was patient, and he too needed to exercise patience. Guo Sheng explained over a page of text to Li Wenlan, who stood beneath a ginkgo tree, reciting loudly while jumping up and down on a low slab of green stone. As Li Xia completed a piece of calligraphy, she glanced at Guo Sheng, who sat at the table, head bowed and wrist poised over the paper, writing intently. She pulled a piece of paper towards her, continued her practice, and raised her voice slightly. Beside the Zixi salt field, Guo Sheng was jolted, his pen puncturing the paper, ink splattering everywhere. He lifted his gaze to Li Xia, scarcely believing his ears. There was a place called Shiko Town. Li Xia, still focused on her writing, slowly inscribed each character. Guo Sheng abruptly stood up, took 2 steps to Li Xia's side, sat momentarily, then stood again, glancing outside at Li Wenlan, who was still reciting while jumping. He smoothed his garments before resuming his seat, holding his breath, intent on listening to Li Xia. There is a family in Shiko Town with the surname Zhao merchants. The head of the household is Zhao Huiqin, and his wife is Ming. Investigate this family, the more detailed the better, Li Xia instructed, her expression devoid of emotion as she continued to focus on her writing. It was the fulfillment of all his desires and wishes. Li Xia never lifted her head, wholly absorbed in her calligraphy. Guo Sheng gazed at her, lost in thought, without any intentions. Chapter 85. In Shiko Town Teacher. I've memorized it, Li Wenlan exclaimed, joyfully bouncing into the room. Teacher, it only took me a quarter of an hour. Li Wenlan gazed at the dripping water in the corner of the room, a blush of excitement creeping across his face. Did Lan Ge recite it? Please share it with me, Guo Sheng instinctively replied, his smile warm and earnest as he appeared to attentively listen to Li Wenlan's recitation. Yet, The words that Li Wenlan spoke echoed briefly in his ears before dissipating into silence. Lan Gu performed admirably. There has been significant improvement this time. Wu Sheng exclaimed eagerly as Li Wenlan concluded his recitation. Li Xia paused with his pen, glancing up at Gu Sheng. Sixth brother misremembered 2.5 lines. And he didn't even notice. What a disappointing display of indifference. Li Xia felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Well, let us first examine the matter of Shiko Town and see what information he can uncover. Adjacent to the Zixi salt field lies a place known as Shiko Town, where there resides a merchant family with the surname Zhao. The head of the household, Zhao Huiqing, and his second wife, Ming, should be investigated thoroughly. With the more detailed the inquiries, the better. He knew that Shiko Town, being near the salt field, was significantly more barren compared to other regions. The majority of its inhabitants were small merchants, with some working in the salt fields and engaging in trade, primarily heading towards Yangzhou and Shuzhou to sell tea. What is remarkable about this family and this place? Wu Sheng sat upright in his chair, occasionally lost in thought and at other times drifting into reverie. Remaining there until the midnight hour, the cold seeped from his feet to his legs, enveloping him in a chilling embrace until, finally, he mustered the strength to rise from the armrest of the chair, slowly stretching his legs for a considerable while. Once the blood vessels were unblocked, he shifted to the adjacent room, pried open the stove, and set water to boil. Squatting before the stove, he observed the lively flicker of the flames, feeling an overwhelming warmth emanating from the fire. The flames danced with an endearing vitality, and everything, the stove, the kettle, the water, the fire, the room, and indeed the world, seemed imbued with a delightful exuberance. The following day, Gu Sheng concocted a pretext for an inquiry, borrowed a horse, and galloped straight to Shiko Town. The Zhao family, residing in Shiko, was regarded as one of the most prominent families in the area, well known throughout the town. It was exceedingly easy to gather gossip about them. Within half a day, Gu Sheng had gleaned sufficient information. He settled in a small tea house diagonally across from the Zhao residence, ordering a generous bowl of lamb offal soup, a plate of boiled lamb, and 2 sesame cakes. As he ate, he kept a watchful eye on the activities of the Zhao family, knitting his brows in deep contemplation about why Li Xia had tasked him with investigating this particular family. What was her true intent? What did she wish to uncover? Or perhaps, what did she desire him to discover? As he reflected on the information he had gathered thus far, he realized it was all rather mundane, too commonplace. Since she had instructed him to inquire, there must be something distinctive about this family, something worth investigating. But what could it be? With a lackluster appetite, Gu Sheng chewed on the cake, savoring the meat and sipping the soup, replaying the snippets of information he had just acquired over and over again. After several repetitions, he began to sense an incongruity. Outside the imposing black doors adorned with crimson trim of the Zhao family, an elderly woman clad in an unusual Taoist robe approached and knocked several times on the door. Gu Sheng's back straightened abruptly as he chewed the morsel of meat in his mouth, his gaze intensely fixed on the ominous black door across from him. The door silently creaked open a crack, revealing only a hand extending through the gap, offering a handful of coins to a peculiar woman clad in a strange Taoist robe. Without hesitation, Gu Sheng pushed aside his bowl of soup and rose to follow the robed woman at a careful distance. She traversed the street, stopping at several houses, each time exchanging a handful of copper coins, and occasionally a piece of fine silk or a mysterious bundle. The weight of her satchel seemed to grow heavier with each stop. Turning into a narrow alley, she continued forward, navigating through a few vegetable patches, and along the ridge of the fields for over half a mile until she arrived at a peculiar courtyard that resembled a residence yet held an air of strangeness. Emerging from the alley, Gu Sheng's line of sight widened, allowing him to observe the robed woman from a safe distance, where he dared not follow too closely. He watched as she entered the courtyard, the gate still ajar. Gu Sheng took a wide detour, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance as he approached the entrance, peeking inside. The woman had settled on a small stool, engaged in some task, while at the center of the yard stood a tall incense burner. In an instant, Gu Sheng comprehended the peculiar nature of this place. It was not merely a residence but a site of lewd rituals, though he remained oblivious to the deity being worshipped. With intent, the woman accepted the coins, rose, and retreated into a side room, returning shortly with a bundle of incense, which she lit and placed into the burner. Gu Sheng meandered casually around the courtyard, glancing at the trees, the house, and the surroundings. After surveying the area, he pointed with his folding fan towards the 3 main rooms and inquired of the woman, "May I enter today? It is somewhat inconvenient at the moment, as the master is performing a ritual. Please wait a moment." It will soon be ready, the woman replied courteously. Guosheng let out a sound of understanding, turned, and exited the courtyard. He strolled around the premises, observing that from the inside, the three main rooms appeared to extend directly to both ends, yet from the outside, they were enclosed by the courtyard walls. Behind the main rooms, there was a row of 5 lower back rooms. At the rear, there were 2 diminutive side doors, one on the left and one on the right, each thick and secured with sturdy brass locks. Guosheng re-entered the courtyard. Gazing at the still-closed doors of the main rooms, his expression one of evident boredom. He stood beside the slowly folding paper flowers of the woman and began a casual conversation. I am a traveler from afar. I have heard that there is a family with the surname Zhao in Shiko Town. There are several families with the surname Zhao, the woman replied, appearing to be a simple and honest person, showing no signs of concern. Their master conducts business in Yangzhou. Ah, that must be the Zhao family at the street corner. Upon arriving in town, follow the main street to its end. The house at the very end is the Zhao residence, adorned with a green brick entrance, quite affluent indeed. The woman meticulously directed Guosheng on his way. I wonder if the eldest son of the Zhao family is home these days? Guosheng observed the woman, as if asking her a question, yet also seemingly speaking to himself. Yes, he is home. The eldest master is a scholar, often found reading at home, seldom venturing out. Are you from Yangzhou? Guosheng emitted a sound of indecisiveness, tapping his folding fan against his palm, the sound tinged with a hint of frustration. He realized he had forgotten to inquire about the child of the Delang family, unaware of whether it was a boy or a girl. How perplexing it was. The elder of the Zhao family had yet to have children. The woman chuckled, noting that the Zhao household was small, consisting only of an elderly matron, the elder and his wife, along with a younger sister who had just turned 13. If there were no children, it would be prudent for you to refrain from excessive chatter upon visiting their home. The elder's wife had been married for nearly 4 years without any sign of joy, causing much distress within the family. Guosheng comprehended the situation. The individual who had just handed over a large sum of money through the door must certainly be the wife of Li Delang, Zheng. 3 years without a child had driven them to desperation. Please, take a seat while I prepare a cup of tea for you, he said, as the gentleman settled in. Guosheng appeared somewhat hesitant, expressing a desire to visit the salt fields. He had only just seen this place on his way here. Is there still a location for us near the salt fields? I have a matter to attend to and seek the priest's guidance. The salt fields were not far from here. In this area, there was but this solitary location, alongside 2 others situated in Yinguan County, all within reasonable distance. The woman, being honest and kind-hearted, noticed Guosheng's furrowed brow and grew anxious for him. Why not visit the salt fields first and return later? The priest is available in the evening. He tends to rest early. I can inform him to wait for you, if that pleases you. One establishment lies east of the bridge, while another is located in Sanyang Town, which conveniently sits along the route to Yangzhou. You may head there. The woman hurriedly replied, exhaling a breath of relief, visibly pleased for Guosheng. Thank you. May I inquire about the master in Sanyang Town? Is he also available in the evening? Guosheng's face lit up with joy. I am unaware of that, the woman said apologetically. Guosheng felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly replied with a smile. It matters not. I shall send a servant to ride over and wait. Regardless of day or night, we shall surely meet the master. Madam, I know this place is renowned for its blessings and fertility. Has the master acquired any additional powers over the years? Speaking of which, just the other day, the master lamented about the constant stream of people seeking blessings for children, leaving him no time for his own cultivation. This power. Are you seeking a child? Guosheng nodded, and the woman chuckled. You are aware of our 5 deities' church's efficacy in granting such wishes, yet perhaps you are unaware of the proper customs? It is the woman who bears the child, hence it is necessary for her to partake in the rituals, not to mention the regular offerings. One must come to our temple personally 2 or 3 times a month, sincerely praying to the deities, while the master performs the rites for blessings. Is the offering for blessings taking place in the main hall now? A glint of cold light flickered in Guosheng's eyes. Indeed, it is. There are 2 women from the Yao family over by the salt fields. The sister-in-law has been married for over a year without conceiving. Yet after coming to our master just 2 or 3 months ago, she became pregnant, giving birth to a healthy son. The sister-in-law then brought her mother-in-law along. The mother-in-law has given birth twice in 3 years, yet is anxious to have a son. The woman continued to chatter on, her face brimming with pride. Guosheng lowered his gaze upon her, his eyes filled with compassion. After the woman had finished her rambling, he smiled and said, I am aware of this custom. My wife has come along as well. Thank you, madam. He continued, by the way, What of the daughter-in-law from the Zhao family? It has been 3 years since she last found joy. Why has she not sought the monk's counsel? Is she unaware, or is it something else? The woman expressed her sentiments, and Guosheng looked down at her, reflecting, indeed, one must not indulge in wickedness excessively. Thank you, madam. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. Thank you, thank you. With that, Guosheng turned and strode out of the courtyard, making his way swiftly towards the town of Shiko. He had already grasped the nature of the illicit activities occurring at this place of debauchery. The city remained lively, and Guosheng led his horse to the nearest small shop to his residence, where he ordered hot water and tea, instructing them to deliver it promptly. Upon arriving home and tying up his horse, the hot water and tea had also arrived. Guosheng indulged in a refreshing wash, satisfied his hunger and thirst, brewed a pot of tea, and moved a chair to the porch. There, he sipped his tea, feeling the breeze, and meticulously organized the information he had gathered throughout the day. He reviewed it once, contemplated it deeply, reviewed it again, and pondered once more, ensuring that every conceivable thought had been accounted for before he finally rose and retreated inside to rest. The following morning, Guosheng spent the entirety of the day rummaging through stacks of old case files in 2 rooms until after lunch. He emerged briefly to purchase 2 meat pies, which he quickly consumed, before diving back into his work until it was time for his lessons in the rear courtyard. He washed his hands and face before proceeding to the 3 side rooms situated between the rear courtyard and the front office. With great patience, Guosheng instructed Li Wenlan, carefully clarifying several of her confusions, and assigned her nearly double the homework compared to the previous day, instructing her to memorize it within 15 minutes. Li Wenlan stepped out to the door of the side room, circling around the ancient ginkgo tree while reciting her lessons. Guosheng took the seat previously occupied by Li Wenlan, observing Li Xia, who was engrossed in tracing characters, and quietly remarked, "Miss, I have gathered some information. The Zhao family in Shiko town, led by the patriarch Zhao Huiqing, seems to be doing reasonably well in business. He resides predominantly in Yangzhou, and is said to have a second wife there, with whom he has a son and 2 daughters. This is what 2 porters mentioned. It appears that everyone in Shiko town is aware of it, as such dual-living businessmen are quite common." Chapter 87. Hidden Truths. Li Xia slightly furrowed her brow, her hand fluidly continuing to trace the next character. Throughout the case, Zhao Huiqing's name had never surfaced, which had puzzled her at the time. It was as if this family head were living in obscurity. It was only later, after she had sent someone to inquire, that she learned the current members of the Zhao household included Zhao Huiqing's second wife, Meng, their daughter Zhao Erji, as well as Zhao Huiqing's eldest son Zhao Hongwei and his wife Sheng. Zhao Huiqing's first wife had also borne a daughter, Zhao Dajie, who was 2 years older than Zhao Hongwei and was married in Quoto Town, Yingguan County. Li Xia lowered her head to continue tracing characters. She was already aware of all this. Zhao Huiqing's first wife, Sun, was well matched with the Zhao family and was said to have brought a substantial dowry that caused quite a stir upon her arrival. According to townsfolk, Zhao Hongwei was of a timid disposition, having studied since childhood, and as neighbors would say, he had become somewhat foolish from his studies. When Zhao Dajie married, she nearly took all of her mother's son's dowry with her. Li Xia paused her writing momentarily, yet did not lift her head, before resuming her task. At that moment, she found it peculiar that, in the case of the murder of a wife and the abuse of a daughter-in-law, Zhao Hongwei had been incarcerated for over 20 days throughout the course of more than a month, yet this formidable elder sister had not made an appearance. Zhao Huiqing's second wife, Meng, was rumored to have an excellent relationship with Zhao's elder sister. Meng's biological daughter, Zhao Erji, frequently stayed at Zhao's elder sister's home for periods of 10 days to half a month. Both Meng and her daughter-in-law, Zhang, had been said by neighbors to have no significant issues. The Meng family was not as well off as the Zhao family, with an ailing mother relying entirely on Meng's support for her medicinal expenses. Zhang hailed from a family that valued agriculture and education, where her grandparents had received county accolades for caring for the orphaned and widowed, with a plaque inscribed by the county magistrate proudly displayed at their entrance. Zhang had been married into the Zhao family for nearly 4 years without bearing children, prompting her to seek divine intervention at the Wushan temple located outside Shiko town. Li Xia lifted her gaze towards Guosheng, who met her eyes with an irresistible smile, confirming that this was indeed the matter she had asked him to investigate. Li Xia averted her gaze, lowering her eyelids as she examined the manuscript, her mind swirling with a myriad of emotions, tangled in a complex web of thoughts that rendered her unable to continue writing. The Wushan sacrilege case was one she had encountered while transcribing scriptures and imperial edicts in the presence of the Empress, having come across it amidst various confidential documents. The cult of the five gods first emerged in Yinguan County, with the primary culprits being brothers Chao Xing and Chao Wang. Due to their family's extreme poverty, they often went hungry. At the tender age of 6, Chao Xing ran away to a temple to become a monk, eventually finding his way to Ning'an Temple. By the age of 26 or 7, he had risen to the position of the temple's steward. However, 3 years later, he was expelled from Ning'an Temple, accused of violating the precept against handling money. After leaving Ning'an Temple, Chao Xing roamed about, engaging in deceitful practices. Before long, he acquired a reputation for possessing extraordinary powers, earning the title of Master Chao. His greatest claimed ability was in granting fertility, which he asserted was particularly effective. Soon, he proclaimed to have attained divine insight and summoned his brother, Chao Wang, to become Master Chao heir. 6 months later, he welcomed his cousin Yang Can, who in turn brought along his younger cousin Yang Lian, who introduced his brother Qinan. From Master Chao to Master Wu, they formed the Five Gods. By the time the case was uncovered, the Five Gods cult had established over a dozen temples across Yinguan County and neighboring regions, amassing considerable wealth. The downfall of the Five Gods cult began with a tragic incident in Fuyang County involving the death of a postpartum woman. A wealthy family, the Yao family, experienced the sudden demise of their daughter-in-law, Yang, and her newborn son the day after childbirth. Yang's family firmly believed that both had been killed by the Yao family. They filed a complaint against the Yao family in court. During the investigation, the county magistrate was so horrified by the revelations that he sent all offenders and the case documents overnight to the municipal court in Hangzhou. Upon reviewing the case, the court promptly reported it to the imperial court. The deaths of Yang and her child were indeed orchestrated by the Yao family, as the newborn bore a striking resemblance to Chunan, the master from the newly constructed temple of the Five Gods outside Fuyang. Upon seeing the child, Yang was overwhelmed and revealed that the so-called quest for offspring was, in fact, a result of the master's illicit relations. From the inception of this case to its conclusion, it has been shrouded in secrecy, with the Empress Dowager having taken special care to elucidate the matter to her. The divine deities known for granting offspring possess only a singular method for bestowing children. The influence of these deities flourished across several neighboring counties for 6 or 7 years, during which countless supplicants sought their blessings, resulting in numerous births. Should this case be brought to light, the number of lives lost among those who have ever erected a temple to these deities, as well as those from adjacent counties who have sought their favor, would be staggering. The Empress Dowager revealed that the 5 individuals, including Chao Xing, met their demise as she commanded. They were all subjected to gruesome execution. In her 2nd year of rule, she found a pretext to execute the abbot and others from Ning'an Temple, who were expelled under the guise of violating the prohibition against handling money, subsequently reducing the temple to rubble. How many temples dedicated to these deities have been established? Li Xia closed her eyes, realizing that the infamous case of the lewd worship of these deities had begun in the very year she entered the palace. An earlier inception than she had anticipated. It is said that 3 temples exist, one in Shiko Town, another in Sanyang Town of Yinguan County, and a third in Xiaodong Town. Wu Xing, with keen eyes, added that this information was relayed by a certain woman, necessitating further investigation for confirmation. Please continue, Li Xia implored, as she found herself unable to inscribe another word. Indeed, Guosheng, invigorated, noted that the Zheng family had sought children at the temple for over a year, yet to no avail. This may be due to the fact that every time they visited, it was always accompanied by Zhaoda, praying together, thereby thwarting the priest's efforts. After departing from the temple, I made another visit to Quoto Town. Sister Zhao is married into the Hu family, where she is wed to the eldest son. The Hu family possesses over 300 acres of land and owns an oil mill and a grain store in town, enjoying a prosperous livelihood. Huda, the eldest, is astute and resourceful. In addition to farming, he has dug ponds to raise fish and shrimp and cultivated mulberry trees for sericulture, thus flourishing in his undertakings. The Hu family consists of 3 brothers, with the 2nd brother remaining at home to assist the eldest in managing the mulberry cultivation and fish farming. The youngest brother, intelligent from a young age, became a scholar and married Wang Dama, the daughter of Wang Daqiye, the head clerk of the Hangzhou magistrate's office. Wang Daqiye has 3 sons and only 1 daughter, whom he dotes upon. The Hu family purchased a residence in Hangzhou, and with Wang Daqiye's assistance, the son-in-law secured a position as a secretary in the magistrate's office, reportedly gaining considerable favor from superiors. Chapter 88. Exasperation. Li Xia wore a stoic expression, While Sister Zhao harbored grievances against her sister-in-law due to dowry disputes and the fact that the Hu family's youngest son held a position in the magistrate's office, with his father-in-law being the head clerk there. Such details were conspicuously absent from the records. When she sought to investigate, no information surfaced. Had someone obscured the truth or deceived her? Could it be Jin Juyin? Only he had the capacity to completely erase such matters and to mislead her so profoundly. Li Xia's heart was a tumult of emotions, leaving her feeling inexplicably distressed. In retrospect, her father's wrongful judgment years ago was not a result of his incompetence, but rather, the case seemed directed at her uncle. It was not her father who implicated her uncle, but her uncle who ensnared her father. After Guosheng spoke, he gazed at Li Xia, holding his breath in anticipation of her response. Li Xia remained silent for a considerable time before finally stating, "You shall go to Hangzhou shortly and inform Lord Wu about the matter of the 5 deities' illicit worship." Understood. Clarifying the matter, Fifth Master possesses a broad-minded and benevolent nature. Yet he is still a youth. It is imperative to elucidate how the child was delivered and how this matter came to your attention, prompting you to rush forth and inform him immediately. The others dared not utter a single word. Inform Fifth Master, urging him to convey this to the prince without delay, after which he need not involve himself further. Li Xia spoke in a hushed tone, each word deliberate and clear. Indeed, Guosheng's eyes sparkled with fervor. The young lady intends to present this case to the prince. Is it for Fifth Master's sake or for the princess? The following day, as dawn barely broke, Li Wenshan was summoned by Guosheng to the entrance of the academy. He spoke bluntly and unequivocally about the vile practices occurring in Shiko town, which harmed women, and requested that he relay the matter to the prince for resolution. Such news was utterly shocking. How could such atrocities exist in the world? It was simply. Li Wenshan rose, his chest tight with fury, so much so that he felt it might burst. He disregarded entering the academy, choosing instead to sit upon the steps at the main gate, where he awaited the prince's arrival. He waited until the first toll of the bell echoed from within the academy, yet neither the Qin prince nor his entourage had appeared. Frustrated, Li Wenshan abruptly stood. According to custom, if they had not arrived by this time, they would not come at all that day. Tomorrow. No, he could not possibly wait until tomorrow. With determination fueling his resolve, Li Wenshan set off towards Mingtao Mountain Villa, sprinting with fervor, fueled by indignation and wrath. He managed to reach the entrance of Ming Yuan Mountain Villa in one breath. Lu Yi received the report and hurried out to the entrance of the villa. He beheld Li Wenshan, drenched in sweat, his cap missing, hair disheveled, face ashen, gasping for breath, the sounds of distress escaping his throat. His eyes widened in alarm. What had transpired? Seated on a small stool provided by the gatekeeper, Li Wenshan exclaimed, "It's a grave matter. It's infuriating." He struggled to articulate his thoughts, clutching Lu Yi's garment tightly, his urgency rendering him almost speechless. "Bring Master Li inside," Lu Yi commanded, realizing that the entrance was not the place for discourse. He summoned 2 young attendants, who promptly assisted Li Wenshan, who continued to murmur, "I must see the prince. I must speak with the prince. Do not fret. Take a moment to gather your breath. No need to rush. I shall escort you to the prince." Lu Yi reassured him repeatedly. With Lu Yi leading the way and the attendants supporting Li Wenshan, they hastily made their way into the courtyard of Prince Qin. There, Jin Juyin and Gu Lu were engrossed in a game of chess under the corridor. They paused, momentarily stunned by the sight of Li Wenshan being assisted. Before quickly rising to their feet, in unison, they inquired with urgency, "What has happened to Fifth Master Li? What is amiss?" "Calm yourselves," Lu Yi interjected, raising his hand to quell the startled Jin Juyin and Gu Lu. Turning to Li Wenshan, he continued, "You must not rush, in your current state. It is difficult for you to communicate. Allow someone to tend to you, to wash away your distress, and only then shall we converse." Li Wenshan nodded repeatedly, his agitation not solely from urgency, but from exasperation. The young servant attended to Li Wenshan as he bathed and groomed himself, presenting him with a fresh set of clothes. Once he had washed and changed, Li Wenshan emerged, having regained his breath. The moment he spotted King Qin, he rushed forward to address matters urgently, but was abruptly halted by Lu Yi, who seized him and gently pressed him back into a chair, instructing him to first consume the calming soup. After taking several sips of the broth, Li Wenshan let out a long sigh of relief. Before he could utter a word, Gu Lu, in a state of anxiety, inquired how he had arrived. "The doorman mentioned seeing you run all the way here," he exclaimed. "I did indeed run here, from the academy." Li Wenshan confirmed with a nod. "Ah." Gu Lu's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind?" "This morning, Mr. Gu, known as Gu Sheng, who who is my father's newly appointed tutor, came to find me. Li Wenshan paid no heed to Gu Lu, focusing intently on King Qin as he spoke rapidly. His lips trembling. Mr. Gu said he traveled overnight. He mentioned that he had arrived at the Zixi Salt Works to oversee the laborers when he passed through Shiko town. There, half a mile from the town, he stumbled upon a peculiar temple and decided to take a look. As a result, Li Wenshan recounted the matter of the 5 divine offspring, explaining, Mr. Gu, in his contemplation, was too frightened to inform my father, who is a simple man without much influence. Terrified, he confided in no one but decided to seek me out, urging me to promptly inform the prince. How could such a thing occur? Is this even human? How could this happen? As he reached the climax of his narrative, tears streamed down Li Wenshan's face, and he broke into inconsolable sobs. Gu Lu, taken aback, mirrored his astonishment, seemingly as affected as Li Wenshan himself. Jin Zhuyin wore a tense expression, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on King Qin. The king's countenance remained inscrutable, his fingers gripping the folding fan turning pale and taut. Lu Yi glanced at King Qin, then at the fervent Jin Zhuyin, and finally at Li Wenshan, who was sobbing uncontrollably. He felt a twinge of compassion. This Li Wu truly possessed a heart of innocence. Stop crying. If you continue, I too shall weep, ancient Lu consoled, his eyes reddening. Having heard numerous tales of such malevolent rituals harming the people since childhood, he could only express his astonishment with a few words, but seeing Li Wenshan in such despair, he too felt a wave of sorrow. King Qin exhaled slowly, meeting Jin Zhuoyin's gaze, lowering his eyelids momentarily before turning to Lu Yi and uttering a command, investigate. Lu Yi inclined his body slightly, and then departed. Jin Zhuoyin approached Li Wenshan, urging, cease your weeping. What good does it do? Such depraved villains who fall into our hands are merely facing their demise. Let us discuss our course of action. Li Wenshan nodded vigorously, accepting a damp handkerchief from ancient Lu and fervently wiping his tear-streaked face until it was flushed crimson. Chapter 89. Shifting blame, Lu Yi exited to make the necessary arrangements and strode directly to the residence of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager listened intently as Lu Yi recounted the entire affair, her expression one of deep reflection. After a moment, she sighed gently, I understand. This matter shall not concern me. Let the young men handle it themselves. Should any uncertainties arise, come to me immediately. Such wicked spirits, alas. You may go. Lu Yi bowed in acknowledgement and withdrew. Old Huang, did you hear all of that? As Lu Yi departed, Empress Dowager Jin inquired softly. From behind the curtain, Chief Eunuch Huang swiftly emerged, hands clasped in deference. The matter at hand was indeed a grave one, eliciting a profound sense of reflection from Empress Dowager Jin. This was the decree of fate. Huang promptly concurred. Investigate Gua Sheng thoroughly. Ascertain the reasons for his visit to the Zixi Salt Works and the actions he undertook there. From this day forth, dispatch additional personnel to monitor Jiangning Prefecture. Empress Dowager Jin's tone grew increasingly frosty, and Huang bowed in acknowledgement. Gu Lu accompanied Li Wenshan as they exited the Hanging Flower Gate. Jin Zhuoyin cast a glance at Prince Qin and chuckled, remarking on how fortunate Li Wu was to have stumbled upon such an affair. The investigation had yet to reach a conclusion. They would await Feng Ji's findings before proceeding further. Prince Qin's countenance darkened. Should this matter become public, the Bureau of Justice would surely be implicated, along with the county magistrate of Yingguan and the magistrate of Hongshan. Regarding the magistrate of Hongshan, Jin Zhuoyin frowned momentarily before relaxing. It would be easy for Hongshan to extricate itself from this situation. Yet if Lin Mingxing were to face repercussions due to this incident, the 2 Zhejiang provinces would become excessively dominant. My mother and I have taken refuge in Hangzhou to evade calamity. It is prudent to remain still rather than act. Prince Qin seemed oblivious to Jin Zhuoyin's remarks, lost in his own thoughts, idly waving his folding fan. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded, albeit slowly, if we wish to avoid excessive dominance, this significant matter must rest in Lin Mingxin's hands. He shall be the one to initiate it. This way, he shall not claim credit, and the blame will surely evade him. Indeed. Jin Zhuoyin responded with a sigh, his brow furrowing even more tightly, handing it over to Lin Mingxing. He feared he might exploit the situation, starting with Hongshan County and targeting the county magistrate as a means to bring down Li Xuezhang. There was a chance it could escalate to Mingzhenbang. However, he remained unperturbed. This matter was within their control, and they possessed the upper hand. Hongshan County could still be safeguarded. The Qin Wang idly fanned himself, recalling what Li Wu had mentioned. His father was foolish and ineffectual. It was sufficient to simply protect their interests. Jin Zhuoyin wished to laugh, but found himself unable to do so. As for this case involving Li Wu, Guoxing hastily paused, taking a detour towards the tea room. Upon reaching the entrance, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Then stealthily slipped past the side of the tea room and into the second gate from behind. Guoxing swallowed hard, and before he could finish, he struck his forehead with his palm in frustration. He had been foolish, failing to remember until prompted by the young lady. Within the Mingtao villa, there were indeed individuals of exceptional acumen. The fifth master had spoken of the illicit rituals, and it was likely that the investigation would soon lead back to him, particularly since he had first inquired about the Zhao family in Shiko town. His discovery of the scandal had originated from following leads related to the Zhao family, and he had even ventured to Quoto town. Someone must bear the burden for this. Emerging from his thoughts, Guoxing promptly headed to the stable to procure another horse, exiting Hengshan County and making his way directly to Jiangning Prefecture. In the back residence of the Jiangning Prefecture's grain office, Madame Yin was overseeing the selection of New Year flowers when she received word that the fifth master from Hengshan County had sent someone to request an audience with her. She quickly ordered for him to be welcomed in. Madame Yin, upon witnessing his hurried demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety and promptly instructed someone to bring him a pot of warm tea. She watched intently as he consumed the entire pot, cup after cup. Once Guoxing had quenched his thirst, he let out a deep sigh, rose to his feet, and first bowed in gratitude before relaying the words entrusted to him by Li Xia. Madame Yin, upon hearing this, stared at Guoxing in disbelief. Is this the matter? You only mentioned seeing me? Did you not mention Lord Yin? Guoxing sensed a hint of discontent and lowered his gaze, as this was indeed the directive from Fifth Master. Please, take a seat for a moment. I must consult our lord regarding this matter. As you are aware, the elder in the capital is quite discerning. Our lord is most informed about this situation. Kindly remain seated for a while. As Madame Yin spoke, she stood up, offering Guoxing a polite smile before exiting the flower hall. The maid hurriedly left, and shortly thereafter, Li Caoci followed her with purposeful strides. Chapter 90. I guess. I also believe it is imperative to speak of this. Madam Yin gestured towards the direction of the flower hall. Is the person still in the flower hall? I shall go take a look. You need not accompany me. Li Caoci exited the warm pavilion and made his way directly to the flower hall. Madame Yin stood at the entrance of the warm pavilion, anxiously observing the direction of the flower hall. What does the young lady mean? As Guoxing pondered this, Li Caoci had already reached the entrance of the flower hall. Guoxing hastily rose, performing a deep bow in greeting. Truly, the reputation was well-deserved. Li Caoci stood at the door, scrutinizing Guoxing from head to toe with an expression of admiration, remarking, Your demeanor is indeed extraordinary. You are truly a person of great talent. You flatter me, sir. Guoxing replied with a slight bow, offering a courteous remark. Please, take a seat. As Li Caoci gestured for Guoxing to sit, he took his place at the head of the table. The young maid refilled the teacups, and Li Caoci dismissed the surrounding servants, leaning slightly toward Guoxing as he quietly inquired, What brings you here, fifth brother? Guoxing maintained his composure, reiterating his earlier remarks. The tea at the Caoci residence was indeed far superior to that served in the county office of Hengshan. How have you been, fifth brother? Li Caoci asked, scrutinizing Guoxing's calm demeanor. Very well, Guoxing replied with a slight bow. Is fifth brother currently at Wansong Academy, or back in Hengshan? I am at Wansong Academy. I visited my uncle in Hangzhou yesterday, received instructions from fifth master, changed horses in Hengshan, and came straight here, Guoxing answered comprehensively. Is the prince well? Li Caoci's brow furrowed deeper as he suddenly interjected. Guoxing bowed again, responding, I have not seen the prince, nor have I heard fifth master mention him. Observing the growing perplexity and severity in Li Caoci's expression, Guoxing lowered his gaze for a moment before meeting Li Caoci's eyes directly. He clasped his hands and nearly forgot to convey fifth master's reminder. After the new year, His Majesty will celebrate his 34th birthday. Having delivered his message, Guoxing turned to leave. Li Caoci sat in stunned silence for a moment before suddenly springing to his feet, his face paling instantly. It's nothing, he began. But with a heavy sigh, he could only say, For now, there is nothing. Li Caoci lifted his cup, gazing downward as he sipped half the tea, then set it down with another deep sigh. What on earth has happened? Is it a matter of state? Seeing Li Caoci in such a state, Madame Yin's expression shifted as well. Fifth brother summoned him and conveyed a message. Li Caoci gazed at the terrified countenance of Madame Yin, taking her hand in his and gently patting it. Do not fear, he reassured her. Fifth brother mentioned that the emperor, after the new year, will only be 34 years old. But after the new year, the emperor will not be 34. Madame Yin initially found this perplexing. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in astonishment. What could this mean? This statement implies that the emperor is merely 33 or 34. In the prime of his youth, with many years of life still ahead. Li Caoxi's voice was airy, laced with an indistinguishable blend of frustration, resignation, confusion, or perhaps dread. Was this related to the recent visit of third brother to Hangzhou? Our family has long-standing ties with the Ming family. Even before Minister Ming assumed his title, our families shared a close bond. Third brother accompanied the Ming family's elder. Madame Yin was uncertain whom she sought to explain this to. I understand. It's not about that. Li Caoxi paused. Do not worry. We have not committed any wrong. Fifth brother merely came to offer a word of caution. Having likely overheard some remarks while in the prince's company. What remarks? Madame Yin felt her back stiffen, dreading the possibility of being maligned behind her back while remaining oblivious. Regardless of what was said, there is no need for fear. Look, fifth brother has already conveyed a message, hasn't he? Do not fret. All is well. Li Caoxi suppressed the turmoil within and sought to comfort her. Madame Yin, with concern etched on her face, replied, My dear, upon reflection. The implications of this statement are truly terrifying. Before the new year, let it be. After the new year, you may send someone to fetch the mother of fifth brother, as well as fifth brother and sixth brother, to come and visit for a few days. Inform Song brother in advance, so that when the time comes, there will be ample opportunity for inquiries. For now, there is no need to rush. There is nothing of great consequence. In the past, we have weathered many hardships. Very well. Listening to Li Caoxi meticulously arrange everything, Madame Yan's heart was somewhat pacified. Sitting closely beside Li Caoxi, the two softly reminisced about the challenges they had previously faced, transitioning from those difficulties to discussions about their children, and then further back into the distant past. As night deepened, Madame Yin fell asleep, while Li Caoxi tossed and turned throughout the night. Guosheng had exited Jiangning City, riding towards Hangzhou, braving the wind. He retraced this matter from beginning to end, pondering it once more. He could not decipher the young lady's intentions. Yet since she wished to entrust this matter to Mingtao Mountain Villa, it seemed she was not aligning herself with anyone at this moment. After all, the emperor was only in his 30s. Chapter 91. Plugging the leaks, he was attempting to gauge the young lady's thoughts through a human lens. However, as she existed in this world, it was only fitting to adopt a human perspective, conforming to local customs. How would Mingtao Mountain Villa handle this situation? They certainly would not act precipitously, but to whom would they delegate this matter? Angshan County? It was likely that Fifth Master would be unwilling. The capabilities of County Magistrate Li were stretched thin in such a small county. This matter was beyond his comprehension, yet Fifth Master would certainly understand. One must consider the larger picture. The Empress Dowager was a shrewd individual, with support from Jin Xiang and the Jin family. She had a young son who would not reach adulthood until next year, and for his sake, a singular dominance would be most disadvantageous for her. This case must undoubtedly be handed over to the Constitutional Office. Then this gap could be effectively addressed. Wuxing pondered over the matter twice and, having exhausted all conceivable thoughts, resolved to act. He made a beeline for Hangzhou, traversing the distance in a single night. At dawn, he entered the city and headed straight for Mr. Qin's modest courtyard. Mr. Qin had just risen and was in the midst of brushing his teeth when he was startled by Guosheng's sudden entrance, drenched in sweat and coated in dust. What has happened? He inquired. Bring me 2 buckets of well water and fetch a set of clothes for your master. Guosheng initially instructed the servant before addressing Mr. Qin. There is indeed a matter at hand, but it is not urgent. Allow me to wash up first. In the past 2 days, I have journeyed from Hengshan County to Hangzhou, then to Jiangning Prefecture, and back again to Hangzhou. Look at this sweat. My clothes are soaked with it. Let me clean up before we converse. Guosheng requested only well water, which the servant swiftly provided. He stood in the courtyard, clad only in undergarments, using a large cotton cloth soaked in well water to cleanse himself. By the time Mr. Qin had finished washing his face, Guosheng had completed his own bathing. Brother Guo, you possess an impressive physique, Mr. Qin remarked with envy and admiration. It is merely a habit, Guosheng replied, donning Mr. Qin's slightly oversized and short attire, which he managed to fasten with a belt before sitting on the con. I shall not be modest. I am famished. With that, Guosheng called out and seized his chopsticks, devouring the meal with great fervor, clearing nearly 3/4 of the table in mere moments. Mr. Qin, enticed by his appetite, indulged himself with an extra 2 pan-fried buns and a bowl of 3-flavor soup. I took the liberty to remind the transport office, after the new year, It is the Emperor's 34th birthday. Mr. Qin stared at Guoxing in astonishment, who met his gaze and replied, "Something significant has occurred. But it cannot be disclosed to you." Sighing, he fell silent. Guoxing let out a sigh of sorrow. This matter was one that could not be disclosed to anyone. Yet it was imperative to alert the Cao. "Rest assured, sir, as long as Cao remains vigilant, all will be well." Mr. Qin gazed at Guoxing, his mouth opening as if to speak, but he found himself at a loss for words. Guoxing had already articulated the crux of the matter. How could he inquire further? As Guoxing rose and made his way outside, Mr. Qin followed him, watching as Guoxing mounted his horse and rode away. A torrent of unanswered questions and unease swirling within him, yet devoid of any direction. The manpower of Mingtao Mountain Villa, under the command of Li Xia, was in stark contrast to Guoxing's solitary endeavor. By evening, Louis had thoroughly investigated the matters regarding the illicit rituals in Shiko Town, uncovering a significant amount of information. Having organized his findings, Louis entered the study of King Qin. The king sat behind a long table, while Jin Juyin stood by the window, intently listening to Lu Yi's report. To date, there had been a total of 2.5 locations identified. Shiko Town in Hengshan County was the second, the first being in Xiaodong Town, Yingguan County. Recently, the 3-room hall in Sandong Town, Yingguan County, had just had its beams raised, and currently, only an elderly woman kept watch over it. The so-called sorcerer of Shiko Town, known by the common name Chao Xing, now held the Dharma title Yuanrong Master, having previously been known as Tiqing. At 31 years of age, Chao Xing grew up in poverty. At the age of 6, he sought refuge in a temple named Shinsho Temple, which at that time housed merely 3 or 4 monks who often faced hunger. And now the temple itself no longer existed. After a year at Shinsho Temple, Chao Xing followed his master, Lu Yun, to Jinan Temple, where he remained for 3 years until Lu Yun passed away. A year later, Chao Xing departed from Jinan Temple and wandered for 2 to 3 years before finally taking refuge in Dinghai Temple. Upon reaching adulthood, Chao Xing possessed remarkable beauty, eloquence, and sharp wit, quickly endearing himself to the abbot of Dinghai Temple. By the age of 20, he had assumed the role of the temple's guest monk. The following year, he formed a romantic relationship with Daozhen, a nun from the nearby Kongzhao Monastery, situated a mile away. A year later, Daozhen became pregnant, chose to grow her hair, and returned to secular life, purchasing a modest home in Mingshui Town. Tragically, at the end of the year, she suffered a difficult labor, resulting in the demise of both mother and child. After a year, Chao Xing departed from Dinghai Temple, wandering from place to place. A year later, he arrived at Ning'an Temple, and upon the sudden illness and subsequent death of the guest monk there, Chao Xing took over his duties. Ning'an Temple was a grand establishment, and in his second year as the guest monk, he procured a residence and land for his brother, Chao Wang, in Baihe Town. By the end of the year, Chao Xing engaged in an illicit affair with Yang Chun, a woman from Shangxi village, located 5 to 6 miles from Ning'an Temple. The head of the Yang family, Yang Jun, was an accomplished scholar, while Yang Chen's husband, Yang Qing, had already gained admission to the county academy. Having been married for 2 years without any news of children, Yang Chen's mother-in-law grew anxious to have a grandchild and sought to find a concubine for her son. Desperate for offspring, Yang Chen fervently prayed at various temples, eventually crossing paths with Chao Xing at Ning'an Temple. Chao Xing, emboldened by his audacity, was caught in the act with Yang Chen behind a statue by a young novice. At that time, Yang Chen was already with child. The abbot of Ning'an Temple, Kong Jie, sent the novice away, citing the breach of a monetary vow as grounds to expel Chao Xing from the temple. Half a year later, Chao Xing adopted the name Master Yuanrong, claiming to possess celestial insight and gaining notoriety for his ability to bestow fertility and blessings. In Xiaodong Town, Yingguan County, Yang Chen provided him with 200 taels of silver from her private stash to construct a refuge for him. Within a mere 6 months, Chao Xing's reputation for granting fertility had spread throughout Xiaodong Town and beyond, rapidly disseminating to surrounding areas. Chao Xing summoned his younger brother, Chao Wang, to serve as the second practitioner, taking the Dharma name Derong. The temple in Shiko Town is presided over by Chao Wang, while the one in Sanyang Town is managed by Yang Can, a cousin of Chao Xing, who recently became his disciple 2 months ago and is currently studying the arts of sorcery. Chapter 92, Letting Go and Not Letting Go. Lu Yi provided an exceedingly detailed introduction, causing Jin Juyin to squint his eyes slightly. King Qin let out a muffled grunt, pondering which families had previously sought offspring and which had succeeded. The investigation commenced from the year Chao Xing became the guest monk at Dinghai Temple. proving to be quite arduous and labor-intensive. Louis sighed in response. This Yangqin clan is also one of the culprits. Jin Shuyan gritted his teeth. If we intervene in this case, it would appear to discerning onlookers as meddling in local governance. Besides, such sordid affairs are better left untouched by us. This is a matter for the Office of Justice. King Qin's expression darkened. We must find a way to inform Lin Mingxing, that little novice. Has he been located? Anger flickered across Jin Shuyan's face, his gaze betraying a hint of murderous intent. It is likely he cannot be found. Lu Yi glanced at King Qin, who appeared somewhat lost in thought. If he cannot be found, then arrange for another. Jin Shuyan remarked through clenched teeth. They are all allies in crime. Let us unearth the truth from the Yangqin clan. Ning'an Temple lies within the jurisdiction of Shanin County. Is Yang Jun a scholar from Shanin County? King Qin's fingers drummed slowly on the heavy Zeton wooden table. Indeed, Louis affirmed, observing King Qin and Jin Shuyan, one gazing up at the coffered ceiling, the other squinting out of the window, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he was about to take his leave. The king of Qin languidly remarked, if one has died, there is no need for resurrection. Even in death, one can speak, seek out family, or arrange for others. Moreover, bring the empty ring as well. Whether it belongs to a seducer or two, it remains a seducer. Louis gazed at the king for a moment, bowed his head in acquiescence, and was about to withdraw when the king suddenly commanded, investigate how that prior guest monk met his demise. Yes, we are already looking into it, Louis replied hastily. The monk was cremated following his death, leaving no remains. It has been 3 full years. Uncovering the cause of death may prove exceedingly challenging. Louis paused, awaiting the king's response, who eventually grunted in acknowledgement. After a brief interval, Louis took his leave. Upon exiting the king's courtyard, Louis proceeded directly to the Empress Dowager's main hall. He had scarcely uttered a few words when Empress Dowager Jean raised her hand to halt him. Feng Guo. From now on, you need not report every minor matter to me. You have grown. These affairs are yours to handle. Should I have inquiries, I shall seek you out. Lu Yi's countenance shifted, and he lifted his gaze to meet the Empress Dowager's. She regarded him with a smile, nodding gently. You are no longer a child. Indeed. An inexplicable surge of emotion flooded Lu Yi's heart, his eyes welling with tears that nearly spilled forth. You have grown. As Louis bowed and stepped back, Empress Dowager Jean exhaled slowly, rising to exit the hall. She walked along the eaves with a sense of disorientation. In the blink of an eye, Feng Guo was on the cusp of maturity, soon to undergo the rite of passage. In the future, she could no longer possess the intimate awareness of his every action and utterance as she once did. Holding him within the palm of her hand had stunted his growth. He would remain forever immature. Maturity demands a price she had once paid, a painful sacrifice. The Empress Dowager paused, lifting her hand to caress the cascading spider plants hanging from the eaves. She plucked a bloom, observing the roots that had begun to emerge from the pot. And with a gentle yet firm grip, she severed the flower. Holding it aloft, she gestured to Lady Han, instructing her to have the gardener planted in her chamber, for she wished to witness this orchid flourish just as vibrantly as the pot before her. The Empress Dowager pointed to the lush, thriving arrangement of spider plants. Lady Han, taking great care, accepted the flower and hastily sought out the gardener. The Empress Dowager continued her forward stride. This decision had been made long ago. When he inquired that day, she had already resolved upon it. Yet, as the moment drew near, she realized the weight of her decision bore a heavy toll on her heart. The Empress Dowager closed her eyes, in that fleeting moment, having just loosened her grip. Her heart grew restless, plagued with unease. Why did her thoughts dwell solely on the ominous? Outside the flower gate, Eunuch Huang hastily approached, entering to meet the Empress Dowager. She halted, fixing her gaze upon him, awaiting his arrival. Your Highness, he began, we have uncovered some information regarding Guosheng. The eunuch Huang followed Empress Dowager Jean closely, whispering reports. Guosheng mentioned to County Magistrate Li that he intended to inspect the labor at the Zixi salt field. Departing from the county office in Hengshan County, he headed directly to Shiko town. Upon reaching Shiko, he inquired around for a family with the surname Zhao. After class, Guosheng borrowed a horse from the county office and journeyed to Hangzhou City, resting for the night at the Majiaku Inn outside the city. Before dawn the next day, he sought out Li Weishan at Wansong Academy. Empress Dowager Jean listened intently as she entered the main hall and settled herself on the Kong. Just as Huang Eunuch finished his report, she inquired, have we sent someone to investigate the old records of Hengshan County? Her brow furrowed slightly. Yes, the investigation is underway. That Zhao family is also being looked into from Yangzhou, along with Hu Mingda, the third son of the Hu family, and Wang Dakue. Huang Eunuch responded in detail. Empress Dowager Jean pondered for a moment, feeling perplexed. It's merely a clerk. This old servant also finds it strange. The matter of debauchery and chaos seems to have been discovered by chance, yet why is the Jiangning prefecture investigating the Zhao family? It is indeed puzzling. Huang Eunuch was even more bewildered. Upon receiving reports from below, he persistently inquired further and dispatched another group to continue the investigation. The scrutiny of the Zhao family by Jiangning prefecture seemed utterly nonsensical. This is not a significant matter. Just remain vigilant. Keep a closer watch on that side. I have loosened my grip, but my heart remains unsettled, Empress Dowager Jean instructed softly. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, Li Xia from the back office of Hengshan County was anxiously on edge, resolutely deciding that she would keep her head down and remain motionless, like a turtle retreating into its shell for the next few months. As soon as she extended her hand towards the Zhao family case, it unexpectedly unraveled the scandalous incident that had once robbed her of sleep for several nights. This matter was one she could not refrain from discussing. Nor could she afford to delay. Every passing day was a risk she could not take. The consequence of her hesitation was that she now found herself immobilized. Ever since Guosheng had discerned her intentions and taken her under his wing, her heart had remained in a state of turmoil. Guosheng was a perceptive individual. Yet in the current landscape of Hangzhou, there were many who were either equally astute or even more so. She had to exercise utmost caution. There was no such thing as being too careful. Chapter 93. A little beggar. The first task entrusted to him by the young lady was a chilling and notorious case. A matter involving a group of nefarious individuals whose past misdeeds had now come to light through her hand. He pondered how the prince would choose to handle this case. He had yet to gather sufficient information and dared not inquire further, for he was undoubtedly under close scrutiny by the Mingtao mountain villa. He needed to tread carefully, ensuring that the young lady's secrets remained concealed. Little did he know the divine providence that had led him to her service. It was the most prudent decision he had made in over 30 years. He could already foresee the grand upheavals that would characterize his life henceforth. He wondered how the case was unfolding and whether his uncle was aware of the developments. No. With the young lady's interests at stake, he had to maintain his composure and patience should he invoke her displeasure. He would find himself regretting it time and again. Guosheng spent the better part of the night lost in thought, but fortunately, the exhaustion from a day and night of relentless running took its toll, and as dawn approached, he finally succumbed to sleep. Almost every other day, Commander Luo summoned Chief Lin Mingxing and Chief Zheng Ziyuan, assigning them various tasks such as receiving an array of imperial envoys and their retinues arriving from the capital, conducting inspections, organizing lantern displays and fireworks, and ensuring fire safety among countless other matters. In this endeavor, Chief Lin and Chief Zheng aligned their goals and interests, closely following Commander Luo. The three departments of the two Zhejiang regions displayed an unprecedented unity and collective resolve to ensure a joyous New Year celebration. As Commander Luo deftly orchestrated these arrangements, he felt a deep sense of nostalgia, pondering how wonderful it would be if such collaboration were the norm. On this day, several boats laden with fireworks, a token of the emperor's reverence, docked at Qiantang Wharf. Given the volatile nature of fireworks, which could lead to significant mishaps, Chief Lin Mingxing arrived early to oversee the unloading process. Officials from the chief's office accompanied him, ensuring that each cart was carefully transported to the warehouses outside the city. As the boat successfully unloaded 2 or 3 shipments nearing noon, Chief Lin made his way toward the heated shelter set up at the wharf. About 10 paces from the shelter, a small, filthy beggar crouched on the ground, clutching a half-broken bowl and making a raucous noise as he consumed his meal. "Move aside, beggar," shouted the attendant. The beggar, seemingly oblivious, continued his loud eating without pause. Frustrated, the attendant swallowed hard and approached, prodding the beggar with his foot. "You there, even while eating, you ought to find a less obstructive place." In that moment, the bowl flew from the beggar's grasp, shattering at Commander Lin's feet. A portion of an unknown soup splattered onto Commander Lin's chest, leaving droplets of broth and bits of vegetables across his beard and face. Lin Shenxi felt a nauseating tightness in his throat, struggling to breathe, while the piercing, terrified screams of the little beggar echoed clearly in his ears. "I don't know. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." The attendants, frightened out of their wits, rushed about in a flurry, some fetching water, others grabbing cloths, all in a chaotic whirlwind. Lin Shenxi managed to wipe himself down a few times, barely able to catch his breath, and urgently instructed, "Bring that beggar here. Do not let him escape." Alas, to have been doused in filth, it was unacceptable. Not only for Shenxi, but for himself as well. This little wretch deserved a sound thrashing. Bring him over. Lin Shenxi cleaned himself thoroughly, changed his clothes, and rinsed his mouth several times before commanding the attendants to bring in the beggar. The attendant entered, carrying the beggar, whose mouth was stuffed with hemp seeds. And upon noticing Lin Shenxi's frown, hurriedly explained, "He keeps screaming. We couldn't stop him. When we blocked his mouth, he resorted to banging his head against the ground. It was unavoidable." "Untie him," Lin Shenxi interrupted. As the attendant loosened the ropes binding the beggar, he signaled to the other two attendants, who remained vigilant, wary of any sudden movements from the little beggar. "Please, don't kill me. I don't know anything, I swear. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." The little beggar, on the verge of madness, spoke hoarsely, incessantly banging his head against the ground and murmuring his pleas. Lin Shenxi's expression darkened as he turned to the attendant. "What is this accent?" "It's from Shanin County." The attendant promptly replied. Lin Shenxi gave a slight sound of acknowledgement, rose to his feet, and gestured for Chang Sui to step back. He circled around the beggar, halting before him, bending down to examine him closely. The young beggar appeared to be around 10 years old, his face gaunt and sallow, with two eyes fixed intently on Lin Shenxi's pale blue robe. A long breath escaped him, indicating a reduction in fear. Lin Shenxi exhaled in relief, retreated a few steps, and seated himself on a chair. He looked at the young beggar and instructed, "Bring a bowl of calming soup to feed him." "Understood," Chang Sui replied promptly, quickly filling a bowl with soup and presenting it before the young beggar, who had now quieted and was breathing with his eyes closed. Upon hearing Chang Sui's voice, he opened his eyes and, upon seeing the caramel-colored figure, sprang up in terror, screaming once more. Chang Sui, startled, stumbled backward, spilling the calming soup across the ground. While the attendants hurried forward to restrain the young beggar, Lin Shenxi observed Chang Sui, then turned his gaze to the young beggar, who seemed utterly terrified at the sight of Chang Sui. Lin Shenxi narrowed his eyes at Chang Sui, whose heart sank under the weight of that penetrating look, prompting him to hastily explain, "I do not know him. I have never seen him before. Chapter 94, Balancing Public and Private Interests. He too realized that the young beggar screamed at the sight of him. Half an hour later, Lin Shenxi wore a countenance so dark it seemed to drip with discontent. He summoned several trusted aides, and moments later, a stream of guards and Chang Sui rushed out of the Lin Shenxi office, hastening towards Shanin County. The following day at noon, Lin Shenxi, with a grim expression, entered the command office. The young beggar was from Shanin County, named Wang Tiechue, and was an orphan. Tong Ning, a young monk from Ningen Temple, shared an exceptionally close friendship with another monk. A year ago, in the month of November, one fateful day, Tong Ning, in a state of sheer terror, fled to his humble shelter, claiming to have witnessed a shocking scene. The abbot Kong Jie, the guest monk Duching, and Granny Chun from the family of Scholar Yang, all naked, engaged in a devilish struggle behind the Buddha statue. Stunned by the spectacle, Tong Ning forgot to hide, and Duching, spotting him, brandished a knife, intent on his demise. In a frenzy, Tong Ning escaped, taking erratic paths, ultimately seeking refuge with Wang Tiechue. Hearing this, Luo Shui, with a face ashen with rage, realized the gravity of the situation. The case had barely revealed its first layer, entangling such prominent figures as the abbot and guest monk of Ningen Temple, as well as the wife of a scholar, all amidst the scandal of seeking fertility. Luo Shui was both anxious and furious, veins bulging on his forehead. As the year-end approached, this scandalous case could not be suppressed, nor could it be postponed. An immediate investigation and examination were imperative, especially so close to the new year. Luo Shui and Lin Shenxi faced each other, both wishing they could spit blood in frustration. Hu Mingde, somewhat bewildered, inquired about the purpose of the discussion. "What sort of people are in your sister-in-law's family? Please elaborate." Mr. Yao, being exceptionally amiable, raised an eyebrow. "Oh, how long has Mrs. Zheng been married?" "Over 3 years." Hu Mingde hurriedly replied. "They have yet to conceive, and the entire family is extremely anxious." Mr. Yao chuckled. "That is indeed a pressing concern in the Zhao family. Your sister-in-law's brother has but this one son. Indeed, my sister-in-law mentioned recently that if they cannot conceive, they may have to adopt." Although Hu Mingde was perplexed and unaware of Mr. Yao's intentions behind these inquiries, Mr. Yao was quite pleased, as he perceived the situation clearly. After a moment of confusion, Hu Mingde quickly forced a smile and replied, "I have been diligently studying, but the affairs of the government, my wife." No matter how imperceptive Hu Mingde was, he sensed something amiss at that moment. After a brief pause, he knelt down, exclaiming, "Please, sir, just command me, whatever you require. You must immediately make your way to Hengshan County. Do so discreetly and deliver this letter to County Lieutenant Wu. Inform him that, under no circumstances, should the contents of this letter be omitted from the official documents of Hongshan County. Additionally, make a note in the criminal record, the less explicit, the better. The date must be included. Convey to him that once this task is accomplished, he shall have the opportunity for promotion, advancing from a clerk to an official. Chun Shan agreed, secured the letter, and hurriedly left the courtyard, leading his horse toward Hongshan County. Upon reaching the second floor of a tea house, he settled down when a lean yet robust man in his 30s approached him, taking a seat across from Mr. Yao and ordering a cup of tea. As the man gulped down half a bowl of tea, Mr. Yao had already surveyed the surroundings multiple times. The second floor of the tea house was bustling and lively, with no one paying attention to him and the man opposite him. Mr. Yao discreetly pushed a tightly folded stack of papers across the table, raising his tea bowl to cover his mouth as he whispered, "Utilize that connection with the esteemed Gui. Have him seek out Wudong and request that he extract a certain accusation. Just state that it is a request from Master Yuanrong. It is a case of false accusation, and it must be done swiftly. The sooner, the better." The man across the table accepted the piece of paper and the banknotes, then finished the tea in his bowl, rising to descend the stairs with a light step. Chapter 95. The Hu family circumstances. As the lunar month of December approached, the family busied themselves at home, preparing for the upcoming festivities of the new year. For a family of their means, this occasion was of great significance. Hu Mingda, along with his elder brother and sister-in-law, closed the door to converse. Hu Mingda began by relaying the instructions given by Mr. Yao, observing the frowns of his sister-in-law and the furrowed brow of his elder brother. He continued, "Mr. Yao mentioned that he has spoken with Xinci and the matter is settled. Next year, during the county examination, I shall be allowed to take the examination for the title of scholar. It was solely for this assurance that I agreed." Zhao, the elder sister-in-law, and Hudesai widened their eyes in astonishment. "Elder brother and sister-in-law, consider this. If I succeed in becoming a scholar, our family will no longer have to toil in menial labor and pay taxes. Just this change alone will save us a considerable sum each year. Furthermore, if our family achieves the status of a scholarly household, transitioning from peasant to scholar, we will be regarded as half a gentry family, within dozens, even hundreds, of miles. While there are numerous students, how many scholars can one find? Moreover, should our family attain this esteemed status, the number of suitors willing to present themselves will undoubtedly increase. Even if we were to merely collect taxes, the financial benefit would be immense. Elder brother and sister-in-law, this advancement will elevate our family from its current standing to one of remarkable distinction, a celebrated lineage of scholarly renown. The prospects for our nephews and nieces in terms of marriage will be vastly improved. This opportunity is exceedingly rare, is it not, elder brother and sister-in-law?" urged Hu Mingda passionately. Sister Zhao's eyes sparkled with brightness as she prodded Hu De Old Third's words hold merit. "In our salt official county, how many scholars do we truly have? Look at the extravagant life of Scholar Me in the city, how prosperous he has become. We all witnessed the poverty of his family back in the day. During major county events, Scholar Me would sit alongside the magistrate, laughing and conversing. Such fortunate circumstances Huda would eagerly seize, yet upon reflecting on the discord between his wife and her family, he realized that mere desire was futile. In our Shiko town, there exists but one learned individual, Han Qing. A scholar should not only cultivate himself, but also enlighten the community and rectify the moral fabric, as the sages have proclaimed. The court has repeatedly forbidden such licentious practices, yet our town has birthed a scandalous affair of this nature. If Han Qing does not promptly report to the authorities, and it is discovered later, as a man of letters, he shall be held accountable. All of this is for the betterment of Hong Qing's family. Hu Mingda, who has served as a clerk in the county office for several years, possesses a different perspective. His words resonated with Hu De and his wife, Zhao, who nodded in agreement, recognizing that their intentions were solely for the well-being of Zhao Hongqing's family. "Let us harness the cart and make haste." Sister Zhao was a decisive woman, swiftly resolving to take action. Hu De hurriedly went outside to harness the cart, but then, after a moment's thought, he personally loaded a heap of salted chicken, fish, and pig's head onto it, understanding that one should not arrive empty-handed when seeking a favor. Sister Zhao emerged in a change of attire and, upon seeing the cart brimming with provisions, felt a twinge of displeasure. "Look at you, always this way. It is truly impractical. We are going to discuss matters, not merely visiting relatives. What significance does this load hold? Once again, the vehicle is piled high with items. Where will the people sit? The purpose of our visit is to discuss matters and seek favors, and it would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed." Huda elucidates. Desa's reasoning is indeed sound. Hu Mingde interjects, reflecting, Desa is intimately related to brother Han Qing. Their bond is exceptionally close. The discord lies with Hong Qing's wife. And I propose that we invite brother Han Qing to speak. This is a matter of great significance beyond the purview of his wife, who ought not to be privy to it in the first place. The third brother's words hold merit. Zhao Desa nods in agreement. Recalling how her younger brother has always heeded her counsel, he is indeed a wonderful brother, though he did not choose his wife wisely. Upon reaching Shiko town, Huda parks the large vehicle at the entrance of the tea shop on the opposite side of the street. At this hour, the tea shop is devoid of patrons. After securing the vehicle, Huda and his wife, Zhao Desa, enter the sole private room available. Hu Mingde strides toward the Zhao residence to summon Zhao Hanqing for a conversation. A mere 30 paces from the Zhao household, Hu Mingde halts and calls over a child running about the street, handing him a sizable coin. Go to the Zhao residence, find Uncle Zhao, and tell him that an old classmate is passing through Shiko town and request him to join for drinks and conversation. The child accepts the coin and dashes to the Zhao family's entrance, knocking insistently and calling out. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Hanqing emerges hurriedly from the courtyard, standing on the steps, looking left and right. He is a man of leisure, thrilled by the prospect of being sought out for drinks and conversation, though such opportunities are few and far between. Brother Hanqing. Hu Mingde waves to him from a distance. Zhao Hanqing, upon seeing Hu Mingde, hurriedly approached with a beaming expression. San Lang, you are quite the busy individual. What brings you here today? Come in and sit. As Hu Mingde pulled him towards the tea house, he chuckled. I made this trip specifically to find you, Hanqing. Let us find a quiet place to converse. The small town was not extensive, and soon they entered the tea house, where Zhao Hanqing was momentarily taken aback upon spotting his sister and brother-in-law. The incessant bickering between his wife and sister had been the most vexing and irksome issue of his 20-plus years of life, and upon seeing his sister, his first instinct was to flee before the quarrel resumed. Hu Mingde swiftly blocked his retreat, ushering him into a private room while calling for a selection of delectable snacks and a jar of fine yellow wine. He paid little heed to whether any staff had overheard. Sister, how could you? Zhao Hanqing stammered, avoiding his sister's gaze. His sister-in-law, exuding frustration, stepped forward and playfully jabbed his forehead, exclaiming, Look at you, so lacking in ambition. No wonder you cannot manage your wife. She has you wrapped around her finger. Chapter 96. A good sister look at you. It has been over a year since you last saw your brother. Can't you speak to him properly? Hu Mingde quickly scolded his wife. After all, they had come to appeal to this brother-in-law, and it was essential to communicate kindly. Your sister-in-law cares for you dearly and worries about you every day, always fearing you might be mistreated. Hu Mingde assisted Zhao Hanqing in taking a seat, conversing cheerfully. My elder brother has grown weary of my sister-in-law's incessant chatter. Thus, I have brought the carriage to escort you and your sister here to visit. Your wife is not particularly virtuous, and your sister-in-law fears that should she come to see you, it might sow discord between you two. Therefore, it is best that we dine together here, engage in conversation, and avoid any misunderstandings that might lead to quarrels, placing you in a difficult position. Yao's sister-in-law immediately recognized that it was inappropriate to bring up such matters at this moment. She quickly fell silent, observing Hu Mingde's demeanor, and wore a smile, refraining from further commentary. Hanqing, I have accompanied my elder brother and sister-in-law for a significant purpose, Hu Mingde declared, intent on conveying this important matter personally and efficiently, lest his sister-in-law's temper flare and jeopardize the situation. Indeed, as you are aware, I am currently stationed at the Office of Constitutional Affairs, overseeing critical documents. You are also cognizant that the Empress Dowager and Prince Qin reside in our city of Hangzhou, with the new year approaching. From the commander's office to our own, everyone is exceedingly tense. Hu Mingde observed Zhao Hongqing's wide-eyed expression, brimming with envy, and slightly elevated his chin before continuing. Currently, in our Zhejiang region, particularly in Hangzhou, it is imperative that nothing goes awry. Should any issues arise, he gestured dramatically across his throat, producing a sharp sound. One could very well lose their head. Zhao Hanqing was taken aback, startled by the gravity of the situation. Yesterday, as fate would have it, I was attending to a piece of documentation when I overheard the officials discussing the abhorrent practice of licentious worship. They proclaimed it to be the most detestable of acts, a blight upon the villagers, and a source of turmoil. Furthermore, they asserted that should any village or town be found harboring such depravity, the focus would first shift to those among them who held scholarly titles. If none possessed such distinctions, then the blame would fall upon the educated. For it is expected that those who are learned should embody the virtues of a gentleman and serve to enlighten the populace. Failure to do so would be deemed a grave transgression. Hanqing, my dear brother, did you hear this? Zhao Hanqing nodded vigorously in agreement, yet entirely failed to contemplate his own situation. Zhao Hanqing, having perused a modest number of texts, was not entirely oblivious upon grasping the implications. He was struck with fear. What am I to do? I had merely accompanied your sister-in-law on a few occasions. Do not panic, brother Hanqing. I am here to assist you. Humingda observed his dismay and inwardly sighed with relief, feeling assured that their plan was progressing favorably. The site of this licentious worship is located in the town of Shiko. Brother Hanqing, have you ever visited? This predicament is solely your fault. For you are the only scholar in Shiko, are you not? You are indeed the esteemed gentleman of this town. Fear not, for I am here to aid you. It seems that, according to the officials, not just the one you overheard, but all three departments alike, you cannot remain indifferent to this matter. Not only must you intervene, but you ought to act swiftly. However, despite your education, lacking a formal title means that your involvement would merely entail reporting the issue to the county office and requesting an investigation. Once you have made the report, the burden will no longer rest upon your shoulders. Humingda seamlessly transitioned to the crux of the matter. Zhao Hanqing nodded repeatedly, declaring, I shall head to the county immediately. Thank you, Sanlang. It is all thanks to Sanlang. This matter entirely relies on his support. Zhao Hanqing bowed deeply, utterly at a loss for how to express his gratitude. Time was of the essence. The sooner they acted, the better. Let us depart at once. Humingda wished he could whisk Zhao Hanqing directly to the county office to meet County Lieutenant Wu, sign his name, and press his seal. Just then, Zhao's elder sister-in-law seized her brother Zhao Hanqing's arm, glancing at Humingda. This is a matter of soliciting favors. One cannot do so empty-handed. Hanqing, this is a matter of life and death. While Sanlang may offer you this favor freely, it is only because you are my beloved brother. However, you cannot expect Sanlang to finance your venture. That is unreasonable, especially given his own modest means. Upon hearing his sister-in-law's words, Humingda hesitated, recalling Mr. Yao's assurance that arrangements had already been made with County Lieutenant Wu, meaning no bribe would be necessary. Yet, the matter of funds was troubling. His own circumstances were indeed quite tight. Zhao Hanqing felt the weight of the situation, and his sister-in-law fixed her gaze on him. Hanqing, this is a matter of life and death. You must decide wisely. Zhao Hanqing turned to Humingda, who appeared uncertain. How much should we request? The Zhao family is quite wealthy, yet I am unsure of how much Zhao Hanqing possesses. Chapter 97. A good wife. Zhao Hanqing nodded vigorously. Grasping the front of his long robe, he exited the tea shop and strode purposefully toward home. As Zhao's sister-in-law watched her younger brother dash out, she cast a triumphant glance at her husband, who the household had always belonged to her and her brother. Any silver that was not extracted would either be used to support the Meng family or be taken by the Zhangs. There was no reason to benefit those outsiders. Suddenly, Granny Zheng burst through the door, her eyes fixed intently on Zhao's sister-in-law. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusingly, she unleashed a torrent of scorn. Are you even human? That is your own brother, and yet you scheme against him. You vile, treacherous woman. You have stolen every last bit of Darlang's inheritance, and still, you are not satisfied. Your sole focus is plotting against your brother. Do you have no shame? Huda, overwhelmed, watched the two women arguing fiercely, while Humingda's face turned a shade of green with anxiety. This situation must be resolved. Silence, all of you, he commanded. Sister-in-law, please refrain from speaking. Granny Zheng was not one to be easily intimidated, capable of matching Zhao's sister-in-law word for word, disregarding Humingda entirely. Her hands continued to emphasize her points, her accusations flowing relentlessly like the Yellow River. Zhao's sister-in-law refused to retreat, matching her in fervor, her retorts equally forceful. Fortunately, a table stood between them, preventing immediate confrontation. In his frustration, Humingda, with Zhao's sister-in-law across the table and Granny Zheng beside him, forcefully pushed Granny Zheng aside, exclaiming, "You shameless shrew, be quiet. Do you dare strike me?" Grandmother Zheng was utterly frantic, letting out a cry as she lunged towards Humingda with both hands raised. Huda, positioned on the other side of the table, forcefully pushed her away. Zhang Denai spun around in place and, with her hands raised again, attempted to claw at Humingda. In a fit of anger and desperation, Humingda kicked Zhang Denai down, pressing his leg against her while he grabbed an unknown object, tightening it around her neck. I'll make you shut up. Shut up. This sudden turn of events coupled with Zheng Denainai's vehement curses and the inexplicable absence of Zhao Hongqing, left Hu Mingda both frantic and enraged, his eyes reddening and his hair bristling with fury. He yanked the rope with increasing force, and by the time Hu De realized something was amiss, Zheng Denainai's eyes bulged, her tongue extended as she gasped for breath. Hu De rushed outside, glancing around. The tea shop was open for evening business, yet at this moment, neither a soul could be seen, only their table occupied the establishment. Slamming the door shut, he turned to see his wife, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, and his brother panting heavily beside Zheng Denainai's lifeless form. Weak-kneed, he slid down the doorframe. Realizing the gravity of the situation, "Fear not," Hu Mingda declared with a fierce determination, rallying both Hu De and himself against the dread of the moment. Hu De hastily went outside to fetch the cart, while Sister Zhao stood watch. Together, Hu De and Hu Mingda lifted Zheng Denainai's body onto the cart. Sister Zhao, too afraid to sit in the vehicle, took a seat beside Hu De at the front as he drove away, intent on leaving the town of Shiko behind without delay. Hu Mingda adjusted his attire, steadied his breath, and strode purposefully towards Zhao's residence in search of Zhao Hongqing. In the town of Hingshan, Officer would bid farewell to Hu Mingda and Zhao Hongqing. Noting that the hour was approaching, he made his way to the county office. Hingshan, being a small county, had little official business. By midday, all pressing matters were typically resolved. Magistrate Li was a magnanimous individual, and with no pressing affairs at hand, he did not insist that the two clerks and others linger in the office. In the afternoon, Guosheng went to serve as his teacher. Clerk Chun would then lift his teapot, which was missing half its spout, and prepare a handful of tea leaves from the county office. He would head to a bookstore across the street to indulge in storytelling for the afternoon, which was his utmost passion. For just 2 coins, he could enjoy the tales for hours, bringing his own tea leaves while the bookstore provided hot water free of charge. Officer Wu, well acquainted with the county office and Magistrate Li's habits, entered the office to find the magistrate leisurely observing the fragrant camphor tree in the courtyard. Your Excellency, Officer Wu respectfully greeted, approaching with a beaming smile to pay his respects. Those as diligent in their duties as the magistrate were a rarity. He had served under 5 or 6 magistrates, and Li was truly exemplary, a paragon among officials. Oh, not at all. I am merely taking a stroll, enjoying the scenery. Magistrate Li replied, a touch of embarrassment evident in his demeanor, still unaccustomed to such unabashed flattery. This humility and prudence displayed by the magistrate was indeed a rare and admirable quality. Compared to Li's modesty, Wu's skill in flattery was remarkably adept. Oh, not at all. Magistrate Li felt a sense of discomfort. Such simplicity in demeanor was exceedingly rare. In Wu County's magistrate, this statement is not considered flattery, rather. It conveys a sense of admiration for the honest and somewhat foolish county magistrate Li, which is indeed a rarity. Your Excellency, there is a matter that I have pondered extensively, and I believe it is best to bring it to your attention, Wu County's magistrate stated, cutting to the chase. Please. Go ahead, replied County Magistrate Li, instantly invigorated upon hearing there was an important matter at hand. He was resolute in his commitment to fulfilling his duties diligently, unafraid of an abundance of work, but rather dreading a scarcity of it. County Magistrate Li stroked his beard and chuckled. Well, one must adapt. As for the villagers marrying, adorned in phoenix crowns and wearing silk robes, it is merely for the sake of revelry. If we were to enforce the law strictly, would it not render us inflexible and archaic? Your Excellency is exceedingly wise. Wu County's magistrate immediately complimented. I share your sentiments. Aside from the silk garments, palanquins, and the adornment of gold jewelry, there is also the villagers' superstitions, such as the need to pay respects to the great locust tree at the eastern edge of the village, or the legends surrounding the river where fish spirits are said to dwell. Villagers rush there to bow their heads and throw a few steamed buns into the water. Truly, Wu County's magistrate shook his head with a bittersweet smile, while County Magistrate Li burst into laughter. Isn't that the nature of the villagers? During my tenure in Taiyuan, I witnessed an entire village worshipping a large rat, claiming it to be a rat deity. It is utterly foolish. Yet, it is a challenging task to enlighten the masses. The road to education is long and arduous. Your Excellency speaks truly. I too hold this belief. In the vicinity of the Zixi salt field, there are countless such deities and spirits. There is a man named Zhao Hongqing, whose wife is fervently devoted to various deities, constantly seeking blessings and fortune, today for a child, tomorrow for good luck. Not only does she spend lavishly, but she also neglects her home. This has left Zhao Hongqing in a state of desperation. Unable to manage his wife, he has come to our office to lodge a complaint against her excessive veneration. Your Excellency, he implores, what is the meaning of this? Wu County Lieutenant shrugged his shoulders, exuding an air of exasperation. They say that someone like the county magistrate should be a fatherly figure, yet it seems that is not the case. Look at Zhao Hongqing, unable to govern his wife. He resorts to bringing his grievances to the office. It is truly a situation that leaves one both amused and bewildered. Li County Magistrate burst into laughter, playfully patting Wu County Lieutenant on the shoulder. Fatherly figure? That is merely a term of endearment. Are not the common folk all like this? However, we cannot govern his domestic affairs either. It is beyond our jurisdiction to manage his wife. He found great humor in his own words, laughing heartily as he continued. You might try to console him, perhaps offer some gentle advice. Is it not customary for women to seek divine favor? My own wife is quite devout as well. Just the other day, she insisted on visiting Lingyan Temple to light incense, without fail, each year. Indeed, Wu County Lieutenant responded, my household is no different. From my mother to my wife, they all rush to temples to pay their respects, regardless of whether it be Buddhist or Taoist. As my mother often says, they're all divine beings, after all. Your Excellency, do heed this perspective. With the situation unfolding favorably, Wu County Lieutenant felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. The conversation had turned particularly delightful. As Wu County's official exchanged jovial banter with County Magistrate Li, he entered the signing room, retrieving Zhao Hongqing's lawsuit and prompting the mirthful magistrate, who frequently erupted in hearty laughter, to affix his signature at the end of the document. Outside Shiko Town, the night had enveloped the land in darkness. Huda fitted a bit into the mule's mouth, tearing a piece from a cart's cushion to wrap around the animal's forehoofs. He led the mule, pulling the heavy cart, while Zhao's sister-in-law supported the yoke. Trudging through the uneven terrain towards the temple renowned for its miraculous blessings of fertility, amidst the watchful eyes of at least 3 factions, those from the Mingao Manor, the Xian office, and the Shui office, Huda and Zhao's sister-in-law lifted the lifeless body of Granny Zheng from the cart, discarding it into the overgrown weeds beside the temple. After contemplating the situation, he concluded that only one matter truly concerned him, since this case had fallen into the hands of the Xian office. And given that one of the illicit shrines was situated within Hongshan County, he must remain vigilant for County Magistrate Li, ensuring that this case did not bring him any misfortune. Although this case had been relayed to the prince through Fifth Master, logically, even if the prince assigned the case elsewhere, he ought to protect County Magistrate Li. However, he was all too aware of the pervasive darkness lurking within the corridors of power. He believed that an official must first possess the ability to safeguard their own interests. Thus, in the case of Magistrate Li, it was his responsibility to protect him. With this case now in the Xian office's hands, and of such a nature, it was best that he handle it alone. Guo Sheng, harboring such thoughts, became particularly attentive to matters concerning the criminal department. On the following morning, after the county constable had visited Magistrate Li, Guo Sheng discovered that the case files in the interrogation room had been tampered with. At the end of one page, an ambiguous line had been inscribed, Zhao Hongqing of Shiko Town sues, with the remainder missing. No wonder the lady had urged him to inquire about the Zhao family from Shiko Town. She had long been aware of their intentions to frame someone. However, it was not merely the Zhao family. It was the CNC office attempting to use the Zhao family as a pawn to ensnare Magistrate Li. At this moment, Guo Sheng's mind was unusually astute, operating with an unprecedented sharpness. This was undoubtedly the machination of the CNC office. It was evident that the constable from Wu County was behind this, employing a clever stratagem by inserting a lawsuit from a month prior, likely concerning the matter of immoral rituals. When the case unfolded, Zhao Hongqing would surely return, exposing how Magistrate Li had neglected the case after it had been brought to his attention, resulting in further victimization of women. This negligence would be laid squarely upon Magistrate Li's shoulders as a grave offense. Yet, where was that lawsuit? Wu Sheng searched thoroughly but found nothing. He searched again, convinced the document must be present. The obscured writing in the file suggested the existence of the lawsuit, but without it, what value did that line hold? Guo Sheng searched once more, yet still found nothing. Standing in the center of the room, he took a deep breath, pressed his hand against his forehead a few times, stepped out, and stood at the door of the interrogation room. The biting cold wind of winter struck his face, quickly bringing him back to composure. Patience was essential. The lawsuit must exist. And then, Guo Sheng's gaze fell upon the parasol tree. Chapter 99. The realization, what a clever scheme. A single oversight is insufficient, for one must additionally implicate a family servant in lawlessness. It may not necessarily be a servant, as that would be too lenient. This must be crafted into a charge of accepting bribes and disregarding human life, firmly pinned upon Magistrate Li's shoulders. Guo Sheng gazed at the small door leading to the back courtyard for a moment before lowering his eyelids. There was no urgency in seeking the young lady's audience just yet. He could address the matter later during afternoon classes. For the past few days, Li Xia had been focused and tranquil, almost entirely oblivious to the affairs beyond her window. Guo Sheng had instructed Li Wenlan to recite her lessons around the old ginkgo tree. As he gently seated himself beside her, he observed Li Xia diligently practicing her calligraphy. "Miss, Zhao Hongqing from Shiko Town has indeed come to frame our magistrate." Guo Sheng's first words startled Li Xia, causing her to lose her focus on the characters. Zhao Hongqing, the man who had lost his wife and was wrongfully accused of her murder, ultimately hanging himself in prison, was here to trap her father? Li Xia's back stiffened, her posture rigid, her hand and pen frozen in place. In concise phrases, Guo Sheng relayed the discoveries and deductions made that morning, studying Li Xia's stern expression. "Miss, upon hearing Guo Sheng's account, Li Xia comprehended the gravity of the situation, waves of sorrow crashing through her heart. His inference is entirely accurate. Zhao Hongqing must have been incited by the Hu family, who undoubtedly received directives from the Xinxi Yamen. Within the county office, there exists a collusion with Wu County Lieutenant. And there is also the scoundrel Wudong, who would forsake his life for silver. My father may be simple-minded, yet that case of spousal murder, much like the current frame-up, originated from the Xinxi Yamen, with every link intricately woven into a grand net. Even if my father were not foolish, he would still be ensnared." Guo Sheng rose and gazed distantly at the diminutive silhouette of Li Xia, feeling as if that figure expanded in his vision, transforming into a realm of sorrow and desolation. After finishing the annotations on Li Wenlan's writing, Guo Sheng observed the characters he had pinned for nearly half an hour and then concluded the lesson. While tidying his writing tools, he pondered the pressing matter at hand. In this situation, Li County Magistrate remains the principal authority, and he is certainly not an unyielding statue. Thus, it is prudent to offer him a word of caution. Resolute in his decision, Guo Sheng proceeded to the signing room to seek out the county magistrate. Indeed, although the officials had departed, Li County Magistrate remained seated in the signing room, sipping tea and perusing books. Upon seeing Guo Sheng enter, the magistrate promptly stood and gestured for Guo Sheng to take a seat at the table. The magistrate now treated Guo Sheng with significantly more courtesy and respect than before. Not due to an acknowledgement of Guo Sheng's talents or character, but rather because Guo Sheng had become the teacher of his esteemed sixth child. The magistrate held great reverence for the principles of honoring teachers and valuing education. Guo Sheng commenced the conversation by discussing Li Wenlan's studies, offering genuine praise. As Li Wenlan is indeed a promising student, Magistrate Li, stroking his beard, occasionally burst into hearty laughter. In recent months, he found himself inclined to chuckle even in moments of idleness. Do tell, he gestured, his mirth evident. It concerns the matter of licentious worship, which you are aware of, as we must guard against its malevolent influence on the folk. It is a routine duty of the prefecture. Before Guo Sheng could finish his sentence, Magistrate Li erupted with laughter, pointing at him and exclaiming, "Ah, you are all on the same page. It seems I need not fret over this matter any longer." Guo Sheng straightened his back, his face betraying nothing. "Oh, is that so? Who else is in accord? Officer Wu? What did he say?" "Indeed, it is he. This falls under his purview as well. Just last evening, old Wu was lamenting these issues to me. To speak frankly, he made a valid point. The villagers are rather gullible. This licentious worship resembles the edicts against silk and gold. There are commands from above that are ignored below. Tell me, what village or township lacks its ancient locust tree, peculiar rock, or golden weasel as a guardian spirit? We can only turn a blind eye, for it is beyond our control." Magistrate Li prided himself on his understanding of the people's sentiments. Oh, he chuckled again. There is a fellow named Zhao Hongqing, whose wife delights in paying homage to various deities. At this revelation, Guo Sheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, cold sweat trickling down his back. He realized too late that he had been outmaneuvered. "Are you referring to Zhao Hongqing from Shiko Town? The one involved in the case of licentious worship in Shiko?" Guo Sheng interjected, eager to steer the conversation back on course. In a moment of distraction, Magistrate Li pondered the situation. The ignorance of the villagers was apparent. How did the county magistrate handle this? Guo Sheng interjected, interrupting Li's thoughts once more. "What is there to handle?" Li replied, "Do not rush, Mr. Guo. I understand your concerns. Currently, both the Empress Dowager and the Prince reside in Hangzhou, and we must tread carefully in all matters. However, we must not be overly cautious. Regarding these superstitions, I have encountered them frequently during my time in Taiyuan Prefecture. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Rest assured, there is little risk of turmoil, sometimes. It may even be a blessing in disguise. Magistrate Li, unfazed by Guosheng's repeated interruptions, chuckled and gestured for him to remain calm, wearing a playful smile. Has the county magistrate taken action? There is always a petition to consider. Aware that he had been somewhat hasty, Guosheng inclined his body slightly, offering a smile to convey understanding, yet he could not resist asking, what action can be taken? These ignorant villagers cannot even manage their own wives, who go about worshipping various deities, and then they bring their grievances to me. As a county magistrate, despite my parental responsibilities, I cannot govern such personal matters. Furthermore, if we speak of my own wife, should she wish to pray or burn incense, I can only accompany her with resignation. Old Wu is correct. To know of such petitions is to have dealt with them, for what else can be done? A just official finds it difficult to adjudicate domestic affairs. Chapter 100. The past and present magistrate Li laughed heartily while imparting wisdom to Guosheng, who bowed his head in deference, feeling a pang of anxiety within. The magistrate Li was oblivious to the matter. If he had been aware, everything would have been manageable, merely needing to ascertain the facts from beginning to end. However, now he was acutely aware of Zhao Hongqing's case regarding the accusation of lewd worship, yet he chose to disregard it despite having signed and sealed the documents. Wu Tong had already taken away the petition that bore his signature and seal, and the case had solidified into undeniable evidence. He had been careless. Guosheng felt a pang of anxiety akin to a cat's clawing in his heart. Now, he could only hasten to the city of Hangzhou to seek assistance from Master Wu and the prince. Look at you. How could you overlook such a matter? Go quickly. Upon hearing Guosheng's urgent words, Magistrate Li immediately waved his hand, signaling him to depart without delay. Guosheng rushed out and made his way directly to the stable, where he procured a horse and galloped towards Hangzhou. Fortunately, due to the Empress Dowager and Prince Qin celebrating the New Year in the city, it was exceedingly busy, and the city gates remained open later than usual. Just as the gates were about to close, Guosheng miraculously squeezed through. As he had anticipated, Li Wenshan was indeed not at Wansong Academy outside the city. He found him at Mingao Villa. Louis accompanied Li Wenshan as he emerged, and Guosheng cast a glance at Lu Yi, unperturbed, and directly addressed him. Master Wu, a grave matter has arisen at the county office regarding lewd worship. Louis, understanding the gravity of the situation, responded, let us discuss this inside. Li Wenshan promptly nodded and turned to enter. He had spent 2 days in the ancient courtyard, enduring medicinal soups, but being surrounded by a throng of beautiful maidens attending to him, even during his baths, had proved unbearable. Guosheng followed closely behind, entering the small study situated between the inner and outer courtyards. This space had recently been prepared by Prince Qin for Li Wenshan to manage affairs. In the chamber, King Qin lounged with one arm draped over the back of a chair, wearing a nonchalant expression as he smiled at Guosheng. Jin Zhuyan cast a sidelong glance at Guosheng, evidently filled with disdain, while Gulu looked at Guosheng in surprise, recognizing him with a sense of foreboding. Upon witnessing Guosheng bowing repeatedly to the ground, he eventually stood up, and Louis gestured for him to speak. After listening, Li Wenshan collapsed into a chair, tilting dangerously as if he might slide to the floor. Lu Yi swiftly grasped him, forcing him back into an upright position. Gu Lu, initially bewildered, suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation upon seeing Li Wenshan's fright. Was this a tangled web of schemes? What are your thoughts? Speak your mind. Jin Zhuyan rose and approached Li Wenshan, bending down to examine his pallid visage. Li Wenshan's face was ashen, his mind racing with recollections of the calamities that befell his family, reminiscent of the woes recounted by Xia. The same misfortune had returned. It must be Wudong who had stolen, aiming to frame his father, and then Wu County Lieutenant. Li Wenshan's speech was fragmented yet remarkably lucid. Guosheng regarded Li Wenshan with admiration. Among the 3 men of the Li family's 3rd branch, this 5th master possessed promise. In Shiko Town, Zhao Hongqing had been brought to the Hengshan County office by Hu Mingda, the brother-in-law of Zhao Hongqing, seeking the Wu County lieutenant. Hu Mingda, accompanied by his elder brother Hu Mingkai and sister-in-law Hu Zhaoshi, journeyed to Shiko Town to incite Zhao Hongqing to prosecute for the matter of the lewd rituals. During this period, Hu Mingda inadvertently strangled Zhao Hongqing's wife, Zhao Zhangshi. Last night, Hu Mingkai and Hu Zhaoshi disposed of Zhao Zhangshi's corpse in the thickets outside the lewd ritual temple in Shiko Town, and throughout the day, no one had yet discovered the grim deed. Guosheng stared in astonishment at Lu Yi, realizing that a life had already been lost. The incident of the corpse disposal had likely caught the attention of both the Xianxi and Shuixi authorities, who were undoubtedly monitoring those locations. Louis added another remark. Guosheng was suddenly overcome by an impulse to laugh, contemplating the absurdity of the situation in the dead of night. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Save my father. He thought to himself, this was not his fault. Li Wenshan looked at Prince Qin, his words tumbling out in a rush. Jin Zhuoyin cast a disdainful glance at him, exclaiming, "Can you not be so feeble? Is this trifling matter enough to terrify you so?" He gestured to Guosheng. "This is no trifling matter. It is an affair that could lead to the ruin of families." Li Wenshan was genuinely horrified. "My younger brother is only 6 years old, and Dongjie, my mother, and Xia is merely 5. He alternated between raising his hand and pointing a finger. Recalling the words of Xia, tears streaming down his face, choked with emotion. "I thought you would mention Xia first." Prince Qin observed Li Wenshan, who was wiping his tears with one hand, and felt a tinge of regret. Guosheng felt a bit embarrassed for Li Wenshan, reflecting on the disparity in their wits. "Fifth Master, since the prince has instructed General Lu to inform us of these matters, it indicates that he is not indifferent to our plight." Guosheng cleared his throat, compelled to remind the tearful and choked Li Wenshan. Moreover, he did not mention his father. Gulu followed the king of Qin, scrutinizing Li Wenshan. Jin Zhuoyin's folding fan struck Li Wenshan's shoulder repeatedly, a mix of anger and amusement. "Li Wu, are you truly clever or foolish? If you claim to be intelligent, your naivete is simply overwhelming. Yet if you are foolish, you are not entirely dim-witted." Lu Yi stifled a laugh and stepped outside to instruct a servant to bring in warm water and cloths to attend to Li Wenshan's face. "You cannot fathom the reality of my family. In truth, my father's official position lacks support and protection. We have nothing. Any incident could spell disaster. And in circumstances like these, he would undoubtedly be accused of accepting bribes and corruption. What chances does my father have for survival? If he has no prospects, our entire family faces the same fate." After cleansing his face, Li Wenshan regained his composure, reflecting on the past with a somber demeanor. Chapter 101, All Entangled. The king of Qin rested his elbow on the armrest of his chair, propping his chin in his hand as he observed Li Wenshan with an expression that conveyed, "I know you are foolish, but I never anticipated your folly would reach such depths." Jin Zhuoyin wore an incredulous look, seemingly rendered speechless. Lu Yi turned his face away, desperately suppressing laughter, while Gulu blinked repeatedly, pondering Li Wu's statement, which seemed misguided. Did his father truly lack support? Guosheng glared at Li Wenshan, instinctively surveying the room, fixating on the tips of his shoes, understanding that this was not his moment to speak. Perhaps this was what they termed an innocent heart. After a while, Jin Zhuoyin let out a deep sigh, jabbing the fan at Li Wenshan. "If Luo Zhongxing hears you say this, he will surely be driven to despair." Louis could not help but let out a soft chuckle. "Wang, your father and the others, from your uncle to Commander Luo, and all of us, are indeed quite attentive to your affairs." "Exactly. I must say, the more I listen, the more I sense something amiss in your words. You see." The moment there was news of trouble at home, General Lu was exceedingly worried and undoubtedly sent someone to check on things. "Li Wu, don't you think it's rather heartless of you to say such things?" Gulu exclaimed, leaping up and giving Li Wen a light slap on the head. "Let us not dwell on that. Regardless of the matter, once it involves his family, particularly Xia, he tends to become utterly foolish." Prince Qin lowered his arms and glanced at Guosheng. "Since Li Wu has expressed his grievances, I must take some responsibility. These trivial matters at the Hongshan County office should not overly trouble you." Guosheng hurriedly bowed. "No, Your Highness, you overstate my role. This is my duty. Alone. You may not manage all aspects well. From now on, regarding any matters related to the Hongshan County office," Prince Qin turned his gaze to Lu Yi. "Please inform him." Lu Yi inclined his head in acknowledgement. Guosheng quickly knelt and took his leave. Prince Qin gestured towards Li Wen. "You go and see off this esteemed advisor." Lu Yi led Li Wen and Guosheng out of the small courtyard, entrusting Guosheng to Chang'ing. He smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "I shall not see you off any further. Let Wang escort you." Guosheng performed a deep bow in gratitude to Lu Yi, walking side by side with Li Wen. Noticing that Chang'ing and the other attendants had discreetly stepped back, he understood this was to allow the hosts a moment for private conversation. "Everything at home is well, so there is no need for Master Wu to worry." Time was fleeting, and Guosheng spoke candidly. There were 2 matters to address. First, Regarding the situation at Jiangning Prefecture, I have taken the initiative to visit and alerted Li Cao. Rest assured, Fifth Master. Li Wenshan exhaled a sigh of relief. His eagerness to recover from his ailment was matched only by his desire to consult Mr. Qin and remind his uncle. Secondly, concerning this case, there is no need to discuss today's events with Mr. Qin. He need not be privy to this information. This matter should not be spoken of to anyone else. Those who ought to know are already aware, and those who do not know should remain uninformed. Furthermore, in the future, anything you hear or see while in the presence of the prince must remain confidential. Remember this well. Guosheng paused, emphasizing the wisdom that a minister must guard his own life. Li Wenshan nodded incessantly, assuring him, "Rest assured, I understand, sir. As for my father, you must take extra care." Guosheng smiled, gesturing towards the small courtyard. "Given the circumstances, there is little to fear. What more could the fifth master worry about? You may be at ease." "I understand. Thank you, sir." Li Wenshan expressed his gratitude once more, attempting to accompany him further, but Guosheng gently urged him to stop. Striding away with purpose. Observing Lu Yi escorting Li Wenshan and Guosheng out of the courtyard, King Qin turned his gaze towards Jin Shuiyan, who was likewise looking at him. They both smiled almost simultaneously. Gu Lu, appearing perplexed, inquired, "What are you two laughing about?" "Laughing at Li Wu?" "Laughing at you," Jin Shuiyan retorted dismissively, then turned to King Qin. "Shall we approach the matter with Zheng Caoci from this angle?" "Ah, Li Wu and Guosheng are indeed remarkable individuals, presenting themselves just when I was in need. I shall have Brother Feng make the arrangements. He excels at orchestrating such matters, as it is said to be a family tradition of his. Is not his family's legacy one of beautification?" Gu Lu interjected. Qin Wang erupted in laughter, pointing at Gu Lu, declaring that he must relay this to Brother Feng. The head of the Caoci office, Ma San, strode swiftly through the rear gate of the Caoci Yamen, making a beeline for the second gate to request an audience with Zheng Caoci. Zheng Caoci had just finished his breakfast and instructed that Ma San be brought in. Upon entering, Ma San paid his respects and glanced around, saying, "Master, I have urgent news." Zheng Caoci acknowledged with a sound and gestured for the maids and servants to withdraw. "Speak. Have you uncovered the truth?" "Yes, it is rather coincidental. A certain Ho Chi, who makes his living in the southern city vicinity, sought me out this morning." He recounted that yesterday afternoon, while he was at the Chui Mountain Tea House, he happened to sit beside Lord Li Wu's attendant, Wudong. He observed that as soon as Wudong settled in, before the tea was served, a man sat across from him. Wudong then discreetly produced a paper tube from his bosom and handed it to the man. Upon opening it, Wudong extracted a small note from his sleeve and offered it to the man for verification, asserting that he had thoroughly searched the penal records, and the name on that note matched precisely with the one on the paper, ensuring its accuracy. Just then, the tea master arrived with the tea, causing the note to tumble to the ground. The man quickly noted its details, handed Wudong a silver note, and departed. Ho Chi remarked on the ebb and flow of people when a small piece of paper found its way to him. He quickly stepped on it, and upon retrieving it, he discovered it bore the name Zhao Hanqing. Ho Chi noted that Zhao Hanqing was a literary friend of his, with whom he had often shared literary pursuits. Zhao Hanqing hailed from Shiko Town in Hengshan County, and his elder sister was married to the eldest son of the Hu family in Quoto Town, Yingguan County. The third son of the Hu family currently served as a clerk in the local government office. As Ma San spoke, he presented the piece of paper to Zheng Caoci. Upon receiving it, Zheng Caoci rose and commanded, "Go summon Mr. Yuan to the study immediately for a discussion." Mr. Yuan arrived promptly. A servant prepared a strong cup of tea for him and then retreated outside to stand guard. "Take a look at this." Zheng Caoci pushed the paper towards Mr. Yuan and briefly relayed Ma San's words. "I fear it may not bode well. Old Dong, regarding the case from Shaanxi County, it is said that the abbot of Ningyan Temple was involved in an illicit affair with the Yang family, leading to the murder of a young monk who stumbled upon them. I cannot shake the feeling that there is more to this story," Zheng Caoci expressed, his brow furrowed in concern. Mr. Yuan listened intently, and after a moment, began to discuss the case from Shaanxi County. "Do you believe this is connected to the case from Shaanxi County?" Zheng Caoci inquired, tapping the piece of paper. "Not yet. We are merely catching up. If there are indeed hidden circumstances, the individuals privy to such knowledge have likely been apprehended by the authorities and their information thoroughly secured. To investigate now, alas." Zheng Caoci's face was etched with worry. If the Shaanxi County case is merely about an abbot's affair with a scholar's wife, resulting in the death of an unacquainted young monk, would it warrant the attention of the chief magistrate's office? Lin Mingxing is not the type of person to shirk responsibility. Ordinarily, given his temperament, he would not inform the Shuisi Bureau about such trivial matters. Furthermore, at this moment, the entire city of Hangzhou is preoccupied with the festivities of the new year. In his office at the Caoxi, everything that can be put on hold has been postponed. And undoubtedly, the offices of the Xiangxi and Shuisi are in a similar state. What hidden truths lie behind this case? Zhang Caoxi and Mr. Yuan exchanged glances, both fixating on the small piece of paper on the table inscribed with Zhao Hongqing's name. Dismissing the guards, Mr. Yuan's expression grew increasingly somber. Dong Wang, could you elaborate on what the Shuisi has conveyed regarding this case? The Shuisi stated it is a matter of moral decay, albeit one that has tragically resulted in a loss of life. Zhang Caoxi recounted the words of the Shuisi in their entirety. Mr. Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time before leaning slightly towards Zhang Caoxi. Dong Wang, my opinion on this matter is to observe the developments quietly and refrain from interference. Zhang Caoxi was taken aback. Dong Wang, after careful consideration, I believe that this incident is certainly not as simple as a monk's illicit affair leading to the death of a young novice. Lin Xiangxi is a person of integrity, and the fact that he has reported this to the Shuisi Bureau indicates that he cannot bear the weight of this case alone. Zhang Caoxi nodded repeatedly, agreeing with this assessment. This case must indeed hold grave significance. It would be unwise for us to involve ourselves. Not only should we refrain from interference, but we must also take a step back to avoid suspicion. Secondly, since the matter has already been brought to the attention of the Shuisi, Dongwing need not worry excessively. The Shuisi is known for its fairness, and moreover, the Mingyao Mountain Villa stands as a safeguard against any potential manipulation. Zhang Caoxi let out a soft sigh, his brow slightly furrowed as he glanced once more at the piece of paper. He nudged it, directing his gaze towards Mr. Yuan, who lifted the paper and studied it intently for a moment. Eastwang, this matter is rather coincidental. There happens to be a fifth brother in Hengshan County, quite close to the prince and his heir. Regarding this case, my suggestion is to simply observe. Very well. Zhang Caoxi contemplated for a moment, then lightly tapped the table, responding with a sense of resolution. Mr. Yuan sipped from the now tepid tea, taking a few deliberate sips while watching Zhang Caoxi, who rose to depart. After all, it would be unwise to disregard this entirely. Caoxi, I propose we send that visitor, Ho Chi, along with this piece of paper, to General Liu. This matter pertains to Wudong, who is a close attendant of Li Wenshan, the prince's companion in study. It should rightfully be entrusted to General Liu. Agreed. Zhang Caoxi paused, considering the suggestion, and found it to be quite appropriate. He nodded in affirmation and summoned Ma San to convey his instructions. Liu Yi, wearing a stern expression, accepted Ho Chi and the paper from Ma San, ordering that Ho Chi be detained for a few days. He then carried the paper into the small study, facing the scrutinizing gazes of King Qin and Jin Zhuyan with considerable discomfort. The Caoxi Yamen has sent a person along with a piece of paper, claiming to have witnessed Wudong engaging in transactions. The three exchanged glances, and Jin Zhuyan was the first to break the tension with a laugh. General Liu, it seems your family's craft has not been perfected. It is not a matter of skill, Liu countered. Zhang Yuanji is a clever man. Or perhaps he is accompanied by astute individuals. The Qin King let out a sigh, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had a penchant for intelligent individuals. Upon hearing that the female corpse was discovered outside the lewd shrine in Shiko town, the county constable Wu felt a surge of excitement. This den of vice was undoubtedly a lair for criminals, and this individual must have been murdered by them. With the emergence of this case, Li Xueming's culpability would undoubtedly escalate. When the county magistrate Li received the report, he remained relatively composed. Although homicide cases were infrequent, they were not unheard of. The thought of investigating and pursuing the culprit ignited a flicker of exhilaration within him. He had read numerous accounts of legendary detectives, and with a discerning palate, he believed he could also unravel the mystery proficiently. Now, he had the opportunity to showcase his skills. Li donned his attire with haste and rushed out, stepping into the front office, where he called out, "Where is Mr. Chun? Let us go. We must hurry to the scene." After a moment's hesitation, he added with a grin, "What about the finances? Year in and year out, matters of finance were of utmost importance, and precision was imperative." Wu Sheng understood the underlying meaning in the magistrate's words and interjected, "Indeed, let us proceed. But where is the coroner? And Wu, the constable? They should be ready. Let us move swiftly." With a sense of vigor, the magistrate surveyed his entourage, including Guosheng, Constable Wu, the coroner, and several officers. as they mounted their horses and hurriedly set off towards Shiko town. It was essential to examine the scene promptly. The prowess of renowned detectives relied on the minutiae, and the sooner they arrived, the better. Guosheng and Constable Wu, each harboring their own thoughts, closely followed the fearless and exhilarated magistrate, soon arriving at the lewd shrine just outside Shiko town. As I approached, I was met with a throng of people clustered together, bustling and lively, reminiscent of a temple fair. In the midst of the crowd, several vendors were vociferously hawking cakes and peanuts. Chapter 103: The Gravity of Life and Death. The constables, brandishing their whips with authority, exuded a commanding presence, their banners fluttering in the breeze. Magistrate Li appeared exceedingly pleased, continuously instructing the constables to disperse the ignorant villagers without causing them undue fright. Guosheng, having mounted his horse, rose in the stirrups to search for Zhao Hongqing among the masses. Zhao stood at the center of the crowd, a good 10 paces away from the vacant area designated for the disposal of corpses, his hands hanging limply at his sides, shoulders slumped, exuding an aura of terror and despair. Near the empty circle, Zhao's stepmother, Meng, supported an elderly woman who was wailing in grief. Baozheng hastily approached, bowing before Magistrate Li's horse, then rising to point towards the vacant space. "Your Honor, the body lies there," he said. "It has been identified as that of Madame Zhang, the wife of Zhao Hongqing. Alas, it is a most tragic demise." As Magistrate Li and his entourage dismounted, Wu County Lieutenant hesitated, retreating a step. Despite his position, he harbored a deep aversion to death, particularly at this inauspicious time of year. He wished to distance himself from such ominous occurrences, needing all the good fortune he could muster, and did not wish to be cursed by the presence of a corpse. Guosheng closely followed Magistrate Li, accompanied by the coroner, making their way towards the spot indicated by Baozheng. The two caretakers of the cemetery, summoned for assistance, hastily lifted the white cloth covering the body and quickly stepped back as Magistrate Li and his group approached. In the wilderness, a corpse had been discarded for nearly 2 days and nights, now exhibiting noticeable signs of swelling. One eye had been pecked out by some creature, and within the putrid flesh, something writhed incessantly, its tongue, now decayed, covered in a thick layer of insects. Magistrate Li, leading the way, beheld such a ghastly visage and gasped in horror. Guosheng, well aware of Li's temperament, swiftly pushed him aside, preventing the torrent of bile and breakfast from erupting upon the female corpse, though it did splatter onto Wu County Lieutenant, following closely behind. The magistrate was then escorted to rinse his mouth, while the lieutenant attended to his own cleansing and change of attire. Guosheng, maintaining his composure, instructed 2 court officers to signal the coroner and the precinct captain to follow, then approached the body, crouching to examine it closely. The coroner produced 2 clean white cloths, first offering one to Guosheng, then wrapping his own mouth, nose, and one hand, with the cloth cushioning his touch. Guosheng gently lifted the head of the corpse for a thorough inspection, nodding to the coroner to indicate his findings. Judging by the condition, it appeared the individual had been deceased for at least 2 days. The protruding tongue and the ligature marks on the neck suggested strangulation. The coroner nodded repeatedly, quickly discerning the cause of death. Guosheng scrutinized the head meticulously, inspecting every inch downwards. He gestured for the caretaker of the mortuary and the coroner to turn the body over, pointing to the neck where, despite some swelling, the marks were still distinctly visible. The ligature marks, crossing downwards, indicated a violent demise. The depth of the impression suggested that the assailant was likely male, as it was improbable for a woman to possess such strength. The coroner continued to nod, evidently impressed by Guosheng's expertise, which surpassed even his own. Guosheng glanced once more, unfastened the white cloth wound around his hand, and handed it to the coroner, indicating that he had observed carefully. The coroner stepped forward to tidy up, while the bailiff beckoned a few individuals to place the corpse onto a wooden board, awaiting instructions from County Magistrate Li on how to proceed. Wu County Lieutenant, feeling a sense of foreboding, was reluctant to approach, regardless of the circumstances. He lingered a couple of steps behind Magistrate Li, with half of his garment dampened, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, lost in reverie about what he would do were he the magistrate, and pondering who should rightfully occupy his position as county lieutenant. Guosheng approached Magistrate Li and spoke softly. "It appears he has been dead for approximately 2 days, strangled from behind, with no other signs of injury. The individual responsible for the demise of the Zhang family member executed this act with remarkable precision and strength. It must have been a man." Perhaps we should find a suitable place and summon the family for inquiries? Very well, very well. Magistrate Li nodded repeatedly, momentarily disoriented by the earlier shock. His thoughts, previously organized, had now become muddled, and the task of deducing the truth from scant evidence seemed even more chaotic. The bailiff, efficient in his manner, led Magistrate Li and the others to the nearest tea house in town, clearing it of bystanders, and ushered in Zhao Hongqing and his stepmother, Meng. Once they departed, a faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of Guosheng's lips as he contemplated how best to keep him occupied, which turned out to be fortuitous. Magistrate Li, seated at the head, glanced at Zhao Hongqing and then at Meng, suddenly recalling a matter Wu County Lieutenant had mentioned earlier. Zhao Hongqing had lodged complaints against his wife for incessantly burning incense, a source of both financial drain and domestic neglect, alleging rampant idolatry. Could this Zhao Hongqing be the very same individual? As the thought crystallized, Magistrate Li inquired, "Are you Zhao Hongqing? The day before yesterday, did you not submit a petition at the county office, alleging rampant immoral practices in this county, simply because your wife was burning incense everywhere, stirring your ire?" Upon hearing this pointed inquiry from Magistrate Li, Guosheng nearly fainted. Zhao Hongqing's eyes widened in terror, collapsing to the ground, desperately shaking his head. "No. I am a humble citizen, not a humble citizen, no." Meng Shi covered her face and wept, pleading with the magistrate for justice, claiming that she was a virtuous wife who had been barren for 3 years since their marriage. She implored the magistrate to intervene, stating that Hongqing had momentarily lost control. Guosheng was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at Meng Shi. Indeed, this small town of Shiko harbored a multitude of demons and monsters. It was as he suspected. At this moment, Magistrate Li, now enlightened, sighed deeply and was about to speak, pointing at Zhao Hongqing, but Guosheng could no longer contain himself, raising his voice. "Your Honor, allow me to pose a few questions. This case is intricate and life-threatening and must not be treated lightly." Hearing the phrase life-threatening, Magistrate Li immediately became cautious, hesitating slightly, begrudgingly gesturing for Guosheng to proceed, vexed with himself for not having brought Clerk Chen along. "This young Guosheng, Zhao Hongqing, your wife has been dead for 2 days, discovered only this morning. In these 2 days, did you search for her when she was absent from home?" Guosheng crouched before Zhao Hongqing, inquiring gently. "It was." Meng Shi attempted to interject. "I did not ask for your input. Speak another word, and I shall silence you." Guosheng's expression shifted instantly, his reprimand fierce and unyielding. Meng Shi trembled in fright, not daring to utter another word. Even her sobs ceased. It was she who spoke. "I was not at home at all." Zhao Hongqing pointed towards Meng. Meng wished to defend herself, but upon meeting Guosheng's cold gaze, she shrank back and dared not utter a word. "When was the last time you saw your wife? What day was it?" Guosheng continued to question Zhao Hongqing. His tone remained amiable, which calmed Zhao Hongqing somewhat. "It was the day before yesterday, after lunch." "Please recount everything that transpired after lunch the day before yesterday, leaving nothing out. Speak in detail." "After lunch, Mingda called for me." Zhao Hongqing recounted how Mingda sought him out, what he said, and how his elder sister and brother-in-law responded. Although his account was somewhat disordered, he conveyed every detail without omission. Magistrate Li appeared momentarily taken aback. Was Zhao Hongqing's complaint regarding the lewd idol case not about his wife's anger over her extravagant spending on worship? How had it now transformed into a matter of local gentry responsibility? Meng's gaze flickered uncertainly. Zheng's temperament. Need I say more? Torture. Guosheng stood abruptly, gritting his teeth. Torture. He fixed a piercing stare on Meng, signaling to 2 constables. They brandished their instruments, preparing to clamp them onto Meng's fingers. Terrified, Meng screamed, "I will speak. I will tell everything. Please, spare me. Speak." Guosheng commanded, the word dripping with malice. Yes. It was the eldest daughter. She claimed that Zhang and Hongqing had quarreled fiercely, and that in a fit of rage, Hongqing accidentally strangled Zhang to death. "I did not." Zhao Hongqing screamed in terror. "Continue." Guosheng disregarded Zhao Hongqing. A constable stepped forward, covering Zhao's mouth with one hand and striking him twice across the face. The young maiden proclaimed, "It was Hongqing who strangled the Zhang lady. It was the young maiden who instructed me to say so, all at her behest." Guosheng let out a cold laugh, questioning, "What benefit did the young maiden offer you to falsely accuse Zhao Hongqing?" "None." Before she could finish, Guosheng pressed his toe down on Meng's fingers, which she had pinned to the ground. Meng let out a pained cry, exclaiming, "I will tell everything." The second girl mentioned taking it to Hangzhou, the Zhao family, half for each. County Magistrate Li was left dumbfounded, pointing at Ming, exclaiming, "The most venomous of women! Did you cause the death of the young lady? Is it you?" "Your Honor," Guoxing interrupted, his head throbbing. "Please allow me to finish my inquiry." The magistrate nodded, his thoughts now in disarray. "Speak clearly, elucidate every detail. When did the young maiden approach you? What was said?" "Not a word should be omitted, or I shall sever your delicate fingers first." Ming cradled her injured fingers, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. "I beg for mercy." "My lord, it was yesterday morning, before dawn, when the young maiden knocked on the door. The young master was present as well." She stated that the previous afternoon, she and the young master had visited Hongqing, and upon learning of this, the young lady rushed over to confront Hongqing, preventing him from seeing her. In a fit of rage, Hongqing accidentally strangled her to death. The young woman spoke, asserting that Hongqing was her younger brother. She suggested that if it could be concealed, it should be, but if not, so be it. She urged me to assist in the cover-up, promising that in due course, Ernie would bring half of her dowry, and that I would be left with a small estate for my old age. Ming's head hung low, her words incoherent. Guoxing chuckled, remarking that upon hearing of Zhang's demise, one would inevitably question who was responsible for her death. "It was your scheme to frame Zhao Hongqing, was it not? Once Zhao Hongqing is gone, the household will consist solely of you and your second daughter. Please spare me, my lord. It was all the elder sister's doing. All her instructions." Ming pleaded, crawling a few steps towards Magistrate Li, who turned his face away, unable to bear her desperation. As the constables bound Zhao Hongqing and Ming, Guoxing summoned the chief constable to clarify that the Zhao family's eldest daughter had married a Dequoto town in Yingguan County. He leaned closer to Magistrate Li and whispered, "Your Excellency, the death of Zhang is undoubtedly intertwined with the Zhao family's eldest daughter, her husband Hu De, and his brother Hu Mingde. However, these three hail from Yingguan County, and we cannot apprehend suspects beyond our jurisdiction. This case may need to be escalated to the Hangzhou government." As December approached, the Empress Dowager. If this case were reported, it could lead to. At this moment, Magistrate Li was indeed contemplating the ramifications. A case of such grave consequence, if reported to the Hangzhou government, would surely result in his bearing the blame for inadequate governance. Such a serious case of loss of life cannot be suppressed. If delayed in reporting, and the perpetrator escapes, it could amount to a grave dereliction of duty. Guoxing warned, his eyelids lowered, a hint of coldness in his tone. Li County Magistrate was momentarily taken aback, shivering a few times as the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. Indeed, the matter of life and death could not be concealed, nor could the case be resolved without reporting it. Further delays might allow the criminal to escape, leading to grave consequences. The gentleman spoke with utmost clarity. Guoxing instructed Li County Magistrate, who nodded in agreement. Guoxing then commanded the inclusion of Ming and Zhao Hongqing, and they set off directly for Hangzhou. Chapter 105. This case and that case at the Hangzhou Command Office. Commander Luo examined the testimonies and the accused sent from Hengshan County. After hearing a brief account of the case from Zhu, the advisor, his forehead bulged with veins in frustration. He slammed his palms on the table, suppressing his anger, and instructed Zhu to meet with the advisor Shan to deliberate on the case. As Zhu left, he immediately summoned Deputy Guan. Guan arrived swiftly. Commander Luo dismissed everyone else and sat beside Guan, whispering about the scandalous case. Initially, they had planned to collaborate with the Constitutional Office to apprehend all involved that night. But now with a heavy sigh, Commander Luo recounted the case just received from Hengshan County. Such cases, at this juncture, should not be tainted by factional strife and treachery. Yet here they were, caught in the flames of political intrigue. Alas, I truly have no confidence in such a constitutional office. My intention in summoning Deputy Guan was to seek his assistance. Tonight, we must act to capture the wrongdoers. Guan nodded decisively, affirming, "It is the duty of the command office, as it is mine. The command office need only issue orders. Then I am most grateful." Commander Luo expressed joyfully and promptly summoned Advisor Yao, indicating, "Advisor Yao is most knowledgeable about this case. Tonight, you will join Deputy Guan in rounding up the criminals." In the subsequent sentence, the commander was issuing instructions to Counselor Yao. Counselor Yao was already aware of the recent case submitted by Hengshan County and was deeply concerned. Upon witnessing the commander's arrangements, he exhaled a sigh of relief and responded affirmatively. At midnight, as the cold wind howled in a small chamber at the Mingao Villa, King Qin and Jin Zhuoyin were seated across from each other, engrossed in a game of chess. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. Jin Zhuoyin sprang to his feet, hastening to the door, and lifted the curtain. Outside, illuminated by lantern light, Louis, clad in black, was striding across the courtyard toward the main house. A gust of chilly wind flared his dark cloak dramatically. Jean Juyen held the curtain aloft until Louis bowed and entered. How did it go? Jean Juyen inquired eagerly after lowering the curtain. King Qin, too, had risen, holding his breath as he observed Louis. Meeting the gaze of King Qin, Louis smiled and replied, "We have apprehended them all." Both King Qin and Jean Juyen exhaled in unison, relieved. They arranged for Li Wenlan to memorize a text at the entrance, while Guosheng settled next to Li Xia, quietly reporting the recent events and the two cases at hand. The case of the illicit rites had been initiated the night before last. According to his uncle, it was Deputy Envoy Guan who led the arrest, capturing 5 principal offenders and 16 accomplices, all without exception. A considerable amount of ill-gotten wealth was recovered. I inquired with General Liu, who stated that the true circumstances of the case had already been discreetly reported to the court by the commander's office. The publicized details would likely emphasize the loss of life, omitting any mention of the illicit solicitation of offspring. The 5 principal offenders were to be executed by strangulation, while the 3 others faced the prospect of death by 1,000 cuts, with the 16 accomplices condemned to immediate execution. Li Xia remained seated, attentively absorbing Guosheng's account. Guosheng hesitated for a moment, recalling the elderly woman he encountered in Shiko town, and let out a soft sigh. The 16 accomplices faced immediate execution. It was an unavoidable consequence. His voice grew somber as he continued, "Thus far, we have verified over 500 women who sought children from the 3rd Bureau. While it is not certain that every one of them suffered, should word leak out, those who have visited must be silenced, no survivors allowed. Otherwise, years down the line, the repercussions could be dire." Li Xia let out a faint sigh, prompting Guosheng to glance at her in surprise, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. Was she expressing pity for these individuals? Hu Mingda and Huda had originally proposed a punishment of exile for 3,000 miles. However, upon General Liu's directive, the sentence was changed to 10 years of hard labor in the silver mine. Not a single soul had survived more than 5 years in the grueling conditions of the mine. The Meng family had been sold into slavery, and Zhao Hanqing received 20 lashes. Due to connections with licentious practices, he had been punished according to the Empress Dowager's decree, and the cases were dealt with in tandem, resulting in executions. Li Xia's eyes lowered slightly. This case had only reached Hu Mingda. Her suspicions were entirely accurate. The Empress Dowager sought balance. I consulted my uncle and requested to meet with Commander Luo. Regarding the incident in Shiko town, the actions of the county lieutenant are unforgivable. Commander Luo has confirmed the misconduct of the county lieutenant, and it is expected that a report will be sent to the county within the next day or 2. Though it will merely result in his dismissal. Guosheng's voice trailed off, though the young lady had previously hinted at the need for balance. The fact that the opposing party emerged unscathed, without a single loss, filled him with profound indignation. If balance was the goal, then a substantial price must be paid. What a Qin. Li Xia gave a soft hum, falling silent as she reached for a pen, gradually soaking it in ink, and lowered her head to begin tracing characters. Guosheng observed her for a moment before gritting his teeth and murmuring, "Miss, the case in Shiko town has claimed an innocent life, although the Hu family bears some responsibility to lose 3 lives at once. Miss, if the CNC Yamen continues to brazenly frame the county magistrate without consequence, who would hesitate to extend their reach into Hung County or even towards Master Wu next time?" Li Xia paused slightly with her pen, continuing to trace the characters as she replied, "What do you propose? Lin Mingxing may be spared, but those in charge must not go unpunished." Guosheng insisted through clenched teeth. "Very well, if you can manage it, then proceed. Discuss this matter with father. It is better for him to be aware of the perils of the officialdom than to remain ignorant." As Guosheng was lost in thought, Li Xia suddenly spoke, prompting him to instinctively rise, standing upright. He glanced at Li Xia, who was absorbed in her writing, and then at Li Wenlan outside, reciting aloud. He lingered for a moment, feeling somewhat disoriented. Her voice had seemed to resonate in his ear as if it were an enchantment. After class, Guosheng gathered his belongings and exited. Passing by the signing room, he stood at the door, gazing intently at County Magistrate Li, who lounged comfortably, casually reading a book. "Mrs. Wright, it is better to be aware of the dangers of the officialdom than to be oblivious," he thought. Chapter 106. Fear. Guosheng entered the signing room, and County Magistrate Li set down his book, smiling as he invited Guosheng to sit. "How was today? Did Asya misbehave?" "In my household, The two youngsters present a stark contrast. While Lan Gur exhibits remarkable maturity, Xia is quite the mischievous one, displaying a spiritedness that rivals that of any boy, which is undeniably exasperating. The young lady possesses great charm. Guoxing inclined his body slightly and smiled in acknowledgement, his eyelids lowering, before seamlessly shifting the conversation. Dong Wang. There is a matter that I feel compelled to disclose to you. Oh? What is it? Please, do go ahead, Li Xianling responded with a chuckle, gesturing for Guosheng to continue. Observing Guosheng's demeanor turn stern after he turned away, Li Xianling instinctively set aside his book and straightened his posture. Yesterday, in Hangzhou, two significant cases were adjudicated. The first pertains to the case of the female corpse from Shiko Town, presided over by the Hangzhou Prefecture Court. The second, a grave matter, involved a joint hearing by the Shuisi and Xinxi offices concerning a case of lewd sacrilege. These two cases are intricately linked. Li Xianling appeared somewhat bewildered by the mention of the Shiko Town incident. Indeed, County Magistrate, allow me to elaborate. A year and a half ago, at the Ning'an Temple in Shanin County, the guest monk Duching, along with the abbot Kongjia, became involved in an illicit affair with Yang Chun, the daughter-in-law of Scholar Yang from Shanin County. During one of their clandestine encounters, they were discovered by a young acolyte, whom Duching subsequently murdered. After leaving Ning'an Temple, he wandered to the border of Yinguan County and Hengshan County, adopting the name Yuanrong Fashi and claiming to have opened his heavenly eye. Soon thereafter, he gained notoriety for his purported ability to bestow blessings of fertility. The county magistrate, Li, widened his eyes, a surge of intense fear welling up within him. The act of sending children. The insidious practice of child delivery had swiftly amassed a considerable fortune. Consequently, he summoned his brother and cousin, and in the towns of Shiko and Sanong in Yinguan County, they constructed temples dedicated to this nefarious purpose, collectively harming countless women. Li's throat emitted a couple of dry coughs, yet he found himself at a loss for words. It was simply too horrifying. The grand blue brick courtyard beside the female corpse in Shiko Town was none other than the Temple of Child Delivery, presided over by his indulgent brother, which had been operating for nearly a year, flourishing with incense offerings. Guoxing's words hung in the air as he coldly observed the dazed Li. After a moment, he spoke slowly, articulating each word with care. The case brought forth by Zhao Hongqing in Shiko Town concerns this very lewd cult. The county magistrate jolted upright, glaring intently at Guosheng. He dismissed the allegations against the lewd cult with indifference. Zhao Hongqing and his wife, Zheng, were devoted followers of that temple. Their decision to expose the cult stemmed from the persuasion of Hu Mingde. Hu Mingde, a clerk in the county office, had been the one to incite Zhao Hongqing to initiate the lawsuit. It was who brought him to the county office. And even the complaint documents had been pre-prepared by another party. In the county office, Officer Wu had assisted, first advancing the timing of Zhao Hongqing's complaint to a month prior, and then with sweet words, he made the magistrate regard Zhao's allegations as mere jest, all while tricking him into signing the documents and affixing his seal. The county magistrate, with wide and bulging eyes, trembled incessantly. Had it not been for Master Wu's intervention, the petition might have already found its way to the place of depravity in Shiko Town, serving as evidence in the case of lewd worship. This scandal, involving hundreds of families, was a closely guarded secret. The magistrate could not possibly be aware of it. Should someone from above inquire about Zhao Hongqing's lawsuit against the lewd worship, the magistrate would undoubtedly burst into laughter, dismissing it as a mere jest. Guosheng's voice dripped with a chilling undertone, leaving the magistrate frozen in place. Each of Guosheng's words pierced through his understanding, battering him as if he were a sieve. Had it not been for Master Wu, this very moment would have witnessed the magistrate being shackled and imprisoned, with his office turned into a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The charges against him, trivial as they may be, would inevitably lead to a death sentence. The mere thought of a death sentence intensified the magistrate's rigidness. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead and body. Overcome with terror, he trembled visibly, fixating his gaze upon Guosheng with wide, bulging eyes, his throat producing guttural sounds yet unable to utter a single word. I should have been more vigilant. Who could have foreseen that the magistrate would be so easily swayed to sign away his life and livelihood with just a few words? Fortuitously, it was the unexpected demise of Zheng that unraveled this intricate scheme. Otherwise, neither Master Wu nor even celestial beings could have salvaged the magistrate and his family from their fate. With a choked sound escaping his throat, the magistrate slumped softly from his chair to the ground. Guosheng rose to his feet, gazing down for a moment before striding over to draw out a chair and assist Magistrate Li, who could now relinquish his fears. The worst had passed. Alas, it was pitiable that the young gentleman had to bear such burdens on behalf of the magistrate. Magistrate Li suddenly stifled a sob, tears cascading down his cheeks. I shall escort the magistrate to the rear courtyard, where Madam can summon a physician. Magistrate, take care of your health. Not just for yourself, but also for the young master and the sixth brother, Guosheng offered, albeit rather mechanically. Truth be told, he harbored no desire to offer counsel. He found foolishness intolerable, yet circumstances left him no choice. Guosheng draped one of the magistrate's arms over his shoulder and guided him to the entrance of the rear hall, pausing to call out to a distant matron. Good woman, could you kindly summon Madame Hong? The magistrate appears to be unwell. The matron hurried inside to relay the message. Moments later, Madame Hong and Madame Su emerged. And upon witnessing the magistrate's condition, Madame Hong quickly summoned a sturdy maid. Together, they assisted Magistrate Li into the main room, while Madame Su promptly dispatched someone to fetch a doctor. Li Xia huddled in the corner of the couch, leaning against his already tearful younger brother, Li Wenlan. He observed their father, curled up on the couch, his hands concealing his face, occasionally trembling in anguish. A frown creased his brow. What words had Guosheng uttered to instill such fear in their father? Magistrate Li had succumbed to illness. Upon seeing his son enter, tears streamed down the magistrate's face as he struggled to sit up, supported by Madame Su, while Li Dong swiftly placed a cushion behind him. Chapter 107. The Cuckoo and the Orchid. I need to have a private word with Shanjier. County Magistrate Li gestured towards Madame Su and Li Dong, indicating that they should leave. Madame Su is utterly bewildered. Why would a conversation with her son necessitate her departure? Despite her confusion, Madame Su ushered Li Dong towards the door. As she passed Li Wanshan, she tugged at his sleeve, took a step away, and whispered urgently. Your father fell ill quite suddenly. The physician suspects he suffered a fright. Inquire of your father. What transpired? When I ask, he remains utterly silent. Li Wanshan nodded repeatedly, his gaze darting towards Li Xia, who was inching behind him. Just as he reached out to take her hand, Madame Su spotted her and, seizing her hand, led her out of the door. Lunch was prepared and waiting. Li Wanshan finally opened the door, beckoning Su Yi to bring a basin of water into the room. Together with Li Dong, they attended to County Magistrate Li as he washed his face. The magistrate's eyes were bloodshot, but his complexion and demeanor had improved considerably. Li Xia, perched on the edge of the couch, observed her father's countenance and breathed a sigh of relief. Had the anguish and distress of the previous day persisted for much longer, he would have succumbed to a severe illness. After the meal, Li Wenlan departed for the front courtyard to attend his lessons. Li Wanshan escorted Li Xia to the rear garden for a stroll. The family had long grown accustomed to Li Xia's unwavering attachment to her fifth brother. Li Wanshan, hand in hand with Li Xia, traversed half the garden before settling on a stone bench beside the vegetable patch. The weather was fair, with a gentle sun and no wind, and the warm sun rays felt pleasant against the skin. Is father all right now? Li Xia inquired, swinging her legs. Li Wanshan nodded. He should be fine. Father even contemplated resigning from his post, suggesting he might return to being an instructor instead. Li Wanshan smiled as he gently ruffled Li Xia's hair. Li Xia's words suggested that their father could simply accommodate their wishes. Li Xia's legs, which had been swinging, suddenly stilled and fell. Indeed, how could she possibly dictate matters now? Sighing, she remarked, you should speak more with father, encouraging him to heed Guosheng's advice. At least for this term, nothing should go awry. As for what comes after, we shall see then. However, Li Wanshan furrowed his brow, expressing, I find that Guosheng possesses too strong a will. Furthermore, how could he disclose the entire incident of the lewd ritual to father? That matter had been sealed with a gag order. He ought to be aware of the consequences if father were to inadvertently reveal it. The repercussions could be immense. Li Wanshan continued to voice his grievances, while Li Xia lowered her eyelids. After he finished, she cast a glance at her visibly irritated fifth brother. Fifth brother, do not fret too much. I am keeping an eye on Guosheng and the county office. Knowing that you are vigilant eases my mind somewhat, though. Sigh, Li Wanshan lamented, feeling more unsettled by Guosheng compared to Mr. Qin. Fifth brother, Guosheng is unlike Qin Qing. Firstly, Mr. Qin has served as an advisor for decades and understands how to respect the master. Guosheng, on the other hand, often acts as a lone wolf, having only spent a few years as a steward, mostly shadowing his uncle. His understanding of how to interact with the master cannot possibly compare to Mr. Qin's. Li Wenshan nodded repeatedly, recognizing the truth in her words. Indeed, Mr. Qin is exceptional. His thoroughness in all matters is refreshing, leaving one feeling as if embraced by the warmth of spring. Li Wenshan nodded. Indeed, the contrast between Guosheng and Mr. Qin was akin to the vibrant rhododendrons blooming across the mountains and a single elegant orchid in a pot. Furthermore, Guosheng's capabilities far surpassed those of Mr. Qin, who could only offer assistance. Guosheng was a man capable of achieving greatness independently. Li Wenshan was taken aback. In his mind, Mr. Qin was still the more competent and seasoned individual. However, given that Xia had expressed such sentiments, he must have misjudged the situation. If Guosheng could indeed accomplish great feats on his own, then what need did he have to rely on anyone else? He had already severed his ties to a political career, and without dependence on others, opportunities for greatness would be lost. Li Xia pondered over Guosheng. Such a person was not unfamiliar to her, as she had encountered one or two in the past. His assertion, "I wish to experience the extraordinary that ordinary people cannot," was a declaration of his genuine intent. He regarded her as a peculiar being, akin to a talking cat, desiring to remain by her side to experience the wonders beyond the ordinary. For the time being, at least until her maturity, she need not worry about him. As for after she had grown up, she was already grown, thus there was even less reason to be concerned about him. Rest assured, fifth brother, Guosheng possesses a sense of chivalry, and he is rather self-assured. At most, one day he might take his leave with grace, but beyond that, I believe he will not. Li Xia spoke softly. Li Wenshan released a long sigh of relief. Since you say so, that is reassuring. These past few days have caused me great worry, though I dared not show it. Indeed, Mr. Qin remarked, entrust the phoenix tree to my discretion. Li Xia turned her gaze towards fifth brother, who, after a brief pause, began scratching his head in unison with both hands. Well, Xia, I once believed that studying was the most arduous task. Now I realize it is the simplest. Of course, she replied, navigating human relationships is exceedingly challenging, and discerning the human heart is an even greater difficulty. There are but a few in this world who truly possess such insight. Li Xia sighed in agreement. Perhaps the Empress Dowager could be counted among them, but I certainly cannot. Chapter 108. The human heart sighing deeply, Li Wenshan lamented, Xia, you cannot fathom how terrifying the human heart can be. It appeared that Li Wenshan had been profoundly affected. Regarding the case at hand, General Liu had forwarded numerous documents, and as for those licentious monks, they were beyond reproach. Yet, the women involved, despite being victims themselves, sought to inflict harm upon others. In Xiaodong town, there was a woman who led her sister-in-law and cousin's wife to ruin. Single-handedly, she ensnared 4 individuals, resulting in her cousin's wife taking a fatal leap into a well. The young master remarked that it was uncertain whether she had indeed jumped on her own volition, and General Liu continued his investigation. I simply cannot comprehend her mindset. Moreover, in Shiko town, another woman, in her quest for a child, bore a son. When her sister-in-law came to visit, she remarked that the child was far more handsome than her own brother. In response, the mother deceived her sister-in-law, suggesting that for the next couple of months, they should visit the temple together every 10 days or so to pray for offspring. Li Xia rested her hands on the stone bench, gazing aimlessly into the distance, while listening to Li Wenshan's words, her expression unperturbed. There is nothing perplexing about this. Once everyone is united, safety is assured. As for everything else, nothing is more paramount than one's own life. Li Wenshan spoke at length about the darkness of human hearts that had deeply affected him, and by the end, his eyes were red-rimmed. Li Xia turned to him, stood up, and, tugging at his sleeve, wiped away his tears, softly complaining, Why is Louis showing you these? It is not for me. It is meant for the prince. I caught a glimpse of it, and I heard the prince express his sorrow. The day before yesterday, he sat in silence, unresponsive even when spoken to. Li Wenshan replied, pulling out a handkerchief to first wipe Li Xia's hands and sleeves before dabbing at his own face. Li Xia was taken aback, for the Qin Wang to see. Yes, it serves well to reveal the malevolence of humanity, just as in the past, when the Empress Dowager had me transcribe those secret memorials to understand the cruelty of the world and the venomous nature of mankind. The Empress Dowager excelled at subtly imparting lessons. She continued, she taught the Qin Wang the art of hunting. And now she begins to introduce him to the complexities of human nature, just as she had taught me. Li Xia stared intently at the vegetable garden, while Li Wenshan looked down at her, waved his hand in front of her face, and called, Xia, Xia. You're lost in thought. Li Xia snapped back to reality. What are you thinking about? Li Wenchuan inquired, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Li Xiao glanced at him and replied, I won't tell you. Li Wenchuan then recalled an important matter and quickly added, as they approached the northern gate, they stopped at a porter's establishment to borrow a horse, leading it out of the city gates and heading straight for Hangzhou. Their destination, the Hangzhou city office. The idea to casually draw in the Hongshan County was proposed by Old Yao, who found it agreeable. He did not expect it to ensnare Li Xuezhang, rather. He merely wished to ascertain the stance of the Mingtai villa, curious if their indifference was genuine. Standing unmoved despite the incessant correspondence from the capital urging him to uncover the truth of Mingtai villa's position. He felt a sense of urgency. However, he did not anticipate the unexpected development of the Zhaozheng family's demise. Lin Xinxi tilted his head back to drink a glass of wine, refilled it, and drank again. He had perceived Mingtai villa's attitude, yet he would have preferred to remain oblivious. Luo Shuai had boldly concealed the orchestrator behind the Hu family, and the confessions were marred with ink. Lin Xinxi reached for the jug, poured another glass, sipped half of it, and sighed. The case had been thoroughly examined and resolved, with all evidence and testimonies presented to him. Yet, as he gazed upon the inked lines, he could distinctly discern the missing words from those confessions, finding himself lacking the courage to obliterate them entirely. Lin Xinxi sighed once more, downed the remaining half of his wine, lifted the jug, gave it a shake, called for the maid to enter, and ordered another jug of wine. After dismissing her, he poured for himself and continued to drink. He discerned the attitude of the Mingyao mountain villa, yet this very demeanor instilled within him a profound sense of dread. He found himself wavering, contemplating whether to dispatch this letter to the capital, even pondering whether he should beg for mercy. In a corner of the room stood a 5-branched candelabrum, where the flames of 5 candles flickered violently, extinguishing 4 in an instant. Lin Xinxi, already half inebriated, squinted and was about to call for assistance when an icy chill enveloped his neck, pressing tightly against the throbbing vein and his throat. Silence. I am here to say but a few words, came a voice, akin to the spine of a blade, in stark contrast to the chilling knife at his throat. This voice emanated an unsettling tranquility. The case concerning Shiko Town had led to the annihilation of the Zhao family and the devastation of the Hu family. You are aware of the reasons behind the Zhao family's ruin, and you know for whom the Hu family sacrificed their own. As you sit alone, drinking, are you mourning for the Zhao and Hu families? The voice behind him was devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet this very lack of sentiment sent a shiver down Lin Xinxi's spine. What do you intend to do? Lin Xinxi's voice was somewhat hoarse, pressed as it was by the blade's edge against his throat. Who conceived this idea? And who incited the Hu family? Chapter 109. Growth. Lin Xinxi pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. I have waited 2 days for you. You truly are not astute. 2 lives from the Zhao family. 3 from the Hu family. 5 lives in total, with no explanation. In this city of Hangzhou, how do you expect to navigate your way through? Consider me one of those 5 wronged souls. Lin Xinxi remained tight-lipped. How many times has Yao Qian ensnared you in such dire straits? He remains oblivious, and you, oblivious to him, intend to lead your Lin clan into ruin? Lin Xinxi's complexion turned pale. Who are you, the handsome governor's office, or the Mingyao mountain villa? These words lingered unspoken on Lin Xinxi's lips. The blade remained motionless against his neck, and Lin Xinxi distinctly felt the sharp sting of the blade cutting into his flesh. With each pulsation of his carotid artery, he sensed a growing fear pressing against the blade, each heartbeat lengthening as if traversing from a flourishing realm to a desolate wilderness. Each pulse was more intense than the last, as though the next beat might shatter the blade and unleash a torrent of blood. Lin Xinxi fixed his gaze upon the small porcelain bottle, its white body adorned with a bright red silk stopper. After a moment, he abruptly turned around, only to find the space behind him empty. Within the palace, they favored the use of red lead. Minister Shun was correct. Since the day the emperor ascended the throne, or even before that, the Empress Dowager had stood unwavering in the court, never departing. Lin Xinxi lowered his head, remaining silent for a long while, then grasped the porcelain bottle, straightened his posture, rose from his bed, and exited, heading directly towards the residence of Mr. Yao in the side courtyard. Yao Qian, a clerk in the Xinxi office, had succumbed to a sudden illness in the middle of the night, passing away before the doctor could arrive. This news reached the main hall of Mingyao Mountain Villa shortly after Yao Qian drew his last breath. The Empress Dowager Jean frowned slightly. Is it Yingura? No. Before entering, this old servant took a detour to inquire with Lu Yi. He is still unaware of the situation, replied Eunuch Huang. The Empress Dowager's brow furrowed further. Have they investigated? Yes. Eunuch Huang raised his eyes to meet the Empress Dowager's gaze. Louis believes it is most likely Guosheng. This old servant shares the same opinion. Guosheng is known for his vengeful nature and audacity. Louis remarked that although Li Wenshan appeared honest and upright, he was, in fact, quite audacious and reckless. The matter concerning the two clerks from the county office of Hengshan was previously investigated at the behest of the prince, and it was Li Wenshan's handiwork. Louis noted that the prince held him in considerable esteem. The Empress Dowager wore an inscrutable expression, and after a moment, she let out a soft snort and instructed the eunuch Huang to investigate thoroughly. It truly originates from Hengshan. Make sure to keep a close watch on them and tidy things up. Yes, replied eunuch Huang, who was about to take his leave when the Empress Dowager added. Convey this matter to the young master. As for Yao Qian, we should not wait for Hengshan to take action. First, Li Wenshan is one of his own. He must be protected and given an explanation. Secondly, while considering the greater picture, we cannot afford to suffer losses without recompense. If we are to strike, it must be done with precision, and we should also prepare for contingencies. Understood. Also, send a message to that side. Lin Mingxing is too foolish. We need someone else. With that, the Empress Dowager continued her orders. Eunuch Huang acknowledged and withdrew, first seeking out King Qin to explain the recent developments. Meanwhile, Guosheng, in a small tavern in Hangzhou, received news of Yao Qian's sudden demise. He mounted his horse and rode straight to Wansong Academy. As soon as Li Wenshan entered the academy, he was called out by Guosheng, who leaned in and whispered about Yao Qian's unexpected death. Li Wenshan stood in a daze for a considerable time before finally reacting, pointing at Guosheng and exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Guo, you ought to have informed me of such matters beforehand." In the final sentence, Li Wenshan, filled with indignation, spoke with a hint of sternness in his voice. Guosheng was taken aback, but soon released the reins, clasped his hands in a deep bow, and rose with solemnity, declaring, "I was remiss, and your reprimand is entirely justified. Rest assured, it shall not happen again." From a distance, a group of riders hurried towards the academy. Guosheng cast a quick glance and promptly took his leave, saying, "I must depart now. Fear not, there will certainly be known next time. Please, consider this matter forgotten." As he spoke, he swiftly mounted his horse and rode away. Li Wenshan stood at the academy's entrance, hands on his hips, watching Guosheng gallop off with a visage full of distress. He was aware of the truth. How could he pretend to be oblivious? Though he wished to feign ignorance, he found it impossible. He could not deceive them. When Guosheng and Li Wenshan noticed the approaching riders, Louis had already spotted them as well. He reined in his horse near the Qin Wang. Gesturing discreetly, Guosheng is conversing with Li Wu. But look, he has fled, and so quickly too. Wasn't he quite audacious? Why the sudden retreat? Jin Zhuyin remarked coolly, while Qin Wang squinted, observing Guosheng's rapid escape with a displeased expression. The group of riders advanced swiftly, and within mere moments, they arrived at the entrance of Wansong Academy. The Qin Wang and his companions dismounted, while their attendants led the horses to the side, waiting patiently. The Qin Wang straightened his attire, produced a folding fan, and began to twirl it absent-mindedly as he approached Li Wenshan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Li Wenshan felt inexplicably bewildered by his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he became somewhat guilty, raising his hand to rub his nose, then doing so again, his eyes darting around. Just as he intended to divert the conversation, King Qin chuckled. "Li Wu, given your demeanor, you hardly appear to be one with a deep-seated scheme. For such a significant matter, why was there not a hint of activity from you the day before yesterday? Am I truly that oblivious? I only just learned of it." Before Li Wenshan could finish, he hurriedly added, "Well, it's not entirely accurate to say I just learned. What I meant was..." Chapter 110. A group of youths, what do you mean by that? Nonsense. Jin Zhuyin interrupted Li Wenshan. What does this have to do with you? Moreover, we consider you a brother. How can you be so distant? If you're upset about something, you ought to voice it openly. We certainly do not tolerate being bullied and then merely swallow our grievances. Just look at what you've become. Are you slapping the prince and me in the face? No, I truly. Li Wenshan grew anxious, about to explain when Gulu squeezed in from behind. What are you discussing? What is the matter? Someone bullied Li Wu? Who dares to bully you? Didn't you just arrive at the academy today? You haven't even entered yet. Who would dare? You. King Qin irritably poked Gulu in the shoulder with a folding fan. The bell has rung. Hurry along, or master will deliver another lengthy lecture. Except for Louis. The group hastily made their way to the academy. After a full day of classes and a brief respite, Jin Juyin sent someone to ask Elder Gu to excuse Li Wenshan from his studies, disregarding Li Wenshan's protests about falling behind. Regardless, he insisted that Li Wenshan must work diligently, dragged him onto a horse, and they galloped straight to Mingtao Mountain Villa. In the warm pavilion by the lake in the back garden of Mingtao Mountain Villa, Jin Juyin pressed Li Wenshan into a chair and immediately inquired, "Was that Guosheng this morning?" Li Wenshan stubbornly refused to respond, determined to focus on his studies. Afraid that Jin Juyin and the Qin Wang would relentlessly question him about the matter concerning Guosheng. Now, there was no evading the confrontation. He steeled himself and reluctantly nodded, his expression a portrait of distress. Why does Guosheng always find himself in trouble? Gu Lu interjected, having approached them. He had already gleaned the details from Lu Yi during their journey. "Xiao Gu, do not complicate matters further," Qin Wang admonished, poking Gu Lu with his folding fan. While he settled down to sip tea, "I ask you, why did you not inform the prince of such a significant issue beforehand?" Jin Juiyin's expression hardened as he tapped the fan against the tip of Li Wenshan's nose. "I." Li Wenshan leaned back forcefully, caught off guard by the sudden pressure of the fan. He was utterly uninformed and had no idea how to respond. "Li Wu, be honest with me. Did you know beforehand about Guosheng's role in the death of Yao Qian from the Shinxi mansion? Or did you learn of it afterward?" Qin Wang asked, observing the flustered expression on Li Wenshan's face with deliberate calmness. "I." Jin Juiyin withdrew his fan slightly, prompting Li Wenshan to straighten up and meet Qin Wang's gaze, his mouth agape yet devoid of words. If he claimed to have known beforehand, he would have to answer the prince's inquiry, yet he could not fathom a suitable response. If he claimed to have learned of it afterward, would that not place the entire burden of responsibility upon Guosheng? The prince and the heir were quite courteous to him, but the same cannot be said for Guosheng. It's not a matter of claiming to have known after the fact, if one had prior knowledge. It raises the question of why one did not inform the prince. Conversely, if one claims to have learned of it later, there is a fear of the prince blaming Guosheng, which complicates matters, does it not? Jin Juyin bent down, observing Li Wenshan, who was at a loss for words. His mouth agape. He prodded Li Wenshan's shoulder with his folded fan, inquiring persistently. Li Wenshan sighed and stomped his feet a few times, yet remained silent. "Very well. I shall speak plainly. First and foremost, I have no intention of letting Lin Mingxing's treachery against your father go unpunished. I simply haven't found the time yet. And you seem rather impatient. Thankfully, your Guosheng has completely botched the situation. I had initially planned for Yao Qian to not survive this ordeal. 5 lives have been lost, and at least Zhao Zhengshi is entirely innocent. There must be accountability." The king shifted slightly, sitting up straight, his expression grave as he regarded Li Wenshan. "Secondly, Yao Qian's demise serves as a reckoning for those 5 lives. Lin Mingxing cannot continue in his position as a magistrate. His moral failings disqualify him, and his audacity to threaten your father is intolerable. This is my assurance to you. Thirdly, irrespective of whether you were aware beforehand or not, I will not take action against Guosheng, despite my anger. Now, it is your turn to speak. Did you know in advance, or did you learn of it afterward?" I only found out this morning," Li Wenshan confessed candidly. "You mean to say, truly?" Jin Juiyin swiftly struck Li Wenshan on the head with his fan, causing him to exclaim in surprise. "What? You only learned of it this morning? Was it Guosheng who informed you? Is it only after he tells you that you become aware? Between the two of you, who truly holds the position of master and who of servant?" Gu Lu exclaimed, leaping up in excitement, realizing there was finally someone in their small circle who was even more foolish than himself. "Look." The king of Qin gazed at Lu Yi. "I told you so." Lu Yi turned to Li Wenshan and inquired, "You were also informed post facto about Guosheng's journey to Jiangning, were you not?" Li Wenshan opened his mouth but could not articulate a response. His shoulders slumped, and he bowed his head. Gu Lu had a point. Who between you and that Guosheng is the master and who is the guest? Jin Juiyin wore a look of disbelief. "Mr. Guo is not my subordinate. He serves as my father's advisor." Originally, Li Wenshan grew somewhat agitated, unable to finish his sentence before Gu Lu interjected, "Li Wu, you certainly have a talent for nonsense. Your father is so foolish to that degree." "That is my father. I was merely being modest." "What do you mean by that? How can one speak of someone's father in such a manner? And you claim to be polite. Does one exhibit courtesy in this way?" Li Wenshan and Gu Lu were unyielding, unafraid of one another. "Oh, you are utterly unreasonable." Jin Juiyin had already seated himself beside the king of Qin, and the two of them began to fan themselves, observing the escalating quarrel between Gu Lu and Li Wenshan. The king of Qin sighed first, followed by Jin Zhuyin, and then the king sighed again, with Jin Zhuyin mirroring him, a peculiar rhythm of sighs. Although Mr. Qin was unaware of the intricate details of the debauchery case, he was acutely aware of the case concerning the female corpse in Chikou town. With the recent demise of his most trusted advisor, Yao Qian, who was close to Lin Xinxi, he connected the few pieces of information he possessed, and upon deeper reflection, felt a chilling sweat trickle down his back. After remaining seated indoors until nearly noon, he contemplated deeply before stepping outside and instructing someone to prepare his horse. He needed to make a trip to Jiangning Prefecture. Madame Yin, observing the visibly troubled Li Caoxi, hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire about his distress. Just then, a maid announced that Mr. Qin had arrived from Hangzhou to see the master. Upon hearing Mr. Qin's name, Li Caoxi sprang to his feet, urgently commanding, "Please invite him in." Quickly, Madame Yin, holding a piece of silk, watched as her husband rushed outside without properly donning his shoes, momentarily lost in thought. Surely, something significant was amiss. Li Caoxi hastened to the flower hall, where Mr. Qin was already being served a basin of hot water, bending over to wash his face. Observing the damp patches of sweat on Mr. Qin's back, Li Caoxi's heart sank further. After rinsing himself thoroughly, Mr. Qin exhaled deeply, noticing his sweat-soaked back and damp front. Li Caoxi promptly instructed, "Prepare more hot water and bring me a change of clothes to assist the gentleman with his bath." "Just one set of clothing will suffice," Mr. Qin interjected. "Li Caoxi, let us converse in the study." Li Caoxi's expression sharpened, and he quickly stood, gesturing for Mr. Qin to exit while instructing a servant to deliver the garments to the small study. Once inside the small study, the clothes were delivered, and after changing, Mr. Qin emerged. The servant had already arranged several snacks and soup, bowing out respectfully. Mr. Qin took a seat, first pouring himself a bowl of soup and sipping it, followed by several dumplings. After finishing another bowl of soup, he let out a sigh. "Forgive me, my journey was hurried, and I didn't have lunch," he said. Noticing that Li was about to call out, he raised his hand to halt him. "There's no need for haste. These delicacies are quite sufficient. This basket of dumplings is ample. Let us converse first." Seeing Mr. Qin's insistence, Li refrained from pressing further. Mr. Qin consumed a few more dumplings and sipped half a bowl of soup before he spoke. "Mr. Yao Qian, the esteemed associate of Lin Mingsheng, passed away unexpectedly last night." Li's eyes widened in shock. "Suddenly deceased. I had not intended to make this trip. There were matters I planned to discuss later in the year when I met with you. The current situation in Hangzhou is rather unstable. Yet, hearing of Mr. Yao's sudden demise this morning, alas, Mr. Yao, I knew him well in the capital, and I truly did not foresee this. After much contemplation, I deemed it necessary to come without delay. This matter may not be trivial." Mr. Qin's expression turned somber. Li observed him and softly sighed, awaiting further elaboration. After a moment of sorrowful reflection, Mr. Qin continued, "Let me recount the events from the beginning. 4 days ago, it was publicly announced that a manhunt would be conducted across counties. A murder case was presented to the Hangzhou magistrate from Hengshan County. Zhao Hongqing's wife, Zhao Zheng, was found dead outside Chikou town. Zhao Hongqing's stepmother, Zhao Meng, alleged that Zhao Hongqing's elder sister, Hu Zhao, and her husband, Hu Da, were responsible for the death of Zhao Zheng. Hu Da and his brother, Hu Mingda, claimed that Hu Zhao and Zhao Zheng had quarreled, which led to the tragic incident. The judicial proceedings in Hangzhou were remarkably swift, resulting in the immediate execution of the Hu Zhao clan. While Hu Da and Hu Mingda were sentenced to 10 years of hard labor in the silver mines, and Zhao Meng was sold into slavery. What hidden truths lie within this case? Li Caoxi inquired, noting that the 10-year sentence for Hu Da and Hu Mingda was evidently excessive. Moreover, this case involved individuals connected to a scandalous incident that led to a fatality, which was to be jointly examined by the Xiangxi and Shuaici offices after the autumn. The next day, after the investigation was completed, executions had already been carried out. Mr. Qin observed Li Caoxi, who was now wide-eyed in astonishment. The county constable of Hengxian, Wu Youguang, was known to Li Caoxi, who was aware of his background. It was reported that he had been found guilty of corruption and had been dismissed from his post the previous day. It was said that Wu Youguang was packing his belongings, preparing to relocate his entire family to the capital. Mr. Qin scrutinized the furrowed brow and slightly dazed eyes of Li Caoxi and continued. The day after these two cases were resolved, Wu Youguang was dismissed just 1 day prior, and the third master had fallen ill. Upon consulting a physician, I learned that he had been greatly frightened, losing his mental composure. Were these two cases intertwined? Li Caoxi's response was both rapid and precise. Mr. Qin regarded him and added, "Early yesterday, fifth master entrusted me with Wudong, stating that Wudong could no longer remain, and instructed me to spare his life, selling him off as far away as possible." I interrogated Wudong briefly, and he revealed that a man named Lian Gui had approached him, offering 50 taels of silver in exchange for a stolen document from the county office, which bore the name Zhao Hongqing. He successfully pilfered it and handed it to Lian Gui the day after a female corpse was discovered in Shiko town. Is this a scheme to frame the third master? After decades of navigating the intricate web of officialdom, Li Caoxi had grasped the situation entirely upon hearing this. Mr. Qin, with a slight lean and a lowered voice, remarked, "The case of the female corpse in Shiko town was jointly adjudicated by Deputy Councillor Zhu and Deputy Councillor Shan. Deputy Councillor Shan shared with me that the Hu brothers murdered Zhao Zhengshi because she refused to allow her husband, Zhao Hongqing, to submit a petition regarding immoral practices to the county office in Hengshan. What was the verdict on this scandalous case? Has the sentence been carried out?" Li Caoxi inquired. Indeed, the execution took place the same day. The 5 principal offenders and over a dozen accomplices were all executed by beheading, replied Mr. Qin. Li Caoxi inhaled sharply. The sentences in both cases were exceedingly severe. There is also a peculiar detail, Mr. Qin continued, his eyes narrowing as he leaned closer to Li Caoxi. The execution was conducted within the military ranks of Deputy Commissioner Guan, and among those who carried out the executions was a man named Huang Wan, hailing from a family renowned for their expertise in executions in Hangzhou. He does not partake in the act of beheading. His specialties lie in live disembowelment and skinning. Li Caoxi shuddered involuntarily, fixated intently on Mr. Qin. The offices of the Constitutional Affairs and the Military Affairs were known to very few. The Military Affairs Office was overseen by Councillor Yao, yet both Councillor Shan and Councillor Zhu claimed ignorance regarding these matters. Who could be responsible for ensnaring the third brother in such a predicament? After a pause, Li Caoxi's voice dropped, tinged with hoarseness. Who else could it be? Yao Qian is dead, Mr. Qin replied in an even quieter tone. I had the same thought. Aside from Lin Mingsheng, there is no one else. What do you make of Yao Qian's death? Li Caoxi poured half a bowl of soup and raised it to his lips. It does not resemble the affairs of Mingtai Mountain Villa. After a moment of silence, Mr. Qin gazed at Li Caoxi. Both cases concerning fifth brother and Guo Sheng should be well known to him. The death of Yao Qian has always felt to me more like the handiwork of fifth brother. Chapter 112. A heartfelt resolution. Li Caoxi was momentarily taken aback, suddenly shivering with trepidation. Old Qin, but fifth brother is only 15. Do not forget, Caoxi, who fifth brother is currently associating with. This was precisely the reason I embarked on this journey, to have a face-to-face conversation with Caoxi. It is indeed the most pressing matter. Mr. Qin rose, approached the warm hearth, poured 2 cups of tea, and handed one to Li Caoxi. Caoxi, consider this. Beside the prince, there is the golden young master, and behind him stands the Jin family and Jin Xiang. Mr. Qin sat down, took a sip of tea, and continued. There is also the 6th young master of the Gu family, Jinshan Yinhai, and General Liu, whose blade is sharp. If one requires manpower, it is readily available. If one requires wealth, it is plentiful. Though Mr. Qin's words seemed relatively ordinary, the weight of his tone was laden with significance. What does Mingtao Mountain Villa truly signify? Li Caoxi remained in a daze for quite some time, suddenly overwhelmed with anxiety. What does it mean? How could we possibly deduce that? However, the longer I stay in Hangzhou, the more I find Mingtao Mountain Villa awe-inspiring. Caoxi, fifth brother once said something I find utterly correct. Timing demands precision rather than haste. Mr. Qin fixed his gaze firmly on Li Caoxi. Caoxi, the emperor is merely in his 30s, in the prime of life. Each year, new faces enter the palace, and the future is still long and full of uncertainties. In the matter concerning Hengshan County, the intention to implicate the esteemed Samurai is evidently aimed at targeting the Caoxi. Why must one elevate such a figure only to serve as a target for others? To be vigilant for 10, 20, or even 30 years, how can one maintain such vigilance? With a single misstep, one might find oneself ensnared before the conclusion. Li Caoxi's countenance turned pale. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, I have been pondering this matter in recent days, and I understand now. Rest assured, sir. The day following Li Wenshan's departure from the Hongshan County office, County Magistrate Li's ailment mysteriously subsided. Upon reviewing the documents concerning the withdrawal of the county lieutenant, he stared blankly for an extended period, lost in thought and enveloped in a heavy gloom, devoid of any joy. As he surveyed the signing chamber, the county office, and the court, everything appeared unchanged. Yet it seemed shrouded in a layer of dust, stripped of its former luster. Despite Magistrate Li's despondency, it did little to affect Madame Su's spirits. As the 12th lunar month approached, the small county of Hongshan buzzed with activity. This year, Hangzhou planned to host a Grand Lantern Festival, complete with river lanterns and fireworks. Naturally, the surrounding counties under Hangzhou's jurisdiction endeavored to partake in the festivities. They aimed to send dragon and lion dances, as well as water puppet performances, to the capital to convey New Year wishes to the Empress Dowager. Furthermore, the small county also aspired to showcase its own lanterns and engage in revelry for the better part of 2 weeks. As trivial matters piled up, with the county lieutenant's withdrawal from duty, Magistrate Li found himself burdened with responsibilities that he must now shoulder alone. Within a few days, he became overwhelmed with tasks, leaving little time to dwell on his melancholy and sorrow. Madame Su, accompanied by Li Dong, busily adorned her home with vibrant decorations, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. On the eve of the new year, although only 6 family members were present, they prepared an extravagant feast with over a dozen dishes. And even the servants had their own table, resulting in an unprecedented celebration. On the night of the 2nd day of the new year, a carriage from Jiangning Prefecture arrived to escort Madame Su and Li Wenshan, among others, to the county office in Hongshan. With her 4 siblings and an array of meticulously prepared gifts, Madame Su boarded the carriage, her heart brimming with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. As they set off towards Jiangning before dawn, it had been 14 or 15 years since she last saw her sister-in-law, and she had long resigned herself to the belief that they would never meet again. As thoughts of old Mistress Zhong crossed her mind, she paused momentarily. Since learning of old Mistress Zhong's tragic demise in the river, her fervent resentment had gradually waned, much like what Hong Mama had said. It was a shared fate for her and her husband, both of whom were devoid of fortune. The blessings they once possessed now resided within their children. Gazing down at her youngest son, who had fallen asleep in her embrace, she tenderly caressed him before gently laying him down to rest. Shifting slightly, she nestled beside him and succumbed to slumber herself. After a night of vigil and a day filled with bustling activity, followed by another early rise, exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. The carriage traveled at a leisurely pace, and just as dawn approached, Zhao reported from outside that it appeared 4th Master Li Wensong had come to greet them. Madame Su hurriedly lifted the curtain, inquiring if they had arrived in Jiangning. "Why is it still so dark?" she questioned, to which Zhao chuckled, assuring her that they were still about 10 miles away. Madame Su was momentarily taken aback. Her heart stirred to the point of feeling a slight pang in her nose, and she found herself shedding tears of joy. "Where's Brother Shan?" "Quickly. Here he is. It's 4th brother. I see him. I'll go greet him." Li Wenshan had already leaped from the carriage, taking the reins from the servant's hand, and mounted his horse, galloping forward to meet them. In a brief moment, a procession of lanterns merged with the convoy. Li Wenshan approached accompanied by Li Wensong, who, from his horse, inclined his body in a polite bow and cheerfully remarked, "Since the sun set, Mother has been fretting, unable to contain her worries. She asked me to bring some soup and snacks to welcome you. How has 3rd aunt fared on this journey?" "Oh, 6th brother, I brought your favorite lotus seed pastry." As Li Wensong spoke, he noticed Li Wenlan peering out and promptly greeted him with a smile. Li Wenlan's face lit up with joy as he affectionately called out to 4th brother, nodding repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, 4th brother. Axia loves those too, along with osmanthus cake." "Rest assured, I've brought them all," replied Li Wensong, unable to suppress a chuckle. He decided to present Axia with her most cherished treats, knowing full well that forgetting her was out of the question. "You have truly gone above and beyond," Madame Su laughed. "You all indulge Axia. She is becoming increasingly mischievous." Li Wensong had made several trips to the bustling county of Hongshan, his inherently amiable and approachable nature allowing him to become well acquainted with the family of the 3rd branch. Riding alongside Madame Su's carriage, he and Li Wenshan engaged in light-hearted conversation, and before long, they arrived at their destination. The splendor of Jiangning Prefecture rivaled that of Hangzhou, where the Empress Dowager resided, far surpassing Taiyuan and even more so the modest county of Hongshan. In the last carriage, Li Dong, who had arrived at Jiangning Prefecture for the first time, was utterly captivated by the vibrant New Year's Eve scenery of this bustling metropolis. As she lifted the curtain, her eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by the dazzling sights. Li Xia sat closely beside her sister, peering out from beneath her arm. At that moment, the brilliantly illuminated Jiangning Prefecture, amidst the vast night, seemed to flow like the Milky Way. She perceived not decay, but rather abundance and vitality.